Sigh. Boom. 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 The hurricane danced wildly, the fog that disrupted the sky, the dark tide, came into the world like a dragon, and the giant claws of the law of darkness formed hundreds of feet in an instant, forcing Su Mujio and Ensulong to fight with all their strength. The gap is still visible to the naked eye. If it is the ordinary early or even middle stage of the sixth stage of the gods, the two can still deal with it. But in the later stages of the sixth stage of the gods, the realm gap is too big, it is extremely difficult. If Tianqian Island Master was not guarding Lin Chen, and Ensulong and Su Mujio would not be able to stop him, and now they can break through. Almost. Lin Chen watched the battle circle, the holy power was mobilized frantically. The nine-color holy light shrouded his palm, and the holy power of all the holy caves seemed to condense into one. Suddenly, Lin Chen was in control of the skylight, and disappeared in place. In an instant, turning into an endless afterimage of blood and rushing towards Tianqian Island Lord. Tianqian Island Lord snarled, "I'm waiting for you, if you want to sneak. Attack, die." Behind him, a large number of dark tides suddenly spread out like wings, and a terrifying law storm suddenly swept towards Lin Chen. With one enemy and two, he still has enough power to deal with the attacking Lin Chen. Brush. 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 Beside Lin Chen, when the phantom light appeared, all the 5 clones appeared. Annihilation, starburst. Xinyan is empty. Flame flash. Day by day. The rain of flames that burned the sky fell like a meteor, the flashing flames burned the Vulcan yen and condensed into a line, the spear pointed out a red light, and the 9-color star suddenly burst. The gigantic tide condensed by the law of darkness shook head-on, and when the two collided, the world turned upside down. Sigh. Boom. The clones tried their best, but they were still destroyed by the Tianqian Island Master. However, the offensive of Su Mujio and Ensulong became more and more fierce, pressing hard on the Lord of Tianqian Island, holding back the power of his 2 laws. This sun's sneak attack is nothing more than that, it's time to withdraw. Tianqian Island Master is stepping on the law of wind, the storm is raging under his feet, and when he is about to retreat, OM. A ray of golden light that opened up the world fell from the sky, mixed with the peerless divine power that suppressed the eternity, and violently hit him on the top of the head, appearing without warning. The previous wave of offensive was a feint. The real highlight is this trick, hidden behind all the combat skills. What? Tianqian Island Master was horrified, and with a grasp of his palm, the pitch black halberd appeared out of nowhere, and was placed on top of his head. Jin Hui slashed down the head, the power sinking into the mountains, the sun, and the moon. The golden spear tip violently crushed the pitch-black halberd. The terrifying divine power penetrated the divine body of the Tianqian Island Lord, and it was defeated. Boom. Tianqian Island Master was blasted thousands of feet away, hitting a huge reef, causing the sea to swell, and the raging waves rolled up heavy waves. Pfft. Tianqian Island Lord vomited blood, his body was torn apart, and he began to bleed all over his body, as if he had been severely injured. His expression was full of disbelief. Pure power? Just pure power to have such an offensive? The law of the wind was released, and what was reflected in the eyes of Tianqian Island Master was a figure in golden armor and holding a magic spear, leaning on the sky and covering the earth, Peerless. If he hadn't seen his face with his own eyes, Tianqian Island Master couldn't even believe the scene in front of him. Lin Chen? You have such divine power. Is this really a holy king? He is in the late stage of the 6th stage of the God realm. From the realm. It is not a dimension at all. Boom. Lin Chen held the God of War spear in his hand, and shattered the void with 1 foot. So fast. The 3 people present exclaimed in unison, the Tianqian Island Master didn't have much time to react, and the divine spear rolled towards him. The pitch-black halberd erupted into the sky, and the law of the wind was entangled. The Tianqian Island Master was also not slow. The law of darkness and the law of wind are full of firepower, this time. Tianqian Island Master has no reservations. Clang clang. The spears and halberds intersect, and every collision shoots out a terrifying aftermath that shatters the void. With the blessing of the law of the wind, the speed of the Tianqian Island Master is also not slow, swung the halberd with both hands, and fought with the golden light that came from one after another. Lin Chen's momentum was soaring, his pure power climbed all the way, and he started with the God of War spear. This time, he wants to kill his opponent as quickly as possible. When he swiftly swung the halberd, he took Lin Chen's divine power to sweep away the galaxy with a spear. Tianqian Island Lord's mouth was bleeding, and there was a sound of muscles tearing from his divine arm. What a heavy pure power, what kind of monster is this motherfucker? This is more than 350,000 barren power, chasing the power of the 6th level of perfection. Tianqian Island Master sucked in the cold air and was about to retreat, but Lin Chen was crushed in one step with pure strength, as if his body was ill. He was pressing step by step. Sigh. At this moment, a sword light slashed out the flying snow and flakes, the ice of the gods was frigid, and the cold air flew into the sky, hitting directly behind the Tianqian Island Master. The law of a storm of sound raged like a tornado, emerging out of thin air, surrounding Tianqian Island Master and Lin Chen. It was Su Mujio and Ensulong. Lin Chen was directly surrounded by the golden body of the God of War with the law of anti-sound. He would rather be in the encirclement, and the offensive never stopped. However, Tianqian Island Master can't bear it. Behind him, a mid-grade artifact, a dark soul-calling banner, danced wildly. And the shadows tried to block the attack of the two, but Su Mujio's sword light pierced part of the defense, and the sword chi surging in his arm was frozen. Partial power. The cooperation of the 3 seemed to have already been agreed, and they surrounded the Tianqian Island Master with a fierce attack. If it was Su Mujio and Ensulong, the Tianqian Island Master would not be afraid of their attacks at all, but with Lin Chen, a monster participating in the battle, the attack of the 2 would be enough to give him a fatal flaw. A bit of fear appeared in Tianqian Island Lord's heart. These young people, come for real. Today, they are here to kill him. If he can't get rid of Lin Chen in front of him, he will die today. While waving the halberd, Tianqian Island Lord roared angrily, "Your mother in-law Lin Chen, force me." A terrifying law brewing and fluctuating from his body, as if the desperate power of destroying the world was about to erupt. Su Mujio lost his voice, he wants to blow himself up. And Sulong suddenly said, "Senior sister, it doesn't seem right." Lin Chen's eyes were full of terrifying fighting intent, and he slammed his spear fiercely, not at all afraid. I saw that the law of darkness, that was surging in endless darkness, was poured into the dark halberd, and the master of Tianqian Island slammed into the god of War spear swung by Lin Chen head-on. Sigh. Boom. A terrifying law explosion swept across the world, the dark tide raged in the sky, and the halberd shattered. And Xulong, relying on the particularity of the law of sound, predicted Tianxian Island Lord's intentions in advance, and his figure retreated sharply. But Su Mujio just had a hint of hesitation, and was affected by the dark tide, giving Tianxian Island Master the only chance. Sigh. Boom. The law of wind ripped apart the void, and Tianxian Island Master clutched his broken right arm, stepped on the storm, and quickly retreated in the direction of Su Mujio. Want to go? A touch of golden light ripped through the dark tide. Lin Chen held the god of war spear in his hand, smashed the void, and quickly pursued. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, then see if you want my life or this divine jade. The Lord of Tianxian Island laughed horribly. His left arm was raised towards the sky, and the 5 chi transplantation capsules were divided into 5 divine rays of light, scattering and surging in different directions. Tianxian Island Master actually threw away all the chi transport capsules on his body. And Xulong was startled. Tianxian Island Master threw away all the chi transport capsules. Lin Chen's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he instantly grabbed the 2 highest grade, unparalleled air transport capsules. When Divine Soul Consciousness was released, it was filled with a dazzling array of middle-grade divine jade with extremely rich divine power. 28,000 middle-grade divine jades. It is equivalent to 280 million defective divine jade. The golden light disappeared, and Lin Chen lifted the God of War suit. When Lin Chen stepped into the air and levitated, his body was injured and his brows were furrowed. What an old fox. He first used the law to inject the divine weapon into self-destruction, and then threw his net worth out to escape. Tianxian Island Lord, really old fox. When he realized that he could not break through between the 3 of Lin Chen, he had insight into Lin Chen's goal, and immediately blew up a law and artifact. The dragon's shadow sword. Lin Chen released the divine dragon, and the vast dragon body swept across a touch of azure divine brilliance, and the cosmic flash like a forbidden space and time, swept to the direction of the other 3 scattered air transport capsules. The host activates the phantom rune, consumes 18,000 god-level rune energy, and recondenses the phantom clone. The host obtains 3,800 points of god-level dark energy, 4,000 points of god-level wind energy, 5.9 million points of god-level essence, 4,000 points of god-level martial arts spirit, 30 points of advanced suit essence, and 130 points of god-level heaven value. When releasing the phantom clone to collect the attribute light ball, Su Mujio floated over and said apologetically to Lin Chen, "Sorry, I was negligent." Lin Chen waved his hand and said, No one can predict what tricks these old foxes who have been in the realm for many years will do. Miss Mujio doesn't need to mind. In Lin Chen's record, he has not killed any of the 6th-level gods. This level of gods is a powerful existence in any place in the 5 continents of the gods. What's more, he is still a 1st-level island owner in the late 6th stage of the god realm. Under normal circumstances, it is almost extremely difficult to kill him, because his strong men are gathered. If Tianxian Island's combat power is gathered, even if there is a 7th god realm who wants to kill him, it will be very difficult. The spatial fog of the boundary sea can completely cover up the dimension of the space, so it is almost impossible for the God King to realize the space shuttle here. And Xulong smiled and comforted, yes, senior sister, in the late 6th stage of the God realm, it is almost the same as those old antiques in the Shenfeng Tower. We can force him to the point where he blew up a law and escaped. It can be Regarded as an extremely dazzling record in any faction in the 5 continents. After mastering the law of self-destruction of the true God, although it can be rebuilt according to the track, it also requires an extremely long accumulation of years and time. The most important thing is that the cultivation base will also decline, and it is almost the last resort except for the self-destruction of the gods. A sea of boundaries, 8,000 miles away from Jehu Island. The fog is heavy, it is dark, and the sky shrouded in black fog seems to be dark, and there is no sunlight all day long. A group of true gods appeared like ghosts, and the white-clothed man headed then looked into the distance. Behind him, the voices of discussion from several true gods came. I heard that the guy from Jiahai caught Lin Chen, but he still caught him alive. It's true or false? It's only been a few days since the Lord's bounty was issued, and they actually won it. It's a goddamn slap in the face. It is said that there is also a fluctuation of the Lord's soul on Jehu Island. Hey, who knows if it's true or not? We'll have to wait until Your Excellency Jiogui goes to Jehu Island to confirm it. When the man in white clasped his chest and stepped into the air, he fell into contemplation for the comments of his subordinates. Shing. 2 strands of sword light suddenly burst out in the eyes of the man in white, piercing the void. This breath is God of War? He smiled sternly. It's Lin Chen's guy. He really wasn't caught, ha 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 ha. It's my turn to take credit, everyone will follow. In the distant reef group. Suddenly, Lin Chen's face changed slightly. His eyes suddenly turned to the direction of his dragon, and the dragon turned into a stream of light and pulled back. Lin Chen drank coldly to the 2 of them. No, someone. The 2 were startled. Lin Chen said solemnly, we were discovered. And Xulong asked, people from Jiahai? With the characteristics of the Shenlong Taizhou ancient dragon, Lin Chen can faintly perceive the living beings in the 4-dimensional space-time flow. Before the direction of the Shenlong, he sensed a large number of true gods. Lin Chen's eyes were deep, the tougher guys, those true gods who were chasing me. It's the Golden God of War set. Lin Chen used the God of War gun, the movement was too loud. Moreover, the God of War power of the God of War set itself is completely different from the power of ordinary true gods, and it is too familiar to the powerhouses in the previous encirclement and suppression of the gods. In this battle, Lin Chen's whereabouts have been exposed. The 3 looked at each other. Lin Chen clasped his fists. Thank you 2 for your help. This time it's my own battle, so I can't drag the 2 of you into the water. And Xulong and Su Mujio handed over slightly. There will be a period in the future. And Xulong said seriously, Brother Lin Chen, you must survive. At that time, we will see you at the meeting. Su Mujio nodded. I'm also looking forward to our next meeting. The 2 left, while Lin Chen quickly stepped into the air and sprinted in the opposite direction. He took out the Jin Yutian Yuandan that An Xulong gave him, and swallowed it in one mouthful. Excited, Lin Chen was covered in golden light, and his soft and heavy energy made up for every injury. Then, Lin Chen took back the avatar, refining the divine pill with the avatar, and quickly recovered the injury from the previous battle with Tianqian Island. Master for the main body. Lin Chen thought to himself, even if the Lord of Tianqian Island is seriously injured, my God-level Heavenly Dao value is still less than 3,000. With less than 3,000 points of God-level Heavenly Dao value, this means that once Lin Chen is exhausted, all the godheads cannot be activated, and the most deadly one is that he cannot use the undead godhead. The host uses the ultimate function 4-piece set, the speed of all attributes is increased, 200 times, and the characteristic is obtained, the gift of the gods. Brush. The kamikaze roared, the wind god wings unfolded, Lin Chen wore the ultimate wind god suit, and the terrifying speed of the king of speed broke out again. Obtaining the fourth piece of function, Lin Chen's speed has been improved to a higher level. Boom. 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 A terrifying divine wind broke out from the Fengshenyi and swept through the void, and Lin Chen's whole body flowed through the sky like a stream. However, the breath behind him is getting closer and closer. Can't let go? Lin Chen's pupils shrank, with his current speed, the 7th level. Consummation of the divine realm that controls the speed-like laws may not be able to catch up with him. The answer is obvious. Among the powerhouses who came after him, there were people with cultivation levels above the 8th level of the divine realm. Zheng. The space roared, and suddenly, the law of the sword that pierced the heavens and the earth moved the universe, the light of the universe dimmed, and the space collapsed, as if everything was cut off by the endless storm of sword energy, and it was invincible. Lin Chen's heart trembled. Come on. The divine body is in harmony, the 8th level of the divine realm. In Lin Chen's eyes, there was an astonishing fighting intent. Orange level advanced talent, Godslayer, cooling time, 22 days. Orange rank top talent, Divine Rebellion, you can use it at any time. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Looks like I'm going to play big. I saw that a brilliant sword light shot from behind Lin Chen, as arrogant as the sun, burning the sky and slashing the ground, shooting straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's function wings changed and leaned forward slightly to the left. Boom. 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 Jianguang crushed the huge waves of 10,000 feet, and actually cut a gap of 10,000 feet from the sea of the sea. The space was disordered, and the fire was soaring into the sky. This scene is shocking. If he was hit by this sword, without the god of war's body protection, Lin Chen would have to cut it in half directly. In order to avoid this sword, Lin Chen slowed down a few beats. Ha 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 ha. Stepping through the iron shoes, there is nowhere to find it. It takes no effort to get it. Directly above Lin Chen's head, there was unbridled laughter. Feng Shenyi slapped abruptly. Lin Chen's body suddenly stopped, and an air wave hit the sea. The waves roared and the wind danced. When the two of them looked at each other, the person who stopped Lin Chen was a man in white, who was at the 8th level of the divine realm. Moreover, he is still a sword god. He stepped on the orange sword light like the scorching sun, with both hands. Behind him, the laws of life and death all over his body, he suppressed Lin Chen's general with absolute vigor, and looked down at him lightly. His first sentence surprised Lin Chen, and the sword god said sternly, aside from the position, this seat appreciates you very much. The sword god in white cut across Lin Chen's retreat, and the aura behind him increased. 1, 10, 100, more and more true gods attacked here. The sword god in white seemed to be deliberately delaying time and said slowly, if I guessed correctly, you are here to offer a reward. The news of catching you on Jihu Island is one of your tricks, although I don't know how you did it, but you were trying to earn the reward of the wanted order, right? Your presence here is the best proof. Madly urging the clone to refine the energy of the divine pill to heal the injury, Lin Chen asked back, what do you want to say? The sword god in white looked at Lin Chen and said with great interest, faced with a desperate situation, you can still face the danger without being chaotic. Instead of choosing to hide and escape, you choose to fight while growing. It really gives you the possibility of a comeback. He said lightly, it's a pity, you underestimate the means of my lord. If she wants you to die, you will never live. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, a person at the 8th level of the divine realm, do you still need to delay time when dealing with me, a holy king? The sword god in white said indifferently, in my eyes, you are more like a monster than a holy king. This is the end, no one will underestimate you, Lin Chen. Zheng. As soon as the words fell, the sword god drew his sword, the sword fell into the sky, and the afterglow shone. The terrifying sword light seemed to tear the world apart. Suddenly, there was only a horizontal line of aurora left in the world in Lin Chen's eyes, which was the sharpest sword tip of the sword god. Brush. Boom. 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 A sword smoothed out countless reefs, the waves splashed, and the kamikaze was cut off. Feng Shenyi flapped extremely fast, and Lin Chen avoided the sword dangerously. And dangerously. Once again rushing in the other direction, the holy energy was consumed frantically, almost at full speed at the current stage. The sword god in white sneered and said, what's the matter, this time I can only take care of escaping, where is your ultimate move? Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the sky, Shenxi traveled through the sky, and Lin Chen's way was blocked again. One after another divine light visions appeared, and they kept coming. Stepping on the divine light changes, thousands of feet away. From Lin Chen, a full 2,000 true gods, the gods gathered, descended to heaven and earth. In the 4th level of the divine realm, 120, and in the 4th level of consummation, 50. The 5th level of the gods, the 12. Divine realm, 6th layer, 4. God realm 7th layer, 2. There is also a sword god in the middle stage of the 8th level of the gods, which is stronger than the ghost avatar that Lin Chen fought against before. However, what is even more terrifying is that among all the true gods present now, except for the sword god in white, none of them have any plans to take action. They are waiting for more true gods to come. Having seen the stalwart of the golden god of war, no one will underestimate Lin Chen again. Even with such a terrifying lineup, I didn't plan to face Lin Chen head-on. They have to wait, at least until a strong one of the 9 great ghosts arrives, before they plan to take the initiative to fight. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, I'm really flattered to have you all take this seriously. Lin Chen's injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Lin Chen suddenly drank coldly. God rebels. The next moment, the red glow was tumbling, and a shrine of red in the orange blossomed above Lin Chen's head. Boom. A wave of fighting spirit that went up against the gods rushed into the sky. And the sea of reals shook, and the waves of rage rolled up. The sword god in white stepped back slightly, his eyes narrowed, as expected. This son still has the trump card, he is really a monster. The 2 old men in purple robes stood beside him and asked for instructions. Sir, the magic fog of the world is blocking the consciousness, our message cannot be passed on to the 9 heavenly ghosts, and we are currently being rushed to inform them, and it will take some time, do we? Sword god in white raised his hand, and his eyes showed terrifying confidence. It's okay, with our background, he has no possibility of breaking through. Lin Chen took a step, the sky was shaking, the holy power actually surpassed the previous state of using the God Killer talent. The host consumes 4,500 God-level talent points to activate the top level Orange level talent, God's Rebellion. The higher the divinity of the hostile target group, the stronger the talent effect. Hostile targets, 1,880 for the 3rd level of the true God, 70 for the 4th. Level of the gods, 50 for the 4th level of consummation. The 5th level of the gods, 12. God realm 6th layer, 4 pieces. 7th level of the divine realm, 2, 8th level of the divine realm, 1. Acquired comprehensive strength increase, 29,902 times, the host begins to enter a state of rebelliousness. The host breaks through all the attacks of the enemy's offensive, and will cause real damage to the enemy. The top-ranked gods of the orange rank, and the senior-ranked gods layers of the orange ranks, stand against each other. It's not over yet. A touch of golden light shone between the heavens and the earth, and the golden god of war bathed in the glorious divine light, holding the god of war spear, and was born. When the 2,000 true gods once again saw the golden god of war who looked at the heavens, although they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel a shock. Even if they have seen it before, they are still throbbing. The host uses the golden god of war set, charging, 8%. Extreme attack. Extreme strength, extreme destruction, get the suit feature, god of war golden body. Activate the attached armament, Ares gun. Lin Chen is holding the magic gun in his hand, his fighting spirit is soaring. And his pure power is unstoppable. Boom. The next moment, the void shattered, and the golden flash swept away in an instant. The sword god in white suddenly stabbed with his sword. Clang. Boom. The golden spear tip and sword tip collided from the void. Lin Chen confronts the sword god in white. The sword god in white laughed sternly, ha 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 ha. It's good to come, let this seek come to a meeting. How long can you last in such a state? God's rebellion, plus the golden god of war set. Lin Chen, it's a desperate moment. In the pitch-black void of the boundary sea, there is a faint boundary line lining the void. Crossing the boundary means entering the double boundary sea. And at the entrance of the second layer of the sea, a phantom of an old man in linen suddenly appeared, with a child's figure, floating in the air. The old man in linen stared into the distance, as if he had insight into the void, and fell straight into the Lin Chen battle circle that was surrounded by many. The old man muttered to himself. Zhongshan's wind and rain are turning yellow, and millions of true gods have crossed the divine continent. Tigers and dragons are better than the past, and the world is turned upside down and generous. Teacher, the light you lit has not gone out. On the border of the first layer of the boundary sea, the cliffs hanging high in the sky rushed up like the edge of a sword. There were many palace towers, but the flames were burning in the sky, burning everywhere, and the people who rushed out of the bondage cage knelt down and thanked them. Thank you, my benefactor. Girl's great kindness and virtue, my Sioux family will never forget it for 3 lifetimes. A beautiful shadow in a palace costume in the void fell to the ground, and when she looked at the crowd, a complex color appeared on the woman's snow. Scorpion. She said to everyone, when everyone leaves, remember to unite together. Otherwise it will be extremely difficult to survive in the world in your state. The woman in the palace dress is actually Zhao Anren, who entered the realm of the sea. Suddenly, Zhao Anren's pretty face changed slightly, and she looked back. That direction is the mark of my kingdom of God, it's Lin Chen. Boom. Zhao Anren stepped in the air and flashed, disappeared into the sky, and rushed to the other end at the fastest speed. Outside Tiger Island. The god stared at the unreasonable fighting in front of him. 1 white and 1 gold, 2 divine lights fight in the sky, from the sky to the sea, from the sea into the sea, and back to the sky, alternating back and forth, and the guns and swords intersect. Sigh. Boom. Lin Chen's god of war spear angrily smashed on the blade of the sword, but the body of the curved sword failed to force back the sword god in white. The sword god framed the sword and bounced, the divine power swept away, and the sword light swept away like a crescent moon. Lin Chen smashed the void, stepped back and turned quickly, turning into a golden flash to avoid. The law of the sword turns into a scorching sun that never falls, cutting off the sea. When Lin Chen avoided, he held the spear and took a step, turning the tip of the spear sideways to pick it up. Clang! Picking up the sword's edge, Lin Chen shoved the spear body in his palm, and the spear shot out like a dragon, stabbing at the chest of the sword god in white. The sword god was once again amazed at the speed of Lin Chen's explosion, and with one hand he grabbed the tip of Lin Chen's spear. Boom! The gust of wind behind the white-robed sword god suddenly blew up, and although the god of war spear stopped, the remaining force was still terrifying. When he captured Lin Chen's god of war spear, the white-robed sword god's body lit up and disappeared, his pupils shone with terrifying sword light, and the flying sword moved with his thoughts, changing into a white rainbow, and stabbing at Lin Chen. At the same time, the sword god in white slammed Lin Chen with a punch. The heart of his fist formed a vortex of sword energy that swallowed the sky and devoured the earth, brewing the endless blade of the law of the sword. And the rays of light gathered by the law of cutting. Lin Chen didn't give in. When he held the spear and broke free, the spear lifted up, and the tip of the spear turned into a divine sword pierced by Hong. At the same time, his god of war's right leg armor released a great amount of divine brilliance, the golden light sword, and when the pure power was hurricane, he slammed his knees into the sword god in white and smashed it with a punch. Sigh. Boom. The two sides fight against each other, the residual energy of pure power and the fragments of the law are scattered and spurted, turning into a terrifying energy storm between heaven and earth. In the 8th level of the divine realm, the divine body is in harmony with the Tao, and the divine soul is the law. Reaching this realm, the law has begun to be integrated into the body of God, and a punch and a kick can have the power of the law and the power to shatter the sky and shatter the earth. Reason. A golden ray shot out from the storm and crashed on the reef group, blasting the shattered reefs into the sky. This is the first time Lin Chen has been repelled after using the golden god of war suit. The 8th level of the divine realm is terrifyingly strong. The remaining charge of the golden god of war set, 4%. Consume 4,000 points of advanced suit essence and start to restore the charge. Host remaining, 5630. Points of advanced suit essence. Lin Chen got up, the golden light of the god of war trembled, even if he had the golden body of the god of war, he could not be immune to all damage. Lin Chen wiped the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, his vision was a little blurry, and his breath began to be unstable. The last time he used the God Killer talent to stack the dragon possessed, Lin Chen used the golden god of war suit and used the god of war gun, and he could only play against the late 7th stage of the god realm. Although after the encirclement and suppression of the gods, the power of the dragon has skyrocketed by a notch. In addition, the talent increase of God Rebellion this time is not inferior to the previous talent of God Slayer, which makes Lin Chen raise the upper limit of using the God of War set, but it can only be comparable to the initial stage of the 8th level of the gods at most. However, the opponent is the middle stage of the eightfold God realm. Every realm will highlight a terrifying gap in the future. It's really a monster. Pure strength can be compared to the early 8th level of the God realm. If you don't kill you today, won't you want every day? In the future? When the white-robed sword god levitated with his sword light on his feet and was about to pursue his victory. Click! The divine light burst, and the right arm of the sword god in white suddenly burst into flesh and blood, and the divine blood shot. The divine arm throbbed, and he looked at his right arm in disbelief. This seat is actually injured. He broke the law defense of this seat? But, when did it happen? I didn't even feel it at all. Holding the god of war spear, Lin Chen's eyes flickered fiercely, like a beast being driven to a dead end, and grinned, "Continue to come if you are not afraid of death." Divine rebellion's innate state, when the host breaks through all the attacks of the enemy, it will deal true damage to the enemy. This is Lin Chen's last chance to make a comeback. If he wants to break through the encirclement today, he can only break through the encirclement within the duration of the divine rebellious talent. However, this sword god in white is the biggest stumbling block. Boom! Suddenly, a ray of divine light traveled thousands of feet and blasted a hole from the divine power barrier of the gods. The gods were horrified, but someone dared to break into their battle circle? The sword god in white and Lin Chen suffocated slightly, and when they looked at them at the same time, they saw Zhao Anren in a snow-white house suit. "Woman? It's you?" When the two exclaimed, Zhao Anren, who was coming from the sky, looked around, and when he stared at the beam of golden light, there was a momentary trance. Is that Lin Chen? What a powerful sense of oppression. The gods wanted to stop her, but her movement was as fast as a star ball. Jumping. Every time she flickered, a blood lotus blossomed under her feet. After several turns, Zhao Anren quickly fell to Lin Chen's side. How is this possible? The two black-robed old men at the 7th level of the divine realm lost their voices in horror. How can this woman's cultivation be so enchanting? This kind of method is not much better than those geniuses who have achieved magical achievements. Why is there no such woman in their minds? The sword god in white frowned and said, "This girl is so young, she has the cultivation of the late 7th stage of the god realm?" No, the divine power is ancient and vicissitudes, the laws are strong and condensed, far beyond the ordinary 7th stage. It is not like she has cultivated it by herself. Yes. It's more like an inherited cultivation base. The sword god in white has insight into Zhao Anren, and this woman also has a powerful law force that she has not completely controlled. If she can completely control this power, I am afraid that the cultivation base is stronger than him. Zhao Anren approached Lin Chen, and when the two were back to back, Lin Chen couldn't care about reminiscing and talking, and said solemnly, "There are more people behind me who are chasing me. What are you doing?" But she said very tacitly, "If I help you hold him back, how long will it take you?" Lin Chen was startled, and said solemnly, "It's less than a quarter of an hour." The two had an unusual tacit understanding, and immediately switched positions. Lin Chen faced the 2,000 true gods, while Zhao Anren faced the sword god in white. "I'll hold him for you, and the rest is up to you." "No problem." Boom. The two acted, and the battle situation changed dramatically. Zhao Anren spread out his palm, the law of yin and yang was suspended like a pair of black and white balls. Zhao Anren was in charge of the two laws, and he stepped out of the movement and stopped in front of the sword god in white. Lin Chen smashed the void, turned into a golden flash and rushed towards the 2,000 true gods. Consumes 930 god-level Heavenly Dao points, and the host activates the immortal spirit. Lin Chen's injuries were more than half healed in an instant, and he swept into the encirclement of 2,000 true gods with shocking power. Zhao Anren faced the sword god in white, and Lin Chen faced 2,000 true gods. The arrival of Zhao Anren made a huge change in the battle situation, and the two sides exchanged opponents instantly. The decisive fighter has appeared. If Lin Chen and the sword god in white fight to the death, perhaps the final outcome will be both losers. But if the 2,000 true gods still have the power to spare, even if he uses the God Rebellion talent, he will not be able to rush out with the speed of the Fengshen suit. Moreover, Lin Chen will also face the danger of being chased by the 9 ghosts. At this stage, it is completely surviving. The sword god in white walked swiftly, and a long river of sword energy, like a jade dragon, formed under his feet, as if the sun was menstrual, and the stars moved. His brows were cold, and he said solemnly, "Little girl, don't kill yourself. If you step back now, this seat can still be regarded as not seen. My goal is only that kid, and it has nothing to do with you." Zhao Anren was silent, but took a slight step forward to show his attitude. "Very well, it seems that you are tired of living." The sword god in white slashed with his fingers, and the divine sword suspended above his head instantly burst into tens of thousands of sword shadows. The sword god in white is quick to fight and has no plans to underestimate the enemy at all. This sword move is ranked among the top swordsmanship of the orange rank, and there are 2 offensive laws that he is best at, so it must be treated with extreme caution at the same rank. Zhao Anren stepped into the air and suspended 2 yin and yang flowers bloomed beside her. She said slowly, "The 5 elements of yin and yang, the 9 laws of heaven and earth. When the sky shines on the world, yin and yang are eternal." Time and space rippled, and in an instant, Zhao Anren's body surged with divine power, and he pushed his palms horizontally. The face of the sword god in white changed slightly. 7 laws? Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 laws of the 5 elements are all integrated into the 5 divine weapons, with the law of yin and yang as a supplement, and the sword glow condensed by the cutting law and the kendo law of the sky. The bloodline hits a piece. Sigh. Boom. Boom. The aftermath of the terrifying collision set off infinite law and divine power, and Zhao Anren's eyes changed into 1 yin and 1 yang, which was extraordinary. The ancient and vast divine power surging in the body affects the law of the 5 elements. Zhao Anren's breath skyrocketed, far exceeding her original cultivation. Her pretty face was pale, her fingertips were connected to the void, her offensive continued unabated, and she said coldly, "Fire." In the great wheel of the 5 elements, the law of fire burst out into a bunch of fire dragons rushing into the sky. Ruihua burned, and slammed into the sword god in white. The sword god was knocked away by the aftermath, and when he was attacked by a fire dragon, he was forced to stand up with his sword, and with a sword in hand, he cut the dragon and cut off the fire. Zhao Anren put his hands together instantly. Yupa. The divine light, the law of earth in the 5 elements divine wheel, sword, and 1,000 zhang divine mountains suddenly appeared above the sword god's head and crashed down. Sword god put out the fire with one sword, his left hand was a claw, and he tore it to the sky. The blade-like cutting law scattered and smashed the mountain. The sword god in white smirked in anger. "I want to see how long this leap can last with the uninherited power in the body." Sword god slashed out with one sword, and the sword light penetrated 3,000 feet, pointing directly at the great wheel of the 5 elements. Zhao Anren's 10 fingers merged, yin-yang conversion. OM. In front of the great wheel of the 5 elements, a rapidly rotating yin-yang acupuncture point appeared, instantly swallowing the sword light that struck terror. Boom. The body of the white-robed sword god, Wang, finally used the third law. The speed was extremely fast, and it shuttled to the top of Zhao Anren's head. Zhao Anren pointed in the air, Chang'eng, broken. In the great formation of the 5 elements divine wheel, a beam of brilliant, inextinguishable golden light suddenly shot out, containing the supreme golden law, which was invincible, and smashed the sword light of the white-robed sword god with a bang. Zhao Anren fell into the great formation of the 5 elements divine wheel. Holding yin and yang in his hand, Xuetu stared coldly at the sword god in white, intercepted him alive, and did not let him cross the border. The sword god in white retreated a distance, his eyes were solemn, his face was ugly, and he said to himself, "Damn, are the recent young people so outrageous?" However, just hold on for a while, and the 9 heavenly ghost lords will naturally arrive. The fighting strength of that kid alone is not enough to break through the defense line of 2,000 true gods. Boom. An earth-shattering loud bang, raging waves. As the hurricane danced, a golden armored hand holding a magic spear almost smashed through the heavens and the earth. When he swung the battle spear, the divine brilliance flashed, and the 2,000 true gods were beaten into the sky. This scene completely stunned the sword god in white. How can that be? Of these 2,000 true gods, there are 50 true gods who control the law, 12 of the 5th level of the gods, 4 of the 6th level of the gods, and 2 gods of the 7th level. If such a lineup were to join forces, it would not be a matter of time and a half to break through even in the early 8th stage of the divine realm. The sword god in white can clearly see that all the true gods have been injured to varying degrees by coincidence. It's exactly the same situation as he just now. At the moment when one shot smashed the opponent's encirclement and broke up the opponent's lineup, the power of the golden god of war's increase reached the peak that Lin Chen could bear. Lin Chen held the gun like lightning, smashed the void with steps, turned into a golden flash, and smashed the gun in the air. The tip of the spear violently smashed directly above the middle stage of a true god 6th layer. Sigh. Boom. Lin Chen smashed the opponent's divine weapon with one shot, penetrated the divine power of the law. The tip of the spear pierced the shoulder of the 6th level god, and the blood of the gods was mad. Trigger the effect of God's rebellion talent, the host breaks through the enemy's attack, and the remaining attack power causes true damage to the enemy. Before he died, the eyes of that middle stage true god were full of disbelief. Even if his defense failed to completely block the opponent's attack, he wouldn't fall to his death at once. First kill at the 6th level of the god realm. These gods, who are strong in any place in the 5 continents of the god realm, were finally killed by Lin Chen. Lin Chen was unstoppable, hurricane all the way. He stepped on the divine light, and rushed into the group of gods like lightning again, disregarding the injury, wielding the god of war spear. The spear tip swept across the sky, running through the sky, and wherever it went, every shot would be accompanied by a large number of true gods falling. The 3rd level of true gods, the 4th level of true gods, the 4th level of consummation, and even the 5th level of true gods can't stop him at all. Even the 6th level of the divine realm couldn't get out of a few rounds in Lin Chen's hands. They didn't have time to regroup at all, and every time they merged into a lineup in an instant, they would be hit hard by Lin Chen. Originally, the joint defense was able to block his attack, and it was okay to be injured. But once their offensive and defense were defeated by Lin Chen, the injury he caused to everyone was almost a heavy blow. The golden light of the god of war set skyrocketed. Lin Chen clenched the god of war spear in both hands, and swept across the sky with a volley, and pure power erupted. To Lao Tzu, die. Boom. The golden light flashed, and the golden light of the god of war that dominated the sky turned into an aurora in the sky, and disappeared in an instant. The many true gods who were unable to break into the team were caught in time by this divine light wave, instantly crushed to powder. The moment the golden light disappeared, the true gods present were instantly reduced by half. The pupils of the remaining true gods shrank in fear, staring at the golden armor standing proudly with fear. One shot of the Holy King, destroying thousands of gods. Sweeping away thousands of gods with one shot, shocking the world. The gods were frightened by Lin Chen. For the first time, this sun's combat power is too enchanting, too strange. Oops, the encirclement has been blasted away. If the enchantment is blasted, it won't stop this kid. When the white-robed sword god showed a trace of panic for the first time, his body was about to move, and Zhao Enren once again urged the 5 elements divine will to stop him. Boom. The thunder and light surged. The laws of Kendo were like 10,000 swords hanging in the sky. The sword god in white used some trump cards, and the power of the laws skyrocketed. The prey that was finally obtained must not be let go like this. Seeing this scene, Zhao Enren gritted his teeth, and the 5 elements divine will collided head-on, still not giving in half a step. The host has obtained 2.92 million god-level essences, 2,181 god-level martial arts essences, 60 god-level Heavenly Dao points, 288 god-level talent points, and 2 million saint-level enhancement points. Get 2,992 points of god-level wind energy, 3,990 points of god-level thunder energy, 5,010 points of god-level light energy. The host uses the golden god of war set too much, and the meat shell is about to collapse. Consumes 3520 god-level Heavenly Dao points, activates the immortal spirit, and repairs the host's injury. With the shocking shot of the god of war earlier, Lin Chen's fleshy shell almost couldn't resist the power increase brought by the god of war suit. When the clone plundered the attribute light ball for Lin Chen acted again. Swapping opponents was the most correct decision Zhao Enren and Lin Chen made. Judging from the current combat power and means, Zhao Enren's temporary burst of power is slightly better than Lin Chen's, but Lin Chen has the talent effect of God's Rebellion. If you can break through the enemy's attack, it will cause true damage to the opponent. It's like Lin Chen broke through the encirclement of the gods with one shot. During the encirclement and suppression of the gods, if there was God rebellion at that time, the damage to the true gods would be enough to prevent them from fighting a second time. It is the same now. Sword God in white didn't expect Lin Chen's combat power this time. He had one more threatening attack method than the last, God Killer. It is equivalent to Zhao Enren, who can do better than Lin Chen against the Sword God in white. But in the face of 2,000 true gods, Lin Chen is even better. He can maximize his God's Rebellion talent. Don't panic. Set up a battle. Don't be intimidated by this kid. Whoever disobeys orders, die. The 2 gods at the 7th level of the gods clasped their wounds and shouted coldly, but Lin Chen didn't give them the chance to cheer up. At this moment, when the lineup dissipated and the fighting spirit collapsed, The combat power of the gods was far less powerful than at the beginning. The fluctuating fighting spirit caused their lineup to be scattered. Lin Chen, who smashed the void, took a long stride, and his spear was particularly sharp when he opened and closed. He resisted the attacks of many true gods and picked 4 heads of 4 true gods in a row. Lin Chen's spear suddenly turned, raised the god of war spear high, and suddenly swung towards a true god at the 6th level. The golden brilliance of the divine spear flickered like a crescent moon, and one shot tore apart the defense of a true god at the 6th stage. Pfft. The blood of the gods was maddening, and the remaining power when the pure power broke the defense, all penetrated into the body of the 6th level true god. His divine body, together with his divine soul, was completely shattered, and a beam of brilliant red light was dropped. The host opens the treasured chest of the gods of the practice method and obtains 1 red level practice fragment, 2/4. Lin Chen couldn't care less about what he had obtained. 2 divine lights came from the sky and appeared above Lin Chen's head. Those 2 gods at the 7th level. Previously, Lin Chen's violent offensive disrupted their lineup, and when they realized that the encirclement could no longer be unfolded, they resolutely chose to rush to the front. The 2 made a move each, and the lightning-fast lightning strike made Lin Chen unable to retreat, and was forced to resist the offensive of the 4 lows. Boom! The golden light of the god of war overflowed wildly. Lin Chen stepped back 10 steps in a row. The golden body of the god of war was pushed to the extreme, bloodshot in his eyes, barely resisting. Consume the remaining 3980 god-level Heavenly Dao points, activate the undead Godhead to restore the injury, and the host's remaining Heavenly Dao value. Attribute, 0 points. Once again overloaded with the golden god of war set, Lin Chen's god level Heavenly Dao value has reached the critical value. The Heavenly Dao value attribute cannot make ends meet. A trace of madness flashed across Lin Chen's warlike eyes, as if he had expected it. He suddenly burst out. Boom! 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 The armor of the god of war is brewing golden light. This time, the pure power exceeds 2 million barren power, and it is still brewing wildly and continues to soar. What? The 2 of them were startled and hurriedly unfolded the law bodyguard. With divine power brewing, Lin Chen threw the god of war spear into the sky. Boom! The god of war gun turned into a beam of divine brilliance that pierced through the sky and pierced the sky. Sigh. Tear. When the splendid golden light shone down, it penetrated the multiple law defenses of the 2, and instantly penetrated a divine body in the early stage of the 7th level of the god realm. When the god of war spear penetrated the black-shirted old man at the 7th level of the god realm, it also blasted through the divine power barrier previously created by 2000 true gods. The black-shirted old man in the early stage of the 7th level of the god realm stared at him, his eyes oozing blood, and shivered when he covered the wound in front of his chest. What the fuck? How could a gun be thrown? Boom! Lin Chen stepped into the void and jumped up. A whip leg suddenly swept away, and slammed another middle stage of the 7th level of the gods. The latter vomited blood and retreated, and the attribute light went straight out. And the first stage of the 7th level of the god realm penetrated by the god of war spear. The 7 orifices bleed. The wound on the chest was difficult to heal. The body of the god was shattered, and when he finally fell to his death, he dropped an attribute light ball that filled the sky. 7th level of the gods, perish. Lin Chen, the first time to kill a powerhouse at the 7th level of the divine realm. At the time of its demise, the location where the seventh layer of the gods died suddenly burst into an extremely bright orange light. When the orange attribute treasure chest was suspended, Lin Chen grabbed it out of thin air. Talent treasure chest. After opening it, you will get permanent talent. Fragment, ultimate deviator, 6/6. The 6 talent fragments are automatically fused. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest orange rank top talent, the ultimate rebel. Ultimate heavenly rebel talent, extreme attack, extreme instant kill talent. Using the host's cultivation as the realm, consumes different amounts of talent points to open, and enters the state of the ultimate heavenly rebel, if the host's killing attack causes any damage to the enemy, breaking the defense, will kill instantly. Note, for the strong outside the law, and some special law holders, the instant kill effect cannot be caused. The permanent talent of the ultimate deviator has finally been completed. However, there was no joy in Lin Chen's eyes. He bit his lip and endured the wound, suddenly collapsed, vomiting blood, and his face was particularly pale when he dyed the armor of the god of war red. To the limit. Brush. When the golden brilliance disappeared, the divine wind rolled up, and Lin Chen's extreme wind god suit was attached to him. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth bleed, and he said coldly, "Run away." The Fengshen wing spread its wings and flew furiously. The divine wind swirled, and the sky was mighty. Lin Chen turned into a stream of light, entwined by the divine wind. When passing through the void, he rushed into the 5 elements divine wheel. Zhao Amran understood and immediately left the battle circle, and Lin Chen pulled Zhao Amran away. Man. When Lin Chen pulled Zhao Amran away, her breath was weak and her pretty face was pale. However, her original 7th level cultivation base of the god realm in the later stage was temporarily reduced by 40%, and the temporary use of the 5 elements divine will great formation disappeared in an instant. The 5 artifacts and 5 laws suspended in the void were immediately returned to her body. Lin Chen hurried at full speed, breaking through the giant waves. Want to go? When the sword god in white glared angrily, and when the dozens of true gods who were still able to fight wanted to pursue him. Suddenly, 6 phantom clones came. When the phantom clone had just taken away the attribute light ball and stopped in front of the white-robed sword god, the light of the holy acupoints bloomed all over. Annihilation, starburst. The annihilation, starburst of the instant light and shadow, bursting out. The terrifying holy power swept the sky, although it failed to cause substantial damage to the white-robed sword god and others. It cut off their perception for a short time. This momentary cut-off of perception played a decisive role. Lin Chen hurried at full speed with the King of Speed suit, riding the wind and waves. Before using the God's Rebellion talent, Lin Chen had the speed of the 7th level consummation of the God realm with the Fengshen 4-piece set. Now, with the temporary increase of God's adversity, Lin Chen's explosion speed is even in the late 8th level or even 8th level consummation. May not be able to catch up. At this moment, the perception was cut off, making it impossible for Sword God in white and others to lock in, and it was no longer difficult to perceive Lin Chen's position. Unless the 9 ghosts come, they can't catch up with Lin Chen at all. Lin Chen. Damn it, I don't believe I can't kill you. The sword god in white was mad. He chose a direction based on his experience. And after leaving a mark on the spot, he killed the remaining true gods with him. A quarter of an hour later, a group of figures appeared in the air, with a strong breath, far exceeding the previous white-robed sword god. leading the 9 great heavenly ghosts of all gods. The black-shirted old man at the head frowned and said, "A step too late, this guy escaped again. Beyond the perceived distance, we will catch up first. You will follow later." The 9 ghosts disappeared first, and the figures moved, followed by the gods. The other side. Boom. 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 The sonic boom rolled, and when the kamikaze was raging, it broke the sky and broke the waves, and the kamikaze of azure light swept away like a void. Lin Chen flapped the Fengshen wing extremely quickly, flashing back and forth vertically at multiple angles, instead of escaping straight. This was one of the experiences Shang Guanyun had taught him. If Jia Hai was chased, the escape route had to be twisted in multiple stages. Otherwise, it would be very easy to leave traces and breath and be caught up by others if he escaped in a straight line. Pfft. Suddenly, Lin Chen vomited blood and pulled Zhao Anren's hand away. The jade hand clenched hurriedly, and Zhao Anren worriedly said, "Are you all right? Brush." Before the words were finished, Lin Chen's 4-piece limit Fengshen suit was lifted, and he fell down. Zhao Anren's eyes and hands were quick, he swept away in the air, and hugged Lin Chen. Eyes flickering, Zhao Anren quickly continued to escape with Lin Chen, and when he looked at Lin Chen, his pretty face changed slightly. At this time, Lin Chen was covered in injuries, and his expression was particularly painful. What a serious injury! If he doesn't treat and remove these law characteristics, his life will be in great danger. Zhao Anren was so anxious, but she herself was at the end of the battle. The most important thing was that she couldn't stop right now. Once stopped, who knows when the pursuers behind him will come. Even though Lin Chen's avatar has been frantically refining the remaining medicinal properties of the Jinyu Tianyuandan in the air transport capsule, it still seems to be a drop in the bucket. Although Lin Chen used the Golden God of War suit to maintain the suit characteristics of God of War golden body, and the healing effect of the immortality, he couldn't ignore all the damage. On the contrary, quite the opposite. When the immortal spirit can still be activated, although he immediately healed the injury, it did not eliminate the law characteristics in the attack. Why is it said that 10,000 desolation force can only approach the law infinitely, but cannot be equal to the power of the law? The reason is very simple. There are 3,000 avenues. The law is the existence above all the energies of heaven and earth. 3,000 laws, each with unique law characteristics, such as the paralysis when attacked by the law of thunder, the corrosion when attacked by the law of darkness, the burning when attacked by the law of fire, the stress when attacked by the law of earth, and so on. Even if a powerful true God resists the opponent's law attack, the characteristic of the law itself may not be completely eliminated, and it may survive after the battle. Lin Chen is like this at the moment. Golden body of the God of War, for him to resist most of the attacks, the immortal Godhead healed the injuries caused by the attacks that were not resisted and the load of excessive use of the God of War suit. But there are still some remaining features of the law. In Lin Chen's body, at this moment, there are law characteristics such as the burning of the law of fire, the corrosion of the law of darkness, the tear of the law of wind, etc., which are crazily eroding his whole body. Because Lin Chen fought against many true gods who had mastered the laws of the 5th, 6th, 7th, and even the 8th level of the God realm. This is also what the Holy Emperor Zhao Jiuxiao of Tianyi Divine Kingdom said. Even a God Emperor cannot ignore the number of true gods. In particular, the true God who controls the law has a position of being light-hearted. In the past, he could also use the healing effect of undead spirit to resist the law characteristics. But now the god-level Heavenly Dao value has been exhausted, and Lin Chen can't use the power of any godhead. If he can't resist this time, Lin Chen will die here. A powerful soul erupted between the eyebrows, suppressing the severe pain in the body. Zhao Enren gritted her silver teeth. I will never let you die in such a place. Boom. The purple divine light turned into a startling rainbow, and 2 divine ring-like space artifacts flowed under his feet. Zhao Enren's speed suddenly became a little faster. Lin Chen might have the answer she was looking forward to. The seed that the legend once planted in Tianyi Divine Kingdom, whether Lin Chen can make it bloom a little candle, Zhao Enren will bet her life to see this possibility. Boom. 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 All of a sudden, the wind was blowing, and the gloomy wind was blowing. Zhao Enren suddenly felt a chill. This feeling, some aura behind Yuan Qi locked Lin Chen. It is one of the 9 ghosts who cast a curse on Lin Chen. Come yet. Zhao Enren, who was carrying Lin Chen on his back, had a rock-solid determination in his eyes. Tight heartstrings, when I was about to think of death, when I made a desperate fight. Right in front of Zhao Enren, a small island suddenly appeared. On the top of the mountain on the island, there is an old man standing. Faintly. The figure of the old man on the top of the island's mountain, the space around him is violently distorted and changed, completely unable to understand his body and breath. Zhao Enren's pupils shrank slightly and her heart trembled. To be able to distort the dimension in the space of the sea, even the 9th level of the gods can't do it. This old man is definitely a super strong. I saw that the old man's figure stretched out his hand and pointed in one direction. Over there is a secret entrance to the 2nd layer sea. After speaking, the old man disappeared slowly, and even the entire island disappeared. Zhao Enren paused slightly, his eyes quickly changing. In Jiahai, rashly trusting others is a taboo. But the old man just now was far ahead of the enemy who was chasing after Lin Chen. If he made a move, even if it was just a thought, he could instantly kill her and Lin Chen in minutes. With such a strong person, there is no need to harm us. Take a gamble. Zhao Enren bit her red lips and flashed in the direction the old man pointed. After a dozen breaths, when the figure of the 9 ghosts appeared, they stagnated in place. Why is this? This little devil's breath has disappeared. 9 ghosts moved. The double boundary sea, the blood waves are terrifying. On a certain silver island, there are 2 figures standing on the top of the mountain. The child asked curiously, Lord, didn't you say that man is a rare fire? Why didn't you save him? The old man in linen stroked his beard and smiled, because he is such a spark, we have to see how far he can burn. The old man's eyes looked into the distance, full of sighs. Only when you fall into the abyss can you see the true face of a man. In the double world sea, the fog in the curved space and time is more powerful, causing the space to be more chaotic. Starting from the 2nd boundary sea, the sea area will be even wider, and very few people can explore the whole picture. And in addition to the human race occupying the territory, there are other powerful races occupying part of the territory. Such as orcs, Zerg, there are powerful clans clustered in the double realm. See. Some insect gods can even call millions of insect races with one summon. Sweeping the world, very terrifying. And the orcs are even more diverse, and all kinds of ancient mythical beasts emerge in an endless stream. In addition to the first 2 clans and the human clan, there were also the demon clan, the dragon clan, and the phoenix clan. The 4-layer sea, the Azura tribe began to appear. The probability and frequency of the 4th-layer sea triggering battles, as well as the ferocity of the battles, were unimaginable levels for the outside world. The 5-layered sea, the Azura kings gather, the demon kings gather, the real dragons gather, the gods and phoenixes gather in groups, and the gods of the human race stand. As for the 6-layer realm sea, the entry point is rarely known, and it is suspected to be connected to the gods and desolate galaxies, and even the relics of the ancient beasts, which are particularly powerful, and a single beast can block the gods. The 6th layer of the sea goes up, there is very little information, few people can arrive, and the information brought back by those who arrive has never been revealed to the outside world. 2-realm sea, in a desolate island, when the beasts on the island were expelled, 2 figures fell into the island. Regardless of the injury, Zhao Anren helped Lin Chen into the gorge and lay down on a cliff. Brush. The crimson light on Lin Chen's waist flashed, and fairy crimson left the air transport capsule and took the initiative to show up. Not wanting to talk to Zhao Anren, fairy crimson was so anxious, she grabbed Lin Chen's wrist with her jade hand and released a ray of breath to investigate the situation in her body. After a while, fairy crimson heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately." Although the lifeline was injured, 2 new energies merged together to protect his lifeline. Fairy Crimson woke up like a dream and exclaimed, "Yes. Yiyu Qingxuang pill." Lin Chen selected the Yiyu Qingxuang pill to be refined from the medicine refining association, and gave himself the last insurance, saving his life at this moment. Zhao Anren clutched the bloodstains on Lu Yao's waist, frowning and enduring the pain, refining the divine jade to heal the pain. Then, she said solemnly, "How long will it take to recover? We can't stay here for too long. Don't talk for now, and your injury can't be taken lightly." Fairy Crimson cut through her palm with her fingertips, and a faint pink jade dew leaked out, which was dripped to Zhao Anren. "Take it." It turned out to be. Zhao Anren was extremely surprised, she didn't expect that there was such a presence beside Lin Chen. She is very close to the legendary Qi Luck spirit plant. After taking the pink jade dew, Zhao Anren's weak body was stabilized. Fairy Crimson said, "You will pay the price for overusing the laws that your body does not control." Zhao Anren nodded, "I know what's going on with him." Fairy Crimson pondered for a moment, "If you look at the energy of the divine pill, plus the refining speed of the 6 clones, it will take about 3 days. Boom. Before Fairy Crimson finished speaking, the earth shook, and a holy force rushed straight into the sky, condensing and not dispersing. The wind roared, and the entire island began to shake violently. Lin Chen's body floated up, and the 200 holy acupoints flickered and bloomed at the same time, and the holy power reincarnated from the 200 holy acupoints. Suddenly, a beam of 9 color beams of light was released with Lin Chen as the center. The beam of light surged out again and again like a divine ring, and the brewing holy power gradually transformed, like a newborn out of a shell, and began to wash over Lin Chen's body again and again. This? Zhao Anren and Fairy Crimson's pretty faces were full of shock. Advanced vision. No, to be precise, it should be a vision of becoming a god. Fairy Crimson's glamorous Shui too was completely shocked by being subverted. He didn't even break through the holy realm of reincarnation. Why did he even cross the holy realm of reincarnation, quasi-god, 2 realms, and rushed directly to the step of becoming a god? Become a god. Since Lin Chen broke through the Holy King, he has killed thousands of true gods and powerful enemies. He also successively absorbed some of the cultivation-based attribute light balls that the Prime Minister of Tianyi Divine Kingdom had left in the ambergris blood poison. The Battle of the Divine Kingdom in the very beginning, the Battle of King Azura, the encirclement and suppression of the gods, the Battle of Haiwei Island, plus the nearly 2,000 true gods that had been destroyed earlier. All the accumulation, all accumulated to this moment of explosion. I see. Lin Chen's consciousness woke up from the coma, feeling the change in the holy power in his body, and suddenly realized. My serious injury inspired the effect of Yu Qingxuan pill, and the avatar also absorbed all the attribute light balls dropped by the dead true god for me while refining the medicinal power. The attributes of the god level essence have reached the peak of accumulation. Lin Chen ran his mind and concentrated on entering a state of deep cultivation. As long as Lin Chen can step into the realm of the gods, there is still a slight possibility of the current desperate situation. Hot tears fell on his cheeks. Zhao Enren lightly covered his lips, and stared at Lin Chen in the void like a dream. Cross the holy realm of reincarnation, quasi-god, and become a god directly. According to the only historical records of Tianyi Divine Kingdom, there is only one kind of function in history that can do it. Emperor Futian, Tai Futian art. Wiping away her tears, Zhao Enren murmured, "So, you are them." Brush. The sound of breaking wind sounded. Zhao Enren rose to the sky, pushed the space with his delicate hands, and the divine power of the law of yin and yang enveloped the entire island. Next, in the process of Lin Chen becoming a god, the movement will inevitably be a cloud in the 10 directions, attracting the strong from all sides. The second layer of the sea is more, stronger, and more dangerous than the powerhouse of the first layer of the sea. Zhao Enren walked in the air, with a determined and stern demeanor. Betting on the divine name of Tianyi Divine Kingdom, I, Zhao Enren, will definitely defend his will and Lin Chen's life. The territory outside the Star Continent, between the two world mountains. The surrounding enchantment is open to the mystery, covering up all the qi. And it penetrates the sky and the ground, and it is superb. There is no possibility that the outside world wants to deduce the position of this place. Suddenly, Liangjia Mountain began to vibrate violently. In a wooden house, the woman in the silver skirt, who was in retreat, suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes flashing with brilliance. This movement, could it be? The woman in the silver skirt flew out of the sky, stepping on the moonlight. Like a bright moon hanging high, overlooking the heaven and earth under her feet. Zheng. A sword chant shook the sky, and the situation changed when the dragon descended into the world. Between the heaven and the earth, heavy clouds of 5 colors slowly lifted into the sky, beautiful and dazzling. Between the misty clouds, the 5-color divine light shines like aurora, grows wildly, and spreads all over the sky. 5 completely different auras of the great emperor spilled out from the 5-colored clouds, trying to crush the sky. In the 5-color cloud, a looming figure sat cross-legged in the void, with long hair flying, and the breath rising steadily, as if unstoppable, breaking through all the momentum and breaking into a new realm. A 5-colored divine sword floated in the air beside him, spinning extremely fast, as if welcoming the coming of its lord. Staring at the stunning scene, a faint blush appeared on the woman in silver. Skirts glamorous and beautiful snow, she bit her teeth lightly, her eyes were blurred, her jade legs were tight, and she said obsessively, "Xingchen, finally become a god. After accumulating such a long period of perfect promotion, you will Definitely return, the first name in the God realm. Lin Chen, begin to step into the realm of gods. In the second realm C, a riot broke out between the various forces. Reward order? Hey! The $1 million middle grade divine jade is such a big hand. Ha 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 ha. It is said that the kid has done a great job in the sea of the first realm, and even the 8th level of the gods won him. What about the 8th level of the divine realm, the means of not keeping people as stinky fish and rotten shrimp? I'll wait for it to be dispatched. And I will catch it. In the second layer of the sea, the wind was surging, and Zhao Jihu and others from the first layer of the sea also began to personally seek or want Lin Chen. This time, the number of true gods is more than 1,000, it is literally tens of thousands, and a large number of true gods in the world are boiling over, and the information about Lin Chen has been meticulously sorted out and published. The time of the riots in the world, at the same time, within the continent. The ethereal fantasy formation hangs like a round of galaxies, shining with light, but covering up the buildings in the mountains. There are many attics, and the occasional breath of the void is far beyond the cognition of ordinary people. Here, the strong are like clouds. At the first gate of the mountain range, there are 2 majestic ancient urns. The Lin family. A ray of starlight suddenly shone in from the southwest, like a radiant glow, descending on the most remote mountain gorge in the Lin family. In the lobby, the starlight flickered, the star skirt swayed, and the star pupil girl with beautiful eyes like the stars came, and found the beautiful woman in blue. When the 2 women met, the star pupil woman said in a deep voice, Xingchen has come to the realm of the gods. The beautiful woman in Xing looked surprised and happy, and when she was about to speak, the woman with star pupil stopped her. The starlight eyes stared at the endless void, flickering a few times, and the star pupil woman then said, let's talk in another place, this is not the place to talk. These 2 women are the 2 who came to the holy realm to look for Lin Xingchen in the first place. Lin Wanqian of the Lin family, Yi Qianqi of the Yi family. The 2 left the plain opened by the Lin family and left the great formation. When she came to the outside world, Yi Qianqi said solemnly, the stars have been in the god realm for several months, on the other side of Xingzhou, in the group of gods, near Qitian continent. Lin Wanqian said anxiously, then why did you find him now? Yi Qianqi shook her head and said, I can't calculate his fate. Since the Xingzhou is so vast, I naturally have no way of knowing his location. Lin Wanquan's expression changed slightly. If this is the case, Yi Qianqi can't deduce his fate, and can know his news so quickly. The only possibility is, the stars must be something big. Yi Qianqi said solemnly, I don't have time to explain, let's go to Jiahai, and talk while walking. Desolate Star Region, Human Race Territory, Yunfu Continent. This place is one of the territories and strongholds opened up by the human race in the Desolate Star Territory. Yi Qinggu, who had just gained something from the miracle, returned to the Yunfu Continent, came to the main hall, and converted the resources he had obtained into what he needed. In the Yunfu Hall, Yi Qinggu stared at the light screen, and sold a piece of rapid information. The price was as high as nearly 1,000 gods. The latest information and details from Sin Chu, collected by the Heavenly Monkey God? Exclusive revelations? Yi Qinggu raised her eyebrows. What kind of inferior divine jade is worth more than 900 pieces of information? Out of curiosity, Yi Qinggu took a volume of information on the counter and read it carefully. When she saw the information in Xingzhou, Yi Qinggu's charming face suddenly changed. The Alchemist Guild's branch is fighting? The gods are encircling and suppressing them, and the goal is the holy King Lin Chen? 9 human races with azure bloodline were dispatched, 9 gods and 9 levels? Sage King Lin Chen broke out of the encirclement and suppression battle of the gods and entered the Sea of Jiahai, and the sea has bizarrely issued a reward order for millions of middle-grade divine jade? When closing the jade slip, Yi Qinggu couldn't help rolling her eyes. I really want to pierce the sky. How long have I been in the star territory? You have caused trouble to such an extent. Brush. Inside the temple, a beam of glazed divine light flashed, and Yi Qinggu disappeared. The old man in the temple chased out and shouted, "Hey, girl, you haven't given the money yet." A gnaw rang through her back. The old man shook his head and said, "Young people today, what are you doing in such a hurry?" The two-layer sea, a remote island shrouded by the law of yin and yang, is full of strong fluctuations of divine power. Boom. 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 Lin Chen, who was in the 9-color beam of light, suddenly burst into a roar. And the Vulcan god suddenly surged, and the sky was burning with a monstrous scarlet god yen. Lin Chen's pure power climbed rapidly in the burning red divine flame. Fairy Crimson raised her eyebrows, and Shuayu was puzzled and pleasantly surprised. Could it be that it's the cultivation of a divine body? God body. Previously, Lin Chen's body refining power had never exceeded the real power of 100 million, and it was purely pure power supported by the 600% increase of the awakening function. But now, he has truly cultivated the divine body, and when he breaks through the boundaries, the accumulation that has been honed before will erupt. 20 barren power, 50 barren power, 100 barren power. Lin Chen's divine body is hitting a whole new realm irresistibly. However, the mutation still did not stop. The terrifying Yuanshan fluctuated like ripples, and an aurora of divine soul emerged from the dim sky, blooming from Lin Chen's eyebrows. Fairy Crimson exclaimed in surprise, "Yuanshan transforms into a soul?" Lin Chen, at this juncture, he wants to work hard, refine his divine body, condense his divine power, and give birth to his divine soul. The Trinity, the whole realm, becomes a god. Star Continent. In the dimly lit hall, the pavilion master of Tiansha Pavilion was summoned. Again. This is your reward. The shadow of nothingness threw out an aquamarine bracer, which turned out to be a space artifact. The master of the Tiansha Pavilion knelt down and thanked him, saying, "Gratefully, thank you, sir, for your appreciation." The figures in the dim hall gradually emerged from the darkness, and a young man with white hair and red eyes appeared in front of the Tiansha Pavilion. "Master," the white-haired boy said coldly, "before the official action, you still need to complete one thing for us, find out Lin Chen's position, and work on it." Pavilion Master Tianjia trembled, and clasped his fists respectfully. "I will do whatever you want. If you dare to ask the adults, the decision above is." The white-haired boy glanced at him and said coldly, "The big figures at the higher level are still in retreat. The ones who can be mobilized this time are 9 god kings, plus the seat, 10. The top has decided to completely cut off any possibility. 10. The corner of the Tiansha Pavilion's mouth trembled, and he was so stunned that he froze in place. The God King, representing the top of the gods, any God King is the supreme existence of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A God King, in terms of cultivation realm, is stronger than the gods and 9 ghosts who encircled and suppressed Lin Chen. But this time, there are 10. For a Lin Chen, do you actually want to do this? How terrifying is his threat? As if seeing through the mind of Pavilion Master, Tianjia, the white-haired boy said sternly, the top does not attach importance to this Lin Chen, but attaches importance to Emperor Futian, how Futian's will. The bewitching red pupils stared into the distance, the eyes of the white-haired boy reflected the vicissitudes of life that were incompatible with his appearance, as if looking through the void, reminiscing about the past. He, and those who followed him, swept across the four-dimensional universe. Those who are kneeling on the ground will never be allowed to stand up again. A little spark must be completely extinguished. On the other side, Shenzhou. Qiankuan Lang Lang, songs are floating for thousands of miles, on the mountain. Today there are dragons flying, phoenixes are coming, and visions are coming out. Countless sincere and supreme true gods come to worship here today. This place is the address of the legendary Wushan king. The king of martial god, after losing his granddaughter since childhood, after all his thoughts were disillusioned, he stood up after being broken. His cultivation level was further improved, and his mood changed a lot. The martial god temple under his door has widely taught many sincere people in the world to practice many exercises. He once recruited countless amazing and talented disciples, and his arrogance and righteousness attracted countless applause from Shenzhou. Today is the coming-of-age ceremony of the granddaughter of the king of Wushan. It is said that Wu Changtian, the son of the Wushan king, will go out in person to celebrate the coming-of-age ceremony for his daughter. The young talents present held their breath. The people who came today are all powerful people with great backgrounds. The owner of Tianzhou Divine Wind Tower, the temple owner of Jiujiwe Temple. The three great families of Shenzhou, the master of the divine kingdom of all directions, the suzerain of the Vientiane Songlong sect, the master of the divine sword gate, etc. At this time, above the hall, a tall and upright figure walked slowly. Wu Changtian was dressed in a blue and white robe, a unicorn crown on his head, a white jade belt around his waist, and his sleeves rolled up. He was a handsome 30-year-old man. Signs. When the powerhouses present saw Wu Changtian's posture, they couldn't help but be amazed. The future successor of the Shenzhou martial god family is actually such a humble and low-key man. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd be hard-pressed to imagine that this is the next generation of martial god king. Wu Changtian got up, and the noisy venue was quiet for a while. He slightly cupped his hands and smiled and said, "Thank you for coming from thousands of miles away to participate in the little girl's coming-of-age ceremony. Later, my martial god temple will give you a special gift in return. I hope everyone will take care of the little girl in the future." Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Wu Changtian is polite. The first generation of martial god, your successor, I will naturally value it. Shen Fenglu, always welcome everyone from the martial god family. The powerhouses present were particularly enthusiastic, as evidenced by the prestige accumulated by the Wushan family over the years. However, when everyone looked at each other, there was an intriguing smell of gunpowder. The coming-of-age ceremony of the granddaughter of the king of Wushan means that the daughter has reached the age to talk about marriage. In addition, the king of martial god has lost and regained his granddaughter. And he is very fond of him. Whoever can pick off this golden branch and jade leaves is the ancient family who has truly climbed up to the hidden giants. Like the martial god family. As if they were in a good mood, the representatives of each family took a look at the younger generation they followed today. It seems to be saying, I must win the heart of the granddaughter of the king of Wushan. And the young talents who followed you to the powerhouse showed confident but not conceited smiles. All of them are dragons and phoenixes, full of self-confidence. Their deeds alone can stand up to the level of the scene. After Wu Changtian was humble and courteous after drinking the ceremony wine. With the powerful people from all sides, he saw that the time was coming, and his daughter had not yet appeared? Wu Changtian said helplessly, "Everyone, please wait a moment, this girl is always playful, spoiled, and has no sense of time. I have to let her learn time management when I have time." Everyone jokingly said, "Ha ha ha, don't be in a hurry." Boom. Suddenly, the entire hall shook. A tall figure descended from the sky, with long pink hair reaching her waist. And wearing a strong black outfit that was close to the body, she outlined a perfect slender figure. Countless young talents are moving. Temperament, figure, appearance, strength, all are unparalleled. This is the granddaughter of King Wushan. But at this time, under the dark eyebrows that looked like flying snow and distant mountains, Ying's eyes were full of tears, and the woman grabbed Wu Changtian's arm and said anxiously, "Daddy, it's not good. My master has something serious." Everyone was stunned. Master? The corners of the young talents present twitched slightly. Born in a family of martial gods, the elders in the family are all fierce men. Land martial gods, and there are countless high-level exercises. Do you still need a master to teach them? Who is the person who dares to be the master of this daughter? Master? Wu Changtian pulled out a vague name from his memory. Is it the three-dimensional human race that took you in the lower realm? 3D human race? Countless geniuses were dumbfounded. The master of the granddaughter of the martial god king is a three-dimensional human race? Shen Lingshuang said anxiously, "Yes. Master Lin Chen is in danger. Daddy, you have to help me save the master." The owner of Kamikaze said in surprise, "Lin Chen? Could it be that Lin Chen? The Saint King of Xingzhou? All the arrogance? Holy king? Man, this is a huge bargain. The holy king dares to be a master." Wu Changtian was curious, "Lord Qi knows him?" The owner of Kamikaze nodded, "I only heard about it yesterday. It is said that this son is one of the youngest elders of the Alchemist Guild of Xingzhou. One day, he made a world-shattering act of refining divine pills. I don't know what big people were offended. There are 9 rare ones. The Heavenly Ghost declared war on the guild, and encountered the encirclement and suppression of all gods, breaking through the encirclement with the Holy King Shouwei, and broke into the Sea of Boundary. All the arrogance? The gods are besieging a holy king? Even Wu Changtian couldn't help but be a little surprised. A holy king was surrounded and suppressed by all gods, and he broke through? This master Lingshuang is a bit fierce. Shen Lingshuang's face flushed with anxiety. "Daddy, now is not the time to sigh." Wu Changtian said helplessly, "Lingshuang, let's be reasonable, don't fight and kill. If the master dies, I won't live either. Everyone has it, go to the world to fight. Whoever dares to touch my family of martial gods, beat his son of a bitch. Daddy is the best. All the arrogance?" The double boundary sea, the raging waves rolled over. Huh? There is a divine light transforming into a divine vision? Good guy, who would dare to enter the world without becoming a god? Is there any guy who dares to break through from the sea to become a god? The way is so wild. No. Maybe it's that big fish named Lin Chen, go and see. Boom. The law of yin and yang of black and white twins is like a beam of divine light, instantly knocking down many true gods. Another 4 gods were repelled at the 5th level, and the woman's cold scolding spread all around. Whoever approaches without authorization, die. Release the divine explorer, die. Lost by, die. The terrifying killing intent rushes into the sky, and on the small island. Shrouded by the law of yin and yang, a tyrannical aura like a mountain and sea. Prison reigns over the 4 seas. What a cruel bitch. Look, isn't the guy on the island's divine light transformation the Lin Chen? On the wanted list. Ha 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 ha. I caught a big fish, go back and notify the boss. Some true gods who arrived in batches approached first, and then when they were repelled, they recognized the situation on the island, quickly wrote down their positions, and left marks along the way to retreat. In the enchantment of the law of yin and yang, Zhao Enren's pretty face is full of solemnity. There are too many people, and we can't kill these guys in one move, and there will be more powerhouses pouring in. She looked down at Lin Chen. At this time Lin Chen was still in a state of breaking through. Sanctifying God is by no means an easy process. It would be better to say that Lin Chen's seemingly slow progress is actually magical speed. Zhao Enren took a deep breath, and when he stared into the distance, a strong aura was faintly approaching. The ancestors of Tani Divine Kingdom, may you bless the last candle in this world. In the first realm of the sea, Jihu Island, when the strong people received the information, they were horrified again and again. Lin Chen, this kid showed up? The sea of the second realm becomes a god? The Holy King has become a god. By leaps and bounds? This guy ran to the second realm sea? As expected of the Speed King of the Alchemist Guild, he runs really fast. Let's go to the second world sea. Let's go too. The 9 heavenly ghosts and the remaining 8,000 true gods all set off. In addition, Zhao Jihu and the others and the 9 major sects under his command all mobilized the core masters and started to go to the entrance of the second layer of the sea. The situation gathers, and the heroes compete. All the powerhouses take Lin Chen as the target and start a life and death attack and defense or a pursuit and support war. 2 days later. Beyond the Star Continent, in the mountains of Liangjia, the tigers crawl. Between the mountains of the Dragon Pan, the sword energy is soaring to the sky, and the swordsmanship is fierce. The 5-colored clouds are dreamy and gorgeous, and suddenly a divine light shakes the world, rushing straight into the sky and condensing without dispersing loudly. The void disintegrated and exploded, the dragon-like sword roar rang out in the sky, and thousands of sword lights shot up into the sky. In the end, the 10,000 swords of light belonged to one sword, and the sword light continued to be silent, sharpened, condensed, and sank the will of thousands of years and the consciousness of the ages. The silver skirt woman's eyes flashed. It's really a perfect promotion. From ancient times to the present, only very few people can reach the realm. At the first level of the gods, you have mastered the laws of the Tao. At the first level of the divine realm, one comprehends the laws of Kendo. The first genius of the god realm, Lin Chen, became a god. If calculated according to time, Lin Chen will return to the god realm earlier than Yi Qingguo. But it was Yi Qingguo who took the lead in becoming a god and mastering the law, and reached a higher realm of the god realm. This is not because Lin Chen's talent and experience are inferior to Yi Qingguo, but what he pursues, perfect promotion. The human race becomes a god, and the holy power transforms into a divine power, like a fish leaping over a dragon gate. Divine power has been cultivated to the ultimate level. After thousands of Trials and hardships. When you reach a new realm, you can touch the Dao law of the universe and step into the realm of controlling the law. This is the process of advancing to the fourth stage of the divine realm. The Tao is 3000, the energy of the law is particularly huge, and the true God with insufficient divine power is almost unable to accommodate the power of the law, so it is necessary to cultivate to the fourth level of divine power to try to comprehend the Tao of the law. However, there are a few cases and geniuses in history. Some geniuses are blessed with a natural divine body, and they can comprehend and bear the power of the law earlier than the fourth level of the divine realm. Some are in the early stage of the fourth stage of the God realm, and some are in the third stage of the God realm. This kind of genius, usually within the 5 continents, is listed as a kind of genius with great achievements. There are even those who defy the sky, who are the gates of the second level of the gods and see the law. And only a very small number of existences can control the law in the realm of the first layer of the gods. This means that the divine power of that true God is equal to the fourth level of the gods, or even surpassed the fourth level of the gods. This is the case with Lin Chen. He even understood the laws of Kendo the moment he became a god. The cloud light gradually disappeared, and the sword energy was entwined like moonlight, and it was sharp, and it was incorporated into the proud figure in white. The young man walks in the sky, the cloud light is misty, and the 5-colored clouds linger on the divine sword. In the golden pupils, the infinite sword energy is disillusioned, and the world of swords formed by the storm of swords releases a ray of divine power at will, and the swordsmanship can break the universe. Lin Chen let out a breath, his cold and handsome face showed absolute confidence, and said coldly, "This is the perfect promotion to become a god. With my cultivation, my Kendo law can grow infinitely, and when I go to a higher realm, I can faster, earlier to control more, stronger laws." At that time, he is also at the 4th and 5th levels of the God realm, and he, Lin Chen, is completely different from other geniuses. A genius in the God realm of the same level can't stop him in front of him. After the perfect promotion to become a god, his realm will rise rapidly in a short period of time, at least until he comprehends various laws. There is no bottleneck at all. The woman in the silver skirt came from the sky and said happily, "Xingchen, you are finally done." Lin Chen saw the woman in the silver skirt, his icy eyes softened, and he smiled indifferently, thanks to Master's guidance and tempering. Lin Chen said again, "Master, you have concealed my qi, so that all forces in the God realm cannot know of my existence. Now that I have become a god, when will I be born?" The woman in the silver skirt smiled and said, "Don't worry, the Master is eliminating threats for you. Like the mortal Lin Chen you said before, the Master has sent 9 ghosts to take his life and cut the grass for you." Boom! Lin Chen broke out suddenly, and the sword light that swung the sun and the moon was like a star shining in the world, and it shot up into the sky. "What did you say?" Lin Chen's eyes were maddening. "You sent someone to kill him?" The woman in the silver dress was startled. "Zheng!" The dragon roared, and the divine sword was unsheathed. The hilt of the 5 Emperor's sword is derived from the veins that wrap around Lin Chen's wrist. Sigh. Tear. The dimension of space was instantly torn apart by his law of Kendo, and the barrier of Liangjishan was broken. The woman in the silver skirt exclaimed, "The stars!" Boom! Lin Chen turned into a sword light, rushed out of Liangjia mountain, and the cold shout of anger spread throughout Liangjishan. "This man can only die by my hands. No one can touch him, neither can you." I'm going to kill him with my own hands. The woman in the silver dress had a dignified face. After she hesitated for a moment, her 10 fingers formed seals, and a wisp of divine soul consciousness turned into a clone. She disappeared in a flash and chased after her. The body of the woman in the silver skirt was suspended in the mountains of the 2 realms, and a pair of wonderful eyes looked at the very distant place in the void, but did not act easily. This game of chess, I have prepared 30,000 epochs, and no mistakes are allowed. At the same time, the double boundary sea. On the island, shrouded by the law of yin and yang, the terrifying tides of divine power have come again and again. The 5 elements divine will great array, shining with the 5 divine lights, blooms with the great divine ring great array. The 5 laws appeared in the form, transformed into a behemoth, and slaughtered in the past, and all the dozens of law gods outside the island who tried to approach were slammed back. This little girl, I'm afraid she has the cultivation of the 8th level of the gods. It's really scary. When did Jiahai come out with this number 1? I didn't even know about it. She uses external force. It won't take long to support her. If you deal with her for a while, she has been here for 4 days. I can't stand it anymore. As long as we preserve our strength and attack others later, the big fish Lin Chen is ours. After the first group of gods came frantically attacked, they retreated to the side. The other forces seemed to have a heart-to-heart, and began to attack from other places. Zhao Anren, who was in the enchantment of the law of yin and yang, was out of breath, wearing a palace costume that was stained with blood. Her cheeks were bleeding from the 7 orifices, and the original face of Gua Sei Tianxiang became shocking, and blood flowed out of her eyes. With every breath, the breath in the throat is full of heat and scalding. It's hard to imagine what a brutal battle it went through. 100? Or 1,000? Zhao Anren forgot how many enemies she had repelled. She only had one thought in her mind: she must not retreat. If you take a step back here, you may regret the result of your life. Looking at Zhao Anren, who will not take a step back until death, is like a clanging rose blooming on the battlefield, with a heroic appearance. Crimson Fairy held back her tears. She only met Lin Chen, and she can only do this. If a woman fights for the truth, the will that she will burst out is really shocking perseverance. She has done her best to help. Even so, Zhao Anren's condition is extremely bad. Even a god-level alchemist can help her very limitedly, let alone Crimson Fairy's auspicious plant. At this time, more and more Lin Chen's true gods were discovered. Moreover, the powerhouses in the boundary sea surrounding this island are all consciously engaging in a war of attrition. Fairy Crimson clenched her silver teeth. These old foxes. All the powerhouses in the realm did not intend to be murdered by others. They were only besieging them, and only used part of their power to consume them. Deliberately consuming Zhao Anren. They are conserving strength and watching out for each other. In case Zhao Anren fell, he rushed up to kill Lin Chen and took away the reward. Suddenly, a powerful wave of divine power came from the 9-color beam of light. The silver-robed boy who had been silent for a long time in the beam of light. The 200 holy acupoints that flickered began to disappear completely. Instead, there is a new force. Such as the immortal flame, the new will, from that long time, burning to this day. Fairy Crimson clenched her hands tightly, urging in her heart, hurry up. Hurry up. Buzz. Ripples appeared in time and space, and a powerful soul burst out from Lin Chen's eyebrows. primordial spirit, broken into a divine soul. The meat shell is condensed into a divine body. Holy power, promoted to divine power. However, what Fairy Crimson did not expect was that Lin Chen did not leave the customs. He is still in a closed state. At this time, Lin Chen's consciousness dived into God's body. The powerful holy power of the past has all transformed into a red glow like divine light, and every inch of the flesh and blood of the divine body is like the sun and the moon. A little movement can have the power of breaking the sky and breaking the ground. This is divine light. Light is the origin of energy in the universe. This divine light is also called divine energy and divine source, but in the realm of the gods, it is collectively referred to as divine power. Saint power has transformed into divine power, and my realm has reached the first level of the divine realm. However, Lin Chen felt that he was not completely finished. A little ray of light was guiding him, and his consciousness pursued the source of this ray of light, and came to the void of time and space. Here, full of darkness, Lin Chen's divine power seemed to disappear. Time and space belong exclusively to the mind space of the Tai. Fu Tianju. What Lin Chen's consciousness can perceive is that there is only a little red fire in time and space. It burned more and more vigorously, and it burned in front of Lin Chen's consciousness, but stopped burning. Lin Chen saw that in the flickering firelight, there were billions of volcanoes surging, with the hottest temperature in the world, like the momentary energy generated when the universe first exploded. This scarlet fire has actually exhausted all his previous accumulation, and even the consumption of becoming a god is far less than it. Fire can drive away the cold and burn everything. It can be violent or gentle, depending on the user. Lin Chen's character and consciousness are like flames, burning from the lower realm to the God realm. As if he was born to walk this path. His life is transparent. His fighting spirit was fiery. His beliefs burn to this day. It seems that there is no need to comprehend it at all. He, Lin Chen, was born like a fire. When Lin Chen stretched out his hand to touch this little red fire, the time and space were instantly ignited by the red fire, and within the body of the god, a ray of red fire above the king's landing fire was born. The high-altitude anomaly in the island suddenly regenerated and changed. The beam of light shot up a beam of ruehua fire, the red glow filled the sky. And the violent and turbulent fire spread all over the sky of the second realm. See. The surging waves in the realm were instantly ignited and turned into a sea of fire, red light rushing into the sky. The besieging gods were stunned for a moment, and then their pupils shrank. This is the vision that the law of fire was born. The old man has never seen such a strong and violent law of fire born. Hey, what are you kidding me? The old man's eyes aren't blooming. When you become a god, immediately comprehend the law? At the moment when the besieged powerhouses shook, it wasn't just Jiahai that mutated. In the far-flung realm, the divine continent, one of the 5 continents of the divine realm. On the island of the gods, the mountains on the island are like forests, and there are countless silver stone monuments on the top. The stone stele is engraved with ancient gods, with powerful divinity and divine power, guarding the stone stele. This is a stele that records divine achievements. Talents from all walks of life in the 5 continents, as long as they achieve the feats that the gods are amazed by, they will be engraved into the gods. And the fame will be passed down to the 5 continents. A ray of golden light shines. Today, the powerhouses in the island of the gods were shocked. Above a huge stele, endless golden light shone, dazzling. Oh? Has another genius born? 10 years later, will there be new geniuses who have accomplished great feats in Wuzhou? Interesting, it's the steel of Zichen, the direction is Xingzhou, is it the genius of Xingzhou? At the moment when many true gods gathered in front of the god monument, the gods above were burning with layers of golden light, and a series of gods began to be engraved. Sinchu Lin Chen completed the great feat, one day to become a magic pill. The gods were in an uproar. One day to become a magic pill? In the way of refining medicine, such a monstrous talent has appeared. Before everyone had time to be surprised, they found out again that the golden shrine hadn't stopped and was still writing. Hiss. There is more than one kind of divine feat? Good guy, Xingzhou Lin Chen, whose genius is this, it's very fierce. When the gods were amazed, the monument was carved again. Sinchu Lin Chen completed the great achievement, fighting 10,000 true gods. To 1,000,000? The gods nearly dropped their jaws to the ground. Whose genius is this? Go overboard. However, the golden light of the gods, like dragons and phoenixes, has not stopped. What the fuck is there? The gods held their breaths, staring at the new monument. Sinchu Lin Chen accomplished great feats. When he became a god, he cast his body, shaped his soul, and comprehended the law of fire. At this moment, the countless powerhouses in the island of the gods were instantly silent. After a long time, I don't know which of my dear friends squeezed out a word from the gap between the teeth. This, goddamn, is a human? A raging wave of fire suddenly exploded. A black-robed true god stepped on the divine walking technique, approached the great formation of the 5 elements divine wheel, and held a divine sword in his hand with a vertical slash. Sigh. The water wand formed by the bleak law of water was broken and chopped into nothingness. It's now. The black-robed old man sneered, his divine power exploded, and the knife was slashed again, and the enchantment of the law of yin and yang was chopped and cut open. The law barrier has been broken. Zhao Anren fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Boom. With great momentum, thousands of true gods rushed into the island in an instant. The black-robed old man hurried for a while, and said with a wicked smile, "This bitch has wasted so much time in this seat, and I will kill you first." The black-robed old man suddenly slashed horizontally at Zhao Anren, who fell. Clang! The blade of the divine sword was suddenly stopped. Everyone who entered the island was suffocated, and their hearts trembled. They didn't even see clearly when and who made the move. When the eyes of the gods looked to the sky, the magic knife of the black-robed old man did not move, and 2 fingers clamped his blade. He stared in shock at the figure of the young man in front of him, who was wearing the dark green wings and hugging Zhao Anren, and even 2 fingers stopped his knife. However, what was even more unbelievable for the black robe was that he looked down at the big hole in front of his chest, showing disbelief, before dying. From beginning to end, he didn't see clearly when Lin Chen shot. Sigh. In Lin Chen's eyes, the red fire was raging, and his calm face revealed monstrous killing intent. Everyone present today must die. The host successfully cultivated the divine body and fulfilled the requirements for opening the God of War suit. Before Zhao Anren lost consciousness, he fell into the warm arms. Is it finally finished? I'll leave the rest to you. Zhao Anren's heart was loosened, her eyes were lowered, and she was seriously injured and passed out. Lin Chen looked around. The law of violent fire was like a sea of fury, with Lin Chen as the center, burning wildly, rolling into the sky. Is this kid really the first-level god realm who just became a god? His law of fire is far beyond the 5th level of this old man's god realm. No, very wrong. All the staff obey the order, retreat a certain distance, one after another, and wait and see what happens. The old man smells death. This subpath is a bit wild, don't worry about it. When they saw Lin Chen kill the black-robed old man, a large number of Jihai powerhouses suddenly stopped suddenly, they were in a state of surprise, and started to defend against the law. Boom. 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 The momentum is mighty, and at this moment, more true gods are beginning to approach this place, forming a terrifying encirclement. But seeing that the person who came first did not make a move, and the person who came later did not make a move, and looked at the situation. Wandering in the sea of world, caution has long been accustomed to, these powerhouses seem crazy, but in fact, none of them are really irrational. Especially the law of fire that wants to burn the sky, this is far more powerful than the law of ordinary fire. Gold Aries set charge, 0%. Ultimate Aeolus set Aeolus armor, Aeolus leg armor charge 0%, Aeolus wing charge, 13%. Advanced set essence, 0 points. The level of the host's phantom rune is too low, and the phantom clone cannot replicate the host's laws, but can only replicate divine power. After the previous death battle and pursuit and escape, all the essence of Lin Chen's advanced suit was consumed to 0, leaving only the last function. Wing. Scarlet, take care of her. Lin Chen placed Zhao Anren in the air transplantation capsule and handed it over to Fairy Crimson to take care of. Lin Chen has no joy or excitement, only monstrous killing intent. He just wants to kill every enemy in front of him. Function wing flapped slightly. The line of sight suddenly spun, the heaven and the earth turned upside down. And a true god in purple armor who was at the 5th level of divine realm was suddenly stunned for a moment. Why did the world suddenly turn upside down? The next moment, his pupils shrank slightly, and he saw self who lost his head in midair. Wrong. Not that the world is turned upside down. It was his head that flew out. The moment the head flew in midair, true god Zijia realized that he was cold. Boom. 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 27 true gods of the 5th layer were blown up in an instant like lightning, with their heads flying, and their flesh and blood mad. At this moment, all the true gods in the audience trembled with fear, like falling into an ice cellar. Lin Chen completely disappeared. Whether it is the 5th level of the gods, the 6th level of the gods, the 7th level of the gods, all kinds of backgrounds, the true gods who are in charge of various means, at this moment, no true god can detect Lin Chen's figure. Strengthen the top orange level exercise Doshin Gang Yen plus 17 success. Total power increase, 670%. Consumes 289 god level talent points, and the host activates the instant light and shadow talent. The dark blue divine light burning with the law of fire flashed high in the sky, and suddenly smashed through a law defense of the 6th level of the gods. The 6th level of the god realm looked at the hole in his dantian in disbelief, piercing through his entire body. The violent and hot law of fire ignited his divine body, burned everything he had, and screamed and turned to ashes. Hiss. The 7th layer of the god realm sucked in the air. Even the early stage of the 6th level of the gods was killed instantly. Slaughtering the gods is like exploring things in a bag, this motherfucker is. The 1st layer of the gods? The host has obtained 2,889 points of god-level martial arts essence, 590 points of god-level talent points, and 80 points of advanced suit essence. Numerous true gods quickly regrouped, relying on instinct and perception, madly urging the law, and the divine power of the world-destroying law was aimed at the blurry blue light. However, Lin Chen, like a fleeting divine light, turned into the king of speed, swooped down one after another in the sky, and turned to the sky in an instant, bypassing all the offensive. When some true gods who were good at detecting breath barely sensed Lin Chen's movement trajectory, the corners of their mouths trembled. Too fast. This is the four-dimensional god realm. How can this guy's speed be as simple as galloping through the three-dimensional universe? With just a pair of function wings, Lin Chen's speed has reached a realm that he may not be able to capture even at the 8th level of the god realm. Previously, Lin Chen had this kind of speed with the help of Shenanai and function 4-piece suit. Now, he has such an enchanting speed with only the cultivation of the first layer of the god realm and a pair of function wings. Boom! Feng Shenyi burst into the sky with divine light, and the dark blue divine wind entangled Lin Chen. His figure appeared from the sky, and all the gods were shocked. Consumes 590 points of advanced suit essence, function wing charge, 90%. Function right leg armor charge, 50%. The combination of the two sets of ultimate function will increase the speed of all attributes of the host, 110 times and 150 times. When the dark blue leg armor was attached to Lin Chen's right leg, he slammed his leg in a volley, turned his mind, and the law of fire urged, and a god Yan Mankong burst out. Boom boom boom. Countless scarlet firelights were like a meteor shower, strangling in a storm, sweeping over 1,000 true gods one after another. The meteor shower like Xinyan blasted into the sky, splitting the shadows in an instant, splitting into 5, suddenly blasting away from 5 different directions. This scene is like a stunning scene. The sky-defying red meteor shower turned into a storm and swept away. What? No, hurry up. This, goddamn. Can the law still be used like this? The red meteor shower blazing with the law of fire fell into the world like a fire, pushing the plane horizontally, madly blasting all true gods. Boom. 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 The fire soared into the sky, Xinyan burned, and the entire sky burned into a sea of flames, and a large number of laws and divine powers were defeated and wandered, scattering in all directions. The sky outside the island can be said to be burning all over the sky, causing casualties. A large number of true gods were repelled, and many of the 5th level true gods fell directly into the realm, were burnt with holes, and perished on the spot. Lin Chen's move actually killed more than 100 5th level true gods. It took less than 10 breaths to start the battle, and hundreds of true gods were already injured. Those whose cultivation base was lower than the middle stage of the 6th level of the god realm were all burnt to varying degrees. Only in the late stage of the 6th level and above can they retreat without any danger, which is shocking. His grandma's, why is this baby so strong? A purple-clothed young woman with a 6th level cultivation in the divine realm covered her wound, almost as soon as she finished speaking, the burning leg armor of the law of fire reflected in her pupils. Boom. The faint blue light flashed across, the flesh was blurred, and the head flew. Host obtains god-level talent points, high-level suit essence. Consumes 480 points of advanced suit essence, and the left and right arm armor of the ultimate function suit is charged, 75%. Sigh. The god wind galloped, like starlight jumping into the void, and the wind god Armor was attached to the body. Lin Chen suddenly punched and bombarded a God body of the 6th level of the true God, completely penetrated. Hiss. When the powerhouses from all walks of life saw this scene, they all woke up. Like a dream. If you want to catch this kid, with the presence of them, it is impossible. No, it would be better to say that it is still a question whether we can survive or not. Boom. Lin Chen was transformed into a beam of divine light that was devastating. Wherever he goes, some gods will surely perish, and all the gods will be defeated and run away. When the gods fled in a hurry, they were frightened and almost desperate. It was obviously fleeing in multiple directions. But why? They have a kind of despair that there is no way to go to heaven. As if surrounded by them. Absolute suppression, from the King of Speed. Get 990 God-level talent points, 1400 God-level rune energy, 320 God-level Tian Dao points, and 190 points of advanced suit essence. Get 60.05 million God-level essence, 21.9 million God-level blood, 4000 God level fire energy, 2400 thunder energy. Lin Chen fights with war, unstoppable. Lin Chen's mad slaughter all the way, with the attitude of blitzkrieg. Destroying the dry and pulling the rot, and everyone can't even escape. The gods present can't even touch the corners of his clothes, let alone fighting against him. They were beaten all the way, and some were killed instantly, with no power to resist. It was as if he had surrounded all the powerhouses with a single divine realm. In the air where Xinyan was burning, a cold man wearing a golden crown and a golden robe withdrew from the battle circle with a solemn expression. Judging from his actual combat experience in the middle stage of the 7th level of the divine realm, this son's divine power and law strength are roughly the same as the late stage of the 5th stage of the divine realm. But he is so strong that the scalp is tingling. Lin Chen's divine body, after breaking through the boundary, rushed to the realm of 100 barren power, plus, awakening 600% of the flesh shell, is 700 barren power. Just relying on the strength of body refining, it can match the 3-layer perfection of the gods. However, the most important thing is his spirit and cultivation. It's divine. Soul power is comparable to the law. The accumulation of Lin Chen's cultivation is particularly terrifying. Just with the cultivation of the Holy King, the holy power exceeds the lethality of 1,000 wild powers. After becoming a true god, Lin Chen in the early stage of the 1st stage of the god realm has a divine power equivalent to 11,000 barren power. If the realm of the gods is compared with pure power, the true god who controls the law will be more than 10,000 desolate forces. The initial stage of the 5th stage is 15,000 barren powers, the middle stage of the 5th stage is 30,000 barren powers, the latter stage of the 5th stage is 50,000 barren powers, and the perfect 5th stage is 80,000 barren powers. Lin Chen was almost at the 1st level of the god realm and had the 4th level of perfection equal to the ordinary true god, so that when Lin Chen became a god, he had the basis for accommodating the law. Counting the Tai Fu Tian art and the talent effects of extreme spirit possession, Lin Chen's divine power cultivation base can be equal to 55,000 barren power. This divine power is used in the law, and it is not inferior to the late stage of the 5th stage of the god realm. In the same way, the same is true for Lin Chen's divine soul, which is far more than 4 times that of the initial stage of the ordinary divine soul realm. To make most of the actions of the true God, his next step was completely predicted by his powerful force. However, if only at this level, Lin Chen is far from enough to compete with so many true gods. The true gods present today are at the lowest level 4-level consummation of the divine realm, and they control the existence of laws. Even if they don't join forces, they are by no means weak. If Lin Chen only has the law of fire and the cultivation of the first level of the realm of the gods, he will definitely not be able to compete with thousands of gods by himself. The turning point lies in Lin Chen's extreme function suit. Unlike the golden god of war suit that always goes beyond the limit, Lin Chen can use the exercises when he uses the function suit. Under the premise that the speed of all attributes is maddening, Lin Chen's Xingyan Mankong, motivated by the law of fire once used, the speed is maddening more than 100 times. Originally, the offensive speed in the late stage of the 5th stage of the God realm skyrocketed by more than 100 times. Like a strong man who is accustomed to facing attacks at the same speed of sound, suddenly encountering an attack that is more than 100 times the speed of supersonic speed, who can react? Under such a terrifying offensive, the talent of instant light and shadow is also superimposed, and ordinary true gods have no room to resist. This is the absolute suppression that really belongs to the field of speed. And the gods of the sea have no power to fight back. The ultimate function suit, this killer trump card that is not inferior to the God of War suit, has finally blossomed into a world-class divine power since Lin Chen became a god. Double Boundary Sea, a small silver island. On the top of the silver island, one old and one young are looking through the void. The boy in white shouted cheerfully and excitedly, "It's amazing, my lord. This big brother is stronger than anyone we've ever seen." The sackclothed old man stroked his beard and smiled, "It's really unusual." Then, the boy in white said frustratedly, "But there are at least tens of thousands of true gods to come next. What can this big brother do?" The boy in white asked curiously, "Lord, how does he compare to the teacher you mentioned?" The old man in linen smiled and said, "He's still young, so give him some time." Talking about the teacher, the old man in linen had memories in his eyes, and sighed. The teacher is the first person in the human race. Not long after he became a god, he alerted the 3 gods and dispatched hundreds of thousands of law gods to gather, the main force of the God King, God Lord all, mobilized to encircle and suppress. The little face of the child in white was full of surprise. God King, is the Divine Lord also dispatched? The old man in linen smiled proudly. That was the beginning of the historical journey. The teacher led us to start the battle, from the 7 crossings of the sea, to the 5 continents, the storm to the Taiyang Xinjiu, and the flying to the Jujishan. Every battle has created the miracle of today's human race. In the end, we have grown to an existence that is unmatched by the 3 major gods. It's a pity that the end we thought was just the beginning. As if recalling the last battle, the old man in linen quietly closed his eyes. And many emotions turned into a sigh. Double Boundary Sea, Extreme South location. The host has used the ultimate function 4-piece set to increase the speed of all attributes by 210 times, 240 times, 280 times, and 330 times. The island collapsed and burned into a sea of fire, and the divine light, flickering in the sky, pierced through many true gods. Flame flash. Lin Chen turned around in the sky and slammed away, splitting the shadows in an instant. The law of fire roared like a fire dragon, bursting out in an instant. Sigh. Tear. What? When the golden crown fell, and the golden robe 7-layer early stage true God split in half, his expression was unbelievable. The speed can still rise. The law was shattered, the soul disappeared, and it was as strong as the early stage of the 7th level of the true God, but it was not able to resist the more than a dozen rounds of full firepower of the 4-piece function. Lin Chen's eyes swept away, the first group of true gods besieged, not even one alive. When the Shenlong was released to collect the attribute light ball for him, the clone was frantically refining the divine jade in Lin Chen's chi transport capsule to make up for the divine power consumed. The consumption of divine power using the ultimate function suit is not a single star. Especially when Lin Chen was still frantically using the law of fire. If it wasn't for the addition of 6 avatars refining the divine jade, he would have overdrawn his divine power long ago. Before reaching the 8th level of the divine realm, the divine power required to use the law is not trivial. Using the law like Lin Chen's crazy, almost kills 1,000 enemies, and consumes 800. Lin Chen looked down at his palm. This is the God realm that I, Lin Chen, stepped into. If I can advance to the 3rd and 4th levels of the God realm, I may be able to control more laws. Earlier, when facing the 9th level of the God realm, I will definitely not be an invincible opponent. The host gets the treasure chest of the gods, open it and get 4,000 points of God-level heaven. The host gets the treasure chest of the gods, open it and get 30,000 points of God-level rune energy. The host obtains the treasure chest of the gods, open it and obtain 100,000 God-level martial arts essence. The host obtains the treasure chest of Godhead, open it and obtain 1 fragment of energy Godhead, God's lead, April 6th. The moment Shenlong finished collecting the attribute light ball, the sky suddenly darkened. A wave of vast divine power rushed towards his face, and the surging sea was calm, especially depressing. Come yet. Lin Chen's demeanor seemed very calm. He knew very well that the powerful enemy and tragic battle that he was going to face next, compared with the battle just now, it was nothing like a warm-up preparation. The power of the gods is vast, and many momentums are evacuating and attacking like waves. It's really easy to come by. It seems that he has killed a lot of strong men in Jiahai. This seat perceives that there are more than 1,000 true gods who have fallen nearby, and they are really evil young people. If these guys knew how to join forces, they wouldn't die like this. It's really stupid. There are a number of silhouettes floating in the air in many directions, Zhao, Jihu, and others, and the 9 sects under his command. Zhao Jihu's aura in the late 8th stage of the divine realm shrouded Lin Chen's position like an overlord, as if he would kill him with all his strength as long as he took a step back. Lin Chen stepped into the air and hovered, the wind god wings flapped, the clouds were light and the wind was light, and he was not in a hurry. Consuming 9705 points of advanced suit essence, charging the golden god of war suit. While the clone is refining the divine jade to replenish consumption, it is also absorbing the massive attribute values previously obtained. Not only that, there are more and more forces coming together. There is a master of the first layer of the sea, and the power of the second layer of the sea. Some even gathered more than 10 gods of the 7th level, and the lineup was very strong. Some 2-layer realm sea forces are very vicious, and they use their entire sect to participate in the action of encircling and suppressing Lin Chen. 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, over 10,000. More and more powerhouses are coming. Tens of thousands of true gods come in batches or in groups, and the cultivation base is definitely not lower than the 4th level of the gods. They stared at Lin Chen as if a pack of wolves were looking at a plate of Meet. This $1 million reward is not just something that an individual can afford. To everyone. It's to see which force can win Lin Chen's head and get a reward. Next up is the team fight. Zhao Jihu said savagely, "Boy, you had a good time last time. This time the island owner wants to see if you are still a clone." Lin Chen said indifferently, "Brother clown, you are here." Zhao Jihu was so angry that his veins were exposed, and he shouted in anger, "Kill me!" Boom! Before Zhao Jihu could make a move, a swirling nebula suddenly burst into the sky above, stirring frantically. An aura that is more than 10 times more terrifying than that of the gods present descends. Zhao Jihu and the others were stunned for a moment, and then moved aside with fearful expressions on their faces. Within Shinshi's burning nebula vortex, a group of true gods suddenly emerged. The gods stand. 8,000 true gods came from the vortex from the sky, and the 9 phantoms headed by them released the breath of suppressing all the powerhouses present. They are either hunchbacked old men, or teenagers, or women who cover their true faces, but without exception, their cultivation is far beyond that of every true god present, and they exude the unique breath of the Azura tribe. 9 heavenly ghosts. 9 ghosts and 10,000 gods, such a lineup, there is no way to go to heaven, no way to enter the earth. Suddenly, Lin Chen's 2 godhead fragments spun at an extreme speed, and a steady stream of power flowed into Lin Chen's god body. A large amount of Lin Chen's loss has been replenished, the divine power has been fully recovered, and the consumption of the divine soul has returned to its heyday, and even the divine power and the divine soul have surpassed the prosperous state. This is. When Lin Chen was amazed in his heart, his pure body refining strength began to soar even more. 1,000 barren force, 1,500 barren force, 2,000 barren force, 3,000 barren force, and finally soared to 5,000 barren force and then slowly stagnated. 5,000 barren power may be nothing. But if this is the basis, when using the God of War set, its power will be far greater than any time before. The host encounters an enemy with Azura bloodline, passive energy godhead. Azura natural enemy fragments start to activate. The enemy target has 30% to 50% of the Azura bloodline, and the Azura natural enemy godhead fragment only activates 30% of the effect. These guys actually have Azura blood? Lin Chen's fighting spirit was high, and he showed a smile for the first time. In history, it's true that crisis and opportunity coexist. At this time, the sky ghost with a cyan vertical eye said indifferently, "Kill so many of us, and even promoted to the true God, I have to say, it is a monster." The white-robed sword god in the group of gods gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, Lin Chen, let me see how you are going to escape this time." "Is that so much?" Suddenly, Lin Chen's words were astonishing. "Is there only so many people who want to kill me today?" The gods were startled. "Only?" Good guy, surrounded by more than 20,000 true gods, and the 9th layer of the 9 great gods, unless the God King is alive, who dares to say that he can retreat completely? What kind of trick is this Lin Chen playing? Ripples appeared in the sky and the earth, and the curved four-dimensional space-time condensed a powerful enchantment. It was the moment when the 9 great ghosts set up the blockade. This time, Lin Chen can't escape, no matter how fast he is. "Noisy boy, die." The black-robed old man headed by the 9 great heavenly ghosts flicked his sleeves and hit his palms. The dark earth-yellow divine power in his palms suddenly soared, like a faint yellow spring, exuding an aura of death and twilight. Divine power turned into a huge palm like a horned dragon, and it violently crushed Lin Chen. At this moment, all the gods were startled, and many people immediately retreated a large distance. The law of death? It turns out to be the law of death that ranks within 1,000 of the 3,000 rules. This old ghost, the first shot is a killing move. The 9 great heavenly ghosts didn't plan to catch Lin Chen alive at all, and they crushed him with the ultimate move as soon as they met. The offensive of the 9th level of the gods, and the 7th and 8th levels of the gods that Lin Chen had fought against before, are not of the same order of magnitude at all. In an instant, the golden light shone through the world, and the golden light of the entire sky circulated, and a bunch of golden divine light rose up. Boom! Boom! The palm of the black-robed old man shattered suddenly, and the law of death contained in it was crushed into nothingness. With Lin Chen as the center, an invincible divine might that dominates the heavens covers 9 heavens and 10 earths and rises into the sky. Wherever the divine light shone, the hymn of the god of war echoed in the heaven and earth. The host uses the golden god of war set, charging 10%. The host uses the god of war set of attached weapons, god of war gun. Wearing the golden armor of the god of war, Lin Chen held the god of war spear in his hand. It broke. The 9 ghosts were suddenly shocked. Everyone obeys the order. This child is weird, let's go out together. Before the order was given, the sky ghost with cyan vertical eyes shrank. He clearly saw that Lin Chen's eyes were locked on all the true gods present. Lin Chen held the gun in both hands, and the god of war gun was raised above his shoulders. The blue-eyed ghost suddenly shouted coldly, "No! Quickly defend and protect our people." Consumes 55,000 god-level talent points. The host opens the strongest orange level top talent, the ultimate rebel. Ultimate defiant talent status, when the host releases an attack with killing intent, if the enemy cannot absolutely prevent the host's attack, when the host breaks the defense and causes damage, the defense will be instantly killed. The golden god of war set is continuing to increase the pure power of the host, it is exceeding the limit, and the energy consumption is accelerating. Holding the god of war spear in his hand, at this moment, Lin Chen's eyes flashed an unprecedented blue divine light. In heaven and earth, there is no enemy that I will not fight. The god of war spear shines with unprecedented golden light, dominating the world. Zheng. Boom. Lin Chen violently waved the god of war spear, the tip of the spear cut through the sky, the sharp edge shot into the sky, the cosmic light collapsed, and the dimension was torn apart. This gun dominates the world. This shot swept across the sea. This gun is mine alone. What was reflected in everyone's eyes was a golden light from the god of war that covered the entire four-dimensional world. The golden divine light is 480 degrees, sweeping across the entire sky, covering 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom. 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 Space disintegrates and explodes, laws collapse, and divine power collapses. When the 9 great heavenly ghosts launched the law defense, they were repelled for the first time. Tens of thousands of true gods were beaten all over the sky, and the divine light dissipated. Countless divine lights were eclipsed and disappeared in an instant. The peerless mighty force that swept across the heavens and the earth was released in an instant, causing the waves to roll up 10,000 feet high. And the sky seemed to collapse in an instant. In the extreme south of the entire second layer boundary sea, the sky and the earth were turned upside down in an instant, and the sun and the moon were dull. When the stable space of Jiahai was swept away by the divine spear shining with golden light, it collapsed like a shattered ruin with the trend of destroying the dead. When Jiao de Tiangue barely stabilized his body, he patted his chest in shock, his eyes full of shock. What a terrible young man. No. No, no, no. The blue-eyed ghost said in disbelief. Then, when the 9 great heavenly ghosts saw the scene in front of them, they were instantly dumbfounded. I saw that the faces of the many true gods who were blown away in the void were filled with horror and despair. Their bodies are like broken porcelain, their bodies are cracked and full of cracks. How is this possible? The ambition of this seat, the lofty ambition, will disappear in this place. There is such a God in the world. The murmurs of everyone before they died were full of despair. What divine artifact, divine body, what law, divine power, what kind of overlord, peerless heaven's chosen. At this point, everything is an end. I saw that when the wind blew, the gods whose bodies were torn apart, together with laws and artifacts, together with their bodies and consciousness, turned into fragments and disappeared together. What a domineering scene. What a heaven-defying moment. The linen-clad old man, who was as strong as looking through the void, also showed a trace of surprise for the first time ever. A moment ago, this young man was still surrounded by a lot of true gods. But he only fired one shot to clear the world. Looking around at this time, there are actually very few opponents. In the end, there were only 23 true gods still alive. Zhao Jihu and other island owners were completely dumbfounded. The true gods whose cultivation base was lower than the 8th level realm were all turned into pieces and vanished. Instant kill. The god of war can kill all gods with one shot. The team of the 9 great heavenly ghosts is not a team of gods who are scattered and united into a powerful force. But in front of him, there is no way to fight back. Instant kill. The corners of the mouths of many strong men trembled, and their souls trembled as they stared at the golden armored figure with the sharp spear in his hand. Even the 9 great heavenly ghosts would not dare to act rashly. Even if the 9 of them joined forces, they would not be able to achieve such a terrifying record. When he stood between the heavens and the earth, the might of the god of war leaned against the sky and covered the earth, and he had an invincible spirit. Standing in front of him, he couldn't even mention the fighting spirit. The host consumes 4,400 god-level Heavenly Dao points and activates the immortal spirit to heal the injury. Golden God of War set, remaining charge, 5%. With that shot, Lin Chen used the power of the Godhead fragments of Shura, natural enemy, to use all his strengths. Even overloaded, 5% of the charge was consumed at once, and a shot that was second only to the King of Gods was fired. He fired a large-scale shot, affecting countless true gods, injuring them, and directly triggering the ultimate heavenly rebel talent. However, Lin Chen did not have the slightest carelessness and underestimation of the enemy. Tingling? My birthmark is actually stinging? He put his palm on his chest, and at this moment, his star birthmark felt a burning tingling sensation. This feeling has never been experienced before. It seems that there is a strong presence approaching him. And it's extremely fast. In an instant, Lin Chen's eyes turned to the distant sky. Coming. Zheng. Boom. Suddenly, a sword roared like a dragon, and the sky suddenly cracked. When the remaining gods looked at them under the cracked sky, a divine sword split open the universe and descended slowly. It was a mysterious sword, about 5 feet long, and it was impossible to see the whole picture of the sword. Its sharp sword light seems to be able to cut off the 3,000 avenues and dominate the universe. Hiss. The remaining true God powerhouses subconsciously covered their eyes and were horrified. Even if they entered the 8th level of the divine realm, the realm of the divine body and the Tao, looking at the divine sword, they still had a pain that stabbed their eyes and made them bleed. It seems that even the divine consciousness of the divine soul will be cut off, so that the true face of the divine sword cannot be spied on. The most terrifying thing is that there is a unique sword pressure on the sword, far exceeding the coercion of the God King. That belongs to the Supreme Divine Emperor's coercion. If a God Master is in charge of this sword, perhaps dozens of three-dimensional universes can be wiped out with one sword. Lin Chen has a golden god of war to protect his body, and no divine power can overwhelm him. He clearly saw the true face of this divine sword, and on the hilt were carved 2 ancient urns, 5 emperors. This sword. In Lin Chen's memory, a figure from 12 years later reappeared. That is, the opponent Lin Chen has never lost since he encountered him, but he has never won. I saw that above the cracked sky, the divine sword with 5 color clouds, and light was suddenly held by one person, with a restrained edge, and slowly grasped it in the palm of his hand. At this time, the sky was falling down with goose feather snow. It was snowing heavily, and the temperature of heaven and earth suddenly dropped to the lowest level. The 9 ghosts suffocated slightly. That is not the real snow, it is the realm of the gods manifested by the extremely powerful sword intent. The snow fell, the wind was cold, and the young man dressed in a white robe was spotless. He held the sword of the 5-colored cloud and light. He looked down at Lin Chen condescendingly, and his golden eyes were full of rebelliousness and absolute confidence. Master Xingchen. 9 great heavenly ghosts were horrified and knelt down on one knee. It was the Lin Xingchen that Lin Chen encountered when he was in the holy realm. However, when the woman in the silver skirt stored a ray of divine consciousness in Lin Xingchen's body, when she saw Lin Chen's body, a storm surged in her heart. It's actually that evil species? He actually didn't die. The soul consciousness of the woman in the silver skirt lost her voice and was shocked. However, Lin Xingchen didn't even look at Jiu Gui, he walked straight towards Lin Chen, and when he stared at Lin Chen, his golden pupils flashed with a strong fighting intent. The cloudy sword tip pointed at Lin Chen, and Lin Xingchen said as soon as they met, "You are stronger and more complete than before, and you are worth dying in my hands." Really? The god of war spear pointed at Lin Xingchen, Lin Chen said indifferently, "Then let's see, who died today?" The flames of war burning in the eyes of the two of them seemed to burn the whole world. No temptation, no guesswork. Yes, it's just a monstrous fighting intent to go all out to kill each other as soon as they meet. Sword God Lin Xingchen versus Heavenly Rebel Lin Chen. It seems to be a fateful confrontation. When the two entered the realm of the gods, they ushered in a death battle, to the death. Consumes 120,000 god-level rune energy points, and the last phantom clone of the host has synchronized the cultivation base of the main body. Note, the level of the phantom rune is too low, and it can only copy the body's divine power, pure power, and cannot copy the law and the soul. Lin Xingchen used his sword to control the sky, and the surging cloud light of the 5 emperor swords caused the 9 great heavenly ghosts to retreat. Subconsciously, blue-eyed heavenly ghost pondered, what a terrifying sword weapon, that divine sword is far beyond the ordinary divine weapon, any high-grade divine tool, top-quality divine tool, or even a law divine tool is not worth a single blow in front of it. Zhao Jihu and the others were in a cold sweat. Why is the confrontation between the two gods at the first level, but it gives him a sense of oppression that cannot be avoided. A group of 8 gods, afraid of 2 gods 1? The scene is very weird. When holding the god of war spear tightly, Lin Chen released 6 phantom clones, quickly swept around, and collected the attribute light ball of the death of the gods for Lin Chen. The woman in the silver skirt entered the secret through voice transmission. Stop his avatar, and don't give him any chance. The woman in the silver skirt couldn't see through the meaning of Lin Chen's actions. Since she couldn't predict the opponent's intentions, she would stop all his actions. If Zhao Jihu and the others received the order, they were in control of the law, and the dozen or so gods at the 8th level immediately dispersed their actions. The woman in the silver skirt also transmitted the voice to the 9 ghosts. You 9, if there is any change in the stars, immediately besiege Lin Chen. Yes. When the 9 ghosts take orders. Boom. Before the two could confront each other, the situation in the sky changed. Again. A beam of glazed light pierced through the sky, and when everyone was alert, the light fell beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This woman, he had met in the holy world, a defeated general. Unexpectedly, in just 100 years of the god realm, she has grown to such a height. Suddenly, the woman in the silver skirt transmitted a voice. Xingchen, don't act rashly. Lin Chen frowned. You want to stop me from killing him? The woman in the silver skirt said, no, there is a strong person coming. My soul consciousness can't be born, can't assist you in your battle, just wait and see. At this moment, the glazed glaze dissipated, the beautiful and enchanting figure appeared, the neon yarn danced, the woman's cheeks were as bright as peach blossoms, her beautiful eyes were looking forward to the brilliance, and the girl's jade stalks were full of charms, which really turned the world upside down. Fabulous stunner. The woman was astonished, as if seeing the young man's golden armor for the first time, and she was full of curiosity and surprise. Even though it was 12 years apart, Lin Chen recognized the old friend at a glance. Lin Chen was stunned and said, Little goblin, what are you doing here? Yi Qinggu raised her crescent eyebrows. Nonsense, of course I'm here to help. You, can I still sleep with you? Do you know how much it cost Auntie to come from the godly desolate star territory, and when she became a god, she caused so many moths, why don't you pierce the sky? Goodbye little goblin. Lin Chen's tense heartstrings relaxed a little after a long absence, and said with a mocking smile, this time is different from the past. Didn't you think I wasn't enough to cause trouble before, but now that it's a big deal, it's starting to teach me a lesson. Humph. Yi Qinggu stood behind him. I will help you block a dozen old ghosts of the 8th level of the sea god realm. Lin Chen said, I can't stand it. Yi Qinggu stroked the blue silk. It's better than you. Another young junior. Arrogant woman, courting death. The 9 heavenly ghosts suddenly stepped forward and rushed towards Lin Chen. And Yi Qinggu. Be careful. Lin Chen drank heavily, the god of war spear swung around, and was about to kill with one shot. Don't worry. Yi Qinggu smiled and bloomed, enchanting and beautiful. I'm not alone here. Brush. 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 The 8 divine lights were like meteors in the sky, when they cut through the night sky, they suddenly blocked in front of the 9 heavenly ghosts. A splendid divine light that fights the heavens and the earth erupts with mighty power, cutting through the 8 heavenly ghosts. What? This breath. You are from the divine continent, the martial god family? When the intercepted 8 great heavenly ghosts exclaimed, the pupils of the Last blue-eyed heavenly ghost shrank. In the space directly in front of him, the bright wrist appeared, and the seemingly delicate pink fist with the power of destroying the world, punched him in the face. Not good. Qing Yan Tiangui's scalp was numb, and with this punch, he actually felt the pressure of death. The blue-eyed ghost turned his hand and pushed his palm horizontally. The two sides retreated, and a tall figure fell in the center of the 8 figures. The 8 figures stand tall and straight, their breath is refined and powerful, and they have a taste that they have been tempered and reached the pinnacle. 9 great heavenly ghosts looked solemn, Wu family 8 gods guards. The 8 laughed indifferently. Is it a little interesting for the 9 ghosts who are wandering on 2 continents? Didn't you say that even the God King couldn't invite these 9 old ghosts? Why would he besiege a young man? It seems that in today's battle, the master behind them has a lot of background. The majesty of the 8 gods guards of the Wu family shines in the sky, no less than the 9 great heavenly ghosts. I saw that the tall and slender figure in the forefront of the 8 gods guards fluttered her long hair, her hair was dancing, and she snorted coldly. This man is covered by me, who of you dares to try it? 8 gods. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed in the distance, martial god bloodline. Then, the tall and slender woman in black waved at Lin Chen, smiling like a flower. Master, was I handsome just now? Lin Chen gave her a golden thumbs up. Come catch up with me. Compliments from the master. Although her appearance has changed, her temperament has not changed. Lin Chen recognized at a glance that it was Shenling Shuang who came. From the moment she brought people to help her, Lin Chen knew that she must have found her true relatives. From the Kyushu continent to the God realm, this girl finally grew up to the point where she could protect him as a master. Yi Qinggu smiled and said, Sister Lingshuang, long time no see. Shen Lingshuang said happily, yeah, Sister Fairy, you are here too. The corners of Zhao Jihu's mouth twitched. Damn, what the hell is this Lin Chen? Even the martial god palace of Shenzhou is here? Just when the multi-party forces formed 2 forces, and the arrows were drawn. The phantom clone is still silently holding the attribute light ball. Sigh. In an instant, the space was completely split, and a bunch of black divine light descended. The powerhouses of Jihai were stunned. The realm of the sea was torn apart. This is by no means a level that can be achieved by the 9th level of the gods. And the strong is coming? Inside the black beam of light, a black-robed youth walked out slowly. The young man had white hair and red eyes, and his eyes hung like a blood moon. When he stared at the powerhouses present, the 9 great heavenly ghosts and the powerhouses of Jihai suddenly felt their scalps go numb. If the red-eyed youth had a faint aura, the space collapsed into pieces. Zhao Jihu subconsciously took a few steps back. God King. Yi Qingwu's beautiful eyes flickered, and she fell into contemplation. This young man is actually a God King. Oh? The red-eyed boy looked at Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen in surprise. That sword has the breath of 5 God Emperors. Unexpectedly, this trip even encountered a big fish that is not inferior to our goal. Maybe, it's even more than that. The red-eyed boy looked around, locked on Lin Chen, and said lightly, Are you going with this king, or this king himself abolishes you and then takes you away? Before Lin Chen could answer, Shen Lingshuang stood in front of the red-eyed boy and raised her middle finger. Let's go to your grandma, you are the one who wants to climb 8 gods guard. Today's young lady, why do you feel that something is wrong? It's like smearing honey on your mouth. The red-eyed boy smiled and said, People from the martial god palace are still so disgusting. A black divine light surged from his fingertips, and the red-eyed boy pointed directly at Xinling Shuang. Sigh. A palm suddenly appeared ghostly and patted the red-eyed boy on the shoulder. A cold voice came from behind the red-eyed boy. What are you trying to do to my daughter, jealous? The red-eyed boy suddenly had a solemn expression, closed his fingers and made a fist, and a divine fist suddenly struck behind him. Boom! The fists and palms collide, and the kings of gods confront each other. I saw that a blue-robed figure caught the punch of the red-eyed boy. The faces of many strong men changed slightly. This one is actually a god king. Zhao Jihu and others were even more horrified. Today, because of two young people, they have provoked so many strong people? The power of the confrontation between the two god kings does not seem to be large, but in fact, the space of 10 meters nearby collapses and collapses like a paste. Lin Chen's sword cut off the atmosphere of Jiahai's sky, and the confrontation between the two god kings directly shattered the space of Jiahai. Xinling Shuang cheered, Daddy, beat him. Daddy? Hearing this aunt's name, Jiugui's heart was about to come out. The next generation of King Wushan is in charge, Wuchang Tian. The red-eyed boy sneered, Dude, doesn't your martial god mansion always claim to be civilized and reasonable? Wuchang Tian sneered, I don't have the habit of reasoning with animals. How does it feel to be a dog? It is much better to be a dog in the domain of the gods than a god of slaves. You haven't been tough, of course you think soft bones are better. The young people over there understand the word integrity better than you. Integrity? Only living people are qualified to talk about integrity. The red-eyed boy burst into trouble and shook his fists with 5 fingers. Boom! With a loud explosion, the one who was repelled was the red-eyed god king with a strong attitude. When he took a dozen steps back in a row, he raised his eyes to look at Wu Changtian, and said, Your realm. Wu Changtian flicked his sleeves, of course he is stronger than you. Out of the corner of his eyes, he looked at Lin Chen. Young people, future generations are terrifying. Wu Changtian's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind, and it was his secret voice. Transmission. Listening to what Ling Shuang said, you took care of her when she was in the lower realm. On behalf of the entire Wushan Palace, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Today's matter, my Wushan Palace will take care of her for you. Thank you for your care, Senior. Lin Chen responded with divine soul transmission. In fact, Wu Changtian was a little worried about taking everyone out of fashion. As the helm of the martial god mansion, if he goes off the stage in person, he will move his whole body, just like the kingdom of heaven. There are also many forces in the dark of the martial god mansion. But when he arrived, when he personally sensed the change in the battle situation, and when he saw Lin Chen's record, he completely gave up the idea. The first level of the realm of the gods, killing all gods with one shot. In any era, the future is a monster. This young man is worthy of the adventure of the martial god palace. Likewise, Lin Chen also caught Wu Changtian's attention. There is a trace of this child, his indescribable sense of oppression. This feeling is the first time I've seen it. Divine Realm First Layer makes God King feel the pressure? If this word spreads out, I am afraid that even the world will not believe it. The red-eyed boy sneered, I'm not the only one here today. Wu Changtian, do you want to be the savior? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Hum. 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 As soon as the voice fell, the space fluctuated, and the existence of the aura, so powerful that it almost shattered the universe, was born. They are either young men with strong breath, or unfathomable hunchbacked old men, or enchanting beautiful women who are charming and alluring, or men with domineering faces. The pupils of the 9 great heavenly ghosts shrank. The powerhouses of Jiahai couldn't help swallowing, they had never seen such a battle before. A full 9 god kings. Counting the red-eyed boy, there are actually 10 god kings. If the hidden powerhouses of the second layer realm C were not born, the 10 god kings could almost push most of the forces of the second layer realm C horizontally. I can't believe that Emperor Futian's will is still passed down. It's really good to fight. The times can create heroes, but they can't create myths. The will of myths can't be easily extinguished. No wonder the above attaches so much importance to killing all gods with one shot. If he grows up in the future, it will be considered a threat. If the 10 god kings today can't capture the first level of the god realm, we will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. When the 9 god kings appeared in the world, they raised their eyes to look at Lin Chen, and invariably gave extremely high evaluations. In the face of so many god kings' eyes, it's not bad for ordinary powerhouses to stand up, but Lin Chen is calm, without any pressure, so that the god kings take a higher look at him. That young man. When the eyes of the god kings looked at Lin Chen, their expressions were solemn. As divine kings, how old-fashioned their eyes are, and they also feel unprecedented possibilities on Lin Chen. The long distance running in blue and white was like white clouds fluttering. Wu Chongtian's expression was indifferent. I already knew that you were more than one person. The red-eyed boy said indifferently, it's useless to be tough, can you stop us all alone? A beautiful woman in a peach skirt giggled, Wu Chongtian of Wushan Mansion. What a good man, do you want to join us in Xingzhou? With your strength, you will definitely be better than us. Status. No need to talk nonsense. Wu Chongtian stepped into the sky, let's go up together. The red-eyed boy sneered, want to play 10? You are afraid that you are living in a dream. Zheng. The sword light erupted, and the dragon roared loudly. Like the Milky Way. Falling straight, chopped in the middle of the god king camps on both sides. You god kings are shocked. And the strong ones? Wrong, it's not 1 to 10, it's 3 to 10. When the man's cold shout spread across the sky, the endless void split open a blade of light, and 3 figures slowly emerged. 1 man, 2 women. The man in black walked by the knife, the beautiful woman in blue was worried. And the woman in the star skirt was wearing a star and wearing the moon, and came from the sky, beautiful. At this moment, Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen's expressions changed slightly. The birthmark on Lin Chen's chest flickered, feeling a warm current. And Lin Xingchen felt the strong blood pulse, and could not help questioning the spirit consciousness in his body. Master, who are they? The woman replied, that's right, they are from your clan, and also from the Lin family. The red-eyed youth lost his voice, you are from the Lin family. Aren't you expelled from the realm of the gods? However, Lin Wanqian and the man in black did not answer. The eyes of the two were fixed on Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen in the distance. The black-robed god king with the saber trembled, in the end. Who is the star? Lin Wanchuan's demeanor was full of shock. She looked at Lin Chen, and then at Lin Xingchen, and a monstrous wave broke out in her heart. Yi Qianqi immediately scolded, Uncle Mingxiao, the star is him, we will only have 1 star, don't be confused by the person in front of you. The moment Yi Qianqi pointed to Lin Chen, the hearts of all the gods in the audience were even more shocked. Lin Xingchen's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen. You are Lin Chen, then who am I? I'm going to ask you this, my birthmark reacts to you, who are you? The moment when the two questioned each other, the scene was especially weird. True and false Lin Chen. Who is true and who is false? Lin Chen? That Lin Chen from the Lin family. Could it be that year? The gods were horrified. If they heard the name elsewhere, they would certainly dismiss it. But if it was said from the mouths of the two god kings of the Lin family, especially if they were questioned in front of two terrified young people, this matter would be extraordinary. Lin Chen, the first genius of the god realm. Back then, most of the top powerhouses in the divine realm and the 5 continents had heard of this legend. It was born in the most powerful posture, and disappeared at the speed of a meteor. The open and secret struggles involved are probably far from what ordinary forces can imagine. The 10 god kings looked at Lin Chen in unison. If this son is still the former Lin Chen, the first day in the god realm to inherit the will of Emperor Futian, then he should die here. Forever. Can't let him live. Wrong. Lin Chen's heart moved, and he really realized the problem. How can it be so easy to obtain the title of number 1 in the god realm? Even the giants of the ages, and the supreme geniuses among the super first class forces, still need to achieve great feats from future cultivation, and even make actual achievements from actual combat and experience to prove their talents. If you calculated according to time, and what the two of them said to me back then, if I were Lin Chen, I would be in a state of being born when I was full. Even if it is a genius of God's domain, I am afraid that it is not only possible to rank first by the potential displayed when he was just born. How can such a name convince the public? The first genius of the god realm, such a name that surpasses all sentient beings in the god realm, how could he name a newborn child with such a name? This name may be the key to everything behind it. Zhao Jiuxiao once said that there was a god-level mathematician who had a relationship with the Lin family. Lin Mingxiao, the man in black, trembled with his hand on the knife, forcing himself to calm down and said, "But the young man over there, why do you have the blood of my Lin family?" Lin family bloodline. With Lin Mingxiao's cultivation base, one can see at a glance that Lin Chen is the real Lin Chen. Yi Qianqi said solemnly, "I'm afraid it has something to do with the death of Uncle Lin back then." Lin Mingxiao looked at Lin Wanqian. "What do you think?" Lin Wanqian said seriously, "Xingchen on the other side is the elder brother's son. I have confirmed his birthmark. This is absolutely not wrong." Yi Qianqi said through a voice transmission, "Let it be solved by Xingchen, we will stop these enemies for him." Lin Mingxiao gave Lin Chen a complicated look. If Big Brother is in the spirit of heaven and learns that the stars are still alive, I'm afraid he can rest his eyes. In that battle that year, the Lin family faced the power of half a god's realm. Even alarmed the birth of individual powerhouses from the 3 major protoss. In order to protect Lin Chen, the Lin family did everything possible. Boom. Lin Mingxiao stepped out, holding a black knife, and looked at the 10 god kings. Wu Chongtian laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to be able to fight side by side with Lin Mingxiao, the king of the Black Moon Knife of the Lin family. Today, it's really worth it." Lin Mingxiao cupped his hands with the knife. "Your Excellency Wu Chongtian of Wushan Mansion, thank you for this action." Wu Chongtian smiled and said, "Yes, little friend Lin Chen is my daughter's benefactor." Lin Mingxiao, Lin Wanqian, Wu Chongtian, when the 3 of them stood together at once, the 10 kings of the gods were like a formidable enemy, Wu Chongtian alone might not be able to stop the 10 of them, but with the 2 God Kings of the Lin family, it's different. Even if the Lin family were expelled from the realm of the gods, the skinny camels were bigger than the horses, and they were also part of the peak forces in the realm of the gods. If you underestimate them, you will pay the price. When Yi Qianqi retreated, Wu Chongtian pushed his hands horizontally, and the light of the sunset-like law was extinguished, and he suddenly shouted coldly, Wu Zhao Qiankuan. The orange light spreads out like a divine light barrier, separating the 2 sides of the sea of boundary. Wu Chongtian smiled indifferently, the battle between us will not be good if it hurts the younger generation. The red-eyed boy shouted angrily, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep him. Go together. Knife King of the Black Moon of the Lin family, the sword intent that is also in the realm of the gods, this king would like to ask for some advice. You can keep him for a while. How can you keep him for a while, Lin Chen? The top has to decide. The situation changed suddenly, the law came, and the battle of the 13 God Kings was about to start. On the other side, when Yi Qianqi landed next to Lin Chen, she immediately said, Xing. Lin Chen, hurry up now. But Lin Chen said, men's things, women don't talk too much. Yi Qianqi was startled, don't run away now, do you want to waste the great opportunity that everyone created for you? The blue divine light in his eyes flickered, and Lin Chen stared at Lin Xingchen without speaking. Yi Qianqi sighed, stubborn temper. I don't know who to follow. Yi Qinggu smiled, it's good to get used to it, come with me, and keep these guys from Jihai. Zhao Jihu swallowed his saliva and rubbed his hands together, Mummy, these 2 girls are really energetic, I have been in Jihai for so many years, and I have never done this kind of superb. He smiled wickedly and said, if I can't get Lin Chen away, it's not a loss for me to get this woman back first. Anyway, Jihai is a big place. If you shoot for another place, if these 2 women can sleep with one, he will not lose. Yi Qinggu smiled, Islander of Jihai, something is wrong with you. Zhao Jihu said with a wicked smile, 2 women in the mirror can make peace with me. The 9 gate masters under his command immediately stood up. Yi Qianqi, huh? But when Yi Qianqi released the hidden breath and released a sense of oppression that was not inferior to that of the 3rd elder of the alchemist guild, all the experts in Jihai were completely dumbfounded. Half-step God King? Such a young woman is actually a half-step God King. The crowd was horrified. Yi Qinggu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, it's not good to offend anyone, but to offend my sister, Qianqi, the 5 elements owe you a fight. As soon as the pace turned, when Yi Qianqi and Yi Qinggu were dispatched, the 14 real-world powerhouses turned pale in shock. Sigh. Boom. 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 The raging waves set off, the waves were turbulent, and the wind was raging like a song. The moment when the 2 major lineups' divine power fluctuations completely clashed, heaven and earth paled. When the 8 gods guard of Wushan Mansion, led by Shenling Shuang, confronted the 9 great heavenly ghosts, they completely became the 2nd largest battle circle. Between heaven and earth, there are only the last 2 people left. Lin Chen, Lin Xingchen. Lin Xingchen asked calmly, aren't you going to run away? Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, even if I escape, you will still chase after me, won't you? Besides, for something like you, I need to escape? Lin Xingchen said indifferently, very arrogant, I expect your strength to be tougher than your tongue. Lin Chen smiled and said, everyone who has fought with me knows that I am the toughest. All attribute light balls have been collected. At this time all the phantom clones were unified into phantom flashes and incorporated into Lin Chen's body. More than 20,000 fallen true gods, all the attribute light balls dropped were collected and taken away. Except for the growth-type attribute light balls that need to be refined, the rest can be used immediately. The host holds the essence of the advanced suit, 920,000 points, and starts to continuously charge the Golden God of War suit by 6%, 7%, 8%, 9%, 10%. When the phantom clone was retracted into the body, the fighting intent in Lin Chen's eyes was even more intense. Thanks to the appearance of the God Kings, the time has been delayed. I have more confidence in winning. The golden light of the Golden God of War set suddenly skyrocketed. Zheng. Suddenly, there was a sharp sword whistle, and when Lin Chen drew out his sword, 5-colored cloud light appeared like a cold glow. The world dimmed in an instant, and there was only a little 5-color cloud light left. The moment Lin Chen pulled out his sword, Lin Chen instantly reduced to endless darkness. Is it dark? No, it was Lin Chen's perception that was completely cut off. Only that point of 5-color cloud light is the most dazzling, transmitted at an extremely slow speed. It looks very slow, but it is very fast. Lin Chen's soul perception can't keep up with his sword speed. That little 5-color cloud light is the sharpest sword tip. God of War set, power adjustment. Boom. Layers of golden light flowed on the surface of the armor, and when it was incorporated into the gauntlet, break. The God of War spear turned into a round of golden light, and Lin Chen held the spear and swung it obliquely. The pure force exploded, and the mighty force of nearly 10 million barren force suddenly swung out. The mighty force of moving mountains and reclaiming seas burst from the tip of the spear, and the darkness was torn apart. Clang. Boom. The tip of the spear ripped through the darkness and slammed into the tip of the stabbing sword. When the spear and sword intersected, and the 5 Emperor sword and the God of War spear collided, a series of sparks erupted. Lin Chen pondered in his heart, it broke my eternal night sword. His sudden violent sword was a peerless swordsmanship of the half-red ranks. It is the strongest technique that can be cultivated at the 8th level or below of the God realm. In order to cultivate the Qi level cultivation technique, one must reach the 8th level of the divine realm, and the strength of the divine body and the Tao can be cultivated. And the red level exercises are equivalent to legends, as strong as the level of God Kings, who are rarely knowledgeable. Below the 8th level of the God realm, the half-red rank cultivation technique is the strongest. And there are almost no human races who control the half-red rank exercises at the 1st level of the gods. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was soaring to the sky. There is no better chance to kill him than now. Kill him now, while there is still more than half of the time for the ultimate rebel. I want to see when your special armor can be used. With a flick of the wrist, the 5 Emperor swords trembled. Lin Chen counterattacked with a sword, and set off Lin Chen's God of War spear. When he bounced off the magic spear, Lin Chen held his sword and slashed horizontally. The 5-colored cloud and light swept into the sky, and the fierce divine power surged out. Lin Chen stepped into the void, and when he stepped back slightly, the golden light of the God of War suddenly condensed into a line, and suddenly turned around and stabbed with a carbine. Clang. The blade of the sword was agitated, and when the body of the gun and the blade were separated, Lin Chen stepped on the void, and his divine power burst forth. In his eyes, endless sword monuments, sword worlds, and sword chi storms emerged, triggering the law of the sword, and all began to pour into the sword. Body, blessing into the sword of the 5 emperors. The divine light of the sword body trembled, and the edge was more than twice as strong as before. It is the law of the sword. As soon as the fight started, Lin Chen used the law of the sword to deal with Lin Chen. Behind Lin Chen, a bright moon rose and descended leisurely. Morning, night, 1,000 sorrows. With his sword in hand, he stabbed out 1,000 swords at super speed. Day by day, Lin Chen swung the spear in both hands and danced, and the golden brilliance of the god of war spear flashed in a hurricane, bouncing off countless sword lights like a whirlwind. Clang! 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 Boom! 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 The sea surface shook, and the terrifying momentum was like a giant beast tearing the bottom of the sea, setting off hundreds of giant waves. His gun is actually heavier than a shot, and it must be resolved quickly. The swordsmanship displayed by this 5-color divine sword is getting sharper and sharper. The swordsmanship and swordsmanship are fused together. It is controlled by the divine sword. It seems that blitzkrieg will be used to create fighters. The two became more and more brave the more they fought, and between the swords and spears, none of them retreated. Life and death fight, only this battle. For this battle, Lin Chen waited for 13 years. For this battle, Lin Chen waited for 130 years. Both long for a moment to end each other with a fight, and both believe that now is the best time. After becoming a god, Lin Chen, especially after refining his body to become a god, became more skilled and fit in his manipulation of the golden god of war suit. When Lin Chen used the golden god of war set before, most of the time he couldn't use the martial arts and combat skills, but this time he was able to skillfully use the Zhutian marksmanship. The principle is very simple. It's not that the god of war set prohibits Lin Chen's exercises, it's that Lin Chen uses the power of exceeding the limit. Every time Lin Chen used the god of war suit against the enemy, it basically belonged to a powerful enemy that was approaching the limit. In this case, Lin Chen basically falls into the situation of overdrawing the limit of the meat shell. The pure power of the god of war suit is like riding a fierce and powerful dark horse. The stronger it is, the more difficult it is to control. It is very difficult to control the direction of movement, let alone exert other skills. The power obtained is too large, and it is very reluctant to just accommodate and exert it. It is almost impossible to mobilize other powers and skills to use together in such a limit state. But there is a very mysterious and coincidental opportunity today, that is, the 9 great heavenly ghosts. The 9 of them have about half of the Azura blood, which made Lin Chen's 2 Azura natural enemies, shattered into a temporary increase of a large amount of pure power and a steady stream of divine power. If it weren't for the godhead shards of the Azura natural enemy, Lin Chen would have to use the golden war god suit to fight against Lin Chen in this battle. But not necessarily now, Lin Chen still has room to grow. In this situation, the on-the-spot increase brought by the godhead shards of Azura natural enemy is stronger than the combination of God Rebellion and God Killer. Now is the best time for Lin Chen to kill Lin Chen. Clang! Boom! Another confrontation, the rotating golden spear shadow and the sword light stabbed like an endless sword rain collided and fought together, shocking the world. The only 9 celestial ghosts who could watch the battle with a wisp of consciousness, and the 8 great guards of the martial god mansion, both of them couldn't help being shocked. What monstrous duo! The battle between the 2 gods at the first level was no less powerful than The battle to the death at the early stage of the 9th level of the gods. The higher level is a genius, the higher level is the arrogance, the higher level is the genius. But these two, they not only surpassed the order, but also surpassed the 9th order. It's a fucking monster. Crazy, so crazy. No wonder the people from the Lin family are here. Could it be that Lin Chen was born? This is the first time this old man has seen such monsters. You believe that? They are the first geniuses in the god realm. When the two sides were horrified, a sword light crossed the sky, and the 5-color sword rainbow opened the sky and slashed it with one sword. Boom! A bunch of golden afterglow was shot down and fell into the sea, causing a lot of shock. It was Lin Chen who was shot down. Today is different from the past. Lin Chen not only broke through to the realm of the gods, but with the bloodline qualifications of the first genius. In the realm of gods, he made the perfect promotion. If calculated by the power of the Baron, the current Lin Chen is comparable to 100,000 Baron power alone, and the foundation is terrifyingly strong. Lin Chen's perfect promotion, the divine power of the first layer of the gods, is 11,000 wild powers, which is almost the limit of mortals. Relying on mental techniques and talent effects, only 55,000 wild powers were reached. As for Lin Chen's first-level divine realm, his divine power is comparable to that of 100,000 desolate powers, which can be regarded as surpassing the limit of countless divine talents. As for the divine power, based on the theory of light, Lin Chen is enough to match the early stage of the 6th level of the divine realm, which controls the law of pluralism. Lin Chen's foundation far exceeds Lin Chen's. Lin Chen has such a strong foundation of divine power, which is comparable to 100,000 desolate power, equivalent to the 6th level initial stage of the divine realm, which is in charge of the law of negative numbers. Not to mention Lin Chen's background, from his mind to martial arts and combat skills, and so on. Such a strong foundational support, in exchange, is the ability to control the 5 Emperor Swords. That's right, this peerless divine sword that even the God King has changed has long recognized Lin Chen as the master. If Lin Chen's trump card is the golden god of war, then Lin Chen's trump card is the 5 Emperor Sword. When he fought against Lin Chen in the Holy Realm, Lin Chen was still unable to exert 1/100th of its power, so he could only use the sword with all his might. Now that he has become a god, he has begun to gradually control this peerless divine sword. Control the peerless sword that stands on the top of the god realm, as well as the heritage and talent that is crowned as the first genius of the god realm. Lin Chen's strength is unimaginable. Even, this is just the beginning. The true talents of many gods only begin to show their edge after they become gods. Sure enough, this monstrous young man is stronger. Different from borrowing that weird armor, this son's talent and potential are the best that this king has seen for the first time. The gap seems to be a line, but it is actually huge. There is no possibility of Lin Chen turning around. Sure enough, is this the real Lin Chen? When more than a dozen gods and kings scuffled, they occasionally glanced at the battle between the two. Lin Chen's disadvantage was expected by the kings of gods. Right now, Lin Chen doesn't seem to have a chance to turn around at all. At least, even Lin Wanqian, who believed in Lin Chen extremely, couldn't imagine the conditions and key to Lin Chen's victory. Your marksmanship is getting stronger and stronger, and the same is true of my divine sword. When I hit my divine sword, the laws of kendo and the sword's intent are in the body. It must be very painful, Lin Chen. High in the sky, Lin Chen flickered in the sky, and his brows were filled with extreme arrogance. His whole body was full of sword energy, and when he held the sword, the laws of kendo appeared and disappeared, and the long river of sword energy lingered above his head, cutting the void. Lin Chen is the first time Lin Chen has used the Five Emperors' sword against the enemy since he became a god. With the continuous influx of Lin Chen's divine power and the gradual loosening of the seal of the Five Emperor swords, the strength that can be displayed will also skyrocket. However, it is also a burden to Lin Chen. When the sword is too powerful, the sharpness is enough to hurt its master. Therefore, this battle is also not suitable for Lin Chen to fight for a long time. When stepping on the streamer Phantom, Lin Chen wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue. Yi Qianqi, who was suppressing more than a dozen strong men in the world, saw this scene and finally couldn't help but want to act. But Yi Qinggu stopped her and smiled sweetly. Don't worry, he's not the man who fell here, trust him. Clean up the things on these guys first. He will definitely need their resources and things. This. Yi Qianqi hesitated a little, while Lin Chen was chasing after victory. A ray of divine soul consciousness stored by the woman in the silver skirt suddenly transmitted a voice, directly shaking Lin Chen's heart. Stop the stars, to the right. Sigh. Brush. The sonic boom rolled, and the huge waves roared into the sky, billowing and roaring. Almost as soon as the voice of the woman in the silver skirt fell, Lin Chen, who was wrapped in the dark blue divine wind, flashed like a ghost. The host uses the ultimate function suit, the function 4-piece set to charge 100%. The host has sufficient divine power, turn on the gift of the suit feature. The divine wind, and the 4-piece function suit can increase all attributes at the highest speed, 400 times. The moment he approached Lin Chen within 10 feet, the corner of Lin Chen's bloody mouth rose slightly. The 4-piece suit of function that was swirling all over his body was instantly lifted. The host switches to the golden God of War suit and activates the attached weapon, the God of War gun. With the Godhead shards of Azure natural enemy activated, even if Lin Chen uses all the divine power to instantly deplete the speed to increase the speed, the divine power will be replenished quickly. In the 10,000th of his breath, a ray of golden light emerged. Lin Chen held it with one hand, the golden brilliance bloomed, and the war god spear reappeared. Lin Chen held up the God of War spear, which was aimed at the top of Lin Chen's head, and slammed down suddenly. Day by day. What? Lin Chen was shocked and moved. What a perverted speed. The shape resembles the law of the wind, but it is far beyond the law of the wind. The rays of light trembled, and the first person to react was not Lin Chen, but the 5 emperor swords in his hand. Facing Lin Chen's close range, when Lin Chen could raise his sword to defend, the sword body was already 70% ready. The tip of the spear smashed violently, and smashed into the 5 emperors' sword above Lin Chen's head. Clang! The tip of the spear collided with the blade of the sword, the 5-color cloud light flickered violently, and the light of the 5 emperor swords trembled. Die! Lin Chen, who was caught off guard, was shot by Lin Chen. Boom! Boom! Lin Chen was smashed and fell straight into the sea. Looking from a distance, it is like a 5-color aurora suddenly falling into the sea, shaking the waves thousands of times. Pfft! On the shattered underwater reef, Lin Chen spit out blood from the sound of bone cracking all over his body. His eyes were full of rage and crazy hatred, as if he was a hunter who was bitten by a wild beast. Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his sword and stood up, his expression showing a stronger killing intent. Consume 6390 God-level Heavenly Dao points, continue to use the undead Godhead, and restore the host's injuries. Lin Chen wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, holding on to the characteristics of the law of Kendo in his body, and sneered. I, Lin Chen, can make countless mistakes. But you, Lin Chen, can only make one mistake. The voice just fell. The host inflicts a defense-breaking attack on the enemy, triggering the ultimate talent effect of the rebel. The strongest orange-level top talent ultimate sky rebel effect, breaking defense, both instant kill. Click. At the moment when a crisp crack sounded, Lin Chen's face was full of disbelief. When he looked down at his arm, it was covered with cracks. His vitality is fading. His bloodline is weakening. His cultivation base is collapsing. Lin Chen's soul trembled as the icy cold infiltrated his soul. The perception in front of him gradually disappeared, and his vision became dark. As if the absolute judgment of death was coming, Lin Chen felt a trace of fear for the first time. My life is actually being shattered. How is this possible? This is not a wound, it is a complete death. Life is withering, turning into nothingness. Even the consciousness of the soul has been shattered to the core. With a single shot of the waves, Lin Chen was smashed into pieces, dropping a large number of attribute light balls and a dark cyan treasure chest. And there is only one 5 Emperor sword left that fell to the spot. This moment is very strange. All the strong people present seem to be pinching their throats by an invisible big hand. The pupils of the 8 great guards of the martial god mansion shrank. The strong men of Jiahai suddenly felt their scalps go numb. When the 9 great heavenly ghosts saw this scene during the battle, the corners of their mouths trembled. Motherfucker. Isn't this the exact same situation just now? This sun killed all gods with one shot. However, Lin Chen was just injured. Why did he suddenly die? Could it be that? Combined with the strong men of Jihai and others, and the reason why the 9 great heavenly ghosts themselves survived, they thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. The people who survived before were all who resisted Lin Chen's attack, just now, and suffered any injuries. His first shot seems to have dispersed his strength for the purpose of large-scale killing. Could it be? Could it be that fighting against the current Lin Chen, you must not be injured, and if you are injured, you will die? The scalps of the strong men were numb. If so, this guy is too defiant. This is the first level of the realm of the gods, and he has mastered such a killer. Compared to it, the law of death, the law of cutting, or even the law of fragmentation, which ranks within 1,000 avenues, is ranked within 100. Compared with Lin Chen's hand, it's simply not worth it. All have to stand aside. The 13 god kings shuddered when they saw Lin Chen turn into fragments and fly into pieces. Such means they have never seen or heard of them who are stronger than God. King Xingchen turned out to be so powerful. I've been in the lower realm all the way to this day. I can't imagine that I can still fight against such a genius and still have the upper hand. Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanchuan's hearts shook. When staring at Lin Chen's battle circle, Yi Qianqi's eyes trembled, and she even stopped fighting, quietly staring at Lin Chen's direction. As a first-rate mathematician in the god realm, she couldn't even understand the weird phenomenon in front of her. That is, when Lin Chen saw the space where Lin Chen died, and a faint blue Attribute light beam appeared, his eyes lit up. It's the attribute treasure chest of the ultimate function suit. When Lin Chen stepped on the sole of his foot, he planned to swipe away to collect the attribute light ball. Suddenly, Yi Qianqi stared at the place where Lin Chen died, her pupils shrinking. Yi Qianqi suddenly shouted coldly, "Not good. Lin Chen, don't get close." Lin Chen froze. Zheng. The 5-color cloud light suddenly flashed, and the 5 emperor swords slowly lifted into the sky. I saw that a red pendant hanging on the hilt of the sword was burning violently and flickering frantically. The red pendant began to burn into a vortex, and the unprecedented power of the law faintly overflowed. The red pendant burned out a ray of divine soul consciousness, and snow white fragments of the divine soul emerged, and the phantom of the divine soul turned into a slender figure swaying, changing into a silver skirt woman floating in the air. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. "Is that you?" This silver skirt woman, he has seen once. It was at Zhao Jihu's place, the woman who issued the wanted reward. It was Lin Chen who was wanted in Jiahai. She turned out to be with Lin Chen? When the fragments of the soul of the woman in the silver skirt appeared, Lin Wanqian and Lin Mingxiao's offensive stopped. The hearts of the two set off a storm. Is her. Back then, when the two were young, they had a relationship with her. It was her who brought hope for the Lin family to a new rise. It was also her who became the beginning of the decline of the Lin family. There is only one in the heaven and the world, the only one in the God realm. A God-level mathematician. The woman in the silver skirt said flatly, "I can't imagine that you can do this. However, with the layout of 30,000 years, how can a young junior like you be able to ruin my major affairs?" Almost at the same time when the woman in the silver skirt appeared, the scarlet pendant trembled violently in the burning whirlpool. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, and he could feel that the sky-defying changes were taking place in that space. He has the blood of an ancient dragon in the universe, and is particularly sensitive to the flow and changes of time. The time of that piece of space. And time is actually going back. A red glow rose into the sky, turned into a beam of light, and rose brilliantly. The ghost of the woman in the silver skirt is slightly empty, and the fingertips are full of dazzling divine light, dripping like jade dew in the swirl of red clouds. Yi Qianqi lost her voice in horror, because of the law of cause and effect. 3,000 avenues, the 10 most difficult to comprehend and the most difficult to control, the law of cause and effect that ranks in the top 10. All things have cause and effect, reincarnation is endless, cause and effect are endless. The karma and karma planted by each life will flow into the long river of the law of causality, comprehend the law of causality, and even influence or tamper with other people's destiny and chance, which is one of the highest realms of the mathematician. Yi Qianqi said in a trembling voice, she is erasing Lin Chen's cause and effect. Could it be that? In Lin Chen's eyes, in the red pendant, what he can perceive is far more than cause and effect. There are other powers. Boom. The terrifying life force erupted from the red beam of light, time went back. Energy and bloodlines were recondensed, the soul was reshaped, and the body of the gods gathered. I saw that when the red beam of light slowly dissipated, the young man was dressed in white like snow, and his golden pupils showed a strong fighting intent. He made a move with one hand, and the 5 emperor sword burst into a clanking dragon roar, falling into his palm again. Lin Chen, reappear. Shen Lingshuang's red lips parted slightly. This is cheating. I seem to have only seen the master play this kind of cheating. The scene was especially strange. The strong men of Jiahai and the people of Wushan Mansion were completely frightened in place. It is no longer the level of shock, it is completely frightened. This is not some kind of soul-grabbing, nor is it some kind of means of resurrecting the soul of a god. You must know that Lin Chen just now was completely shattered, and not even a trace of divine soul remained. In this state, it is impossible to revive it, no matter how hard the sky is. Only the two of the Lin family knew that in front of a mathematician who was once crowned as the only god, anything could happen. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. There's actually such an operation. Lin Chen has a system, right? Almost subconsciously, Lin Chen asked the system, "You didn't give me a fake all-time rebel, did you?" System, 12 years of gun training, troublesome host also practice. Brain. Boom. Suddenly, the straightest clouds in the sky were completely washed away. With Lin Chen as the center, beyond the 9 layers of clouds, the stars were dazzling, and a starlight, shrouded in light, fell straight down. In Lin Chen's golden pupils, dazzling starlight bloomed, and a new law of divine might emerged. At this moment, even the soul of the woman in the silver skirt revealed a surprise. She blushed and said intoxicatedly, "Xingchen, you really are my highest masterpiece." After being resurrected from the dead, the talent of divine blood has been inspired. This bloodline is indeed the most suitable for you. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, and a new law appeared in his breath. Above the sky, countless stars flashed continuously, and they were hidden into Lin Chen's divine body, becoming indestructible. Lin Chen flew up with his sword in the air, refining the power of the stars in the heavens and drawing the wrath of the galaxy and the sea. 3,000 avenues, the law of the stars. Fighting with Lin Chen, he was close to death, and when he reached the limit, Lin Chen died and was resurrected, which inspired his unparalleled bloodline talent and realized the second law. His foundation of divine power is comparable to the initial stage of the 6th level of the divine realm, and the 6th level of the divine realm is exactly the beginning of controlling the law of pluralism. Go beyond the limits of boundaries. Boom. Lin Chen raised his hand with a sword, and there was starlight in the 9 heavens that incorporated into his kendo law, burst out with the divine sword. And the sword light of 100 feet slashed backwards, and the starlight swept across the sky. Lin Chen swung the spear of the god of war, and the red light of the sky flashed with one shot, smashing it head-on. Sigh. Boom. Lin Chen was blasted back hundreds of feet, and the waves were rolling. His body-protecting golden body of the god of war trembled, and his desire was broken. Raising his sword and stepping in the air, Lin Chen smiled sternly, "Lin Chen, you have made me more complete." Lin Chen swung his sword and attacked, but this time it's your turn to die. I, Lin Chen, can be resurrected from death, and you, Lin Chen, die once and it's over. The sword energy invaded into the body, and Lin Chen's mouth was bleeding, but he smiled slightly, overflowing with madness. Yes, then try to see who can survive to the end. The soles of his feet smashed the void, and Lin Chen went up against it. Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanqian looked at Lin Chen almost with bated breath. At the first level of the realm of the gods, it controls 2 laws. This is the #1 talent in the god realm. How does he get over this mountain? Seeing Lin Chen's life-changing resurrection, the hearts of the god kings shook. The view of this battle is completely different from the previous one. The battle between these two is far beyond the specifications of any genius they have ever seen. That divine sword with the breath of a god emperor has become stronger, and stronger. Similarly, it's even weirder to take over the sharp spear of the divine sword. With the experience of the old man, you can't tell what rank it is? Where will the victory go, and who is the real Lin Chen? This battle, which all parties are concerned about, is about to come to an end. Lin Chen's 5 emperor swords have a limited time to control, and it is impossible for him to fight a protracted battle. And while the talent state of the ultimate renegade continues, Lin Chen has no reason not to fight. If Lin Chen ran away in this battle, it would be a disaster for the future. Besides, Lin Chen also has a killer weapon that he has never used before. After killing more than 20,000 true gods, the essence of the suit obtained is enough to push his golden war god suit to a new peak. Lin Chen, who evoked the power of the stars of the 9 heavens, revolved around his body with a layer of golden starlight twinkling, as if the stars were illuminated by the sand, and the star ring was shrouded. The law of the stars can refine the power of the stars in Zhou Tian, and use them for their own use, making them indestructible. It can also mobilize the energy of the star core and turn it into the most ferocious attack. After experiencing it firsthand, Lin Chen knew that the most important thing in fighting against Lin Chen was not to let him break through his defenses. With the law of Kendo and the law of stars, 1 attack and 1 defense. Fighting head-on, as long as Lin Chen is not injured, Lin Chen has no chance of winning. The edge of the 5 emperor swords, I want to see how you, Lin Chen, resist. Sigh. Lin Chen killed with his sword, raised his hand with the sword and slashed again. The law of Kendo turned into a snow-white sword light like a falling star river, and suddenly chopped off to the top of Lin Chen's head. The sky and the earth were dim for a moment, and the 5-colored cloud light lingered, and it was the eternal night sword, which cut off Lin Chen's perception and retreat. Lin Chen's brows were full of fighting intent, and the blazing fire surging in his pupils seemed to be burning the world. Ling Kong rose in 1 step. Lin Chen swung his spear towards the sky, and the tip of the spear shot a red glow, facing the sword edge with 5-colored clouds lingering in front of him. Boom! The sword chi dissipated, and Jin Hui trembled. When the gust of wind stirred the sea, the 2 sides took 5 steps back at the same time, and they were evenly divided. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. My 5 emperor sword, the more the envoy, the stronger the edge. How did he take my sword? Lin Chen waved his spear and closed it. The tip of the god of war spear was burning with a crimson fire that devoured the world. Lin Chen raised his brows. The law of fire. Lin Chen said indifferently, you are not the only one who controls the laws of the first layer of the divine realm. As long as he doesn't use the power beyond the limit of his body, Lin Chen can perform any exercises and laws in the state of the golden god of war. The red flames flowed from the tip of the gun, and Lin Chen, who was dressed in the golden light of the god of war, began to burn and rise under his feet. With 5 fingers turned, Lin Chen's god of war spear turned, and when he held it with his backhand, he actually made a throwing gesture. The next moment, he violently threw the god of war spear out, and the pure power suddenly erupted. The power of the golden god of war set began to concentrate on his right arm, and the pure power surged tens of thousands of times. Sigh. The god of war spear shining with red gold radiance pierced through the sky like the aurora of a meteor, and the tip of the spear was burning with the law of fire that devoured the heavens and the earth, and attacked Lin Chen. Straight. What? Lin Chen was moved. Even if he sensed the direction of the attack, he couldn't avoid it. The attack speed was too fast. Holding the 5 emperor sword tightly, the laws of Kendo flowed. Lin Chen stepped up to meet the spear, and slashed violently from the bottom. Clang! Boom! The law of infinite fire exploded high in the sky and burned violently, and the golden glow of the red glow spread all over the sky. When the god of war bullet flew, Lin Chen was repelled for the first time. Lin Chen galloped like thunder and fire, smashed the void, and rushed into the rolling flames. The divine fist slammed towards Lin Chen like a raging wave. Lin Chen blocked with the sword. The blade of the sword slashed Lin Chen. Lin Chen took it hard with the divine fist. The five emperor sword turned and slashed into thorns. Lin Chen's armor shook, threw off the tip of the sword, and punched Lin Chen with a backhand. Boom! 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 The two galloped fast. Lin Chen approached Lin Chen in close combat, resisted with the golden body of the god of war again and again, and slammed it with divine fists. When the 8 gods guard and the 9 great heaven ghosts fought, the battle between the two became more and more shocking. What domineering pure power! It seems to have a little taste of the law of force. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yi Qianqi gave up attacking Jiahai's strong men, and Zhao Jihu and others who were seriously injured breathed a sigh of relief. If you fight again, Lin Chen will be in danger. Yi Qianqi's figure was elegant, and she dashed into the battle circle between Lin Chen and Lin Chen with a divine light like a rainbow of stars. The soul fragment of the woman in the silver skirt appeared like a ghost, and she waved her hand in front of Yi Qianqi. Qianku unlocks the sky, 3,000 together. OM. A large number of silver space vortices emerged, covering Lin Chen and Lin Chen, completely separating their battle circles and blocking Yi Qianqi. The woman in the silver skirt said lightly, although this seed is not there, you can't disturb this battle. Yi Qianqi's beautiful eyes narrowed. You borrowed a variety of laws of the realm of the gods, and changed the cause and effect. I don't believe that you will not pay the price. The woman in the silver skirt looked down at her contemptuously. The 4 dimensions are huge, and there are many things you haven't seen before. The price of the mere soul and the body is nothing. Then please enlighten me. Let the little girl see the vastness of the mathematician. Frog at the bottom of the well. Yi Qianqi slammed her palm up, and the 2 mathematicians confronted each other. Click. 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 Boom. The moment the red gold divine fist collided with the 5-colored sword tip, Lin Chen and Lin Chen retreated at the same time. The star ring was in turmoil, and Lin Chen's power of the law of stars that lingered around his body was peeled off like fragments and fell down, all signs of burning. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Is this your purpose, to break my laws of stars? No. Lin Chen smiled sternly, overflowing with arrogance. What you want to see is something higher. Consumes 5,300 God-level Heavenly Dao points and continues to activate the undead Godhead. Note, the host has accumulated too many laws and characteristics. If it is not resolved, his life is in danger. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was overwhelming, and when he waved his hand in the sky, a golden flash of light flashed under the sea, and the god of war spear swept back like lightning and fell into Lin Chen's palm. Continuing to consume the essence of the advanced suit, the golden god of war suit continues to charge, current charge, 32%. The god of war spear in Lin Chen's hand, the golden brilliance suddenly soared. Suddenly, Lin Chen's pupils shrank. That divinely splendid war god spear, the triangular shape of the spear tip, transformed into a diamond-shaped sharp blade. There is a golden wheel lingering around the spear body, and the whole spear exudes a sharpness that Makes time and space tremble. Even Lin Chengwang felt a tingling sensation when he looked directly at it, as if even the soul felt the edge of the tearing dimension of desire. Obviously it is the same weapon, but it is very different from before. The recharge has reached the minimum requirements, and the host has opened. The accessory weapon of the Golden God of War gun, second form. Holding the newly born God of War spear in his hand, the killing intent in Lin Chen's eyes skyrocketed. Whoever blocks my progress, I will kill the number one in the God realm. The recharge has reached the minimum requirements, and the host has opened. The accessory weapon of the Golden God of War gun, second form. Extreme strength, extreme attack, extreme destruction. The second form of the God of War spear, incidental feature, strong attack. The host uses the second form of the Ares gun with strong penetrating power. The first form of the Ares gun has the same power, and the second form can produce more powerful lethality. When the golden brilliance of the God of War spear was hanging high, Lin Chen's divine might rose steadily. 11 million barren power, 12 million barren power. Lin Chen's pure power began to soar to the limit that his flesh shell could withstand. Under the God of War, the flesh and blood all over his body burst, and blood was seeping from the corners of his eyes. The mighty golden divine brilliance is shaped like 10,000 feet of divine light, condensing on the spear. Those who stand in my way, the number one in the God realm will be killed as well. Lin Chen raised his hand and raised his spear, the space behind the armor distorted with a bang, and Lin Chen violently shot the God of War spear. The spear broke the sky, and a beam of golden light smashed through the world and attacked Lin Chen. This time, without the blessing of laws, some are just pure and extreme powers that belong to the God of War set. How could he have such a powerful attack? The moment Lin Chen's heart trembled, it was too late to retreat. His divine power was condensed, and he could mobilize only the law of kendo that could only be used at the fastest speed. With a wave of the 5 emperor swords, the 5 colored clouds lingered, the long river of overflowing and revolving sword energy revolved like a sword wheel, and the vast and mighty kendo laws bloomed with dazzling light. Lin Chen actually performed another half-red swordsmanship that was not inferior to Eternal Night Sword. Boom! Boom! The divine spear was like a beam of aurora, and when it crashed into the sword wheel condensed by the law of kendo, the light of the 5 emperor swords trembled, and the sword wheel shattered. The divine light was pushed horizontally, and the golden divine splendor of the God of War shone 1,000 feet, destroying the dead and tearing the wrought. The woman in the silver skirt suddenly turned her head and said in surprise, "This evil species has such a killer move?" The host's attack breaks the defense, triggering the ultimate talent effect of the rebel. Breaking the defense is an instant kill. The duration of the talent effect of the ultimate deviator is about to end. The next moment, Lin Chen, whose flesh shell stumps were flying around, began to burst into pieces. In the dense golden light, Lin Chen's body and soul shattered, and the fragments eventually turned into powder and dissipated, and the 5 emperor swords flew out. Lin Chen once again turned into a large number of attribute light balls. And this time, he dropped a black and white attribute treasure chest with divine light. Actually killed him again. It's really a monster. How many killer moves does this child have? It's no wonder that I can become the master of the young lady. I'm really convinced. The corners of the 8 gods guard of the martial god mansion twitched slightly. Shen Lingshuang said excitedly, "Good." When Lin Chen stepped into the air, he was shaky, and the phantom clone was released. The clone took away all the attribute light balls that Lin Chen had. dropped when he died for the first time, as well as the two most crucial attribute treasure chests. The host gets the treasure chest of the god's suit, and after opening it, he gets ultimate function suit Peerless leg armor. The attribute treasure chest that Lin Chen died of for the first time was, as expected, the function suit. As a result, Lin Chen's function suit was still missing the last piece. To Lin Chen's surprise, it was the attribute treasure box dropped by his second death. The host obtains the treasure chest of the god's suit, and after opening it, he obtains absolute defense, god of war set parts, and armor of the sky. It's the sky-high suit. However, the battle situation was changing rapidly, and before Lin Chen was surprised by the abundance of this harvest, the space was drastically distorted. Boom! The 5 Emperor sword volleyed back a phantom clone of Lin Chen, and in the space where Lin Chen was killed twice before, time began to go back again. The red pendant at the hilt of the sword erupted into a vortex of red glow, and a beam of light rose into the sky. The powerful law force is like shaping a new life, and Lin Chen's figure actually came out of the beam of light again. This time, the red pendant on the hilt gradually dimmed. Everyone's pupils shrank. Actually, it can be resurrected. Lin Wanqian and Lin Mingxiao of the Lin family were shocked. This is the background brought by the first mathematician in the God realm and the first talent in the God realm. The strongest talent is matched with the strongest mathematician. It's terrifyingly strong. Zheng. At the moment when Lin Chen was resurrected again, his state actually returned to its heyday. His handsome and cold face was a little distorted, and the 5 Emperor's sword was once again in his hands. The god of war spear entered his palm like a ray of divine light. Lin Chen's expression was stern, and he clenched the god of war spear again. This time, the eyes of the two locked on each other, and they said nothing. The killing intent of the two has so far climbed to an unprecedented peak. As if there was a strong intuition telling the two of them until the last moment. Boom! The light of the sword is like the roar of a dragon, and the power of the stars above the 9 heavens is like a stream of light, entering Lin Chen's palm. He held the sword in both hands, and his whole body was concentrated. The law of Kendo and the law of stars were like 2 dragons converging, wrapping around the body of the sword. Different from last time, Lin Chen gave up his defense this time. The laws of the stars and the laws of Kendo that he motivated with all his divine power were actually used for the attack. The golden light is boundless. Lin Chen is wearing a golden armor, and the killing intent in his eyes is maddening. The god of war spear in his hand once again transformed into the second form. Lin Chen's power suddenly shocked. The power of the god of war was invincible, stunned the universe, and the divine might was monstrous. Brush! 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 The battle between the 9 great heavenly ghosts and the 8 gods of the Wushan Palace ended in an instant. The sonic boom rolled, and the divine light that was originally fighting came to an abrupt end, and immediately retreated. Damn it, the old man is really convinced. These 2 people have gone completely crazy. Miss, move away first. If it goes on, even we will be involved. Having seen Lin Chen's one-shot instant kill, the powerhouses who are as strong as the 9th level of the gods are especially trembling, and it can be said that they retreat to the side in shock. Especially the 8 gods guard, without a word, take Shenling Shuang away first. In the eyes of others, Lin Chen and Lin Chen have gone completely crazy. These 2 people, in the true sense, hit to the point of losing their minds, leaving only the level of killing intent. Yi Qinggu watched this scene. When Lin Chen met Lin Chen for the first time, she saw it in her eyes. I didn't expect that Lin Chen would be so persistent. Probably, both of them sensed each other's fate, and they were going to compete here until they died. At this moment, Lin Chen's pure power soared again, and Lin Chen was even numb to the pain in his body. In his eyes, there is only killing intent towards Lin Chen. In the eyes of the other party, the same is true. Boom. Divine brilliance flashed, smashing the void. Boom. Stars and swords light, moved Jiutian. At this moment, Lin Chen and Lin Chen act at the same time. The vision on both sides is skyrocketing. One side is full of golden light, and the figure in golden armor holds up the magic spear, and the spear pierces the heavens. One side is splendid with stars, and the white robe is like snow, holding a sword and slashing horizontally, and a sword destroys the world. In the dim double world sea, two bright new stars collided in advance. History seems to be opening a new chapter at this moment. Not good. The expression of the woman in the silver skirt changed slightly. When Lin Chen and Lin Chen exploded their last and strongest blow, the situation suddenly rose, and the world changed dramatically. The enchantment that the woman in the silver skirt unfolded unexpectedly shattered. Almost at the same time, when the woman in the silver skirt instantly appeared beside Lin Chen and formed a seal, an old and dry palm seemed to span time and space, reaching out and grabbing Lin Chen's shoulder. Between the electric light and flint, the woman in the silver skirt formed a seal with her jade hand, and the red pendant on the hilt of Lin Chen's sword suddenly cracked, and a silver light descended from the top of the two of them. And the old palm that grabbed Lin Chen's shoulder pulled back and moved in the void. Brush. At this moment, Lin Chen and Lin Chen disappeared at the same time. All the strong people in the audience changed their expressions slightly. The battle of the God Kings in the God King battle circle came to an abrupt end. As strong as the 10 great God Kings, Wu Changtian, Lin Wanqian, and Lin Mingxiao, their faces were also moved. That direction. Being able to move the void with a person in the space of Jiahai, even I can't do it. Are those old monsters from Jihai? No, they don't have that ability. Among the top 10 God Kings, the young God King with white hair and red eyes seemed to think of something, trembled all over, and said to himself subconsciously, could it be that it is from Hao Futian's lineage? Wu Changtian raised his brows when he heard this. Between the words of the red-eyed God King, the other 9 God Kings turned pale in an instant, and they subconsciously operated the law to protect themselves. Lin Mingxiao and the other 3 reacted quickly, and the moment Lin Chen disappeared, he immediately turned to look in the direction of the depths of the second layer of the sea. Wu Changtian's eyes were deep. Could it be? Brush. At this time, the 8 gods' guard took Shenling Shuang back to Wu Changtian's side, waiting for him. Shenling Shuang said anxiously, "Father, where's the master? Why did he suddenly disappear?" Wu Changtian looked into the distance and said, "He was taken away by a supreme power." "Then let's catch up." "Can't catch up, don't worry, he should be fine." Shenling Shuang was puzzled. Is this supreme power powerful? Is it more powerful than Grandpa? Wu Changtian stared into the distance with deep eyes. Maybe he is in the same realm as your grandfather, but… Wu Changtian changed his words, but combat power is not necessarily the same thing. Shenling Shuang was surprised. Didn't Daddy say that Grandpa was invincible? In the same realm back then? Could it be that the other party is stronger than Grandpa? Wu Changtian's demeanor was very serious. Your grandfather is indeed a hard to find rival in his generation, but it's not necessarily the case if you count the previous powerhouses. If the powerhouse shot is the student of the legendary Hao Futian. Shen Lingshuang became more curious. Hao Futian's students, are they strong? How strong? Wu Changtian shook his head. Neezy, it's not a question of strength. They are invincible in 4 dimensions. Outside the star continent, within the mountains of the 2 realms. Thousands of feet high in the sky, a silver light crossed time and space, and descended into the mountains of the 2 realms. Lin Chen's figure flashed with the silver light and returned to Liangjie Mountain. The moment the fragments of the soul of the woman in the silver skirt returned to the Liangjie Mountain, it suddenly shattered and vanished. The moment Lin Chen was moved back, his expression became stagnant, and he was immediately furious. What are you doing? Stars. The woman snorted coldly. The body of the woman in the silver skirt came from the sky, with a serious and cold expression, which interrupted Lin Chen's anger. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Master, if you didn't intervene, I would have killed him with 1 sword just now. The woman in the silver skirt said seriously, the twin nirvana pendant I left for you has been exhausted. Even if you can kill him, he can kill you. But if you die again, even if I am sent out, I will not be able to return to the sky. Do you know how many 10 principles of twin nirvana pendant contain, and how precious? It took so many resources and means for the teacher to cultivate. And the teacher has followed your will and gave you a chance to fight against him. You have lost your twin nirvana twice, and you will fight with him recklessly in the last sword, and you will die without a doubt. This is the result, you have to accept it no matter what. There was a hint of anger on the beautiful cheeks of the woman in the silver skirt. There is a limit to your patience as a teacher. I hope you don't go too far. Lin Chen clenched his fists, almost clenching his teeth. Immediately, the white woman in the silver skirt stroked Lin Chen's face, her tone softened. There will be many opportunities in the future. Your talent has only just been revealed since you became a god. Next, as long as you concentrate on your cultivation and have the assistance of a teacher, your cultivation speed will reach an unprecedented height in the realm of the gods. Master has already prepared for you. When the right opportunity comes in the future, you will be allowed to enter the realm of the gods and gradually take over the 3 major gods. At that time, even a little Lin Chen will not be able to escape from your palm. Lin Chen's fighting spirit and anger gradually subsided, and he said solemnly, Xingchen remembers it. The woman in the silver skirt smiled with satisfaction, and then said, you mentioned the news of Chishenling to me, so does Lin Chen have any clues about it? Lin Chen nodded, yes, he has at least a piece of the red god ribbon. The woman in the silver skirt pondered, then find an opportunity to kill him. And then take it back. Lin Chen frowned, Master, what is the core secret of Chishenling? The woman in the silver skirt shook her head and said, you don't need to know. For the time being. You only need to know the secret. The 3 gods attach more importance to us than we do. But to you, it doesn't make any sense. Whether you have the secret sealed by Chishenling is very important to us. Words don't matter. What we want is to destroy it. So you don't have to worry about it anymore. It's of no use to us. During the conversation between the 2, a crack suddenly appeared in the silver skirt woman's snow, which was shocking. Lin Chen said in surprise, Master, is this? The woman in the silver skirt said lightly, haha, the price of the soul. Fragment to mobilize the law of cause and effect is nothing more than the Price. This body is no longer usable, and it has to be replaced. You remember, if you don't become the king of gods, you can create a twin. Nirvana for your teacher, to save your life. If you become a god king and resurrect your life in the first battle today, it will be impossible for you to have it again. Resurrection of a true god and resurrection of a god king are completely different concepts. So next time you fight, don't do it again. To rely on this thing. Lin Chen said thoughtfully, "Thank you for the guidance, I remember it." The woman in the silver skirt smiled slightly. "What do you want to become as? A teacher next time, a girl or a woman, or something else?" Lin Chen smiled knowingly. Boundary C. The host is out of the combat state, and the ability of Shura's natural enemy, Godhead fragments, is released. Ultimate heavenly rebel state ends, and begins to fall into cold stagnation. Time. The moment Lin Chen was dragged away from the battle, the whole person was taken to a silver island. When his shoulders were grabbed, Lin Chen's instinctive fighting consciousness made Lin Chen swipe his gun sharply behind him. When the god of war spear swung halfway, the old man in linen raised his hand to stop it, and Lin Chen's god of war spear didn't move at all. When Lin Chen's expression was solemn, the old man's laughter came. "Young man, this old man is a friend, not an enemy. Instead of being vigilant against the old man, let's be concerned about your poor physical condition first." After being reminded by the old man in sackcloth, when Lin Chen recovered from the previous frantic fighting state, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he suddenly gasped, almost unable to stand still. When the golden war god's suit was lifted, Lin Chen was covered in blood, and his sharp sword chi was shattered, and he immediately sat on the ground. When Lin Chenyi looked at his physical condition, the corners of his mouth twitched. This is. The sackclothed old man stroked his beard and smiled. "If it wasn't for the old man's shot, when you were fighting against that little baby just now, that sword came, and even if you could take it, it would have killed you. Although your golden special armor has a strong defense, his kendo laws are all-pervasive, and he has already broken through the realm of enlightenment and reached the realm of gods. The characteristics of the law of kendo have been accumulated in your body for a long time. If you fight the sword head-on, the final sword will trigger the law of kendo that remains in your body. No matter how strong your recovery ability is, the law of kendo that erupts from the inside can also smash you to pieces." While chatting and laughing, the old man in linen beckoned, "Xiaochen, help him." A chubby child in white immediately flew over, hovering above Lin Chen's head. Then, the child in white opened his mouth, and a vortex-like suction burst out. Zheng. 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 Lin Chen's body erupted with a terrifying aftertaste of sword energy. One after another, the sharp sword chi was ripped from Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen, who was sitting on the ground, rolled his eyes and almost fainted in pain. The pain was as if the bones were forcibly stripped from the flesh and blood, and the sourness made the scalp numb. The boy in white opened his mouth, swallowed all the aftertaste of the sword energy, patted his belly, and smiled contentedly. "What a rich energy of law. Really good." The remaining law characteristics have been eliminated, consuming 3920 God level Heavenly Dao points, activating the immortal spirit, and starting to restore the host's injuries. Lin Chen fell to the ground, panting, his eyes widened at the child in white. The old man in linen smiled and said, "Xiaochen is a special artifact that I have endowed with a trace of divine soul. It's just trivial to swallow the energy of this law, so don't be surprised." Lin Chen got up with difficulty, clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior," and dared to ask Senior, "What is the realm of the gods that the Senior said just now?" Lin Chen felt that this old man's cultivation was unfathomable, far surpassing the characters he had seen before. The old man in linen was surprised. "Don't you know that today's young people don't have enough knowledge reserves?" Lin Chen scratched his head and sneered, "Senior, as I am, I prefer to learn about gender, but I know very little about cultivation." The old man in linen laughed, and then said, "The law is controlled, and the realm is also divided. When the fourth level of the gods is consummated, the law is controlled for the first time, and the law can only be roughly attached to the artifact or exercise method." The old man in linen preached patiently, "When you reach the fifth level of the gods, you must pursue the application of the law to a higher level, which is called the realm of attainments. When you reach this realm, you can use the laws in your mind, and you have the power of your own laws. Like an arm wave. Comprehend the law, and then come to the practice law. After the practice law, it is divided into three realms, Huai, Shini, and Tiani. If the law reaches the realm of Tiani, any law can be comparable to the existence of heaven, and it is the apex of the law that very few people can see. Comprehend the laws, transformation, divine transformation, and the transformation of the heavens, comparable to the way of heaven." The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "In this way, the guy who fought with me just now has reached the realm of the kendo when he comprehended the first level of the gods?" The old man in linen smiled and said, "Yes, his talent is indeed unparalleled. And regardless of the level of his bloodline, the talent in swordsmanship alone is the best I have ever seen. You can get into this situation with him." The old man did not expect. Lin Chen's expression was complicated. "Today, I saw Yi Qianqi brought Lin Wanxian. When Lin Mingxiao came, Lin Wanxian insisted that Lin Chen was their star, and Lin Chen guessed 7 or 8. In addition, the body's birthmark reaction is strong. Perhaps Lin Xingchen has something that should belong to him, Lin Chen. The talent for kendo is already so evil, and he has the talent that can be called the number one in the god realm. If he didn't get rid of him today, he will definitely become Lin Chen's great enemy in the future." Throwing away the thoughts in his mind, Lin Chen said seriously, "Then why did you save me, Senior?" The sackclothed old man stroked his beard and smiled, "Young man, your Teofusion art is not yet complete, right?" Lin Chen's mind slammed into a brief blank, took a deep look at the old man, nodded and said, "It's true, I hope Senior can enlighten me." Boom. The terrifying killing intent surged into the sky, and the old man in linen suddenly shot up, crushing Lin Chen with a coercion that surpassed that of a God King. Lin Chen was shocked. When he turned his mind to resist, he found that he couldn't resist the old man's divine might. Creep. Lin Chen's bones squeezed out his voice, his figure was bent, and the old man in linen seemed to overwhelm him and kneel. This pure killing intent can't be wrong, this old man is coming for real. Want me, Lin Chen, to kneel down? Sword eyebrows raised, Lin Chen's body was full of golden light, the golden god of war suit reappeared, and he stepped on the ground with one step. Boom. 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 The ground cracked, the smoke billowed, and Lin Chen stomped his feet. His waist was straight and unyielding, with a rock-solid will between his brows. No matter what God King or God Lord you are, if you want my Lin Chen's life, you have to give me a layer of skin. With 5 fingers, the god of war spear reappeared, Lin Chen's eyes were full of unyielding fighting intent, mobilizing all his strength, ready to fight to the death. The old man in linen nodded with satisfaction, and his murderous intent disappeared suddenly. Lin Chen was in shock. He didn't lift the God of War set, and looked at the old man vigilantly. The old man in linen smiled slightly, passed. Lin Chen wondered, what is this, a test or a trial? Lin Chen said solemnly, Senior, what's the point of this move? The old man in sackcloth turned around, flicked his sleeves, the space opened wide, and a pitch-black stone gate appeared. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, lifted the golden God of War, and followed the old man in linen into the stone gate. When stepping into the stone gate, the linen-clad old man completely disappeared, but his voice echoed in the dim void. Go straight ahead. Lin Chen followed what he said, and when the dark void went straight forward, he reached the end of the stone gate. When leaving the Sherman, Lin Chen came to a sacred mountain, misty like a dragon, and there were many stone monuments. Lin Chen saw an illusory figure standing in front of the stone tablet of the mountain. The old man was dressed in a long blue robe, his eyebrows were like swords, and his expression was calm. At this moment, Lin Chen froze in place, with an indescribable shock in his heart. The old man in the blue shirt walked into the distance. In the direction he was walking, a bright light rose from the east into the dim world. There were figures around him following him. More and more people follow him. The sky is blowing. The wind is like a song, and the sun is rising. The hot blood casts a beautiful mountain and river. Wherever they walked, a crimson fire was lit, and the light drove away all darkness. The aggression of the extraterrestrial trolls cannot overwhelm their spines. The violent and brutal Shura is no match for their edge. The three powerful and deep-rooted Protoss were smashed by them. Like a historical picture scroll of a myth, it travels through the silent time and space, and is truly presented in front of Lin Chen's eyes. In that era, no one who was charismatic dared to commit the prestige of the human race. Until the end, he went very far, very far. Lin Chen subconsciously rushed up, and Yuji followed his figure. The dream bubble shattered at a touch, and all vision disappeared. Only the 5 scrolls of the practice of suspending the void are left. The old man in linen walked slowly, walked to Lin Chen's side, smiled indifferently. Have you seen the teacher? Lin Chen suddenly recovered from the shock. Senior, was that the will of the soul of Senior Hao Futian just now? The old man in linen shook his head. That's just a trivial piece of the teacher's soul, not even the will of the soul. His old man has left us forever. It's just that whenever there are young people from later generations who practice the same mental method, the fragments of his old man's soul will occasionally reappear. The old man in linen looked into the distance, his complex eyes seemed to be preoccupied. You are already the 23rd young man who entered here. Those young people who left here do not know where to go. Then, the sackclothed old man waved his hand, and the 5 volumes of the exercises were suspended in front of Lin Chen. There is no earth-shattering momentum in the 5 scrolls of exercises suspended in the void, and there is no vision of Baoguang Qingxiong. Some are just a touch of brilliance to protect the contents of the book from being eroded by the years. Lin Chen took over 5 red booklets, with 5 big characters listed on them. Tai Ifu Tianju. From the 1st volume to the 5th volume, everything is complete. When he sensed that there was no seal of primordial spirit or divine soul in the book, Lin Chen's pupils shrank slightly. His expression was extremely moving, and he was shocked. It's actually a practice method recorded with pen and ink. The 7-level exercise method is yellow, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. Qingjia's later exercises, written with pen and ink, are almost extremely difficult to practice. The complexity of high-level exercises basically requires mental power to record a large number of precise training points. If written in pen and ink, it will be an unimaginable amount of content. And the 5 volumes of Tai Fu Tianju, which were dubbed the Red Rank cultivation technique, were actually written down with pen and ink. Such a powerful technique is both self-created by Hao Futian with the cultivation of a holy king, but also inherited by pen and ink. What an amazing talent! Seeing to see through his surprise, he smiled indifferently. Teacher created the Tai Fu Tian art of Qi-level cultivation technique by himself, and there is no threshold for cultivation. From the three-dimensional human race, up to the gods of the gods, as long as the human race wants to learn, they can practice. This is the universe of the heavens, and it is the only one. The teacher's thought is the strongest mental method. He gave it to the people of the human race without hesitation. Lin Chen's heart was once again shocked by this scintillating pride. All red-level exercises, whether it is combat skills or mental methods, require at least the 8th level of the gods. After the gods are combined, they can be practiced. Tai Fu Tianju is such a powerful red-rank mental method that even humans who have not become gods can practice it. Lin Chen exclaimed, "Why is this, to do this?" The old man in sackcloth put his hands behind his back, recalling the past, showing a bit of immortal pride, and said sternly, "To change the world." He looked at Lin Chen with deep eyes, and said, "Junior Lin Chen, you have seen the cruelty of Jiahai today. What this old man wants to tell you is that in the previous era, the people of the God realm were everywhere more than the Jiozhong Jiahai. A cruel world 10 times worse. The human race at that time, the human race has entered the darkest period since the Qin Huang era. There are demons outside, there are 3 major gods. And the strongest Asuras are eyeing our human territory. The teacher came from the 3-dimensional universe. Seeing this era, in order to find a way to break the status quo, he embarked on the journey at a young age, educated us, and accompanied him. The expression of the old man in linen radiated a bit of the look of the past. The teacher is the first person in the history of the human race and the gods. In the 50 million era, he will never be stingy with his wisdom and give it all to the people of the human race. Lin Chen was so fascinated by this that he didn't even practice the first time. When he accepted the 5 volumes of the Heart Dharma, Lin Chen asked, "Senior, since Senior Hao Futian is called Emperor Futian, he must have reached the cultivation level of a god emperor. Even in the god realm, the longevity of a god emperor can be immortal for 100,000 years, so why is he leaving us now? Go?" The old man in linen gave Lin Chen a deep look, and said with a slightly trembling tone, "That goes back to the last battle. That war changed everything about the human race. It seems that nothing has changed. You don't need to ask more about the cause and effect. Use your legs to walk around, see it with your eyes, and feel it with your heart." Lin Chen recited the words of the old man in sackcloth in his heart, and wrote them down silently. When Lin Chen raised his eyes again to look at the stone tablet above the sacred mountain, the light was shining, and there was no more haze near the sacred mountain. Lin Chen walked to the mountain and asked, "Senior, these are?" The old man in linen looked at the mountain with complicated eyes, and said, "Every stone tablet once represented the will of a god or a student. Everyone's minds are connected, and the Tai space connects each other's wills, leaving the inner voice behind. Come down, and then the old man will transfer it to this place to write down. Lin Chen's heart trembled, and he raised his eyes to look at the vast stone monuments on this sacred mountain, towering into the clouds, not only 100,000, but millions. Senior, can I stay here for a while longer? Why? I want to read all of their words. The old man and Linen seemed to be surprised by Lin Chen's decision. The old man said seriously, you can be sure that it may take years to read these stone tablets. But Lin Chen said, it's okay, I don't need a few years. I'd like to ask my seniors to say hello to my friends outside. I want to retreat here and see you after I leave. Hearing Lin Chen's decision, the old man and Linen showed a gratifying smile for the first time and looked at Lin Chen with more admiration. Don't worry, the outside world will be answered by this old man for you. After the old man and Linen left, Lin Chen set foot on the mountain. His eyes were fixed on every stone monument that stood here. Lin Chen reached out and touched every inscription on it, and the magnificent history seemed to be reappearing in front of him. Will future generations remember us? What will the new era be like? I really want to drink another bowl of hometown wine. This battle, don't leave. Since ancient times, the fate of our clan has been unbelief in fate. There is nothing left to lose, only this passion proves this iron-blooded determination. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and we will not die. Prosperity, all living beings suffer. Death, all living beings suffer. In this case, our generation is going to create an era where all living beings are not suffering, and the human race is united. The hell we have experienced, don't let future generations experience it again. If young people in the future forget why we fought, will everyone's blood really be shed in vain? 40 years in the blink of an eye, I can see the spring breeze in the world. Oh dear Lord, who domains the fate of this world? Why are there tears in everyone's eyes, because we love this land so much? Here we go to Quantai to recruit the old department, and the flags. We'll kill Yama. Xiongguan Mandao is really like iron, and now I'm stepping over it from the beginning. When they go, we are them. This is an unimagined road. Whether the end is still there, it will be left to future generations to answer. Lin Chen walked up to the mountain and watched the will of those years from a distance. When Lin Chen came back to his senses, there were already tears in his eyes. That's it, history. When the world sea ignited a spark of fire, it was on the 5 continents far away. This place is the realm of the gods. The star palace painted with stars, countless magnificent scenery, and endless prosperity of the world. This scene should have been covered with the realm of the gods, but now it belongs to the realm of the gods alone. The galaxies meet, the shrine hangs in the sky, and the stars of the heavens are like a constellation hanging upside down. It's close, but it's far away. The light we see today is the light of the stars that died hundreds of millions of years ago. The scenery of God's domain is unique. King on the 5 continents, the apex of the realm of the gods. The power of the 5 continents, with the exception of a few, is rarely comparable to the power of the gods' domain. The famous families in the gods' domain are all giants, deeply rooted in the gods' domain. Somewhere in the west of God's domain, a splendid hall. Today, a very lively feast is being held here. There is another power that has achieved many great achievements, and the gods have been promoted one after another in the clan. The gods of the 5 continents are envious and come here to congratulate Brother Nangong. Congratulations! I haven't seen each other for many years, and I never expected to receive an invitation from your Nangong family to enter the divine realm as soon as I left the customs. It's really a glorious light entering the door, and luck covers the sky, and the sky is unique. The luck is here, and I can't stop it. Standing on the Tuier, pigs can fly. Oh no, big brother Nangong, I'm not saying you are a pig, I'm just expressing my admiration and admiration for you. Like a continuous stream of admiration. The Nangong aristocratic family and other powerhouses who were newly promoted to the realm of the gods were delighted, and their joy was beyond words. The head of the Nangong family, while standing on the high platform, made a passionate speech, which inspired the hearts of those who heard it, and the emotions of those who heard it. It's like hard work, finally breaking the class, seeing new hope, and marching towards a new path. After this time, their Nangong family is also a real big family. The great family of the gods. But behind the Nangong Hall, a star palace is suspended in the distant sky. In the star palace, there are more than a dozen people sitting, and the breath is like a sea, unfathomable. Everyone's temperament, aura, pretentious, there is a law between the opening and closing of the eyes, and the eyebrows are full of contempt for the pride of all beings. They are part of the gods of the three major gods. If the god realm is the pinnacle of the god realm, then the three god races are the controllers of the god realm. I saw that all the gods here looked through the void with the power of law, and looked at the great hall where a feast was being held in the distance. Everyone present, either jokingly or with playful eyes, watched the hall. It's like watching a good show. Among them, a young man with red hair and blue eyes leaned on a jade chair. And a beautiful woman pinched her shoulders and beat her legs. He shook the golden bottle in his hand, and the bright red divine wine in the golden bottle was filled with pure fragrance. The fragrance fills the air, as if even the energy of the air has been nourished a bit. He said lightly, this divine wine is produced in the dangerous land of Shenzhou. Just in the process of collecting, 10 7-level gods and 2 8-level gods died. A blond man next to him raised his glass and drank it. After tasting it carefully, he smiled casually, it's not bad to drink. The price of this true god's fall is the best embellishment of the god wine. A woman dressed in a luxurious snow skirt, she is very beautiful, her snow neck is like jade, her eyes are sparkling with blue waves, her skin is better than snow, and she looks like a country. Hearing this, the woman in the snow skirt laughed wildly, your hobbies are so strange, I'm going to be ruined by you. The blonde man laughed, it doesn't matter if you are bad, just don't play bad. The woman in the snow skirt handed him a charming white eye. When looking through the void with the power of the law, he landed in the Nangong Hall in the city. The expressions of everyone's playfulness became more intense. The red-haired young man smiled in an understatement, they laughed really happily. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. The woman in the snow skirt giggled and said, look at them, they have finally become a member of the divine realm, so hard work. The red-haired boy smiled casually, yes, why do so many people like God's domain? The blonde man laughed playfully, because God's domain has resources and makes money. The woman in the snow skirt held her chin in her jade hand and said, yes, but the outsiders have come to God's domain to make money, what should I do if I want to take it away? He drew a circle with his fingers out of thin air, and the blonde man smiled and said, you can't take it away. The control resources are only circulated in the God's domain. The price of all resources is too high, and they can only be obtained in the God's domain. The red-haired boy raised his head and smiled. God's domain makes money from God's domain, and resources flow back to God's domain. Everyone looked at each other, smiled, and raised their glasses. It's called a circle. They laughed wildly. Then, the woman in the snow skirt smiled coquettishly, but what if they only used the resources for themselves and only used them to cultivate to become stronger? Fingertips tapped the table, and the red-haired boy smiled and said, that's okay, they want to break through the realm, which means they want to go further. The blonde man snapped his fingers. The greed is endless, and after going further, I will want to go even higher. Looking at the lively feast from afar, the red-haired youth laughed jokingly, joining us is the way up. Just like they are happy at this moment. A dozen people looked at each other and laughed. So to go further, eventually, they're going to join us, from start to finish. To be our thing, to be part of us. They got it from God's domain. In the end it all becomes ours. When the speech was about to rise, everyone raised their glasses again and said in unison, "This is called the pattern." Laughter was endless. The woman in the snow skirt covered her mouth and chuckled. If someone wants to resist, how can I put the strongest shackles on them? The blonde man smiled confidently. The shackles of the body can only be bound for a while. The shackles of consciousness can be imprisoned for a lifetime. The woman in the snow skirt asked, curiously, "Oh? How can you see it?" The blonde man continued, "Paint the shackles gold, and name them divine merit. Cast more shackles called divine merit, and model those who joined us later as models, advertise them as models, and wear these golden shackles for them. Shackles. Let those humble slaves in the ground look up to us and long for us, so that they want to become us and fight, and degrade each other, and strive to climb up." The red-haired boy smiled slightly. "You will see them kneeling on the ground and demeaning each other. Even helping the same kind will be laughed at by each other. How funny, how funny." The woman in the snow skirt smiled charmingly. "It makes people feel interesting, doesn't it?" The blonde man jokingly said, "Miss you, you are more interesting, good slave. And it's good to work hard." Effort, what is it? Slave, kneeling servant. Ha 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 ha. Ye owl-like laughter came from the star palace in the god's domain. As if forever, forever. The crowd laughed and raised their glasses again. It's called history. Double Boundary Sea, Reef Group. Wushan Mansion and other people walked in the air. Wu Chongtian shook his head and smiled. The 10 God Kings have also cultivated for so many years, and this courage has been cultivated into the belly of a dog. After seeing the little wind, he slipped away. He ran really fast. The 9 great heavenly ghosts also flickered extremely fast. Only Zhao Jihu and other realm sea powerhouses stayed in the second realm sea. Yi Qianqi cupped her hands and said, "Your Excellency Wu Chongtian, thank you for your help this time." Wu Chongtian waved his hand. "You're welcome, but this little friend Lin Chen." Shen Lingshuang muttered, "Master is so slow, I want him to see the results of my cultivation." The little fairy Yi Qinggu teased, "Maybe he is more interested in the results of your growth." Shen Lingshuang was stunned for a moment, and then she raised her chest proudly. "Of course, I'm not younger than you now. Wu Chongtian, this girl, please don't instill strange knowledge into my daughter." The goblin stuck out her tongue. Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanxian were worried for a while. Suddenly, a phantom of the soul appeared, and everyone's expressions were condensed. The figure of the old man and Linen appeared, and the expressions of the 3 gods were wonderful. Haha. The old man and Linen smiled and said, Wu Shenfu and Lin family, we haven't seen each other for a long time, the two are good. Seeing that the bottomless, terrifying strength of the old man and Linen was so approachable, the three god kings hesitated for a while, and then immediately clasped their fists. I've seen seniors. The old man and Linen said, that little boy named Lin Chen still needs to retreat for a while. By then, he will complete the retreat, and he will go out of the retreat. The old man will explain to everyone for him, don't worry. Shen Lingshuang said anxiously, Master is going to retreat? When will it be? I finally met Master and helped him build a group of first layer island owners. I don't want him to run away again. 8 Gods Guard, miss, it doesn't sound like she's looking for a master. But it looks like she's looking for an uncle with a dowry. Wu Changtian, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Ha ha ha. The old man and Linen laughed heartily, little girl, you have the blood of the martial god, and you have to practice hard. The road your master will take in the future is very rare, and the most important thing is to be able to fight. Shen Lingshuang said with a rare serious look, I'm very good at fighting. The old man and Linen shook his head, it's not enough. When the old man was in your realm, he was able to bring down your father. Ask yourself, how much is the gap between you and your father now? Shen Lingshuang opened her mouth slightly. Wu Changtian patted his daughter on the shoulder and sighed softly, Nizi, you can't compare with them. You can't generalize the physique of people. Shen Lingshuang said with strong curiosity, Senior, how can you cultivate to be as strong as you? The old man in sackcloth shook his head, it's not training, but experience. Shen Lingshuang was thoughtful and lost in thought. Only Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanqian were solemn. Lin Wanqian asked, Senior, how is Lin Chen's current condition? Could it be related to the legend's inheritance? The old man in linen smiled and said, the retreat was his initiative. You don't have to worry. The old man will not detain his people. The sky is high. And the road is far away. After he leaves the customs, he is free to go wherever he wants. Lin Wanqian and Lin Mingxiao looked at each other and handed over one thing, which turned out to be a compass engraved with the word Lin. Please, Senior, give this thing to Lin Chen. We are waiting for him to come back at any time in the Lin family. We hope that after he comes out, we can find the Lin family hidden in Xingzhou with this object and the jade badge on his body. The old man in linen accepted it, the old man will give him the original words. The 2 god kings bowed their hands, and together with Yi Qianqi, said goodbye to everyone present. The Lin family has been very eventful recently, and they cannot stay for long. Yi Qinggu suddenly said, Senior, if he leaves, where should we go to find him? The sackclothed old man stroked his beard and smiled, second layer boundary. See, Qiangshuiguan. Wu Changtian said solemnly, then there is Senior Lao, to take care of little friend Lin Chen, Lingshuang, let's go. Suddenly, Yi Qinggu took the lead and said, Xiao Lingshuang, do you want to help your master? Shen Lingshuang asked subconsciously, how can I help? Copy the house. The first layer boundary C has a lot of power. Like the ones we killed just now, there are still a lot of them in the first layer boundary C. How about copying them all and giving them to your master? Home rating? I like it. Seeing the 2 girls hit it off, Wu Changtian's mouth twitched slightly. He gave birth to an intuition, his daughter would be led astray if he continued like this. Wu Chongtian was about to open his mouth to stop him, when he saw his daughter's enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. Her expression was full of excitement, and she swallowed the words again. Finally, Wu Chongtian looked at the 8 gods' guards. You 8, follow me. Back half, and the other half, don't need to go back. Protect Ling Shuang with you. If Ling Shuang has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses in Jiahai, don't come back. Yes. Follow the order of the head of the family. The 8 gods' guards immediately clasped their fists to lead the order. Wu Chongtian said seriously, Ling Shuang, you promise me that you can't go to any other place except the first layer boundary C. With her methods and the background of the 4 divine guards, there are not many people who can threaten her with the first layer C energy, and those who have the ability to move her will not easily trouble her. However, the double boundary C and beyond will be different. Shen Ling Shuang nodded. Don't worry, Daddy, I will definitely not cause trouble. Yi Qinggu pondered in her heart. Pick one for 4, the plan will work. The old man in linen smiled without saying a word, watching all this silently. After Wu Chongtian's repeated instructions, he took 4 of the 8 god guards and left, leaving Shen Ling Shuang, the 4 god guards, and Yi Qinggu. Shen Ling Shuang asked curiously, Senior, do you want to go with us? The old man in linen smiled and said, the old man has long since retired and is not going to be born. Go ahead, now it's your young man's world. After speaking, the figure of the old man in linen turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Yi Qinggu pulled Shen Ling Shuang and smiled slyly. Go, have a good time hunting today. Spring and autumn come, and half a year flies by. The snow was flying, and under the mountain a brilliant light suddenly appeared. Powerful breath, such as overturning the river and the sea, the birth of a mad dragon, breaking through the bottleneck and entering the next realm. After thoroughly refining the attribute values obtained in the previous battle, Lin Chen finally went one step further. Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, had a new message in his mind. Consume 10 million God-level Tiandao points, 100 million God-level cultivation technique soul points, 10 billion holy-level strengthening points, 10 million God-level talent points, and the 9.0 version update of the Tiandao genus system has been completed. The 9.0 version of the Tiandao pickup system opens the upper limit of talent. Red rank talent. Set evolution function. The original characteristics of the set remain unchanged, and additional evolution effects are added when all the sets of the host are collected completely and the charge reaches 100%, it will remain unchanged, and the original charge of the set will no longer be consumed, and there is no need to replenish the essence of the set. For example, the Golden God of War suit is charged up to 100%, the host will no longer consume the charge when using the God of War suit, and it can be used only by the host's original cultivation base and physical condition. The host's real-time cultivation base determines the final strength of the suit. Godhead mutation function. The power of the Godhead will undergo a huge mutation, producing extremely powerful effects. The currently mutated Godhead, idle Godhead, mutation effect, no longer consumes Heavenly Dao value when using it, only consumes the host Qi and blood power, cannot be used when using a suit. When using the attribute transfer function, the consumed attribute value will no longer be doubled. Additional consumption, 10 million points of God-level rune energy. Automatically upgraded to level 9 phantom runes, which can perfectly replicate the host's cultivation, but consumes double the rune energy. Tiandao picking genus system version 9.0, host, Lin Chen. Cultivation base. Early stage of the second level of the gods, God level essence, 29.8 billion points. Ultimate strength, 1435 desolate strength, meat shell awakening, plus 600%, God. Level chi and blood, 12 billion points. God level spiritual power, 99.4 million points, early stage of the soul realm. God level cultivation technique soul, 63.78 million, God level rune energy. 28.99 million points, God level Heavenly Dao value, 1.09 million points. God level talent points, 2.05 million points, advanced set essence, 1.3 million points. Saint level reinforcement points, 38 billion points. God level attributes, fire 1.1 billion points, earth 13.14 million, wood 16.15 million, gold 11.13 million, water 22.25 million, thunder 15.28 million, wind 17.61 million, light 15.25 million, dark 15.52 million. Outfit column, ultimate gold god of war outfit charge 41%. Ultimate function. Suit armor, leg plates, function wings, full charge, 100% god of war suit. Armor charge 100%. Talent column available in 4D extreme god possession, instant light and shadow, god killer, god rebellion, ultimate heaven rebellion. Treasures with special attributes, shards of red level exercises, 3/4. Godhead column, idol godhead, undead godhead, divine lead godhead fragment. May 6th, Shura natural enemy godhead fragment, February 6th. Lin Chen, step into the second level of the divine realm. More than 20,000 true gods, plus Lin Chen's battle, the attribute values obtained, not only allowed him to meet the conditions for updating the system, but also allowed him to step through the three small realms of the first stage, the middle stage, the later stage, and the perfection, and step into the second stage. Lin Chen turned his mind, and the divine power of burning red flames appeared in his palm. Lin Chen pondered in his heart, the basic divine power has gone from being equal to 11,000 barren force to now comparable to 22,000 bark force. The more solid the foundation, the more difficult it will be to go up. From the first level of the ordinary gods to the second level of the gods, the growth of the divine power cultivation base is only a dozen or so. And Lin Chen's growth from the first level to the second level of the realm of the gods has increased by more than 10,000. This kind of background is terrifying. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his eyes were deep, it's not enough. In half a year, Lin Chen studied the first 4 volumes of the Mind Method. It's not that he didn't learn it, but that these 4 volumes are the original. There is really no threshold for cultivation in Futianju, and anyone can practice it. But the first 3 volumes are just an introduction, and cultivators will have the Tai space later, and the holy power or divine power will be doubled. If you want to fully reach the height of the red rank cultivation technique, you need to complete all cultivation. According to the old man in sackcloth, this hand was set up to prevent outsiders from trying to use his mind to cultivate a large number of enemies. Therefore, even if Tai Fu Tianju falls into the enemy's hands, there is no fear. Those who really need it can play the light that should belong to it. Opening a red booklet, Lin Chen officially opened the 5th volume of Tai Fu Tianju. Materials and the times change in 1,000 ways, and martial arts and combat skills should not be static, but should evolve with the times. Lin Chenru opened the door to a new world, and was silent in the Tai Fu Tian art of the 5th volume of practice. The concept of the exercises set up by Emperor Futian, Hao Futian, is completely different from the exercises that Lin Chen has come into contact with. The exercises that Lin Chen practiced in the past are all immutable. And Futian art actually pays attention to real-time pursuit of material changes and evolution. Only by evolving in response to the real-time status quo can practitioners create the most suitable Tai Fu Tianju. It is not so much that Tai Fu Tianju is a kind of mental method. Rather, it is a kind of thought that creates the mind. Therefore, the same people who have cultivated the Tai time and space will bring and obtain completely different effects due to the cultivation of different people. So, why does Lin Chen's Tai Fu Tian formula look like? When the 5th volume was closed again, within Lin Chen's divine body, there were many visions, and divine power blossomed. The red clouds that danced like clouds and dragons revolved around Lin Chen. And the light joined the road, the sky was roaring with fire, and the road trembled. The old man in linen in the distance opened his eyes and exclaimed, "I learned the 5th volume so quickly. It seems that this child almost perfectly fits the mental method created by honesty." OM. In Lin Chen's Tai time and space, the fire is bright, igniting a ray of red fire. The more it burns, the more prosperous it is. In Tai time and space, there is both Lin Chen's cultivation base and Lin Chen's soul, and both the soul and the power cultivation base have been increased by Tai time and space. And the most important thing is that the divine soul, divine power, and two forces revolve around the most powerful fire in Tai time and space. It's Lin Chen's law of fire. The law appeared in Tai time and space, which not only represented Lin Chen's law, but also obtained the blessing of the mind. The movement of the mind, urging the law of fire to condense the fingertips. Lin Chen raised his finger and swiped in the air. Sigh. The sky crossed a red light like Ruixia, the fire was hot and rolling. The space that burned the sea was distorted for a while. This law of fire is 4 times stronger than before. Mind and talent, and quadruple the effect. When Lin Chen practiced the 3rd volume of Tai Fu Tianju, he created Tai time and space and possessed the cultivation base of the main body. In the 4th volume, Tai spacetime has the primordial spirit and divine soul of the body. In the 5th volume, Tai spacetime has all the laws that the body has. Great progress. This is my Teofusion formula. Lin Chen was shocked. The host successfully cultivated the 5th volume of Tai Fu Tianju, and perfectly deduced his own mental method. Mind, Tai Fu Tian art. Grade, red grade. The host's mental method is complete and can be strengthened at any time. When the mind method was running and all kinds of visions were all incorporated into the body, Lin Chen's eyes flickered like red fire. Senior Hao Futian's thought is the strongest technique. Looking at the direction in which he left, Lin Chen sighed in his heart. Not being able to see you in person is really a pity for the youth of my generation. Lin Chen got up and went to the next sacred mountain. He wants to remember all the wills that are dying under the mountain. Time has passed, and it has been a year and a half since the encirclement and suppression of the Jiahai War. In the past year and a half, it seems that there is a new force emerging in the First Realm Sea. In addition, there was a fearful team in Jiahai. There were 2 big devils who were destroying all the way. It can be said that they swept away a lot of forces in Jiahai. On the other side of the Star Continent, a major event happened half a year ago, that is, the Star Continent Society, fighting the Sea of World. This time, more than 200 world-shattering geniuses who have achieved magical Achievements entered the second stage of the world, and due to the increase in the number of places, they also let other geniuses accompany them to participate. And after many fierce battles, many realm forces were defeated, and the gods were magnificent. All the gods have an invincible aura in the second layer realm. After half a year, they have achieved many achievements in the secret realm, and they are moving towards their final goal. A dimly lit island. The street is full of people sleeping. It is hard to imagine that this is a scene that can be seen in Jiahai, and it can rest so unprepared. Here, there are many people who are oppressed in the world. It was all sent by the two devils when they swept away the forces of Jihai. And it was Shangguan Yun who was standing on the top of the mountain in a heroic manner at this moment, who led them together. Seeing the increasing number of people, she couldn't help supporting her forehead. It's a good thing to throw the hands of the boss. If you don't come back, I will have to take them out of the sea. Double boundary sea. On the misty snow-capped mountain, the slender figure nodded slightly and saluted. This year, I would like to thank the seniors for the guidance. The old man in linen waved his hand. You are from the kingdom of heaven, and after all, you are also the old man's comrade in arms. Just give some pointers. Your aptitude is pretty good. In addition, you have the laws and Dao seeds introduced into your blood by the ancestors of your kingdom of God. If you practice well, your future may not be worse than that kid. The person pointed out by the sackcloth old man was Zhao Enren, who had recovered from his injuries. Thanks to his guidance, Zhao Enren's cultivation has improved rapidly. There is already a faint trend of the great perfection of reaching the 8th level of the divine realm. There is only one step left to get to the divine body. Talking about him, Zhao Enren said worriedly, Senior, is he not finished yet? There are rumors in the outside world, and it seems that he is going to be arrested. The old man in sackcloth looked into the distance with a meaningful smile. Soon, in the near future, he will leave the customs. The old man's time is running out, and then it's up to you young people. The old man in sackcloth looked at Zhao Enren and said earnestly, The teacher once said that the world is yours and ours, but in the final analysis, it is yours. You young people are like the morning sun, and hope is placed on you. Zhao Enren said sternly, Senior, don't worry, as long as I, Zhao Enren, have a breath, I will not let anyone touch Lin Chen's life. The old man in linen smiled happily. When I have time, I will go to Tanny Divine Kingdom to meet my old comrades in arms. Boom. Suddenly, the snow mountain collapsed and the snow rolled down. On the other side of the mountains where there is no end in sight, there is a faint burst of powerful divine power, rushing to Xiaohan. Zhao Enren glanced around. Someone entered here without authorization? The old man in linen nodded. Well, it seems that the natural barrier of the outside world has been broken, and someone has broken into here. The divine light was dense. Zhao Enren was using divine power, and when she wanted to act, the old man in linen stopped her. Don't worry, we'll just be in charge of watching the show. The sackclothed old man smiled meaningfully. Did you send the younger generation to test, and you want to force the old man to reveal his whereabouts? Unfortunately, this trip is not so simple. Snow-capped mountains, snowflakes flying. The high-altitude storm raged, forcing a group of figures to bypass the storm and land in the air. These figures are all young geniuses. The man's temperament is outstanding. He is born with divine light. He is handsome and radiant, or the young man is handsome and looks very good. The woman's appearance is unparalleled, the country is alluring, the whole body is surrounded by treasures, and the power of the law rises, like the Stars entrusting the moon, all kinds of beautiful, everything. They are all the geniuses of Xingzhou who broke into the boundary sea. Every one of them has accomplished great feats, and it is a true legend in the outside world, attracting thousands of people to worship and write a biography of a big man. More than 200 people like these gathered today. Boom. There is a majestic sword light shot from the southwest. Another 300 peerless geniuses are coming. This is a group of geniuses from Longzhou who have achieved magical achievements. The light from the north, west, and invariably shone across the sky, falling into the snow-capped mountains. The peerless geniuses who have achieved great achievements in the 5 continents came to the snow-capped mountains at the same time. On the other side, the geniuses of the star continent. They strolled and walked among the snow-capped mountains. A beautiful woman couldn't help but said, "There is still such a strange place in the sea, and even the perception of divine consciousness has been cut off. So you can only see it with the naked eye. Don't complain, this place is our ultimate goal, as long as we find the stone tablet of the traitor mentioned above and crush it all. This mission will be successfully completed. Our great deeds will be added again. There are not enough strong people in the second layer of the sea for us to kill, and there is no one who can fight. Don't be careless, this is the location of the ultimate goal, it will never be so simple. Don't let the geniuses from other continents take the lead." The elegant and handsome young man who gave orders for the first time, dressed in Yanguan robes, wearing a sapphire crown, holding a white feather fan in his hand, looked like he was pointing the country. It is the 1,000 sons and daughters of Xingzhou. Beside him, there is Lin Chen, who had a festival before. But the two seem to have reached some agreement. Lin Chen actually asked Ying to help young Master Qianling explore the way. His aura even reached a whole new level. On the other side of the snow-capped mountain, 2 beautiful and tall figures appeared. "Sister Fairy," someone broke in. "Don't worry, let's take a look first. These thousands of people are all the talents of the 5 continents, and they are not of the same order as the enemies we killed before. What are you afraid of? Let's fight it first." These 2 women are Yi Qingguo and Shenling Shuang, who have scourged the First Realm Sea for a whole year. Yi Qingguo stopped Shenling Shuang and glared at her. "Jiahai's people are scattered, you can just beat them, but this group of people is not a leaderless group, don't mess around. We just kept stealing from the 4 divine guards and secretly plundered a family in the second layer boundary sea. We haven't recovered yet. Don't get hurt later. How can I explain to your master?" "What about the master? Your master still needs you to worry?" The old senior didn't make a move, which proves that he has a prejudgment. "Let's eat melons and watch the show." Yi Qingguo and Shenling Shuang stayed on top of a snow-capped mountain, using their divine power to resist the cold. Looking at the snow-capped mountains in the distance, Yi Qingguo smiled playfully. The geniuses of the major gods are coming to the sea. If it was the previous routine, I'm afraid it should be Lin Chen who joined them, and then made a big splash in it. Show it. It's a pity that times have changed. The snow is white and the wind is like a song. When the geniuses strolled into the depths of the snow-capped mountains, a treacherous snow-capped mountain range crossed in front of everyone. At the top of the mountain range, there are 3 ancient caskets of Qiangshuiguan. In front of Qiangshuiguan, there are tens of thousands of stone steels standing on several sacred mountains in the Snow Mountain range. The geniuses shine. Can't be wrong, this stone tablet that is everywhere is exactly the goal of their trip. Brush. The strong wind blew heavy snow, and another group of characters came, the geniuses of Shenzhou. Guys from Xingzhou, you are on your way so fast, you almost got the credit. For you. Boom. 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 The divine light transmits, the radiance fills the sky, the lightning flashes. And the gust of wind rushes. As expected of the monument of traitors that was designated to be destroyed. It contains a strong fighting spirit. If you want to smash it, you have to use the law. Hey, don't talk to yourself, these dozen or so steals of the sacred mountain, half of our continent, and the rest for you. Sorry, I'm not targeting any of your continents, I'm targeting all of you. All garbage. It's not to serve your aunt, the mouth is so hard and hairy. Some kind of fuck us down and talk about it? It is another group of visions, and the arrogance of the gods with frequent supernatural powers is coming. One after another, Tianjiao, who came with divine power, rushed to the front of the Qiangshuiguan formation. Thousands of geniuses, divided into 5 camps, lined up side by side and arrived almost at the same time. They are all geniuses who have achieved great achievements in the past 500 years in the contemporary world of God. The number of geniuses from all continents ranges from 400 to more than 200. And 1,200 geniuses gathered in front of Qiangshuiguan. All of you here, apart from the individual people from Xingzhou, who is not a big man who has accomplished magical feats, when he is young and promising. When he is in high spirits, no one will obey anyone. In the tense atmosphere, there is a faint war coming. However, before everyone began to confront each other, more than a dozen sensitive geniuses from various continents suddenly raised their heads, and their faces were full of surprise. What is that? Is there a statue here? Under the boundless Qiangshuiguan mountain, there was a silver-robed youth who was covered in snow. His eyes are tightly closed, his long eyebrows are high, and his handsome and jade-like face is well-defined, like an old monk in meditation, sitting quietly under the snow like a sculpture. Suddenly, young Master Qianling of Xingzhou narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "It's not right, he's alive." Numerous gods were instantly operating the law, the avenues roared, and the situation changed suddenly. As soon as the words fell, the silver-robed youth's body trembled with white snow. When the young man opened his eyes suddenly, the red light flickering in his eyes, like a sharp sword light, had insight into all the arrogances. When everyone saw his eyes, there was a stinging pain that was exposed under his eyes in an instant. The arrogant gods of all continents are watching him. The young man got up slowly, and the snow faded away. Suddenly, Gu Lingtian of the Xingzhou camp seemed to remember something and said shiveringly, You are. Qiangshuiguan, where the blizzard was whistling, was unprecedented, and a ray of sunshine shone into it, and the snow was brilliant. The warm sunlight slanted on the tall and straight silver-robed youth. When Guanghua reflected the snow, he was alone, standing on the opposite side of all the geniuses on the 5 continents of the god realm. Remove the thousands of snow from the king's body, and look back at the mortal dust. The moment she saw Lin Chen leaving the customs, Yi Qingwu's beautiful eyes flickered with brilliance. The snow is long, the wind is blowing, and thousands of geniuses who have made great achievements gathered here in front of Qianxue Pass. Lin Chen? Gu Lingtian lost his voice in horror. At first, he couldn't recognize it at first sight, but Lin Chen has changed too much. Lin Chen? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. A new rookie from Jihai? When the geniuses of the 5 continents were discussing heatedly, only the Geniuses of the Star Continent camp turned pale in horror. The 5 continents are vast, and the news is not so fast to reach everyone's ears, but within the scope of the Star Continent, the name of Lin Chen is already the existence of the younger generation of Megatron. In particular, young Master Qianling, who led the Xingzhou camp, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Lin Chen, who was standing in front of all Tianjiao, was calm and spoke slowly. The geniuses of the 5 continents, this is not the place you should come. Step back. While the Tianjiao guards the surrounding, there is a genius in the Shenzhou camp who sneered scornfully. Oh? You want to stop so many of us just because you are a second-level god? Lin Chen was calm. Because I'm a reasonable person, and I don't want to kill you all. Everyone. Seeing this, Shenling Shuang, who was hiding on the snowy mountain, opened her red lips slightly. She asked subconsciously, Sister Fairy, did the master take the wrong medicine? According to her understanding of the master, when the situation between the enemy and the enemy is clear, she will fight without saying a word. The master who was so pessimistic about life and death, who did it if he refused to accept it, was actually arguing. Shocked the apprentice for a whole year. Yiqingwu's lips lifted slightly. No, your master has changed. Has he become gentle? Do not. Rather, Yiqingwu has never seen such a powerful Lin Chen. He knows better than any period in the Holy Realm what he should do. Shenling Shuang pretended to be sobbing with pity. Master is not reckless anymore, my youth is over. He is no longer the handsome guy who picks up the exercises, woo, not handsome at all, I don't love him already. Zheng. The blizzard flew wildly, and the sky cut out a blue sword light containing the law of ice, wiping the stone tablet on the mountain. After the Tianjiao of the 5 continents confirmed that there was no ambush nearby, they made a decisive move. Then, dozens of Tianjiao sacrificed many artifacts from all camps in the 5 continents, followed by a violent explosion, and the sky was full of visions. The thunder talisman appeared, and the law of navigating thunder was swept down by thousands of thunderbolts towards the sacred mountain of Qiangshuiguan. The sword chi storm surrounded by clouds covered the fog, and a sword slashed across the sky of Qiangshuiguan, full of sword intent. The light of the arrow wrapped around the law of the wind shot through thousands of feet, and shot hurricane, pointing directly at the sacred mountain. There is astral gas burning, and the domineering and awe-inspiring Yang Yen. 1,000 fires descended on the heavens and the earth, and the sea of fire became a piece. A top-notch peerless technique mixed with a world-destroying law, the divine might hit Qiangshuiguan, and the attack was so sharp and fast that it was almost impossible for anyone below the 6th level of the divine realm to react. Lin Chen raised his hand and pointed, broken. A ray of divine soul appeared like a ripple, and the red divine flame rose into the sky in an instant, covering the entire Qiangshuiguan, burning through all the law and divine power, and all the offensive was burned too. Burst into pieces. Blocked? The law of fire in the realm of transformation. But, it's not right. Why is this law of fire so violent? The pupils of many Tianjia shrank, and the next moment, Lin Chen stepped on the gods, and the figure disappeared like a ghost. Boom! 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 The divine brilliance flashed, and the firelight galloped invincibly. Standing in the front row, the geniuses from the 5 continents flew out in an instant, and they were beaten all over the sky. The people who were sent flying were scorched with flames and were in unbearable pain. The geniuses behind the camp were full of horror. They couldn't even see clearly when the other party made his move. The whole body of Gu Ling Tian of the Xingzhou camp was ignited in an instant. The artifact protecting the body was burned to the point of distortion, and the mourning continued, and the soul and body were burned to ashes. Not good. Young Master Qianling turned pale with shock, and his cultivation at the 7th level of the divine realm exploded. The thunder and lightning of purple light were born under his feet, and young Master Qianling was the law of the control of thunder, and he retreated rapidly. A flash of fire was mixed with the fiery and violent law divine power, and it suddenly hit young Master Qianling. Young Master Qianling spread out his divine fan to parry, and when he found that Lin Chen's divine power seemed to be inferior to his own, he was about to rejoice. Laugh. 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 The divine fan he was proud of was burnt through in an instant, and the fire was like an aurora, penetrating his divine body. What? A blood hole was scorched in his chest, and Qianling's handsome face was full of shock. Then, what was reflected in his sight was a fist burning with the law of fire. Lin Chen, who was moving at high speed wearing Fengshen leg armor, suddenly slammed down. Boom! Qianling was smashed by a punch, her head was embedded in the snowy mountain ground, and her divine body was completely shattered. His divine soul quickly left his body and flew at a very high speed. When he fled in panic, a big divine soul suddenly pinched him tightly. No. Lin Chen, you can't kill me, this sun is. Sigh. Divine soul handed down a ray of fire law, burning the last divine soul of young Master Qianling into nothingness. Young Master Qianling couldn't understand before he died. Why was Lin Chen's attack power suddenly mutated by several levels when he activated the law of fire with divine power? The battle of Blitzkrieg is destroyed. In less than 2 breaths, more than 300 arrogant geniuses from the 5 continents were smashed into the air, instantly killing young Master Qian Ling, who was at the early stage of the 7th level of the God realm, and an accompanying Gu Ling Tian. Lin Chen stepped lightly in front of everyone, his expression was calm, as if he had killed 2 chickens at will. A step further, there is no reason to speak. All the arrogant geniuses who made great achievements were instantly shocked and stayed in place, retreating thousands of feet. No one dared to advance rashly. The single person shocks the arrogances of the contemporary magical achievements of the 5 continents. Such combat power and courage, no one can have it today. Leaving aside the 9 great heavenly ghosts, these 1,000-odd geniuses with great achievements are much stronger than the previous encirclement and suppression of the gods. Each of them is between the 6th level of the gods and the late 7th level, and all have the killer skills and solid background for leapfrog battles. So strong. His laws are so strong. Master is handsome again. Yi Qingguo and Shen Lingshuang were dizzy, and their eyes lit up. But soon, several Tianjiao in the late 7th stage of the Shenzhou camp stood up again, with deep eyes, staring at Lin Chen. Do you want to stop me and wait for everyone by one person? The speed is very strong, and the laws are very strange, but it can't stop us all. I have also beaten the 8th level of the gods, how could this young master be afraid of you? The geniuses who have made great achievements are not vegetarians, they dare to fight and dare to fight, and their fighting spirit recovers very quickly. There is a smell of regrouping and planning to fight with Lin Chen to the end. After all, they have only come here for nearly half a year after traveling through the 2nd realm sea. Qiangshuiguan here is their ultimate goal, and there is no reason to give up on the ultimate goal. However, before the words were finished, 6 phantom lights descended on Lin Chen sighed. And then, you go on, I'm listening. The sixth Lin Chen smiled knowingly, releasing a strong sense of oppression. That was not inferior to the body. The corners of the arrogant mouths twitched wildly. As strong as him, there are actually 6. This Lin Chen, on the surface, looks like he is a second-level god. In fact, he is a. The 6 phantom clones were completely obliterated by the law of fire. The terrifying high temperature was faintly permeating, and a strong sense of oppression was suppressed in the hearts of every Tianjiao. Among the arrogances present, it is not uncommon for those who have practiced the law to the realm of attainments. But as powerful as Lin Chen, this is the first time they have seen it. 7 Lin Chen blocked Qiang's Wigwen formation. The battle is not big, and the pressure is very strong. The arrogances who had been clamoring before fell silent again. If there was only one Lin Chen, and they hugged together, there was bound to be room for maneuver. Even more than a dozen people can be killed to destroy Qiang Swigwen's monument of rebels and achieve the goal. But if the number of people increased to 7, it would be completely different. Young Master Qianling's death is vivid in his mind. If there are 7 Lin Chen guarding, assuming they can kill them, the price must be extremely heavy. Maybe 1/3 or half of all of you here will perish. Even more. Taking such a big risk for an experience is not worth it. As expected, Xingzhou's arrogant people retreated first, and they evacuated like a low tide. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with deep fear, knowing what they knew. As soon as the star continent is withdrawn, the other 4 continents are even more untenable. Slip away, this person is much more brutal than some forces in the second realm C. I don't want to encounter his law of fire head-on, as strong as a ghost. That fellow in Xingzhou, defended with laws and artifacts, was burned through by his law of fire. If we come, the result will not be much better. It's a losing battle. The geniuses withdrew in despair, and more than 1,000 geniuses left, but in the end, no one stayed behind. Yi Qingguo and Shenling Shuang on the other side of the snowy mountain looked at each other. The 2 girls smiled knowingly, hit it off, and silently dived down to the snowy mountain. Then, they called the 4 god guards, and they moved in the direction where the geniuses of the 4 continents were evacuated. As soon as the 2 women left on the front foot, the 6 phantom clones of Lin Chen on the back foot disappeared. Brush. At this moment, a beam of blue divine light descended in front of Qiang Swigwen. Zhao Anren arrived in the air, and curiously asked Lin Chen, why keep them alive? I thought that according to your temperament, you would annihilate them all. Lin Chen smiled and said, they are not my enemies. Letting them go is for better operations in the future. At this time, the sackclothed old man appeared, stroked his beard, and smiled. It seems that you already have the answer in your heart. He looked around Lin Chen and was amazed. The law has reached the realm of attainments, and it is not far from the realm of divine attainments, but its actual power is not inferior to that of divine attainments. It's really a monster. It seems that you don't have it. In a hurry to master the second law. Choose to specialize in one for the year. The old man in linen gave a thumbs up, a clear choice. Lin Chen's cultivation base is still based on the divine power cultivation base of 22,000 wild powers in the early stage of the second level of the gods. Tai time and space and extreme god possession, plus the strengthening of the heart method plus 17, the increase obtained is 10.7 times. The cultivation of divine power alone is the level of 257,000 barren powers, equal to the late 6th stage of the divine realm. However, the above are just the effects of Lin Chen himself. After the Tai Ifu Tianju itself is perfected, it can really be called the red rank heart method that belongs to Lin Chen alone. It is the law. 5 scrolls Futian art, Lin Chen's Tai time and space, will have all the laws possessed by the host. Every law under Lin Chen's control belongs to the category of spiritual strengthening and talent blessing. In other words, Lin Chen's current law of fire in the realm of attainments is 10.7 times more powerful than the same level. If the power of the law of fire of an opponent of the same level is 10, then Lin Chen is 117. It seems that the same level is actually completely outside the same realm. 10 times the power, 10 times the law. Lin Chen's combat power has grown by leaps and bounds. Outside Qiang Swigwen. Just when the genius of the 5 continents had just left, the figure of the 6 hidden breaths suddenly came. Leave everything on you, or die. When the aura of the 9th layer of the 4 gods was released, the expressions of all the arrogances changed slightly. 4 gods at the 9th level? Is there an ambush? 4 seniors of the 9th level of the gods are ambushing us young people. Shameless. Grandmas, didn't you say let us go, don't talk about martial arts? All the arrogances were shocked and dispersed in an instant. The 9 levels of the divine realm can be regarded as a rare top combat power. In the 2nd level realm C, and it is rare to have the opportunity to encounter them. This is to encounter 4 at a time. However, some Tianjiao had just fled but encountered another interception and robbery. Outside the reef group, the geniuses of the other 2 continents had just escaped the encirclement of the 9th level of the gods, and encountered the interception of the phantom clone. Lin Chen? Isn't it okay to let us go? What do you mean by blocking us with your clone? A group of Tianjiao questioned in anger. Lin Chen's phantom clones were especially calm. I said I won't kill you, but I didn't say I won't let you pay the protection fee. Don't give up the artifacts and resources that come to your door. If Qiang Swigwen fights with you, it will destroy the seniors. The steal is more than worth the loss. The Tianjiao of the 2 continents glared angrily and couldn't help but curse. There was trash talk from all sides, and the scene was very civilized. Lin Chen's phantom avatar shrugged. Now, do you hand in the chi transport capsule yourself, or do I do it myself? The corners of everyone's mouth twitched, and when they recalled Lin Chen's monster-like speed and combat power, they couldn't help but back away. The space of the world sea is not like the 5 continents. There is no realm of the King of Gods, and it is difficult to travel through space. Their life saving means are not very useful here. Inside Qianxue Pass, Lin Chen asked, Senior, has there been any movement in the 2nd layer realm this year? What Lin Chen was referring to was naturally the 5 continents and the divine realm. The old man in linen said, no news yet, but presumably there will be actions against you in the next few years. It is also common for the top powerhouses in the God realm to practice in seclusion for decades or 100 years. It is still unknown whether Lin Chen's battle situation from the 2nd realm C has been transmitted to the God realm or the 3 major protoss. Zhao Enren said, do you want to go back to Lin's house next? No. Lin Chen shook his head, let's put it aside for now. Our primary goal now is to meet up with Shangguan Yun and then go to the Triple Boundary Sea to establish our stronghold and strengthen our own strength. Zhao Enren said in surprise, what are you going to do? Do you want to try to win over other forces on the 5 continents? There are also a lot of contacts around the Father. If we talk to Ili, maybe we can. Lin Chen shook his head and said, no, this kind of force can't become a real LA. Alliance for profit will betray us sooner or later because of higher interests. The powers of the 5 continents will not join us. Only people who are oppressed to a desperate situation and have nothing are our current primary allies. If the eyes were surging, Lin Chen said seriously, we must unite our true friends and attack our true enemies. Zhao Enren was stunned and said, unite all the oppressed in the world? Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at your virgin? Lin Chen smiled lightly. If you help the oppressed, you have to be called the virgin, and those who mock me live exactly as the enemy wants. This kind of person is foolish and sad. Our enemy is more united than any group, and is the oppressors also take pride in loneliness and profit, and take pleasure in degrading each other. Although it is unfortunate to be a slave, if you know the struggle, unity, and hope of breaking free. But if you find beauty and joy in the life of a slave, you will be a slave who will always kneel on the ground. The old man in linen looked at Lin Chen, and his eyes became more and more gratified. Although he was the 23rd descendant who stepped into this place, he was the only one who wrote down the will of all the gods. Perhaps, this time he can give a different answer. The old man in linen looked at Lin Chen and asked seriously, do you really know what you are going to do? Lin Chen said solemnly, very clear. Really clear? Make it or die. Ha ha ha. Well, this is the answer this old man wants to hear the most. Little guy, I'll see you off, before parting. The old man in sackcloth handed Lin Chen 6 sets of jade scrolls in the color of glass. When Lin Chen spread it out, he was overjoyed. It turned out to be a large number of coordinate maps from the 1st layer C to the 6th layer C. In particular, the map coordinates of the 1st layer boundary C and the 3rd layer boundary C are almost perfect and extremely careful. It even clearly marked which kind of cosmic disaster energy exists in which zone. The value of these 6 volumes of maps alone far exceeds all of Lin Chen's current wealth. The old man in linen smiled and said, this is a map marked by a soldier when we fought with the teacher. Although it has been a while, there should be no other company in the world that can have this more detailed. This soldier, the relationship with me is very good, and there is no such map even within the 3 major protoss. Lin Chen clenched his fists. Thank you, senior, for your entrustment. Saying goodbye to the old man in sackcloth, Lin Chen and Zhao Enren left Qiang Swigwen. When leaving, Qiang Swigwen was suddenly covered with a hidden barrier, as if it had never appeared before. Outside Qianxue Pass, a few streamers suddenly appeared in the void. It was Shenling Shuang, Yi Qinggu, and the 4 guards of the martial god mansion. Master. Shenling Shuang threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck, and circled around Lin Chen several times. The 4 guards of the martial god mansion hesitated to speak, and finally shook their heads and sighed. Lin Chen smiled. Although the appearance of this girl has grown, her heart is still the same as before. It seems that these years in the god realm, she still focuses on cultivation. Shenling Shuang shook her long pink hair, waved her jade hand lightly, and said excitedly, Master. Let's go robbery. Oh no, we went out and came back to pick up the treasure. The disciple obediently handed it over with both hands and handed over thousands of air transplantation capsules. Some of these Qi transport capsules are among the best, some are among the best, some belong to the experts in the world, and some belong to the geniuses of the 5 continents. Assorted. Yi Qinggu teased, this year's battle results in the 1st layer of the sea are all here. Lin Chen gave Shen Lingshuang a thumbs up, and thanked the 4 guards of the Wushan mansion. When he took over the spoils, his phantom clone also withdrew, and when he took out a large amount of air transport capsules, Yi Qingguo and Shen Lingshuang suffocated slightly. Yi Qingguo tsk and said with a smile, "Okay, handsome Lin, count us 2. You're sure we'll take action, right?" Lin Chen smiled slightly, "Look at me fighting, I have to pay." Staring at his smiling face, Yi Qingguo suddenly said, "You've changed." "Oh?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and joked, "Have you become handsome?" "Well, very handsome." "What's the goal this time?" "Triple boundary C." Shen Lingshuang immediately raised her hand and said, "I'm going too." "No." The 4 gods guards scolded immediately. "Miss, we can all turn a blind eye to your battle in the 2nd layer of the sea, but the 3rd layer of the sea will definitely not let you go. In the 1st layer C and the 2nd layer C, the God King can tear through the void and move forward, but the time and space of the 3rd layer C is particularly stable, stronger than the God King and cannot be destroyed, and the perception is very limited. Moreover, in addition to the human race, the Triple Realm Sea also has powerful races such as the Dragon race and the Phoenix race." Seeing that the 4 guards were so determined, Shen Lingshuang couldn't help looking at Lin Chen for help. The 4 gods guards understood it, and immediately said, "Your Excellency Lin Chen, the martial god mansion is the only seedling. Although you are kind to our mansion, we can't make the decision on this matter. I hope you forgive me. If we don't agree, we can only take tough measures." Lin Chen said, "Lingshuang, what we're going to do next is really dangerous. You have to think about your family." A hint of anxiety appeared on Jiao too, and Shen Lingshuang said, "But..." Lin Chen patted her on the shoulder, "Now you are no longer alone. You have finally found your family, so be more concerned about them. But it's hard for people to find you, the master." When the words reached her lips, Shen Lingshuang finally nodded silently. The 4 divine guards of the martial god mansion breathed a sigh of relief. Then, "Your Excellency Lin Chen, let's say goodbye." When the 4 of them handed over and took Shen Lingshuang away, the latter looked at Lin Chen and others reluctantly. Yi Qingguo bid her farewell with a smile, and immediately looked at Lin Chen. Her beautiful smile appeared solemn for the first time. She pushed Zhao Amran away, grabbed Lin Chen's shoulder, and asked seriously, "What is your real goal this time?" Lin Chen was startled, and laughed freely. "Human Datong, everyone is like a dragon. God realm, Xingzhou. Above the vast Tianhe, there is a shrine that stands tall. On the top of the attic in the temple, a woman in a moon skirt leaned on a jade chair, her hands resting on her cheeks, her blue silk was hanging down. Her expression was in a trance, her cherry-red lips were lightly parted, and she murmured something. A black-robed man with a tiger-backed waist came up the stairs. When he saw the woman's appearance, he teased, "Hey, when did our Shuangjue become so sentimental? Are you worried about that kid?" The woman in the moon skirt glanced at him, and her cold cheek showed a bit of worry. "I'm not worried about him now. He can scare away all the 10 kings of the gods in Xingzhou. He is afraid that he is not safe now." The man in black robe sat down casually. "I heard that the boy is very imposing. He can kill all gods with one shot, but I am scared." He picked up a berry and bit his mouth full of freshness. Tsk, then what? Are you thinking, does Shuangjue in our family also feel spring? Qin Shuangjue glared at him, and when he turned to look into the distance, his eyebrows were full of solemnity. "I'm worried about the future. The Wuzhou Pale meeting in the God realm will be held soon. The black-robed man suddenly said, "Is that the conference that the alchemist guild asked you to attend?" The geniuses of medicine refining from the 5 continents gathered together, TSK, 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 dragons and tigers fight. Qin Shuangjue said seriously, "This time, there will be messengers from the God's domain who will come to personally present the honor of the gods and great achievements, and those who have been hand-picked will be eligible to enter the God's domain, and may even climb the possibility of the 3 major gods." The black-robed man teased, "Are you afraid he won't come?" Qin Shuang couldn't help but help her forehead, "I'm afraid he will mess up." Qin Shuangjue sighed lightly, "I have a hunch that if he comes to Wuzhou again in the future, perhaps the God realm will usher in a big change because of him. I'm afraid that the barriers of the 50 million eras of the God realm cannot be shaken by him alone. Lin Chen, don't come." When the old man in linen looked at Lin Chen's leaving back, he was already in tears. Even Lin Chen himself didn't know that the moment he left Qiang Suiguan behind him, 3 groups of red soul fire were quietly burning. The history of the human race God realm spanned 50 million epochs. One epoch is 10,000 years, and 50 million epochs are 500 billion years. How can we rewrite the status quo of this 500 billion history by ourselves? After the Battle of Jiahai, Lin Chen understood the importance of number of people. No one can ignore the number of true gods, so is Lin Chen. If the more than 20,000 true gods were in a state of union last time, Lin Chen, who was stronger than using ultimate heavenly rebel, would not be able to break their defenses. Or, the more than 8,000 true gods led by the 9 great heavenly ghosts are all existences who control the law, and it was difficult for Lin Chen to break their defenses with a single shot. Ultimate heavenly rebel, this whole card has been completely exposed to the top 10 gods and Lin Xingchen. If faced with a powerhouse with a higher cultivation level who cannot break the defense or encounters a large number of allied enemies in a short period of time, the trump card of Ultimate Heavenly Rebel is useless. If they come to commit a crime next time, it will not be as simple as the last lineup. In future battles, it is necessary to have allies to counter the number of the enemy. Lin Chen had his own intentions in letting go of the geniuses from the 5 continents. His eyes had already seen very far. Everything in the world has internal and external causes. External causes are the conditions for change, while internal causes are the root of change. He has to make arrangements for the root of the internal cause, but also act for the growth of the external cause. 7 days later, the first layer of the sea, an island with dim lights. On the cliff in the island, Lin Chen finally met Shang Guanyun. On the top of the cliff, the cold wind is cold, goodbye to Lin Chen, Shangguan. Yun said calmly, "It's too early to leave the palm of your hand, Master Lin. I thought you were going to retreat for another 10 or 8 years. Lin Chen was ashamed, and coughed lightly, "I wasted a bit of time, it's all up to my sister Shangguan to support the scene. If you have something to say. In the future, except for the use of a gun, everything else is trivial." Shang Guanyun stared at him, and suddenly burst into a smile, like 100 flowers blooming, beautiful and beautiful. She murmured in her heart, "How did you grow up? You looked like 16 or 17 before." Immediately, Shang Guanyun said sternly, "Miss Yi Qinggu and the others rescued, and the true gods who are currently staying on this island, a total of 13,000 people have been gathered in the center of the island. You can go there at any time." Lin Chen's eyes softened, "Thank you." Shang Guanyun turned around, faced the bright moonlight, and sighed bitterly. "I'm tired, I'll leave the rest to you." When Lin Chen stepped off the edge of the cliff, another figure seemed to be waiting for Lin Chen. She came out, her eyebrows were picturesque, she was dressed in a palace costume, and she looked at Lin Chen with wonderful eyes. It's Shangguan Yun's younger sister, Shangguan Qi. When she passed by Lin Chen, she said faintly, my sister rebelled against the family for you, and disbanded all the family's properties to help the true God, who was sold here, and is now expelled from the family. Please, don't disappoint your sister's wishes. Lin Chen's palm trembled slightly, and nodded solemnly. I will. The lights are like candles, lighting up the night. In a mountain gorge in the center of the island, tens of thousands of people lay on the ground. Compared with the high-rise palace, they prefer the land with a wide line of sight. After all, in Jihai, they were fed up with oppression and betrayal. Standing in a vast area, it was easier to see whether there was an enemy attack. Suddenly, everyone stood up in unison and looked at the silver-robed youth who was walking towards them at the other end. Under the light, his dark eyes were as bright as jade, and there seemed to be a sea of stars in his eyes. He didn't stand on the heads of everyone like other leaders to speak, but walked among their crowd, to the very center of them. A man tremblingly wanted to salute him, but the young man held his shoulders. Friend, you and I are the same, you don't need to salute me. Lin Chen smiled gently and faced the crowd. Shui Jianming was also in the crowd. When he saw Lin Chen, he was overjoyed, but did not speak. Then, Lin Chen said loudly, everyone here, we have the same eyes, but we have seen different hells and experienced similar despair. Someone curled their legs and hugged their knees. Someone was silent, staring at Lin Chen. Someone watched calmly, as if waiting for an answer. I'm here today to tell you that my goal is to unite my true friends, all the oppressed, and to attack my true enemies, the three gods. I can't guarantee when our story will come to an end, but I can be sure that those with me will only die standing, not kneeling. Tonight, everyone has two choices. 1. Follow me to the unknown road. 2. Leave here. I will give you a gift of divine jade to help everyone leave. Brush. As soon as the voice fell, the divine jade piled up like a mountain shone with white jade-like brilliance. Those who leave, 200 divine jades each, and I will never stop them. Lin Chen's last words really surprised many people. They have rarely seen the forces in Jihai who are willing to take the initiative to help others. It is better to say that it is the first time they have seen it. Now the other party still pays for him to leave? Count me in. Don't treat people like people, I have long wanted to deal with them. To die horizontally and vertically, it is better to die standing up than to die kneeling. This job is done by the young master. The gods who were rescued in the previous Haiyue auction were the first to join, and immediately expressed their position. A middle-aged man got up and asked, Your Excellency Lin Chen, do you know how many god kings, god masters, and even god emperors there are in the three god races? How dare you resist them? Even with the presence of these people, the three major gods can come to a god king at random, and they can destroy us at the touch of a finger. Although you are kind to us, but you saved us and turned your head to let us die? What's the difference between this choice and suicide? This person can be regarded as asking the voice of some people. Lin Chen said sternly, You're right in part. At this stage, we really can't compete with the three gods, but have you ever thought about it? Don't just think about what we've done, but also what the three gods have done. Just every year, how many true god human races are sold to Jihai by the underground forces under the three god races? It's just the first layer of the sea. I'm afraid there are more than tens of thousands. Lin Chen's eyes became sharper. What if you count the number of people in the second layer boundary sea? What about the human races who have been exploited by many forces in the boundary sea? What about the major ancient races who were exiled to the godly desolate star territory? If we can unite these forces, at this speed, within 10 years, our lineup will exceed 1 million true gods. This journey is full of seeds of fire. Why are you so worried that this raging fire will not burn? Everyone was startled. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, I always believe that hope is made. Lin Chen's voice spread throughout everyone's primordial spirit and soul. Even if we stand in front of us are the 3 strongest gods in history. When everyone looked back again, many people suddenly stood up. Success and failure turn around in vain, only to see the history of future generations. That's it, there is only one choice. Known as debauchery and indulgent, the god King Zhou, who is addicted to women's lust, loves the demon fox, Daji, but he has only one son recorded in the history books. He is recorded as living a diligent and frugal life, wearing civilian clothes, working in the fields, and conscientiously governing the gods. The Zhou Wang of the country gave birth to more than 100 descendants. History, like a little girl dressed up for anyone. But it can't stop generation after generation to spy on its truth. My generation is willing to go through this, and see where the end of this hell leads to. Tens of thousands of true gods, all burst out with the will to fight against the sky and cover the earth. Of the 13,000 true gods, 10,000 were eventually left, and more than 3,000 chose to leave. Lin Chen fulfilled his promise and sent them away safely. The next day, the 10,000 true gods gathered in Qianyuan Island were stunned when they saw the 5 scarlet booklets in front of them, and they were completely stunned and dumbfounded. Lin Chen said loudly, next, I will pass on your red rank mind method, Tai Fu Tianju. You can use this mind method after you have successfully cultivated the first 3 volumes, and you can achieve the effect of red rank. After you have completed the 5th volume, there will be no loss of cultivation between the conversion of mental methods, and even some of the characteristics of the previous mental methods will be retained. Red rank mentality? Tai Futian art. Could it be Emperor Futian, Hao Futian's 5-volume Futian art? Is this passed to us? My God, I'm not dreaming. There is actually a cultivation technique that is 1 rank higher than the orange rank in this world. Qiji's heart method is actually recorded with pen and ink. Are we going to retreat and practice? When everyone was in doubt, Lin Chen said, no, there is no time for you to retreat. You have to learn while you are on your way. Lin Chen flipped the palm of his hand, and tens of thousands of scarlet books were suspended in front of everyone. It's not that Lin Chen's attribute transfer function cannot be used, but that the exercises that Lin Chen practiced in the past were all recorded with mental power, memory. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine light on the island shone, and the dazzling divine splendor of 1,000 purples and 1,000 reds descended upon everyone. A dazzling array of artifacts, piled up like a mountain, are placed in front of everyone as if they don't need money. Everyone was shocked again. This is actually tens of thousands of artifacts. Most of them are low-grade and middle-grade artifacts, a small number of high-grade artifacts, swords, halberds, sticks, axes, hammers, hooks, whips, fans, towers, shields, gourds, and more. It can be said that there are many types of artifacts, everything you need Lin Chen said in a deep voice, being is very fast, choose the weapons that you can use well, put your minds away, and we will set off immediately. Recently, there have been many fewer disputes at home and abroad. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Lin Chen has a hunch that a storm is coming, so he will rush to the Triple Realm Sea first. After the shock, everyone was unequivocal and chose handy weapons one after another. In a year and a half, the actions of Shenling Shuang and Yi Qingguo, as well as the initial battle at Jiahai, have instead laid the strongest foundation for Lin Chen. Except for a few young people, most of the true gods have chosen the most suitable artifact for themselves. A god-level first level, holding a high-grade artifact, but unable to exert some of its divine might. Of course, with exceptions such as Lin Chen. Of the 10,000 true gods left behind, the highest is the 6th level of the gods, and the lowest is the 1st level of the gods. However, once he joined, Lin Chen treated them equally without any favoritism. Get ready, headed by Lin Chen, the whole team is divided into 3 teams to set off. The first team is currently dominated by Lin Chen. The second team is temporarily headed by Zhao Anren. The third team is temporarily headed by Shui Jianming and Shang Guanyun. Each team will be accompanied by 2 phantom clones of Lin Chen. Shang Guanqi separated from her sister and returned to Shangguan Mansion. She was powerless to change her sister's decision. As for the little goblin Yi Qingguo, it was too noisy. Lin Chen was afraid that she would lead the team astray, so he arranged it in the first team. Borrowing the 2 superb spatial artifact, flying shuttle, that Yi Qingguo obtained in Ye's house, 2 huge black warships, carrying everyone copying the Dark Channel, were in the hidden waters of the first layer of the sea, and evacuated. Lin Chen and others just left Qianyuan Island, and the vague ores of the sea reefs in the distance slowly disappeared. Lin Chen, who owns 6 maps of the boundary sea, takes advantage of the right time and place to fly across the first-level boundary sea and arrive at the center of the second-level boundary sea in 7 days. The 2 flying shuttles traveled extremely fast. As long as the people injected enough divine power, it was comparable to the true God who comprehends the law of wind advancing at full speed. Even Lin Chen didn't know that the little goblin was hiding such a good treasure. The best artifact is basically called the artifact of the law. This kind of treasure is rare even in the 9th level of the gods. There is no strong man in Lin Chen's camp who has no god king, so he can't tear through the void of the first 2 realm seas. The process of advancing is divided into 2 rounds, and everyone takes turns switching, cultivating the mind while on the road. Why didn't Lin Chen put everyone into the air transport capsule or space artifact first and act on his own? Because it simply can't be done. This is also the reason why the 9 great heavenly ghosts will act together with all the gods. The best quality Qi transport capsule can store very limited creatures. On the premise that there are Qi transport spiritual plants stored inside, it is almost impossible for spirit-level creatures to enter. Forcing entry will risk bursting the Qi transport capsule. And after the completion of the 4th level of the gods, all are the true gods who control the laws. In order to accommodate the law of the most powerful force in the world, time and space must be more stable. Those with this structure must be. On the other hand, the rare and unparalleled Qi transport plant capsule can only accommodate at most 1 true god who controls the law under the premise of cultivating the Qi transport spiritual plant. Zhao Anren, who was injured earlier, hid in Lin Chen's unparalleled air transport capsule. The red molten lava rolled, volcanoes erupted continuously, and fiery red. Island stood in front of everyone. Lin Chen stood on the bow of the boat, his eyes narrowed. Cross this area. And after a while, there will be a secret entrance to the triple boundary. See. Little fairy. Why are you calling this girl? You and Luo Yu and Ran, follow me into the triple realm. See first and open the way for the team. According to the map, the coordinates of the triple boundary see that this route leads to will be a hidden island with abundant divine jade or veins, which is the most suitable for a stronghold. Without saying a word, Lin Chen pulled up a team, included 3 unparalleled air transport capsules, and left the team first. Then, the extreme wind god set was unfolded, and the bang caused an endless sound wave, swept across the sky, and was instantly revealed at a rapid speed, stunning everyone in the flying sky shuttle. A year and a half ago, Lin Chen showed the speed of the 8th level of the God realm with the 4-piece function suit, but now he moves at full speed with the 5-piece set of function, and there may not be a few who are as strong as the 9th level of the God realm. Up his speed. 5 days later. In the 3rd layer C, the gray sky seems to be dim and without light. If the 2nd layer C is a terrifying world, then the 3rd layer C is filled with a sense of despair and suffocation everywhere. Here, the King of Gods cannot tear space, nor can he travel through space in a short period of time. If you don't have enough strength to set foot here, self-protection will become a problem. An island, within the Moon Dragon Mountains. Lin Chen and others released the power of the soul successively, stepped on the situation in the nearby sea area, and watched around. How is the situation, Luo Yu? No problem, there is no hidden breath nearby. A young man in black nodded with a smile. Luo Yu, one of the true gods rescued by Lin Chen in Haiyue Island, is in the early stage of the 5th stage. He was born in the ancient family of Shenzhou, and was one of the top talents. In the future, he was destroyed by the whole family and sold to the 1st layer of the sea, and finally chose to follow Lin Chen. The reason why Lin Chen brought him was because he controlled the more special original law. The source law can perceive the origin of a large amount of energy in the world, and many hidden methods are difficult to hide under the scan of the source law. Zhao Anren put away a mirror and said seriously, my Daoguang mirror has not found any creatures nearby, at most there are only a few scattered dragons. Sigh. The sound of breaking wind came, and Yi Qinggu suddenly appeared. Her charming smile lit up at this moment. Lin Chen, I found a big guy. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Yi Qinggu said excitedly. There are 3 hidden islands in the sea area ahead, with a large number of true gods on them. I also found out that the person leading above is the so-called descendant of Hao Futian. Yi Qingwu's words aroused thousands of waves, and Lin Chen's expression instantly became particularly solemn. Hao Futian's successor. Unexpectedly, as soon as you enter the Triple Realm Sea, you will get such heavy news. Zhao Emran happily said, we have found our compatriots. Lin Chen's eyes were deep and he said, go, and see. The 3 realms sea, to the west, under the foggy sea, the 3 islands are listed in different positions in a triangle. Lin Chen and the 4 sneaked into one of the islands together. With the support of Yi Qinggu, the 4 disguised themselves as an old man and a middle-aged man. Even the voice and temperament have been changed to be particularly similar and appropriate. What is incompatible with the Triple Realm is that it is thriving here, and there is an atmosphere of prosperity everywhere, and there is no cold and chilling atmosphere of Jiahai. Many true gods were particularly busy. Some of them had just returned from a distant demon cave, smelling blood, but they were extremely excited to hand over their spoils to the people in the temple on the island. On some islands, towers of towering gods were built, and hundreds of true gods entered the towers and transmitted their own divine power to the towers. This kind of divine tower, Lin Chen once saw in Shangguan, transported divine power into the tower, condensed divine power and transmitted it to a certain place, and transferred it to a certain target for absorption. It is equivalent to transferring the cultivation base of gathering people to the designated target. In some islands, the indestructible mountains are undulating, and a group of true gods need to personally knock out the solid ore veins and dig out the divine jade of the ore veins. The most dangerous one is the third island. It is necessary to enter the demon cave on the other side of the island to fight against the demons. The demon cores obtained from the battle will be handed over to the temple in exchange for rewards. Lin Chen and others lurked here for several days, and even found signs of Azura activities. However, the strange thing is that the people here seem to be commonplace, and they are even enthusiastic, united from top to bottom, and they are full of smiles even when they are working hard. And the person who leads this area is named Xiao Chongqing, who has recruited more human true gods, and even has the name of the descendant of Emperor Fu Tian. In the attic, a team of more than a dozen people who were mining the ore was resting. Two middle-aged men came over and laughed with the two women. "You two, how did you get today?" These two people were disguised as Lin Chen and Zhao Anren. The two women simply smiled and said, "It's not bad, let's dig out the number 65 ore vein, and we can hand it over to the Wanchen jade." Lin Chen said calmly, "But I heard that if people who have entered the devil's cave for a long time, if they don't get enough divine jade to nourish their gods, their lifespan will be halved. I also heard that the devil's core hunted in the devil's cave will be halved." The above clearly sold it to the Azuras at a unit price of more than 1,000 divine jade, but only to 10 divine jade hunters. Is this too few? Instead, the two women looked at Lin Chen with surprise, and one of them smiled and said, "This fellow, it seems that you are new here." Lin Chen nodded, "I just came a few days ago." A long-haired woman said with a smile, "Lord Chongqing said that this is a transitional matter at this stage, and resources are limited. We must concentrate on training resources, so that some people will become stronger first, and then expand their territory. After gaining a firm foothold, they will lead. Let's get stronger together." Yeah, Lord Chongqing also said that we need to concentrate resources to cultivate 48-level gods first, so that we can have the strength to gain a firm foothold in the 3-level world. Talking about this, several true gods around him also laughed. Yes, Lord Chongqing is much better than those young talents who have made great achievements. He is the descendant of the great Emperor Fu Tian. The great achievements of the ages are immortal. We all firmly believe that he will lead us to a bright future. Lin Chen smiled and said, "So that's the case, I'm looking for a shortcoming." Suddenly, strong winds blew up, and a glorious divine light descended from the mountain range. A team walked in the air and landed in the attic in the mountains. The white-clothed man at the head is a man in white, with a graceful demeanor and a gentle and refined temperament between his eyebrows. He is approachable and looks like he is about 30 years old. Lord Chongqing. Everyone in the attic immediately cheered. Lin Chen stared at the man who was called the descendant of Hao Fu Tian. His temperament is outstanding, which can be described as a must. As soon as he appears, he will mingle with everyone and share lunch. He personally bandaged the wounds of people who were injured by going deep into the divine jade mine, which made everyone flattered and loved. After the meal, Xiao Chongqing summoned everyone in the divine jade mine. With a solemn expression, he said, "Everyone, now we are weak, and we must keep our strengths and bide our time. At present, there are 15 gods and 8 layers left before the goal. Within 200 years, the goal can be completed. At that time, you can rush out of the nearby sea area and expand more territory, and everyone's losses can be doubled. But everyone must pay attention to one thing. Don't get tired of your body. You should complete the task effectively in batches or in unity. Everyone must be tied together, and no one can be left behind to get out of this desperate situation." Among the thousands of true gods present, thunderous applause was immediately ushered in. Zhao Enren was pleasantly surprised. "That's great," as soon as I entered. "Jiahai, I met such a compatriot." Lin Chen smiled slightly, didn't speak, just quietly watched Xiao Chongqing standing on the high platform. At night, Xiao Chongqing in the secret room was practicing cross-legged when he suddenly received a sound transmission, opened his eyes, and said in surprise, "Oh? President of the Chamber of Commerce, Chen Lin?" He flashed and entered the temple. Inside the temple, 4 figures waited for a long time. Xiao Chongqing was neither humble nor arrogant, cupped his hands and clasped his fists and said, "Xiao Chongqing, I have seen you all." The youth Chen Lin clasped his fists and smiled and said, "The descendant of Emperor Futian, I have heard the name for a long time, and when I see it today, it is well deserved." With a flick of his finger, a ring was shot at Xiao Chongqing. President Chen smiled and said, "I hope your excellency will accept it." Xiao Chongqing took the accepting ring, a look of helplessness appeared on his handsome face, and said, "Then I will thank you all for your love." 5 people were seated. Xiao Chongqing said, "President Chen is looking for me at night, why is it?" Chen Lin said with a smile, "It's just that one thing is unclear. Since your Excellency Xiao Chongqing is a descendant of Emperor Futian, why didn't he pass on his spiritual methods to everyone on the island? According to legend, how Futian's exercises have no threshold for cultivation." Xiao Chongqing said in surprise, "President Chen has seen it for a long time. And I know it." He changed his words, "Could it be that President Chen suspects that I am not a descendant of Emperor Futian?" To this end, he opened his palm, and a vast and deep red divine power emerged, leaping into his palm. It is the cultivation of the 7th level of the gods, and it is far beyond the ordinary 7th level of the gods. Chen Lin's eyes narrowed, it was genuine, Tai Ifu Tianju, or practice to the level of the complete 5th volume. Xiao Chongqing said very seriously, "As for why I didn't pass it on to my subordinates, I feel that I haven't fully comprehended this mental method, and I rashly spread it out. I'm afraid that there will be troubles for everyone." Surely a compatriot. Zhao Enren and Luo Yu lifted their disguise, restored their original appearance, and said happily, "When you first set foot in the Triple World Sea, it is a blessing to be able to find allies who are familiar with this place and have like-minded goals." Xiao Chongqing looked at everyone in surprise. The moment Yi Qinggu revealed her disguise, she looked at Lin Chen and said, "What?" Lin Chen took off his disguise and returned to his true appearance. Xiao Chongqing was surprised, "You are?" Lin Chen nodded and said, "Lin Chen." Xiao Chongqing was stunned for a moment, his expression was excited, and he cupped his hands. "Lin Chen Xiongtai, I've heard it for a long time." Suddenly, the law roared, and the situation suddenly changed. The host activates the gods and godhead fragments. Lin Chen in the temple instantly exploded with monstrous killing intent, and shot it with one palm. The pitch-black divine power barrier suddenly unfolded, covering Xiao Chongqing. The ultimate wind god armor is activated, and the speed of all attributes of the host is increased by 50 times and 100 times. The next moment, the fist that flickered with the divine wind was like a meteor and aurora mixed with the law of fire that burned the world, and suddenly slammed towards the opposite side. Boom! Boom! With this punch, the fist wind swept the 8 wastes, overturned the top of the temple, and the gust of wind howled like a fierce song, alarming everyone. In Mishima, the fist wind whistled, but the fist stopped in front of Xiao Chongqing. With 5 fingers holding the fist wearing the Fengshen gauntlet, he took Lin Chen's punch with one hand. Xiao Chongqing said in astonishment, "Brother Lin Chen, why are you attacking?" Suddenly, Zhao Anren and Luo Yu were pulled aside by the goblin. Zhao Anren was even more dumbfounded, and said in astonishment, "Lin Chen, why are you attacking him?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Anren stopped abruptly. The temple seemed to fall into absolute zero. Lin Chen's terrifying killing intent is like a sea of swords, shrouding the entire temple. Zhao Anren has never seen Lin Chen with such a terrifying killing intent. She recalled what Yi Qinggu said. Let go of the geniuses of the 5 continents, because he has become gentle? Do not. Quite the opposite. He knows who his enemy is more than ever. Lin Chen turned his back to everyone, his expression was terrifyingly cold. And he gave a sharp drink. Remember, I only taught you once, the way to really differentiate your enemies. Don't look at what the other party says, look at what the other party does. First, Zhao Anren's pretty face was stunned, and when she looked at Yi Qinggu, you already knew it. Yi Qinggu blew a whistle. Who told me to be a little expert in trouble? Sister and Ran, you are still a little tender when you are in the kingdom of God for a long time. The other party is just a belt, and she wants to bring a small belt along the way, but it's a pity that there is a Lin Chen cover. Here. Boom. The fire soared into the sky and shattered the temple. Lin Chen stepped on the law of fire, dressed in the divine wings of the wind, and lifted his leg in the air with a flame flash galloping like a thunderbolt, attacking the opponent. Xiao Chongqing swiped his palms in the air to eliminate Lin Chen's law of fire, and hurriedly said, "Brother Lin Chen, is there any misunderstanding between us?" Rippling ripples appeared in the soul, and a glorious and domineering phantom of the soul rose above Lin Chen's head, and a dragon roar suddenly burst out. Boom! 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 A big explosion is rolled up in the sky, and the power of the soul is not inferior to the law. Not to mention Lin Chen, who is 10 times the soul. Lin Chen was as fast as a swift light, and swept down with one leg in the air, like a knife slashing furiously. Don't give Xiao Chongqing a chance to explain at all, meeting him as a mad attack. Lin Chen's killing intent, like a riot of swords and swords, burst out in an instant. Feng Luo Xiao Tian palm. The blue light in Xiao Chongqing's palm condensed, and the powers of 2 completely different laws converged. Boom! Heaven and earth change color, space vibrates. The 2 retreated, and this time, the fight was evenly divided. Brush! 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 A streak of divine light flashed across the sky, 25 divine realms came down, and the mighty power of the roaring laws echoed in the sky. It is the main force that Xiao Chongqing focused on training. This force is Definitely a powerful force in the former three-layer realm. In an instant, Lin Chen fell into a tight siege. What happened? It's the direction of the temple, it's fighting. Who dares to run wild on our territory? One by one, the angry true gods rushed out of Mishima. Xiao Chongqing raised his hand when he saw everyone surrounded Lin Chen. He cupped his hands and clasped his fists, and said sincerely, Brother Lin Chen, although I don't know what festivals and misunderstandings have arisen between you and me, we haven't had a good talk, haven't we? Some things. Enough. Lin Chen interrupted him, his eyes were cold, in the name of Emperor Futian. He's doing the deeds of the three gods. If his old man knows about Jiuquan, you will be the first to kill. Light dance. A team of stormtroopers, the little demon empress, is ready. When Yi Qinggu gave the order, there was a rumbling vibration on the surface of Jiahai, and two giant black ships rushed out of the dark clouds. Fly Tizot. 10,000 true gods? Xiao Chongqing's expression was startled, and when his eyes narrowed, he became even more solemn. Most of these people have already practiced the incomplete Tai Futian art. An enemy is coming. Protect Lord Chongqing, let's meet the enemy together. I saw that silhouettes jumped down one after another on the flying shuttle. The momentum was like a rainbow, and the divine power was majestic. Rush into Mishima. Everyone, this is our first battle since we formed a team, show our momentum. When everyone landed on the island, the fighting spirit was high. Lin Chen's clones, transmit everyone at the same time. Everyone, this time our goal is to delay everyone on the island on the premise that we can save our lives. And Ran, Luo Yu, help everyone, don't hurt the lives of the people on the island. Lin Chen's cold drink made the two wake up like a dream. Zhao Anren gave Lin Chen a deep look, then turned around and threw himself into the battle. The four teams immediately started fighting from the island, and their only goal was to stop them from affecting Lin Chen's battle situation. In the void, four phantom clones stood beside Lin Chen, and Yi Qinggu arrived in the sky. When she took a slight step, when she released the divine power of 9 colors, Chongling danced, like a goddess above the 9 heavens, dancing with radiant divine brilliance. The power of the gods is monstrous, and the 25 layers of the gods feel an indescribable sense of oppression. This woman actually made so many of them feel threatened at the 8th level of the god realm. Intuition tells them that if they don't take it seriously, they are likely to die here. Give these 25 guys to me, you can fight him at ease. With a wave of Yi Qingwu's slender hand, the multicolored long sashes shot out. Instantly, the airwaves billowed away, and the colored long sashes were mixed with a sharp edge, like tearing divine iron. 25 gods at the 8th level of the divine realm fully used their divine power. Boom. 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 The multicolored divine light shuttled between the gods, and it was indistinguishable from the battle with many laws and divine powers, but Yi Qinggu was able to do it with ease, easily trapping 25 of them, and almost fighting around them. This kind of combat power is chasing the 9th level of the gods. On the other side, the two heroes confront each other. Xiao Chongqing's seemingly calm eyes have changed slightly. Hee, I didn't expect you to come for real. Xiao Chongqing finally revealed his true colors, his face was no longer so approachable and gentle, but full of indifference and arrogance. Lin Chen sneered and said, don't pretend, don't you like acting? After acting for so long, I have fooled everyone on my side. Do you want to give you an award? Xiao Chongqing turned his neck and said indifferently, the people who have finally formed the hearts of the people, that's all, the people who killed you and detained you can be regarded as a fortune. Boom. 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 Divine light soars into the sky, the law is in chaos. Bunch of divine light mixed with stalwart divine power is like a dazzling sky, illuminating from the ground of the three islands, or flying out from the inside of the tower. Then, 30 figures fell to Xiao Chongqing's side. Master Xiao Chongqing will let us go out. Looks like things are going to be tricky. The 30 true gods who just appeared, the monstrous divine might pervades the sky, filling every corner of the three islands. What is that? The 8th level of the divine realm. There are 55 8th level of the divine realm beside Lord Chongqing. But, didn't we say that we should concentrate our resources to cultivate 48 level gods, and we can expand our territory? It's already exceeded, why didn't Lord Chongqing tell us? On Mishima, the true gods who were struggling to resist were stunned, and the fighting momentum was cut in half. The situation is developing in a direction that they completely did not expect. Stepping on the cloud shadow, the body is in control of the sky, and the 4 phantom clones swept to the 38 levels of the gods. With the current strength of the phantom clone, in addition to being unable to use the suit effect, it can perfectly possess the combat power of the host body. Lin Chen Tai's Futian art makes his 10 times the divine power, 10 times the law so powerful that the law of fire in the realm of transformation can also rival the 8th level of the divine realm of the body of the gods. However, it is different from the battle with the geniuses of the 5 continents. Unlike the distance between the 6th and 7th layers, the gap between the 8th and 7th layers of the divine realm is a qualitative leap. Not to mention, but the 38 levels of the gods are in a state of complete cooperation, like a copper wall and an iron wall. It is definitely not an existence that can be easily broken. As soon as the two sides played against each other, the high altitude of the 3 islands was instantly filled with endless flames of war. The heavenly might of the law shook the sky, and the clouds cracked. Only Lin Chen and Xiao Chongqing were left. Xiao Chongqing suddenly said, "Lin Chen, are you interested in joining me? With your potential, joining forces with me will definitely make a big difference. I once admired Emperor Futian, and his old man admired his truth, and convinced him of his measure. But now that I've seen it through, why worry about those ignorant mortals?" There was a fierce light in Xiao Chongqing's eyes. They are now looking forward to Emperor Futian, just because the Protoss is back. When they have a little glory, they will enjoy it and forget the truth. History is but one cycle. Why are those ignorant sentient beings? It is better to follow me to achieve a hegemony and see a higher world. The divine wings spread furiously, the monstrous divine wind raged, and Lin Chen's demeanor was calm. "You are wrong. It is the foolish people in your mouth who have never given up on us. That's why I have to always remember his teachings." Lin Chen's Tai Fu Tianju ran violently, and the brilliance law burning. The sky turned into a sea of fire. The two were fighting with each other, and the fighting spirit was monstrous. Two divine powers that belong exclusively to the Tai Fu Tian art confront each other head-on. History belongs to the people of the human race. Xiao Chongqing clasped his hands together, and the body of the god shone with golden light of thousands of feet, shining into an 8-armed god Buddha, half of which was a Buddha and half of which was a devil. Froxy a heavenly palm, shaking away the fusion of the devil and the Buddha with one palm. Destruction and creation are intertwined, and the law of yin and yang is like a sky opening vortex. The power that swept across the sky frightened the faces of many 8 level gods. With his cultivation level of the 7th level of the gods, he could break out such a powerful offensive, which was equivalent to the 9th level of the gods. 1/2 levels. Strong as the goblin was also surprised, as expected of a character who completely controls the Tai Futian art. The terrifying gap between the 8th and 9th realms of the gods was easily crossed by him. From the punch Lin Chen attacked him, Xiao Chongqing knew very well that the young man in silver robe in front of him should never be underestimated, and the first shot was the real killer move. The host wears the ultimate function 5-piece set, and the speed of all attributes is increased 150 times, 180 times, 230 times. For the first time, Lin Chen used the ultimate function 5-piece suit, and the gift of the gods swept up a monstrous wind. The dark and profound divine power in his left hand is like an abyss, suppressing eternity. The snow-white and vast qi and blood in the right hand smashed through the 8 wastes, and the idol roared. Lin Chen pushes horizontally with both hands. The dark and endless divine power unfolded in an instant, and the divine enchantment blocked the 9 heavens and 10 places. This time the divine enchantment was twice as strong as before. At the moment when the divine enchantment froze the demon Buddha for a moment. Boom! 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 The sky trembled, the clouds cracked, the snow-white ivory swept up, and the hundreds of feet of the god of the sky smashed the earth and slammed into the sky. The idol slammed into the sky. Sigh. The divine wind flashed, and Lin Chen's figure opened an aurora-like flash behind Xiao Chongqing. A flame flash on Fengshen's leg armor, blessed the instant light and shadow, burning the law of rolling fire, to shake Xiao Chongqing. How could it be faster? When Xiao Chongqing was horrified, Lin Chen formed an attack one after the other, and attacked him suddenly. There are idols in front of them to shake the gods and Buddhas, and there are gods to lead the demons. Later, Lin Chen destroys the world and burns mountains and rivers. Boom! The demon Buddha was smashed into pieces, and then it was crushed by the gods, and crushed countless fragments of law and divine power. The moment the demon Buddha was broken, a figure was repelled. It was Xiao Chongqing. The corners of his mouth were bleeding, and his body quickly retreated, his hands clasped in front of his chest. The rapidly revolving law of yin and yang in the palm of the hand forms an acupuncture point to offset the wind god leg armor in front of him. Lin Chen turned around in the air, retracted his legs, and then put out his legs. With a whiplash, he swept away completely. With the perception of the 8th level of the divine realm, I didn't even see Lin Chen's movements clearly. It was too fast. Boom! Lin Chen's second attack was blocked, and a phantom of the divine arm, intertwined with golden light and black demonic energy, blocked Lin Chen's leg armor. The golden light demon Buddha reappeared, and Xiao Chongqing said with a wicked smile, "I brought you into my attack range." Boom! The phantoms of the demon Buddhas in the sky suddenly appeared, and dozens of 8-armed demon Buddhas opened their eyes, and the demonic energy was soaring to the sky, chanting like death, and waving their demon arms to attack Lin Chen. The magic Buddhas may use fingering, boxing, palming, and nodding to condense the 4 different laws of yin and yang, wind and thunder, and attack Lin Chen. They are all exercises at the peak of the orange rank, with dozens of strokes. And even 2 half-red rank combat skills dominate. Such an offensive is simply against the sky, and it is difficult to break out such a terrifying law attack in a very short period of time after being as strong as a god. Lin Chen smashed Xiao Chongqing back with a lightning-like punch. When he pulled out the distance, Lin Chen's leg armor ignited with scarlet flames and swept away in the air. Xingyan is empty. The Xingyan storm that covered the sky and the sun bloomed like a meteor shower. When the light split into shadows, it erupted at an unprecedented speed. From a distance, it seemed like a meteor aurora had risen to cover the sky. Boom. 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 After Lin Chen's Xingyan Mankong was shattered, and the attack power was reduced by about 40%, the magic of the magic Buddhas blasted at Lin Chen. Again. Boom. There are dozens of exercises of the magic Buddha, and the 4 laws fell to Lin Chen's direction. When Xiao Chongqing was thinking about the next move to end the battle, his pupil suddenly shrank. The position where the demons and Buddhas attacked was filled with the immortal black light, and the 5 pieces of the Fengshen suit on Lin Chen's body disappeared. Instead, he was wearing a heavy armor that was as dark as ink, exuding a black enchantment-like aura. It was not a law, but it was better than a law. It was this black light aura that protected Lin Chen. Consumes 6520 God-level Heavenly Dao points, and is activating the undead Godhead to restore the host's injuries. The host uses the sky-high armor component, the sky-high armor, and obtains the set feature, Absolute Defense, incomplete. Although Lin Chen was slightly injured, the characteristics of the law did not remain much, and the immortal spirit could be restored, all relying on this new set of parts. Even the attack that was comparable to the all-out attack in the middle stage of the 9th level of the gods just now could be prevented. Xiao Chongqing's eyes were solemn. His Futian art is extremely evil, but because his cultivation is not enough, he has not fully exerted it, but compared to his mind, these inexplicable armors are even more terrifying. The kamikaze reappeared. Lin Chen instantly switched to the extreme wind god. Set, took a step in the air, and attacked Xiao Chongqing like a moving figure. Xiao Chongqing's soul is powerful, and he reacted very quickly to display the phantom of the law of the huge devil Buddha again, and the devil Buddha punched Lin Chen's direction. Sigh. Boom. The two battled together again. The magic Buddha shot continuously, and the kamikaze collided. The two fought from the sky to the sea, and from the sea to the center of the island. Its battle power is like the sky is falling apart, and the divine power of the two Tai Futian art is displayed incisively and vividly in completely different ways and forms. Lin Chen's recovery ability is extremely strong, but Xiao Chongqing's recovery ability is equally terrifying. The Buddha's light that circulated around him was like the immortal divine light of life, quickly nourishing his every wound. Xiao Chongqing's Tai time and space cultivated a demon Buddha. If you enter, you can enter the devil and swallow the world, and when you retreat, you can become a Buddha and transcend all sentient beings. When the demon Buddha is activated, the power of his laws and the use of martial arts and combat skills can be multiplied, and the number will increase linearly, resulting in a completely different level of combat power. The complete Futian art will have different effects due to the cultivation of different people. This is a battle that really belongs to the heart of the Red Order. Even if the mind is strong, and there is a law of 10 times the superposition of supernatural power, Lin Chen's realm is still the 2nd level of the gods. And the actual combat power of the body is also one line behind the 9th level of the gods. But after using the 5-piece set of the ultimate Fengshen, with the increase in the speed of all attributes, Lin Chen's combat power can fight against the 9th level of the gods, and he is equal to Xiao Chongqing. The gods watched the battle between the two in shock, and their hearts set off A storm. Is this really a battle between two young people? Especially in the many teams that followed Lin Chen, everyone had only heard of Lin Chen's name before, but people other than Highway Island had never seen his abilities at all. In this battle, the sky-defying combat power that broke out at the second level of the divine realm stunned everyone, and inspired everyone to yearn for the Tai Ifu Tianju. When the two fought fiercely, there were 3 pairs of eyes watching the battle in Mishima. The 2 descendants of Hao Futian, the second level of the gods, still has the spirit of Emperor Futian back then. When Lin Chen and Xiao Chongqing fought against each other for countless rounds, seeing that their own abilities could not consume Lin Chen in a protracted battle, Xiao Chongqing's body technique suddenly changed. His feet stepped on golden light, his demonic energy surged, and he quickly retreated. When he realized that it was difficult for him to take down Lin Chen completely, Xiao Chongqing shouted aloud. After watching the play for so long, it's time to take action. At this moment, the sky suddenly cracked and a blood rainbow pierced through the sky, and the majestic murderous aura fell like a river, crushing Lin Chen. The attack came very fast. Lin Chen was about to take it hard, but a whole new power emerged in the body of God. This is the power of the Shura Godhead. Sigh. Boom. The blood rainbow ripped apart the cloud and the sky, and when the atmosphere split, the cloud and mist swept away, but it didn't hit Lin Chen and was perfectly avoided by him. Huh? The speed can go up a notch again. A surprised, hoarse voice echoed in the sky. Then, a demon-like stalwart body stepped out of the clouds. It has 3 heads and 6 arms, with different faces, green face and fangs. And 3 ferocious faces, like ghosts and gods. It said indifferently, "Let me take action, the price is very expensive, Xiao Chongqing." Xiao Chongqing said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, kill him, and I will give you half of this 10,000 true gods." Asuras appear. The Asura natural enemy godhead fragments are automatically activated, and the realm, cultivation, and pure power of the host are being temporarily increased. The god wind was swirling around, Lin Chen hovered in the air, and when he looked directly at Xiao Chongqing, he didn't seem to be surprised. While chatting and laughing, a brand new power flowed in Lin Chen's body, and the 2 fragments of the godhead spun rapidly, overflowing with powerful divine power pouring into his body. Its pure power, cultivation realm, began to rush to a higher realm. The Asura tribe, who appeared this time, is one of the current Asura kings. The Asura king of the old era is much stronger than the last one Lin Chen encountered in the Alchemist Guild plane. Its sense of oppression is even stronger than that of the strongest ghost. Among the 9 heavenly ghosts, at least it can reach the late stage of the 9 stages. Xiao Chongqing and King Asura surrounded Lin Chen. In this battle situation, even if Lin Chen has the Asura natural enemy godhead fragment, it is not easy to deal with. When the strong join forces, the effect of 1 + 1 is far more than 2. Not to mention that one is King Asura with 3 heads and 6 arms, and the other is Xiao Chongqing, who is an 8-armed demon Buddha. In a 1-to-2 situation, the ultimate function can't kill this guy. If that's the case, then hit it hard. Lin Chen suddenly said, "King Asura, is it just you?" King Asura raised his brows and sneered, "Human, to deal with things like you. This king does not need to bring his subordinates with him." Lin Chen said with a playful smile, "Really? You are too few. I don't have any specialties, but I'm very good at fighting the Asura tribe, especially the Asura king like you. The stronger you are, the more energetic you are." Xiao Chongqing, your reinforcements are so timely, there is no way for Jingzhou to kill you. Insanity. The Asuras are regarded as the god of battle, the strongest race in all dynasties. Apart from Emperor Futian and the team he led, the Asuras of the human race have never been afraid of anyone. How dare this child speak madly, and his mouth is slapped crookedly. The corner of Xiao Chongqing's mouth twitched slightly. You didn't win a single one of my hits, and if you add a stronger enemy, you'll be able to beat me? What logical genius? Almost at the moment when King Azure was furious, an idol was born. Consume the host's blood and power to activate mutation idol godhead. The qi and blood consumed quickly made up for it, and with the power of the Shura godhead, Lin Chen shot an idol stronger than just now with one palm. As soon as Lin Chen stepped on his feet, the Fengshen wings flickered, and swept towards King Azura along with the idol. There are only brute force tricks, not even the characteristics of the law. Die. King Azura's 6 arms were facing upwards, and 100 Azura statues descended, and a roar that shattered the universe suddenly erupted. The terrifying suffocating storm suddenly swept through, and the frontal roar blocked the rolling idols. However, just as Xiao Chongqing was ready to act, his heart was shocked, and an instinctive sense of crisis rushed into his mind. Lin Chen's breath did not appear in the direction of King Azura, but approached directly above his head. Sound from east to west? Xiao Chongqing wanted to retreat in time, and the demon Buddha blessed the divine body with 8 palms, and the 4 laws erupted like thunder. But, at that moment, he saw an invincible golden god of war, smashing down with a magic spear in his hand. The host uses the golden god of war set charge, 41%, which increases the limit power that the host can control at this stage. Lin Chen swung down the god of war spear abruptly, and the dazzling golden light of the god of war opened an aurora, burning red flames, and shattered the divine arm of the demon Buddha. Sigh. Boom. 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 The magic spear smashed the demon Buddha, shattered the divine power of the 4 principles, and ripped Xiao Chongqing's shoulder bone straight to the position of the divine heart, completely crushing his divine body. The fragments of Shura's natural enemy godhead temporarily boosted Lin Chen's pure power, and when it was added to the current golden god of war, Lin Chen took out the strongest attack in the immediate vicinity, and instantly caught Xiao Chongqing by surprise. When the tip of the god of war spear ripped apart Xiao Chongqing's flesh and blood, the law of fire was like a violent fire dragon descending into the world, burning up all his vitality, and even his time and space. His pure power has soared to completely different boundaries. When Xiao Chongqing screamed in horror, his body was torn apart by Lin Chen. Unprecedented massive attribute light balls instantly spread across the sky. And 2 divinely shining attribute treasure chests bloomed in the sky. At the moment when his time and space shattered, a large number of divine soul fragments were like flying flowers and feathers, quickly swept away to the extreme edge of the sky. Lin Chen hardly hesitated, turned around with the gun, and slammed towards the Azura King. The god of war spear was like an aurora, and it shot at King Azura in a flash. So shocked that it defended with all its strength. Boom. The moment King Azura was repelled by the god of war spear and penetrated the defense, Lin Chen slapped his hands in the air, and the divine enchantment barrier unfolded again, suppressing the soul fragments that were trying to escape quickly. You want to run after you've done your prestige? You're thinking about shit. The extreme wind god wings unfolded again, and Lin Chen stepped on the god wind and flashed into the spirit barrier. Fengshen's leg armor swirled around Xinyan. Lin Chen lifted his leg with a Note of Xingyan Mankong and burned the sky, and the law of fire ignited every piece of divine soul fragment. No, no. Lin Chen, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Xiao Chongqing burst into mourning with multiple soul fragments. We should have understood each other. You and I both inherit the will of Emperor Futian. We shouldn't kill each other. Please forgive me for the mistakes I made and try again. This time I will take you as the master. Lin Chen's expression was indifferent. I don't forgive, it's his old man's business, I'm only responsible for sending you to see him. Lin Chen's divine soul burst out with a roar, shattering all his divine soul fragments. Xiao Chongqing's soul fragment burst out and roared unwillingly. When he vanished into ashes, the Azure King saw that something was wrong, and he thought to himself, Mother, why are there so many ruthless people in the human race recently? King Azura left a few harsh words and left with his injuries. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the appearance of this King Azura, the Azura Godhead heightened Lin Chen's explosive power on the spot, and if Xiao Chongqing was caught off guard, it would be really difficult to kill him. When Lin Chen didn't use the three major talents, he used the God of War suit. In the normal state, which at most severely injured Xiao Chongqing. Xiao Chongqing's combat power is not without evil. The gap between the 7th layer of the divine realm and the 8th layer of the divine realm is like the distance between 10 and 50. And the gap between the 8th and 9th layers of the divine realm is like the distance between 50 and 200. A genius with great achievements can fight in 2 or 3 small realms at most, and he directly goes up to 2 major levels. Azura King left, the Azura Godhead effect was lifted. Lin Chen immediately joined the battle of the Phantom Avatars, and completely disbanded the 8 layers of the divine realm in groups, and turned against the guests. And the 25 8-level gods who were fighting against Yi Qinggu fled at this very fast speed. Yi Qinggu did not stop her, but instead joined Lin Chen's battle circle and joined forces to encircle and suppress him. With the strength of her and Lin Chen, it is impossible to completely kill the 55 gods and 8 layers. Only one of the 2 groups can be chosen. The battle continued for a day and a night. In the end, Lin Chen annihilated 17 gods and 8 layers at the cost of destroying 3 phantom clones. 8 escaped with serious injuries, 5 self-destructed, and 25 escapes. With Lin Chen's current cultivation level, consuming a phantom rune to create a clone requires a lot of rune energy. After all, the clone with the law is completely different from the previous phantom clone. The 8th layer of the gods is not a small minion after all, and the group battle is still very strong. Lin Chen ended the battle and sighed when he stepped into the air to levitate. His divine power and qi and blood have been consumed by more than half. If he can use one move, God Killer, or God Rebellion, he may be able to wipe out all the enemies, but these 2 trump cards, Lin Chen, can only be used at critical moments. This group of 8th level gods is Xiao Chongqing's direct line of forces. Unable to recruit and surrender, Lin Chen can only cut the grass and root as much as possible. The host gets the suit treasure box, open it to get Extreme Function suit parts, Fengshen's armor. The host obtains a special treasure chest of the gods, and opens it to obtain Divine Grade Variant Crystal Unbeginning Thunder. The 2 attribute treasure chests dropped by Xiao Chongqing actually contain divine grade crystals. The host has obtained 12.3 million god-level essence and 20 million god-level essence. When the clone was cleaning the battlefield, Lin Chen was surprised that the Attribute value dropped by Xiao Chongqing was actually more than the sum of all the 8 gods that had been destroyed. However, when Lin Chen used his mental method and absorbed the divine jade to make up for the divine power consumed, time and space trembled slightly. Lin Chen's eyes instantly turned to the collapsed temple under his feet, his eyes narrowed. Oh yo! When the remaining phantom clones were Lin Chen refining the attribute light ball, Zhao Enren came from the sky. The situation in Mishima is temporarily under control. Lin Chen nodded and said, be alert to the surroundings first, and don't move them for the time being. They are different from Xiao Chongqing's direct line. And they are people who may become our friends. Also, count the things in the 3 islands, remember, keep them intact, only count, don't touch. Gather all the people, and eliminate the atmosphere that hides them. Although Zhao Enren didn't understand Lin Chen's intention, he still acted. Then, Lin Chen stepped into the air for a flash, and his body actually swept into the bottom of the temple. Yi Qinggu followed curiously, and Lin Chen swept straight into the ground of the collapsed temple. Yi Qinggu asked curiously, what are you doing? Is there something good here? Lin Chen smiled but not, just look at it. Beneath the temple, there is a unique cave, and there is an underground world hidden. But when Lin Chen and Yi Qinggu entered here, they hid their breath and hid on a piece of green rock. Yi Qinggu excitedly voiced her voice, is there another big guy? The big guy doesn't. However, there is a dead man. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. The 3 islands fell into a dead silence, breathless, as if they had long since been empty. In the underground world, a dilapidated ancient mirror suddenly glowed with divine light. The phantom of the divine soul, shrouded in divine light, slowly emerged, and finally turned into a human form, suspending in the air. The appearance of that figure turned out to be Xiao Chongqing. But at this time, he was far inferior to the original state of the heyday, and there was only one soul that was not yet complete. Xiao Chongqing's expression was vicious, and the murderous intent in his eyes was violent. Lin Chen, destroy my body, sooner or later, when I rebuild my cultivation base, I will recover the debt in person. It's not that easy to kill me. Real masters often have second-hand preparations. Oh? How many hands do you have? Lin Chen's voice sounded, and in an instant, Xiao Chongqing, who was only in a state of spirit, stopped abruptly. I saw that Lin Chen and Yi Qinggu were standing one after the other, and they both looked at Xiao Chongqing with smiles. The soul trembled violently, and Xiao Chongqing was horrified. You? Lin Chen smiled like a child. Hello, friend. For today's set meal, do you want to eat first, or go to the street first? Boom. As soon as the ancient mirror shone on the divine light, Xiao Chongqing wanted to escape in the sky. Lin Chen slapped it with a backhand and smashed it into nothingness. Xiao Chongqing, rushing to the streets. Yi Qinggu was amazed. It's really a 100-legged worm that dies without being stiff. It's a bit like the blood of the gods escaped after the death of the true god of the 3-dimensional universe. After cultivating to the perfection of Tai's time and space in the 5th volume, if you add time and energy to condense the soul, you can differentiate into a new soul that will remain in the world for later use. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. If he doesn't put his mind on this aspect and cultivate with all his strength, I'm afraid I want to kill him. Today, maybe I'll have to use all my cards, and I'll end up on the road of fear of death. When a man challenges adversity for his faith, he is fearless. When a person pursues what is necessary for cultivation, he is diligent and brave. And when a man is concerned only with luxury and life, he is weak and passive. If Xiao Chongqing did not choose this path, the Tai Fu Tianju would definitely shine brighter from his hands. The little goblin was amazed. Thank you for being able to see his tricks. So, this is the end? Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, who knows? Another 10 days passed, during which time, the atmosphere in Mishima was deadly. In the underground mines of the 3 islands, there is a dark secret room. Specially opened. Creep. The door to the dark room slowly opened. Another remnant of the soul appeared, and it turned out, it was still Xiao Chongqing. Walking out from the bottom of the ore vein, Xiao Chongqing looked resentful and hysterical. The real powerhouse often prepares a third hand. You can never imagine how many tricks I have prepared for the things that the villain is successful. Xiao Chongqing's remnant soul quietly returned to the ground. He just stuck his head out. I saw that Yi Qinggu, who was dressed in light clothes, was carrying a 40-meter sword and looking at him with a smile. Xiao Chongqing. Lin Chen on the side, Mr. Xiao, I have received strict training, no matter how funny it is, I will not laugh. The little goblin smiled sweetly. I allow you to run 39 meters. First. You. Boom. Xiao Chongqing, no. It's spring again, the entrance to the magic cave of the 3rd island. Inside a hexagonal exquisite soul stone, a fierce light of divine soul shone. The divine soul transformed into a form and escaped from the soul stone. Actually, it is still Xiao Chongqing. With a grim expression, he growled lowly, if I don't take away a body, my spirit will not be able to support it anymore, damn Lin Chen. Humph. A truly wise person often predicts the 5th floor before they can live to the end. Like a ghostly wind, he quietly blew onto the island. Finally, this time there was no one else. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly there was a scent from the sky. Xiao Chongqing looked up and saw that in the atmosphere above, Lin Chen and thousands of true gods were grilling while staring at Xiao Chongqing below. Yi Qinggu murmured, no matter how hard you fight, you can't get rid of it. It's so annoying. Xiao Chongqing was completely dumbfounded. His grandma's, he actually squatted on me 3 times. Boom. Xiao Chongqing finished. After eating the roasted wings, the little goblin licked his fingertips, and smiled casually. Will he still be alive? Lin Chen nodded and said, no, the 3 remnant souls are probably his limit. Unless he steps into the 8th level of the God realm. Lin Chen and others have been staying in the 3 islands for a month, and within these 30 days, Lin Chen and others have settled in the 3 islands as a temporary stronghold. The next day, on top of an absolute top. Boom. In Lin Chen's divine body, a divine power like a law erupted, soaring into the sky, making everyone's faces full of surprise. On the cliff, Lin Chen clicked his tongue and said in surprise, I never imagined that I could break another level. The cultivation base broke through 2 realms in a row. After Lin Chen killed Xiao Chongqing and many other gods, he broke through from the early stage of the 2nd stage to the late stage of the 2nd stage. The attribute value obtained by killing the 8th level of the gods is still much stronger than the ordinary 7th level of the gods. At the 7th level of the divine realm, divine power is integrated into the law and transformed into law divine power. The 8th level of the divine realm is the combination of the divine body, the fusion of the law and the divine body. Using the power of law can be said to beckoning, the gap between the 2 is too large. As strong as the current Lin Chen, the 8th layer of the God realm who encircled and suppressed dozens of them also had to pay the price of the destruction of 3 phantom clones, and he could not completely wipe them out. In the first island of gods, the true gods who had previously followed Xiao Chongqing gathered together. How is the situation? Xiao Chongqing lied to us. But what's the matter with these guys? They only trap us and don't take our lives? Could it be that he wants to sell us all? If that's the case, how can we be captured? Why don't we kill it? When the gods were restless, a silver robe walked into their center. It was Lin Chen. In the face of this culprit, everyone was immediately prepared. Everyone. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's heart came to their throats. Everyone, we have checked the property in Mishima. We will distribute them equally according to the number of people, and return them to everyone. We will also provide you with maps of some of the sea areas. Everyone, bring good guys, and take what belongs to you, and act. Lin Chen's speech caused all the true gods present to open their mouths slightly. After all, he actually let people put all the large amounts of divine jade from the ore veins, piled up like a mountain, and placed them in front of everyone. The snow-white divine jade of Baihuahua is shining brightly, exuding a dazzling divine light, splendid and beautiful. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Which one is playing? Do you want to play tricks? Let us run away and kill us on purpose? It's not right. With him and his team, if you want to kill us, you don't need to play this kind of trick. Someone couldn't help but ask, why do you do this? What is your purpose? Lin Chen said, why? Our original purpose was to come here to find a stronghold. This belongs to you in the first place. I'll give you back what belonged to you. What's the problem? At this moment, thousands of true gods were stunned. His appearance was faintly engraved in their eyes. After giving all the divine jade, heaven and earth treasures, divine ore and iron and other resources to the people in Mishima, he sent them away. At this point, Lin Chen's team was barely able to gain a firm foothold in the Triple Boundary Sea. The stronghold was established, and the cordon was established. The 3 islands are Yunlin, Demon Moon, and Songyun. They stand in a triangle shape and have a natural confusing line of defense. The 3 islands correspond to each other and are easy to defend and difficult to attack. At night, Lin Chen stood on the top of the mountain. Yi Qinggu stared at his frowning appearance for a moment. Then, Yi Qinggu pretended to be sly, and asked with a smile, what are you thinking about? We're going to do something next, right? Lin Chen pondered, we don't know at all, how many Xiao Changqing still exist in the god realm, in the name of Hao Futian, doing the deeds of the 3 major gods. There are 3 great gods on the top, Xiao Chongqing on the bottom, people who yearn for great achievements inside, and Azura of the demon race outside. My generation of youth, where is the way out? Lin Chen looked at Yi Qinggu. When we left the first layer of Boundary Sea, we were stared at, right? Yi Qinggu was surprised. You noticed it too? Lin Chen said in a deep voice, the enemy is on the move, maybe we don't have much time. In my dictionary, there is no waiting for death, only taking the initiative to attack. Before the enemy has reacted, I'm going to Shenzhou to participate in the Wuzhou God Association. Yi Qingwu's Shuetu appeared solemn and said seriously, are you sure? Wuzhou Shenhui is one of the 5 continents' medicine refining feasts. There are giants gathered, god kings like forests, and even peak god kings will attend. You are equivalent to taking the initiative. Delivered to your door. No, now is a good time. Opportunities are fleeting, and if they come back to their senses, they will have different choices. There was a sharp edge in Lin Chen's eyes, and he said solemnly, before they can react, I need a signal to express my position and will to the God realm and the entire four-dimensional universe. Yi Qinggu shook her head. Sure enough, I can't see through you, you're a lunatic. How could anyone go to the most dangerous places? Lin Chen smiled and said, besides, before going to the Wuzhou Shenhui, you can still go to the Lin family. Yi Qingwu's delicate body trembled, her expression moved. Have you decided to go? Lin Chen looked at the stars in the sky beyond the Sea of Jia. I have to do it. The Lin family, the aristocratic family that once stood in the divine realm. Lin Chen smiled casually. Don't worry about the past, don't ask for the name of future generations. Whether I am Lin Xingchen or not, now I am Lin Chen, there is only one thing I have to do. Yunlin Island, with undulating mountains, crouching through like a dragon. Everyone gathered tonight, Lin Chen and everyone discussed the next action. The power of the second layer boundary sea is still dominated by the human race. If the three major gods mobilize and assemble to target us, we can only mobilize a large number of boundary sea forces. There are various races competing for hegemony in the Triple Realm Sea. The Protoss cannot easily call on other clans, and the God King cannot tear the space of the Triple Realm Sea, let alone realize space shuttle. We will get a temporary breathing time here. Our actions try to expose as little as possible to the human race forces in the Three Realm Sea. We cannot expose it until it is determined whether it is an enemy or a friend. Moreover, you can't just fight and not develop. It is necessary to dare to fight, but also to develop. Whoa! 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 Suddenly, a fire lit up in Cloudscale Island. The three teams were alert, but found that the people who came were actually the true gods in the previous three islands. Shui Jianming was stunned. Didn't we send you off? Luo Yu said solemnly, didn't we return all the things in the three islands to you? Are you still dissatisfied? No, everyone. The dozen or so members of the seventh level of the God realm headed out of the crowd and shouted sternly, we are back to join you. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was in an uproar. Zhao Enren was thoughtful. Shang Guanyun glanced at Lin Chen, who had a calm expression. I guessed it. Again. Lin Chen smiled and said, everyone's eyes are sharp. The true gods who have returned this time are actually more than those who left. They even went overseas to Miakai and pulled their friends along too. A man in a blue shirt with a divine sword walked towards Lin Chen, clasped his fists and said, Your Excellency Lin Chen, please allow us to join your team. Lin Chen smiled and said, join? It's very simple, just do three things. First. Everyone held their breath. 3 things? Which 3, could it be difficult? Lin Chen got up, and his figure stood proudly in the eyes of everyone. The first thing, give up fantasy and prepare to fight. The second thing, give up fantasy and prepare to fight. The third thing, give up fantasy and prepare to fight. Star continent, in a distant land. In the astrolabe where the stars rotate, a long rainbow pierces the sun, and a nebula hangs on the ceiling of the sky, condensing terrifying energy. This place is one of the headquarters of the Lin family, who migrated to the far-flung boundaries of the star continent. Today, it's the once-in-a-century God's blood test day. At least 2/3 of the geniuses from the Lin family and the family will gather here. Whoever can stand out in talent or potential will get the key training of the family and one of the characters who will be appointed to revive the Lin family. On the stone platform, there are many strong forces, and the divine power of The law is faintly pressing the space to ripple. A group of old people are looking at the young generation above the stone platform. Several very old men looked at each other and nodded slightly. The quality and potential of this generation are much higher than those of previous generations. Well, the old man predicts that in 1,000 years, there will be a few more young god kings in the Lin family. The old man has also seen a few seedlings. It's really talented. However, no matter how good the seedlings are, they are also fireflies, which cannot be compared with the light of the bright moon. The more the younger generation is present, the more the foundation will be laid for his return. The Lord promised us that he would let us return to God's domain. It's too early to talk about it. The elders looked at each other and smiled knowingly. There is absolutely no decay and negativity of the declining family in their eyes. On the contrary, their fighting spirit is very strong. Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanqian were also sitting beside them, but they seemed absent-minded and their focus was not on the contemporary younger generation at all. The ancestors of the Lin family had a generation of god emperors, and the power of the gods and blood far surpassed that of the families in the 5 continents. The growth period of God's blood will be divided into several stages. After becoming a god, it will usher in a high-speed growth period, and after comprehending the law, it will usher in a peak period. Therefore, today is a final appraisal of the potential of the many geniuses of the Lin family. But how far they can go in the future depends on their own fortunes. Above the stone platform, a radiant glow rose into the sky. Lin Fei, the bloodline grade, the 6th order low level, the true body of the natural law of wind. Lin Aoshue, the bloodline grade, the 6th order advanced, the true body of the natural thunder law. The geniuses present were in an uproar. With a 6th order bloodline, there is a 50% probability of becoming a god king in the future. The 2 young handsome talents of the Lin family stood with their hands behind their backs, full of energy. Then, another petite and exquisite girl jumped onto the stone platform. Her skin is better than snow, her palace dress is blue, her eyebrows are like flying snow in March, the snow is so beautiful, and her Yingqian eyes are full of a charming and cunning girl. One sight is stunning. When she placed her jade hand on the pillar of the stone platform, her divine light was so powerful that her power surpassed the previous 2. Lin Shuiqing, bloodline grade, low-level 7th order, born with a true kendo body. The geniuses of the Lin family couldn't help but be moved. Lin Shuiqing's talent disdained the audience. However, Lin Shuiqing disagreed, jumping off the stone platform, casually, throwing a coquettish wink at all the young talents. The geniuses of the Lin family trembled like arrows in their hearts, shouting her name in unison. A bunch of stupid men. Lin Shuiqing was innocent on the surface, but there was a look of contempt and disdain in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She sat back in her seat, her snowy legs swayed slightly, and she admired her heart. These people are completely different from brother Xingchen. She is one of the few fortunate people in the Lin family who has met the real Lin Xingchen. With his white clothes, golden eyes, and a sword in his hand, he can go up to 9 days to stop the sun and the moon, and he can break all kinds of laws in the world. He cut off the appearance of the true God in the form of a holy king, as if the God Emperor was alive. The world's heroes, how can they match his sword's demeanor? Intermarriage is allowed within the Lin family, in order to maintain the concentration of blood and the purity of divine blood. Lin Shuiqing took the lead, and her eyes naturally focused on her today, but She didn't take it seriously. I heard that brother Xingchen was born with a bloodline that was hard to find in the Lin family. It even exceeded the ninth order, and it shattered the bloodline of the Lin family. Brother Xingchen will return to the Lin family with glory, and I will welcome him in the best state and appearance. When Lin Xueqing made up her mind secretly, suddenly, a large array of stars moved. Everyone in the Lin family immediately cast their eyes, showing curiosity and doubt. Someone entered the Lin family? The big formation is opened directly. It seems that it is from my Lin family. But who is coming at this juncture? The opening of the star formation means that there are people from the Lin family coming in. But at this juncture, who else is coming? Are the elders and the younger generation here? The sea of stars floats, and everyone looks at it. Under the star wheel array, the stars were shining brightly, and a silver robe walked slowly from the forest, accompanied by a stunning beauty. The silver-robed youth has deep star eyes, high eyebrows, and a calm demeanor. Like a sword in a sheath, with a restrained edge. He stepped into the main altar of the Lin family steadily step by step, and finally stepped into the main altar and looked around at every member of the Lin family. Lin Chen from Kyushu, I came here to visit the Lin family. At this moment, Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanqian stood up in awe, ecstatic. The elders narrowed their eyes. Divine Realm second layer? Does my Lin family have such a son? Why do I have no sign at all? Hundreds of Lin Jijun talents talked a lot. Kyushu Lin Chen? Never heard of it. Damn, this man has nothing but handsome looks. How can he have such a stunning woman? The woman beside him is too good. Compared to Lin Chen, even the little demon empress Yi Qingguo beside him was a little more eye-catching. A one-eyed old man slowly got up and asked, Lin Chen, a later generation, are you from the family? There is no seat for you on the day of the blood test. Today, so quit. At this time, Lin Wanqian wept with joy, tears and laughter, got up and said to the elders on the high platform, Elders, he is Xingchen. He is the only son left by my elder brother Lin Xiaoyao in the mortal world, Lin Xingchen. As soon as these words came out, the scene was instantly silent. Lin Xingchen? The young talents of the Lin family have gradually exaggerated from doubt to confusion. Many elders even thought that they had heard it wrong. Lin Xueqing was struck by lightning. Everyone looked at Lin Chen's 10 breaths up and down, as if to see through everything about him. Impossible. The girl interrupted the silence with a cold shout. It was Lin Xueqing. Lin Xueqing pointed at Lin Chen, how can my brother Xingchen be such a thing? There must be a degree of nonsense. Lin Wanqian glared at her, you mean that I will misread my eldest brother's son? Xueqing, don't be too presumptuous. Lin Xueqing shouted like crazy, you are not only wrong, your mind is wrong. Lin Wanqian wiped away the tears, her brows showed a hint of coldness, I just tested the 7th order bloodline, so you don't have any respect. As soon as Lin Xueqing spoke up, hundreds of geniuses from the Lin family were discussing the sound transmission. Lin Xingchen? Is he the cousin of the stars we lost? What a joke, Lin Xingchen is called the first genius of the God realm, and he is such a thing. It looks weak like a salted fish, can this be called the number one in the God realm? I sprinkle a handful of rice, chickens are better than him. I didn't expect someone to deceive my Lin family. Seeing that the scene was gradually getting out of control, the 3 elders on the high platform finally expressed their stance. Wanqian, you step back. The first genius of our clan, Lin Xingchen, had secretly contacted the elders. Several decades ago, and he is not this son. This person is not Lin Chen of my Lin family. Yi Qinggu, these old guys, the road is narrow. The expressions of the three elders completely made Lin Wanchuan's cheeks lose the color of blood. They had been looking forward to Lin Xingchen's return for many years, but now that Lin Xingchen finally came back, they didn't recognize him? Lin Mingxiao's brows twisted together. Sure enough, these old things came into contact with that Lin Xingchen earlier than us. Lin Xiuqing was furious and stood up abruptly. It really is a fake, let me clean up Brother Xingchen stains myself. The tense atmosphere of the arrows was just unfolding, and Lin Chen smiled slightly. He smiled softly, like a spring breeze. Everyone, make no mistake. Don't think that I'm a forest, you all think that I came back to recognize my ancestors. Don't think that if I come to visit today, you will think that I and you are one family. I only belong to the people who scold me, because I am their father. The scene was silent for a moment. Most of the Lin family members present were as if they had eaten xiangxiang. And their faces were particularly ugly. Yi Qinggu, who was laughing and trembling, was about to burst into tears. Yi Qinggu, I like your conversation, remember to wear your suit. Insanity. You brat, what are you? The second level of the gods is floating like this? If you have my seventh level of the gods, wouldn't it mean that you don't care about the king of gods? Insult my Lin family, court death. Things with dirty mouths, even if my Lin family is in decline, it's not something you can humiliate. Boom. Wang's divine power has destroyed and overturned many tables and chairs. The power of the gods is like a star, and when hundreds of Lin family members are furious together, the power is as if the sky will be lifted. Shenwei rolled over. Lin Chen wore a silver robe without wind, and he smiled innocently. So it's embarrassing that you all want to recognize your father so much. A violet light thunder entrained the law of violent thunder, turned into a sword light like a half-moon sweep, and slashed. It's Lin Xiuqing. She was charming and furious, and she took advantage of the anger to take advantage of it. The palm of his hand was covered with a dark black thunder, and Lin Chen raised his hand and slapped it, broken. The palm touches the thunder light, the black thunder touches the purple thunder, like a sea of clouds colliding, surging in an instant. Boom. The thunder light blooms, and the electric light dances like a silver snake, rolling out in all directions, tearing the ley lines, and the wolf smoke rolls up. His face changed suddenly. When everyone was surprised, even Lin Xiuqing was stunned for a moment. My law of thunder was actually cracked by him with the same attainments of law of thunder? Even though it was a random blow from her, with her cultivation level, this move would not be so easy even for an ordinary 8th layer of the divine realm. Is this guy really the second level god realm? The wolf smoke rolled up, and Lin Chen stood tall, watching the audience calmly. Black thunder and lightning surged around him, like a thunder god descending. Yi Qinggu was amazed. What a monster! It's only been a few days, but he has really mastered the god-grade crystals like Wu Bei Tianlei, and he has also comprehended the law of thunder. Divine grade different crystal, beginning thunder. Lin Chen killed the divine grade variation crystal obtained by Xiao Chongqing and actually refined it on the way. This is equivalent. Lin Chen now has 2 laws. The energy of the divine grade different crystal has made his realm reach a new high. Now Lin Chen is not in the late stage of the second stage, but the second stage of perfection. There is only one last step left from the 3rd level of the god realm. The power of the gods and different crystals? Divine grade different crystal, you can't find it. However, doesn't it mean that the lowest refining divine grade variant crystal requires the cultivation of the 7th level of the divine realm? Without the law of fusion divine power, how does he endure the huge energy of the divine grade variant crystal? The Lin family and other young Junkai were shocked and moved, and the old man in the purple shirt on the high platform finally stood up. Enough, a junior who insults my Lin family, this old man. Wait a moment. Finally, Lin Mingxiao stood up and stood in front of the elders. Elders, please allow him to test his blood. If he is from my Lin family, then the elders have no right to hurt his life. Lin Mingxiao smiled sternly. Still, I want to invite Big Brother out. As soon as the Big Brother came out, the expressions of the elders changed slightly. A trace of curiosity appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Big Brother? It's not that. Lin Mingxiao's eldest brother is. Yi Qinggu quietly gave him a voice transmission. The generation of the Lin family has twin brothers. One is your father, Lin Xiaoyao, and the other is Lin Qing, your uncle. It is said that Uncle Xiaoyao didn't want to compete for the ranking back then, and Uncle Lin Qing emphasized fairness, so his peers called him too big brothers. Lin Chen was stunned, and there was a trace of gratitude in his eyes. That's it. The elder Zishan flicked his sleeves and said hoarsely, if he is from my Lin family, it is easy to say. If he is not, the old man will kill him personally. The elder Zishan transmitted his voice slightly, signaling Lin Xiuqing not to act rashly. The latter glared at Lin Chen fiercely, and stood aside, feeling like a big fight at any time. Lin Mingxiao was too lazy to make noise with these old things. He looked at Lin Chen sincerely. Child, come here, run your divine power against the divine pillar. It will prove that you are the son of the eldest brother. Lin Chen nodded. Thank you, second uncle. Lin Chen stepped up and stepped onto the ancient altar. The young talents of the Lin family suddenly suffocated. Good guy, is this Lin Chen who came back suddenly? Is he Lin Xingchen back then? If it is true, how terrifying is his bloodline? Everyone was looking forward to it, and the voices of criticism were much less. For a while, Lin Chen put his palm against the divine pillar and used divine power. An electric current-like numbness poured into the body from the pillar, as if exploring Lin Chen's blood. The birthmark on Lin Chen's chest glowed slightly, but the light was extremely dim, like the peripheral light of a star that had been dead for many years. I saw that the 9th order grade above the pillar of God, the light flickered. And there was a reaction. It's from the Lin family. Everyone held their breath. Shenju reacted, which means that he is indeed a member of the Lin family. So, what is the bloodline grade? Even the elders calmed down and held their breaths. At the moment when the light of the divine pillar lit up, the light of the first horizontal line under the divine pillar only appeared for a moment, and then it was fixed there. Not even the first order. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. On the first day, this is it, this is it? It is indeed from the Lin family, but you told me that this is our first genius? Maybe it's a wild species that I don't know who went out to give birth? The first order bloodline has not yet arrived. It is too miserable. I am afraid that the second level of the gods is the end of his cultivation. The talents of the Lin family on both sides laughed up to the sky. The concept of a first order bloodline is almost the lowest level of the Lin family, and he does not even have a low-level first order bloodline. This is no different from the lowest servant of the Lin family. The elders seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, that is Lin Xingchen. Lin Mingxiao's expression was complicated. and he sighed as if he had expected something. He thought that Lin Chen would be more depressed, but Lin Chen was calm and didn't take it seriously at all. Lin Chen calmly retracted his palm and smiled casually. Second uncle, I want to go to my father's hometown. Lin Mingxiao was stunned for a moment, and smiled with relief. If you have this intention, I can rest assured. According to the regulations, since Lin Chen is a member of the Lin family, they cannot easily move Lin Chen. Lin Mingxiao sent a voice transmission to Lin Chen, I hope you don't hold grudges against the Lin family. Lin Chen smiled casually, remember? Not to mention, I knew early on that what they needed was not Lin Xingchen, but Lin Xingchen's blood and talent. Whoever has Lin Xingchen's bloodline is Lin Xingchen. Glancing at everyone in the audience, Lin Chen smiled calmly as before, and who Lin Xingchen himself is, it doesn't matter at all, does it? Lin Wanqian floated over from the sky and grabbed Lin Chen's hand, don't worry, with Auntie here, no one in the Lin family can bully you. Lin Mingxiao laughed loudly, ha ha ha. The man is aspiring to the world, let's go, I'll take you to the old place of the eldest brother. When the two left with Lin Chen, Lin Xueqing's eyes were cold, and she said scornfully, a waste who doesn't have the first-rank talent of divine blood, dare to step into the Lin family. Without authorization, if there is a chance, I will destroy you as soon as possible. Suddenly, a young talent from the Lin family exclaimed. Then, what is that? Click. 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 On the top of the pillar, a golden light suddenly appeared. At the same time, the surface of the pillar is cracked with layers of cracks. God pillar, it seems to be cracked. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly, and all the geniuses of the Lin family stared at the pillar in disbelief. Boom! The divine pillar exploded abruptly, and the divine rubble scattered in all directions, shocking everyone to deploy their divine defense, and they were dumbfounded. The bloodline pillar. Actually, it exploded. You must know that Lin Xingchen, who was the first genius of the year, was born during the blood test. After the pillar was shattered, the Lin family also strengthened the strength of the pillar. This time, the strengthened divine pillar was still blasted. Only half of the sacred pillar was left, and only the big characters shrouded in brilliant golden light, God of War. War. God of War. This Lin Chen, what the hell is going on? All the geniuses of the Lin family looked at the direction where Lin Chen left with trembling fear, and their eyes were filled with fear. Lin Xueqing's tenderness was full of disbelief. The pupils of the elders of the Lin family shrank. That's right, Lin Chen's bloodline is indeed not as good as First Order. But in his bloodline, there are other more terrifying powers hidden. A power that far exceeds the Lin family's Ninth Order bloodline talent. Inside the Lin family, the white mist lingered, and there were rows and rows of precipitous peaks. A stone tablet reads Lin Xiaoyao's tomb, and there is only one tablet and broken jade-shaped sapphire, carved into the erect tablet. Lin Chen stood in front of the tombstone with his eyebrows down, wondering what he was thinking. Even Lin Chen couldn't feel it, when he approached the forest of tombstones of the Lin family, the three groups of red soul fire. Behind him, there was a group of soul fire that was about to move. The soul fire flickered several times, and finally returned to calm. Lin Wanqian wiped away her tears and wept. Back then, when the Lin family was besieged, Hongmeng and Xiaoyao took you away. We fought with the strength of the whole family, but there were too many enemies. When Hongmeng and Xiaoyao escaped to the lower realm, we couldn't find their location for a while. In the end, when Hongmeng was rescued by the ancestors, Of the Yi family, within a day, Xiaoyao's divine soul, jade tablet, was completely shattered. The broken soul, jade, means that Lin Xiaoyao's soul is scattered. Lin Chen's expression was frighteningly calm. He said slowly, "Who besieged the Lin family back then? And the god level mathematician, what exactly did he figure out?" Lin Wanxian and Lin Mingxiao looked at each other. The 9 great families of the 3 gods in the divine realm are approaching the 9 strongest forces. The specific result deduced by the god-level mathematician, we were not there. At the time, only the elders of the Lin family and Xiaoyao Hongming knew. Talking about this, Yi Qinggu suddenly jumped out. The charming Jiaotai seemed to recall something, and said excitedly, "Yes, Lin Chen, I remember that this time the Wuzhou divine meeting was sent by a highly accomplished god-level pharmacist as the final judge. That alchemist might be your mother. She is in the Yi family. It is said that her refining skills have reached the top 3 in the Yi family. She is the real master of refining medicine, not to mention the 5 continents, and there are few people in the realm of the gods." Lin Chen said in surprise, "The final referee?" Yi Qinggu excitedly said, "Yes, Auntie has been under house arrest for a long time in Ye's house, and it is extremely difficult for me to meet her, so Sister Qianqi can meet her occasionally. If you attend the Wuzhou Shenhui this time, you will win with a higher ranking. There must be a chance to see her again." Lin Wanxian woke up like a dream and hurriedly said, "I heard that the Wuzhou Shenhui, the top 3, can get the final referee's medicine refining guidance." Lin Mingxiao pondered seriously, "If this is the case, then if you go to the election, if you can pass, you will surely know the truth about the deduction results of the god-level mathematician back then." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. "It seems that there is one more target for the Wuzhou Shenhui this time." Lin Chen suddenly looked at Yi Qinggu. "If I act, will the Yi family be in danger? After all, I don't know when that god-level mathematician will act." Yi Qinggu was startled. She naturally understood what Lin Chen's action represented. She pondered for a while, and said seriously, "No, the Yi family is placed in the god's domain, and its reputation and prestige are among the top among the 3 god clans. Even if other god clan families want to move the Yi family, they have to weigh it. After all, under the premise of being besieged by so many powerhouses from the 3 major god races in the god realm, the Yi family still protected your mother. If so, Lin Chen will be able to let go and work hard." Lin Wanxian was curious. "Action? What action?" Lin Chen smiled casually, "A small operation for one-man combat." Lin Mingxiao's eyelids trembled a few times. Intuition tells him that things are not so simple. After all, this eldest nephew, but Lin Chen, whose cultivation of the holy king has provoked the encirclement and suppression of all gods. Lin Wanxian was even more puzzled. "What kind of small action?" "Don't hide it from my aunt." Yi Qinggu patted Lin Wanxian on the shoulder. "Aunt Wanxian, stop guessing. You'll know when the time comes." "He's a man, how can he come here?" "Lin Wanxian?" After half an hour, in the Lin family ancestral hall, Lin Chen met with the elders of the Lin family in private for the first time. The chief elder in purple shirt said indifferently, "Lin Chen, after discussion at the family meeting, I will give you the status of returning to the Lin family." Lin Wanxian and Lin Mingxiao looked at each other and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. These old guys are enlightened? It seems that they know to value Lin Chen's potential and regard him as a member of the Lin family. Then, another white-haired elder said solemnly, but you can only return to the Lin family under the name of Lin Chen, not Lin Chen. And in terms of name, we will classify you as Xiaoyao's illegitimate child. Lin Chen, it's still you who are saucy. Lin Mingxiao raised his eyebrows, his face full of anger, and suddenly slapped the table. He's it, don't deceive you old people too much. At this point, almost anyone with discernment can see that Lin Chen is Lin Xingchen, who lost his divine blood. Lin Xingchen, who was once a member of the Lin family, returns, but he still can't use his original name? This kind of blatant discrimination and exclusion is extremely explicit. Yi Qinggu witnessed this scene and couldn't help but tut her tongue in admiration and said, I thought your path was narrow, but I didn't expect you to tear it down. The black-shirted old man said indifferently, the old man has already said that the real Lin Xingchen has been in contact with his family decades ago. Lin Chen smiled and said, Elder, I don't know how much water you have. Because I know you have an ocean of brains from what you said. Then, Lin Chen stretched out 3 fingers. First, I came back from this trip just to worship my father and see my true relatives. Second, what kind of shit is Lin Xingchen's status? I don't care about it. I'm not from your Lin family. I and your Lin family have to draw a clear line here. Except for the relatives I agree with, other people from the Lin family are not in my eyes. The clay figurine also has 3 points of anger, not to mention Lin Chen. He has already made enough of the Lin family, and this group of people is taking an inch. Third, call me daddy. Boom. You? The elders were immediately angry. At this time, the Lin family's astrolabe was outside. At the mouth of the mountain, there were many confusions, and 2 old men appeared like ghosts. They stood on the left and right sides of the young man. The leader of the young man was dressed in a black shirt, with a sword on his waist, and the blood-colored sword aura like a tiger and a dragon was entrenched on top of his head. The arrogance between his eyebrows seemed to be superior to others, full of contempt and arrogance. Her mother, the Lin family, is now a family of stinky fish and rotten shrimp, and even asked this young master to personally notify them to attend the Wuzhou Shenhui. He took a sip, and the corners of his mouth were full of disdain. The 2 old men laughed beside him. Don't worry, young master, that's all for the task above. Besides, according to the rules of God's domain, the younger generation cannot intervene in the struggle of the younger generation. The young master is here, as if he were in a world of no one. The hints of the 2 old men were very obvious. The black-shirted youth looked at the astrolabe above his head and pulled out his blood moon-like divine sword. Just use them for fun. Just when the black-shirted youth wanted to slash at the big formation, the starlight floated directly in front of the large formation, and several characters appeared condensed. Access is risky. Black-shirted youth square root, master insists on visiting. When you're done, take out the knife. Boom. Boom. The earth is shaking, the mountains are shaking, the sky is falling and the clouds are scattered. In the north of the Lin family, there was a huge bang from the mouth of the mountain range. What happened? I was so scared that I pulled it in half and pinched it off. He Fong, dare to break into my Lin family? The big ones will go and have a look first, and the timid ones will slip away first. The Lin family headquarters shook. In the Lin family ancestral hall, when Lin Chen and the elders were fighting with arrows, they immediately felt this powerful divine power coming to the Lin family. Lin Chen looked back suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Through the window, he saw that the black attribute light beam was moving in The direction of the explosion. A master has entered the Lin family. Interesting. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, his body was in the sky, and disappeared. In an instant. Several elders in the ancestral hall stood up immediately with a solemn expression. Kind of a bad feeling. The lobby of the Lin family headquarters. Boom. 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 The genius of the Lin family was like raindrops being beaten all over the sky. And fell into the lobby of the Lin family. When the deacons of the Lin family came, they were furious. What a big dog. The people who hurt my Lin family, where's the wisdom? The big guy with both wisdom and courage. The deacons of the Lin family were not yet furious, but when they saw the majestic sword energy in front of them, their conversation changed in an instant. God, the genius of God's domain. The deacon stepped back slightly, frightened. The man in the black shirt stepped into the Lin's house with a knife, and behind him followed two old men in black. He sneered and said, Lin family, that's all? Who can fight the best here, get out. Just because of this waste family, I want this young master to inform me. Personally, what kind of crooked melons, cracked dates, stinky fish and rotten shrimps? The geniuses of the Lin family dare not speak out. The deacons stepped back one after another, their faces ashen. According to the regulations of God's domain, they cannot interfere in the confrontation of the younger generation. Unless the older generation of the other party breaks the rules first, the younger generation has to be left to the younger generation. Weak will be beaten. This is the rule between the various forces in the God realm. Huh? The black shirt man swept his gaze. No one stood up? What a coward. The sharp eyes of the sword light flashed and locked on two handsome and straight figures. Lin Fei, Lin Aoshue. These two are the top geniuses in the first echelon of the Lin family. Bloodline of this generation. These two are barely eye-catching. The black shirt man slashed away with a knife, the light of the knife rolled around like a fish and a dragon, stirring up the Lin family headquarters. Not good. Lin Fei and Lin Aoshue were shocked. This blade was so sharp that it was invincible, forcing the two to fight against the law with all their strength. Sigh. Boom. 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 Before 2 rounds had passed, the 2 powerful men of the Lin family were defeated by the sword light and fell to the ground, covered in blood. The black-shirt man laughed wildly, ha 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 ha, no, 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 does the Lin family really have no one who can take a knife? Many Lin family members gritted their teeth, but they dared not get angry. Suddenly, the man in the black shirt swept his gaze, stared at a beautiful shadow in the sky, and said with a wicked smile, it turns out that the strongest person in the Lin family is a woman. Lin Xiuqing, who was hesitating in the void, was stared at, her eyes trembled. And she said in a trembling voice, you, don't come here. The genius of God's domain, the strong man who came out of the realm that she once looked up to and couldn't reach, is now considering her as an opponent. The soles of his feet stepped on steeply, and the man in the black shirt flashed like a divine light, slashing towards the sky with the divine sword on his back. With a twist of her waist, Lin Xiuqing was like flying flocks of willow leaves, her plain hand flashed with lightning, and her expression was a little hesitant. When the sword light came, her jade hand blasted out a thunderstorm that covered the sky. The purple thunder and lightning danced like dragons and snakes, the sword light flashed, and the two fought together. The Lin family and others released a ray of divine power to protect the headquarters. Elder, what should we do? Yes, it's too deceiving. Don't ask the old man, this is a matter of your younger generation. It's totally fine to fight more and less. If you don't agree, you can go up and fuck him. Mom, my stomach suddenly hurts. It's not suitable to fight today. Roll. The Lin family and other deacons stared intently at the battle. From the perspective of realm, Lin Xueqing and the black-shirt genius should be at the same level, both in the early 8th stage, and their combat power is far superior to that of the same level. Even if she couldn't beat her, it would take at least hundreds of rounds for the opponent to take her down. Boom. Lin Xueqing was knocked to the ground, her long dress stained with blood. Beautiful and poignant. The crowd was stunned. Why was Lin Xueqing brought down within dozens of rounds? The Lin family, who was once the strongest, is this weak, too weak. Weak. Like a whimpering wild dog. In the face of the other party's sarcasm, Lin Xueqing's delicate body trembled with anger, and her beautiful eyes filled with tears when the corners of her lips bleed. Brother Xingchen. When are you coming back? When the mist in the beautiful eyes surged, Lin Xueqing was in a trance, and under the divine brilliance of the starlight, a silver robe came into her eyes. Brother Xingchen? No, it's the person she hates the most. The silver-robed youth with long eyebrows and deep eyes said indifferently. Counsel before a battle. Just knowing that the other party is God's domain is half-cowarding. Bullying the weak has a hand, and if you meet someone who may be stronger than you, you will pinch your tail. Yi Qinggu came from the sky, glanced at him, and smiled. You want a hero too? Save the beauty? Lin Chen shook his head regretfully. No, I was just thinking, it would be a pity not to lick the magma with such a beautiful tongue. Lin Xueqing. Yi Qinggu, you haven't been a devil for a day or two. The black-shirt man Yukong fell down and took out something from his arms. Just as he was about to throw down the invitation letter from the Wuzhou divine association, the sword chi surrounding him like a dragon suddenly burst out. The man in the black shirt was instantly horrified. Someone was approaching, but he didn't find it. The black-shirt man turned his head alertly and found a silver robe standing in front of him. I didn't notice his closeness? He's too strong? No, his cultivation is too weak. I didn't even feel it. When the black-shirt man was in shock, the tip of the nose on both sides was only between the two fingers. The two looked at each other, and the divine might of the law was faintly overflowing. Yi Qinggu leaned against the tree, her charming appearance was outstanding. And she whistled frivolously. At this distance, it's basically a fight. Either the fight is bloody, or the head is broken. The black-shirt man frowned. Are you from the Lin family? Lin Chen joked and said, I'm the one who beat you up. Huh? By you? The scum of the second level of the gods? Speed is weight. Do you want to feel the speed of the king of speed? At the moment when the faint cyan armor appeared, Lin Chen swiped away with a palm, and the palm contained thunder and fire. The pupils of the black-shirt youth shrank. He barely saw the opponent's actions. But can't react and defend at all. Sigh. Boom. The kamikaze rolls wildly, cutting the universe. The position of the two exploded, and the airwaves exploded, and a bunch of divine wind flashed with a faint thunder light, destroying the surface, and blasting a crack that was 10 feet wide and 100 feet deep. The wolf smoke is rolling when it spreads. At this moment, the Lin family was completely silent. Looking at the young man in black with his head on the ground, his feet upturned, and his body twitching. Countless Lin family geniuses widened their eyes, their eyelids twitched wildly, and their mouths opened slightly. This guy actually drove the supreme genius of God's domain into the ground. Like a piling and erecting a sculpture. The other party actually didn't even have time to react. Is this really something that Divine Realm second layer can do? Yi Qinggu pretended to be serious and commented, on the surface, he is a second-level god, but in fact, I generally call this kind of person a monster. The smoke and dust spread out, and the ground in front of the Lin's hall was cracked. The scene is particularly miraculous. One moment ago, the arrogant and domineering god's domain Tianjiao, the next moment was like a scented incense, with his head on the ground and his feet in the sky. How many Lin family's arrogance was touched by it, and how many people in the Lin family were shocked. For so many years, every time a person from the god realm came, he could bully them to the death. Young Tianjiao of the same generation, they just can't compare to God's domain. The same is true of the old generation of powerhouses, it is too embarrassing to see. His own juniors were bullied and could only watch helplessly. Over the years, the Lin family has been like a wild dog on the roadside. As long as it comes out of God's domain, anyone can kick it. So even if Lin Xiuqing came out of the Lin family, his talent and combat power would not be too inferior to God's domain's Tianjiao, but he would still be brought down after dozens of rounds. Because I'm used to being bullied. I've been bullied so much that I don't dare to look up. This moment. For the entire Lin family. So fucking cool. Lin Xiuqing, who was sitting on the ground, curled up her delicate snowy legs, staring at this scene with her wonderful eyes. That is the arrogance of the gods. The pinnacle of how many feats are even reached in a lifetime. The supreme existence that many human races and the gods dream of. An opponent that even she can't win, can't make a move in Lin Chen's hands? The most enchanting thing is that he actually has only the second level of the god realm. The host obtains the Godhead treasure chest, open it and obtain, Shura. Natural enemy Godhead fragment, March 6th. With one blow, the black-shirt youth dropped dozens of attribute light balls, and the black energy attribute treasure chest was taken into Lin Chen's hands. There was a flicker of sternness in his eyes. This young man in black had certain characteristics that belonged to the Azura tribe. Could it be that some people in God's domain are implicated by the Azura tribe? Lin Chen TSK amazed. People from the God's domain, they play really well. Everyone in the Lin family. It sounds inappropriate though. But why is it so cool? This man is damn handsome. At this moment, Lin Chen looks so pleasing to the eyes of everyone in the Lin family. Boom. The light of the sword was born like a sinister dragon, and the black shirt youth held a blood moon-like divine sword, twisted the earth's veins with the sword, and leaped into the air. His face was hideous, his facial features were twisted, a few teeth were knocked out, blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and there was a distinct slap print on his face. Lin Chen said solemnly, "This big mouth seal is really suitable for you. Originally, you were only 1/1000th of my handsomeness, but now you have 1/10 of my handsomeness. It's not bad." When the two old men behind the black-shirt youth wanted to move, the sword Chi whistled, like a three-headed and six-armed savage sword rising into the sky. Boom. The sword gas swallows the sky, covering the stars and covering the moon. The law of the Tao of the blade is like a dragon flying in the sky. The law of the gold system is like a group of stars and sand, and it seems that it can cut everything under the bright starlight, and it is indestructible. 8 layers of the divine realm. From the divine realm, the divine body is in harmony. The law of gold, the law of cutting, the law of the Tao of the blade. Moreover, the 3 laws have entered the realm of attainments. His breath suddenly and temporarily increased to the middle stage of the 8th layer, approaching the late stage of the 8th layer. Lin Chen stepped out and smiled slightly. Let me learn the moves of the God realm. In the middle stage of the 8th level of the gods, you dare to fight me in the 2nd level of the gods. You are so courageous. I don't know who gave you the courage. Everyone in the Lin family? Why can't he hear a normal human speech in Lin Chen's mouth? The purple-shirted elder of the Lin family suddenly snorted coldly. Back up. It's a sword move that is infinitely close to the red rank technique. He personally took action, and with a flick of his sleeve, a mighty galaxy, like blessing law, clinging to the void of the Lin family hall. The black-shirted youth roared furiously, this knife is useless, no matter how fast you are. Lin Chen, yes, if you accumulate more power, the attribute light will become more and more. The blood moon blade suddenly slashed down. Shing. The sword fell like a full moon, the sword gas turned into a dragon, and the blue dragon, which merged with the cutting law and the sword intent, roamed the sky and fell violently. At the same time, the overwhelming Gingjin swordsmanship converged into a square like a thread, covering all of Lin Chen's retreats. Truly a no-brainer. However, why does Lin Chen need to dodge? Between the lightning and flint, the divine wind swept through, stepping on the divine wind, and when the divine wings were unfolded, Lin Chen walked in the air, wearing a dark blue battle armor, with wings spread on his shoulders. Like a god descending to earth. The host uses the King of Speed Extreme Function 6-piece set. The speed of all attributes is increased 800 times. Lin Chen turned around in a volley, his leg armor thundered wildly, and he blasted out with one kick. Flame flash. The wind helps the thunder, the fire borrows the thunder, and even 3 points. Sigh. Boom. The thunder and fire roared, and the pitch-black infinite heavenly thunder turned into a galaxy across the sky, burning the red divine flame and smashed the sword-chi blue dragon that danced in the sky. At this moment, apart from the elders of the Lin family, no one else could see Lin Chen's actions clearly. In their perception, they felt a flash of thunder and fire, and the sword-chi blue dragon in the sky exploded into a sky full of shattered light. What? Everyone was horrified. He actually controlled the 2 laws in the 2nd layer of the gods. Moreover, it also instantly wiped out the peerless swordsmanship of the black-shirted youth. It was made by the genius of the god realm, a sword that is infinitely close to the red-level swordsmanship, and a sword that can almost sweep through the 8th level of the god realm. Lin Chen slapped his palm in the air, strong wind swept through, and thunder light burst forth. Pa. Boom. The black-shirt Tianjia was overturned by Lin Chen again, and the 7 orifices bleed, and he fell to the ground on the spot. Lin Chen fell to the ground, stomped on his divine sword, and stared at him flatly. The black-shirt youth did not even have the strength to get up, and said viciously, outsiders, report your name. Lin Chen smiled casually, my name will be resounding in the realm of God in a while, and it's not your turn to question. If you didn't bring 2 immortals today, you are not qualified to go back alive. Lightning flashed, and 4 figures appeared on the stone platform where the smoke and dust were rolling. It was the 2 mysterious old men accompanying the youth in black shirts. The other 2 are Lin Wanqian and Lin Mingxiao. Seeing the other parties' actions, they stood beside Lin Chen for the first time. Lin Chen suddenly raised his foot and smashed the opponent's divine sword. Then Lin Chen lifted his leg and kicked the black-shirted youth, kicking him to the position of the two old men. The second old man in black gave Lin Chen a deep look, and threw the invitation letter from the Wuzhou Shenhui to Lin Mingxiao, who took it with a sneer. One of the old men took over the black-shirted youth, and the other one smiled and said, "What a young man with a second level of spirituality, we will remember it." Lin Chen shrugged, "Don't worry, you will remember if you don't want to." The black-robed old man at the head asked with sharp eyes, "Are you from the Lin family?" Lin Chen smiled indifferently and said, "No, I just passed by today. What happened to their Lin family has nothing to do with me. Those who beat up God's domain are just my personal hobby." The corners of Lao's mouth twitched slightly. What a personal hobby. Arrogant to the extreme. Boy, move the Tianjiao of my Hing family, things are not so simple. The second old man left with the black-shirted youth, and gave a threatening warning. As for the Lin family hall, when they heard Lin Chen's answer, the expressions of the elders of the Lin family changed slightly, and finally turned into a complicated sigh. With their own hands, they pushed such a monster of a peerless genius out of the door. No, it should be said that the real Lin Chen was blasted out of the house. Good, so strong. The hundreds of young handsome talents in the Lin family were amazed, and the corners of their mouths trembled. Both sides, fighting in a completely different dimension. No wonder Lin Xiuqing made a violent shot earlier, he didn't care at all. Because the strength of the two is not at the same level. In Lin Chen's thoughts, the kamikaze reverberated, the Aeolus suit was lifted, and the kamikaze disappeared. Lin Chen threw a dark blue air transplantation capsule, the corners of his mouth rose, and he said with a playful smile, "This genius of God's domain. Things are good." He takes this unparalleled air transport capsule from the battle. As the king of speed, this hand speed is easy. The elders looked at this scene with complex expressions. The elders of the Lin family are not fools. They saw the strength of Lin Chen. From the background revealed when Lin Chen and Lin Xiuqing confronted each other. However, that intensity was far from enough. What the Lin family needs is not the existence of one or two evil spirits who can turn around. In the first battle, the Lin family lost too much. If he rashly admits that he is Lin Chen and returns to the Lin family, he will probably offend that Lin Chen. After all, behind that Lin Chen is a god-level mathematician who has no idea how many years he has lived, and has insight into the supreme existence of the cause and effect of the four-dimensional universe. Moreover, they had no way of knowing whether Lin Chen would stop in front of the God King barrier. No matter how strong he is, the Lin family does not intend to admit that he is Lin Chen. But they still regret it in the end. Everyone present clearly saw his strength. In the battle with the Tianjiao of the Heng family of God domain, he almost achieved a crushing victory. If they fought inextricably and narrowly won, they might not regret it so much. The battle that can be crushed throughout the whole process is enough to prove that his strength is still unfathomable. This kind of background, in the realm of the gods, is also a real talent in the world. Seeing that he was about to leave, Lin Xiuqing subconsciously got up and wanted to catch up, but Yi Qinggu stood in front of her. Yi Qinggu said indifferently, "Stay away from him, he is Lin Chen, not the Lin Chen you are chasing." Lin Xiuqing's delicate body froze, and her misty eyes returned to oblique. Look. The host has obtained 60,000 god-level martial arts spirits, 120,000 god level rune energy, 50.09 million God-level Qi and blood, 120,000 God-level spiritual power, and 290,000 God-level gold energy. The 9.0 version decomposition function of the Tian Dao pickup system, it can decompose all things with divine nature, and all things without owners can be decomposed, including the law artifact. The host decomposes the air transport capsule of the specified target, decomposes all the unmaintained artifacts, and obtains 110,000 advanced suit essence. The moment he took away the attribute light ball, Lin Chen said goodbye to Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanqian, and walked away from the Lin family with the two goblins. When Lin Chen left, the geniuses of the Lin family felt sorry. Why do I feel that he is the real Lin Xingchen? Hanging, all-round hanging. Speed suppression, strength suppression, realm suppression. Why do you call this realm suppression? The second level of the gods suppresses the eighth level of the gods? Are your eyes clouded or your brain clouded? My Lin family has such a stubborn guy, thinking about it, the crotch is wet. Don't get wet, they said, make a clear line with us. Well, these stupid elders. They can't even hold their thighs. What is this kind of stubborn guy pushing him out of the door of the Lin family? You really can't do this kind of thing without 100 years of brain embolism. So many years to live to the belly of a dog. The geniuses of the Lin family secretly transmit their voices and talk trash. And they are of extremely high quality. His eyes looked at the elders of the Lin family with disdain, or looked at Lin Chen's back with regret. However, no one dared to speak up or stop him. It doesn't matter, when the stars return in the future, our Lin family will still turn over. Behind Xingchen, there is the support of that adult. The elders of the Lin family can only comfort themselves in this way. When they thought of the mathematician's methods, they were terrified. Lin Chen and Yi Qinggu disappeared from everyone's sight. Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanqian looked at each other. According to what Miss Qinggu said, it seems that Xingchen will make a big mess next. He, the little guy who can force the gods to be surrounded and suppressed by the Holy King's cultivation base, can destroy the courage of the gods with one shot. When he becomes a god, it is not surprising that he does anything. It's time to inform the big brother. I have a hunch that when he leaves this time, there will be a great storm that will sweep across the 5 continents. Second brother. When Lin Wanqian looked back at Lin Mingxiao, she seemed to recall something, and said solemnly, "Do you still remember the history of our ancestors of the Lin family? Why is our ancestor completely opposite to the classical records circulated in the realm and the records of God's domain?" Lin Mingxiao narrowed his eyes. You mean, the one recorded in God's domain, who once intended to assassinate Hao Futian, Emperor Lin Tian? In the Xingzhou Blue Ocean, Lin Chen and Yi Qing danced on the dragon's back, sitting cross-legged on the dragon's back. Although Lin Chen's divine dragon is only 12,000 baron, he inherits the bloodline of the ancient dragon of the ancient universe and can move time and space in the space within the 5 continents. Its speed of action is very fast, no less than the speed of Lin Chen's movement. This time, the 5 continents divine conference will be held in the Shenzhou continent. Lin Chen participates in the name of the elder of the Xingzhou Alchemist Guild and is fully qualified to enter the divine conference. The host decomposes 7 unowned mid-grade artifacts and obtains 110,000 high-level set essence. The new version of the decomposition function can maximize Lin Chen's access to the essence of the suit, and he no longer needs to destroy the artifact to obtain incomplete attributes. Lin Chenyi, who was sitting cross-legged, looked at the law of thunder in tie time and space. It was like the seed of a sea of thunder, thousands of thunders galloping, and the pitch-black thunder light beat arcs. My law of fire is still a long way from the realm of attainments. Instead of cultivating the law of fire, it is better to first cultivate the law of thunder and smash it to the realm of attainments. By combining the two, my combat power can be even higher. 1 floor. In the battle with the genius of the Heng family of God domain, Lin Chen used the Fengshen 6-piece suit for the first time to fight, and he was very satisfied with his current combat power, relying only on the cultivation base of divine power and the realm of laws, one-on-one, in the face of most of the powerhouses in the 8th level of the divine realm. He can also fight against them without any shortcomings. But above the 9th level of the gods, it still needs to rely on the power of killers such as godheads and suits. Lin Chen opened his palms, and his divine power turned into 2 balls of pure energy, 1 fire and 1 thunder, combined with the divine energy condensed by the powerful divine soul. This is the power of the gods, which is a special energy that can only be cultivated by the alchemy Madra 8 desolate 6 harmonies, which is specially used for refining medicine. Only when the power of the 8 gods is complete, Lin Chen can maximize the effect of this alchemy fingerprint. A rare and unattainable divine grade variant crystal has lifted me from the late 2nd stage to the 2nd stage perfection. It seems that the difficulty of breaking through the 3rd stage of the divine realm is not trivial. With a flip of the palm, 3 scrolls of divine soul seals appeared. The 5 continents divine association was a tough character, so Lin Chen had to hurry up and do some alchemy. Someone Lin sighed, the rice must be eaten 1 bite at a time, and the road must be taken step by step. People, you must cultivate as hard as I do. System, integrate cultivation memory. System, it is recommended that the host melt his face first. Seeing that Lin Chen took out 3 scrolls, Yi Qinggu came over and asked curiously, pill recipe? Lin Chen smiled and said, the 5 continents God association can be considered a feast for the giants of medicine refining in the 5 continents. And the pill recipe still needs to prepare some. The little goblin took a volume, and the spirit infiltrated it. When reading it at will, the absolutely charming and bright charming face was full of disgust. She threw it casually, what are you doing with these low-level products? Middle-grade pill recipes, that's all you have? How can you learn a high-grade God-level pill recipe? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Auntie, are you a top-ranked God-level pill that sucks? Where can I find it when I'm in a hurry? The little fairy raised her jade hand lightly, and the 4-volume space, jade slip appeared. The power of the dust-covered soul in each scroll of jade slips is particularly huge, making Lin Chen's mouth slightly open. The little goblin raised her chest proudly, showing her charismatic appearance to the fullest, and said proudly, you don't even think about where your aunt is staying while you're not in the God realm. Lin Chen, I'm a straight guy. The 4 volumes of the Divine Soul Scroll were passed to Lin Chen, and Lin Chen could clearly feel that the contents sealed in the Divine Soul Scroll far exceeded that of the mid-grade God-level pill recipe. The way of alchemy, the more you go up, the more terrifying it is. Refining a high-grade divine pill is no less difficult than creating a god of medium cultivation. Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue, with such a terrifying amount of information. Are you sure I can learn it in a few days? The little goblin shrugged, it's not a day or 2 that you're not a human being, you can learn as much as you can. Shaking his head and laughing, after Lin Chen accepted the 4 volumes of the Pill recipe, he seemed to remember something and frowned. Lin Chen suddenly said, by the way, little goblin, what conditions and strengths do you need to have if you want to subvert the cycle of life in the three-dimensional universe? Nowadays, Lin Chen is already the existence that controls the law, and almost no one can stop it in the three-dimensional universe. So, is it possible to rescue Yaoer? Yi Qinggu looked at him with a serious look, and said sternly, the long river of reincarnation of life is directly under the heavenly way of the three-dimensional universe. If you want to reverse the reincarnation, you must have a condition which is the same height as the heavenly way. That is to say, you need to cultivate the law to a point outside the law, which is the realm of the heavenly transformation of the law. The law of entering this realm is equivalent to the heavenly way. Only this realm can interfere with the life cycle of the three-dimensional universe. It is much harder to create than to destroy. And the law that controls a kind of Tianyi realm, the world generally calls this realm God Lord. Lin Chen fell into contemplation, and the rule that controls the realm of Tianyi is the realm of gods. Isn't that Lin Chen is closer to the realm of gods than is Lin Chen? Seeming to see through Lin Chen's mind, Yi Qinggu smiled sweetly, you don't have to think too much, the realm of the gods is also a pioneering existence. In the realm of the gods, if you want to step into this realm, the divine power that the god body bears must surpass several dimensions of the god king. The laws of the god's realm are even far away from the realm of heaven. It is almost the gap in dimension of the entire god king level. It must be that Lin. The stars are not going anywhere. Immediately, the little goblin played with his taste. Then, Mr. Lin, how does it feel to race against the number one mathematician in the god realm and the first genius in the god realm? Mr. Lin sighed, the pressure is so great. It's a long way to go. If my realm can be as good as my appearance, and the start is at the peak, it will be great. Saying that there is no pressure is definitely false. But there is also a god realm number one mathematician on the opposite side. It is simply the most perverted combination in the god realm history. Then, Lin Chen chose the pill recipe, and the little goblin was suddenly excited. Her eyes lit up, well, decide which volume to choose. Seeing that her expression was wrong, Lin Chen said, strangely, I recommend this roll of pill recipe. Yi Qinggu chose a roll of green pill recipes. Lin Chen took a closer look, the corners of his mouth twitched. Triple extermination world pill, a top-grade shindan. Lin Chen couldn't help but said, what the hell is this? Yi Qinggu was very enthusiastic, clenching her little pink fist, sister Qianqi, and I created the elixir. The elixir outside is for soft-footed shrimp. And this is the medicine that pure men should take. Lin Chen was stunned and said, since self-created? This goblin won't take him as an experimental guinea pig, will he? Yi Qinggu smiled and said, this pill is infinitely powerful, and it can be taken below the sixth level of the divine realm. If the refining is successful, it can break through 3 small realms in one breath. From the initial stage to the perfection, it will be reached in one shot. Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly, break 3 realms in a row? How can this medicinal pill be so perverted? Wouldn't it be that if Lin Chenrua took it, he would be able to ascend from the second stage to the late stage of the third stage? Wait, the refining was successful? Lin Chen noticed the point, his eyelids trembled, what if the refining fails? Hey! Yi Qinggu blinked, if the refining fails, the cultivation base will go Backwards a little bit, dropping 3 small realms. Lin Chen almost exploded, down 3 realms? Do you call this a little bit? After looking at the pill recipe for a while, Lin Chen said, what is the probability? Yi Qinggu said solemnly, the probability is very high, 30% chance. Lin Chen. Isn't 30% a life-threatening situation? The delicate hand held Lin Chen's palm. Yi Qinggu said solemnly. Young man, do you desire strength? No, I long for nigh. That's a deal. 10 days later, the Eastern Divine Continent. On the land of Shenzhou, the clouds move in 10 directions. Today is the day when the 5 continents divine fair will be held. Countless giants of all ages and first-class families are scrambling to come first. The Alchemist Guild in Xingzhou, the 13 Pills Pavilion in Shenzhou, the Alliance of Pill Gods in Tianzhou, etc. The representatives of the refining forces of the 5 continents are all here. The evil spirits, ghosts, and geniuses of the younger generation of refining medicine gather here. In this feast, there is also one of the representatives of the Yi family, the strongest refining family from God's domain, who will be the final judge. If you win the top 3, you are eligible to receive the guidance of the Yi family medicine refining master, and you may be able to aspire to a new realm of medicine refining. However, it seems that God domain has other arrangements for this medicine refining feast. The place where the feast will be held is actually arranged in the Island of the Gods. The Island of the Gods is rarely open to the public. This place is dedicated to recording the magical achievements achieved by all the geniuses in the 5 continents. Arranged to hold the 5 continents divine meeting here, many forces speculated that God domain might have a big move on this Wuzhou divine meeting. On the Island of the Gods, a group of forces from Xingzhou landed on the island and stepped into the island. Today, the power that can enter the Island of the Gods is extraordinary, and it is also a leader among the ancient giants. In the Island of God, in a waterside pavilion, several geniuses from the stars gathered, the most conspicuous of which was a snow dress that was icy and bright. The breeze swayed the blue silk. Qin Shuangjue gently stroked her hair, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she stared into the distance. On the east side of the Island of God, at the top of the attic, the people of Wushan Mansion, headed by Wuchang Tian, arrived at the Island of the Gods. Shen Lingshuang, who is tall and slender and beautiful, has attracted the attention of countless people, and her pretty face is full of boredom, which makes Wuchang Tian very helpless. She sat on the top of the attic, with her hands on her cheeks, staring into the distance. Shen Lingshuang muttered, Master, why haven't you come yet? Qin Shuangjue sighed lightly, Lin Chen, don't mess around. Wuzhou Shenhui, kicked off. To the west of the Island of the Gods, ripples appeared in the space, the blue sky was like a rainbow, and the divine light rushed into the sky. A divine monument inscribed with magic deeds blooms with blue light, illuminating the sky, causing many geniuses to look sideways or envy it. I saw that a pile of ancient urns were listed in the blooming Lansha divine light, showing the achievements of their masters. Shenzhou Lu Weiyang, a person with great achievements, has achieved great achievements such as breaking the Zerg army alone, beheading the 10 insect gods with the 6th level of the gods. The long skirt is like snow, and the beautiful woman is like a fairy coming from the sky, enjoying the attention of everyone and entering the Island of the Gods. Is this the 130th genius with great achievements today? It's really a peak lineup. In the past, there were so many guys who saw the beginning of the dragon but not the end. Today, there are so many. Sooner or later, Lao Tzu will be able to accomplish great feats and become a master of the realm of the gods. The geniuses from various sects in the 5 continents looked at the geniuses who arrived at the island of the gods, and their voices were either envious or jealous. Then, another wave-like knife light shot into the sky, and the vision of the divine monument appeared again. Tianzhou Su Zhanyue, a person who has achieved great achievements, has achieved great achievements. He has achieved the 4th level of the gods, and he has understood the laws of the Tao of the blade, and he is born with a talent for the Tao of the blade. Killing dragons exceeds 1,000, and Tianzhou slaying dragons. The plump and handsome young man in white appeared pressing the knife and slowly stepped into the island of the gods, his eyebrows full of arrogance as the god of the sword. The god monument of gods and great achievements on the island of the gods will automatically trigger a vision when a person who has achieved great achievements steps into the gods' island. However, not all geniuses go out of their way to achieve great feats. Some of them are powerful forces, and their descendants are indifferent to fame and fortune, and have never participated in similar competition. Such as the Tianyi Divine Kingdom in Xingzhou and the Wushan Mansion in Shenzhou. And the steel of the island of the gods is connected with the luck of the 5 continents and the consciousness in the 5 continents. When some younger generation accomplishes extraordinary feats, they will be automatically engraved into the mind of the true gods, thus figuratively recorded on the tombstone. The vision in the island of the gods bloomed several times and continued. Some geniuses appear in batches, in teams, or alone. On the 7th day, there were more than 1,000 geniuses gathered in the island of the gods, and half of them were geniuses in refining medicine. The people in the Wushan Mansion, who are sitting high on the VIP platform, are silently waiting for the convening of this divine meeting. This time, the Wushan Mansion has also dispatched a pharmacist to participate in the election, in order to find out the details of this divine meeting. Suddenly, Wu Changtian, who was sitting quietly on the top of the platform, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to have a ray of fire burning, and he said in a stern voice, "The people from the gods' domain, here we come." Almost as soon as the voice fell, 10,000 feet of golden light emptied down from the sky, like a golden avenue extending from the sky. Countless true gods raised their heads and looked up, showing envious eyes at the golden divine way. 10 rays of golden light slowly fell from the Shinto into the island of the gods. Wu Changtian got up. "You are optimistic about Ling Shuang. I will go back when I go." One step across the void, Wu Changtian disappeared. At the same time, a number of superpowers with God King cultivation made similar actions. Island of the gods, inside the supreme temple. The divine light descends, and the divine wind blows. More than 20 figures stepped into the temple. Every figure, the law of Tianwei rolling and roaring, faintly twisting the time and space, and it can shatter a world at any time. Unprecedented coercion is coming faintly, far exceeding the 8th level of the gods and the 9th level of the gods. It's all God King. The people who have gathered here are all the gods and kings who have gathered from the 5 continents. And the 10 people at the head of the hall are even more terrifying. Sitting in the endless divine light heavenly seat, the immortal divine splendor is shrouded in eternity, and their eyes seem to be able to penetrate thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, 3,000 avenues, and see them all. Wu Changtian narrowed his eyes. It seems that the information this time is true. He could feel that the exquisite figure shrouded in the splendid divine light. Although it did not see its true face, it was like the coercion of the divine soul of hundreds of millions of stars standing in the hall. Obviously, that woman is the medicine refining giant from the Yi family of the God realm. But for some reason, she didn't show her true face, let alone her breath. The head of the white-robed God King was graceful and elegant, with an elegant smile. God Kings of the 5 continents, this time the gods of the 5 continents will follow the old rules and speak with strength, no objection? The 20 God Kings frowned slightly. Although this God King has a graceful demeanor and a detached elegance in his conversation, the arrogance and indifference in his eyes that surpass all living beings makes the God Kings very uncomfortable. From God's domain, it seems that he is born superior. No objection. Above the gods, strength speaks. The kings of the gods expressed their position, but Wu Changtian did not speak or express his position. Okay. The God King in white looked at a young God King with red eyebrows and red hair. After the latter nodded slightly, he urged a ray of law to transmit the sound awe-inspiringly. Then, a young and immature voice echoed the Isle of Gods. The 5 continents divine association gathers all the heroes of the 5 continents in one place to show their unique skills in refining medicine. The top 10 winners in this time will be eligible to enter the divine realm, and the top 3 will be awarded the divine realm Yi family. The final referee has a chance to point out. As soon as these words came out, the heroes were boiling. The forces you belong to can enter the realm of the gods. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is completely different from the previous Wuzhou Shenhui rewards. This time, one person wins, and the whole family of chickens and dogs rises to the sky. In addition, it is also a truly rare opportunity to obtain the guidance of the refining giant of the Yi family of the gods domain. When refining medicine together, if you encounter a bottleneck, it is even more difficult to overcome than the bottleneck of cultivation. Once you stop at a realm, you can't cross it, you can be stuck in a shackle and it is difficult to break, and you will regret it for life. According to the guidance of a personal pharmacist, a top alchemy giant can be used for a lifetime, and it is hard to find gold. Maxima is often found, but bull is not very often. Being able to get a chance to transform is the dream of countless young medicine refining talents. The qualifications for participating in the election do not need to be said. In this seat, the conference will be officially held. The medicine refining conference will be divided into 3. This time, the Wuzhou Shenhui will only adopt a one-round system. Please prepare the medicine refining heroes from all sides. Prepare your own medicinal materials, pill recipes, pill furnaces, etc., are ranked by comprehensive factors such as the quality of the refined medicinal pills, the time used, and the grade. As soon as the words fell, many Tianjiao immediately jumped down and stepped into the 3 major venues in the Island of the Gods. The representatives of the aristocratic sects of the 5 continents immediately entered the venue. The 3 major venues were in the shape of high platforms on both sides. The high platforms of each venue had a unique space enchantment for the alchemists to show their talents. The heroes compete for the deer, and the peak is the hegemony. Wuzhou Shenhui, everyone is watching. Just as Wuzhou Tianjiao came to an end, the forces of all parties arrived at the same time. Brush. Boom. A golden brilliance suddenly rose from the sky. No matter how bright the monument is, the divine light is brilliant, and the golden afterglow spreads all over the sky. Oh? Are there any geniuses with great achievements? Who dares to appear after the messenger of God's domain? Haven't you figured out the primary and secondary relationship? It's not that the brain has water, I'm afraid it's the brain that has the sea. It doesn't matter whether it is water or not, what matters is the taste. It's so arrogant to step on time. Generally, such people will be beaten to death when they appear on the stage. The representatives of the various forces were either curious, displeased, or sneered. I saw that the golden light dissipated, and the gods were blooming. Xingzhou, Lin Chen. Those who have achieved great achievements include breaking through the encirclement by fighting against all gods with the holy King Xiao. Jin Hui sprinkled all over the three major venues, countless powerhouses were stunned, and representatives of various forces were stunned. Seeing the great achievements recorded on the monument, they almost thought they had read it wrong. Saint King Shuwei will fight against the gods? How could there be such a fierce man in the world? However, in the next moment, the divine light continued to shine, and golden divine urns appeared frequently. Achieving great achievements includes refining the magic pill in one day. On the day of becoming a god, mold the soul, cast the body, and control the law of fire. With one's own strength, one shot will destroy all gods. The gods appeared one after another, and the expressions of the gods changed again and again, and their hearts trembled. They went from shock to shock, from shock to shock. This great achievement is outrageous one by one. What kind of character is this, to achieve such a god-defying feat? Lin Chen. Why is this god of plague here? Isn't he afraid of the sanctions of God's domain? I've grown up so much, and I've never seen such an arrogant person. When the gods bloomed, the heroes were shocked. Especially the geniuses from 5 continents who have gone through Jiahai. When they saw Lin Chen's name, the corners of their mouths trembled. After all, that is the ruthless person who dares to single out all the gods. And gods in the 5 continents. In the temple, the 10 kings from the gods were surprised. Especially the figure shrouded in endless Shinchi Guanghua, the figure trembled. Slightly unconsciously. Several god kings looked at each other. Lin Chen? Is it the guy who broke the genius of Wuzhou to perform the task? Well, the record of the god tablet can't be wrong. This son must be Jiahai Lin Chen from more than a year ago. Did you win it? Do not. The elegant and graceful white-robed god king smiled lightly. It's easy to kill him. But this son is of great significance to our plan. Since he intends to run for election, if he can join the divine realm, it will be much more effective than commending other geniuses. So, the kings of gods in the realm looked at each other. Leave him for now, if he doesn't obey, kill him. On the island of the gods, under the golden light of the god monument, 2 figures slowly stepped onto the steps of the central venue. It was Lin Chen and Yi Qingguo. Facing the gazes of countless powerhouses, Lin Chen was calm, stepped into the central venue, and was selected with the qualifications of the Sin Chu Alchemist Guild, and stepped into the venue. Seeing that Yi Qingguo also entered together, Lin Chen asked curiously, "Are you also running for the election?" Yi Qingguo picked up the blue silk and smiled charmingly. Don't underestimate me, this girl is your biggest competitor this time. The 2 entered the venue at the same time, and some of the 5 continents geniuses took a small half-step back automatically, like a mouse seeing a cat. Like a son seeing his father. To the surprise of all the forces, the messengers of God's domain did not express their stance. Could it be that they acquiesced to this son's behavior? Outside the venue, the Alchemist Guild of the Sin Chu camp. The 3rd elder, who had helped Lin Chen in the past, stroked his beard and smiled. How can a real dragon be a thing in a pond, and turn into a dragon in the event of a storm? He was a holy king back then, but now he dares to come to Wuzhou's home court. It's really unbelievable. Simple. The guild's chief elder, an old senior who looks like a teenager, smiled playfully. It seems that our medicine refining competition is worth watching. If this son makes a move, my chances of winning the medicine refining guild will still be worth seeing. The second elder glanced at him. Are you so confident in him? This little guy was at best a god-level pharmacist a year and a half ago. Even if one day he succeeded in refining a divine pill, this time it was a bit tough. Roll. The third elder smiled and said, look at this son's calm and relaxed appearance. You can see that he has a plan. If you look at his realm, he has already stepped into the realm of the soul. At the beginning, he was able to refine the magic pill in the realm of the primordial spirit, but now he has stepped into the realm of the soul. Entering the realm of the soul is by no means comparable to ordinary geniuses. The most important is, there was a firm will in the eyes of the third elder. He is the legendary student. I firmly believe that he will give Wuzhou the most perfect answer. The first elder smiled with relief. I'm not interested in whether to enter the realm of the gods or not. But the top 3 names, several representatives of my guild must win one. It has been a long time since the alchemist who reached the peak was born. The second venue, the direction of Wushan Palace. Master, get them all down. Take the number 1 back. When Xinling Shuang saw her master coming, she stood up on the terrace, waving her pink fist to cheer her up, her face flushed with excitement. Teacher. Master? Representatives of many giant forces were stunned. That is, the martial god mansion, the granddaughter of the martial god king. The martial god mansion just picked one out. Which one is not a famous teacher? Is Lin Chen's son qualified to be her master? What a living monster. In the Divine Kingdom camp, Tianyi Divine Kingdom occupies the first place. Today, Zhao Jiuxiao and the first Prince of Heaven came to watch the competition in person. Similarly, the Kingdom of God also sent representatives to infiltrate the competition. They want to figure out what action God Domain will do this time. When the first Prince of Heaven saw Lin Chen entering the venue, his eyes narrowed and he stared at Lin Chen for a moment. Zhao Jiuxiao said with a smile, well, you have a good vision as a father. Entrust and ran to him, and I will be able to get a real answer for the legend that Tianyi Divine Kingdom has held for many years. The first Prince of the Sky nodded slightly, and his evaluation of Lin Chen was unprecedentedly high. Fowls wear shackles, but wild animals don't. In the Divine Wind Tower of Shenzhou, Su Mujiu and Ensulong were also in the team. When the two looked at Lin Chen, their expressions were particularly wonderful. Lin Chen's cultivation is actually the last step away from the third level of the divine realm. Su Mujiu couldn't help but lose her voice. What kind of sky-high training speed is this? And Sulong was amazed. As expected of the king of speed, he is also the fastest man in cultivation. The owner of Kamikaze, a handsome young man in purple robe, said curiously. Oh? You know him? With a little cooperation, we were able to rescue those two children, thanks to this Lin Chen Xiongtai in the last Jiahai Commission. Hearing the two talk about their acquaintance with Lin Chen, the owner of Kamikaze became more and more interested. He looked at Ensulong. Then the question is, do you waver, or he waver more? Ensulong pondered for a moment seriously. I would like to call him the most surly. Inside the first venue. Qin Shuangjue happened to be in the same venue with Lin Chen, the representative of the Alchemist Guild of Xingzhou, including Lin Chen, a total of 5. Qin Shuang arrived from the sky, time passed, and when she saw Lin Chen again, she couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. After he returned from Jiahai, he no longer looked like a teenager. How could he look like a youth? From the time he broke into the boundary sea, what happened to him? Qin Shuangjue looked at Lin Chen seriously for a moment. Lin Chen, you should only come here for alchemy, right? Lin Chen smiled and said, of course, only alchemy, no trouble. Look at me, an honest person, have I ever lied to you? Qin Shuangjue glared at him, approached him, and said in a low voice, no matter what you think, there are still messengers from the divine realm coming. Today, you must not mess around. Lin Chen said solemnly, okay, I will definitely not make trouble. You know the rules of refining medicine, right? Huh? What's the rule? Qin Shuang is absolutely supportive. How can anyone who doesn't even understand the rules participate? While Qin Shuangjue and Lin Chen were explaining the general rules, Yi Qingguo pulled on Lin Chen's sleeve and whispered excitedly. Lin Chen. I sensed the breath of Aunt Hongmeng. She is in the temple of Shendao. I can't go wrong. The final referee this time was sent by the Yi family. Hearing Yi Qingwu's voice transmission, Lin Chen was shocked. He turned to the direction of the temple, his eyes deep. Lin Chen whispered, the visitor is not good. Yi Qingwu glanced at him, you are the one who came. Seeing Yi Qingwu and Lin Chen tugging at each other, Qin Shuangjue felt irritable and scolded. After listening to the rules, flirt. Lin Chen coughed lightly. Miss Qin continues. Yi Qingwu frowned and looked at Qin Shuangjue with a half-smile. Oh. Judging from the status quo and rules, Yi Hongmeng's movements are restricted. And it is also under house arrest in Ye's house. Lin Chen wanted to talk to her face to face, but he had to win the top 3. As long as he can talk to Yi Hongmeng, Lin Chen can know what prophecy was deduced when the god-level mathematician visited the Lin family in person, which led to the downfall of the Lin family. And why there is another Lin Xingchen. When Qin Shuangjue and Lin Chen finished explaining the rules, all the alchemists had already started to enter the venue. The time limit is 3 months. The final ranking is determined by factors such as the refinement of the elixir, the time spent, and the quality. Moreover, Lin Chen took this to test the attitude of God's domain. Until now, the messenger of God's domain has not expressed his position. That is to say, they are still considering their own decisions, which is exactly what Lin Chen intended. Qin Shuangjue pulled Lin Chen close, and the two got very close to avoid being eavesdropped on the sound transmission. Gently spitting out Feng Lan, Qin Shuang said sternly, how sure are you that this time's alchemy is not comparable to the rules of the last election meeting? The beautiful woman exhaled as tender and warm as jade, which penetrated into her heart, and Lin Chen smiled playfully, I don't know how much, let's see how it works. Qin Shuangjue. This guy, sure enough, he's here to do something. He hasn't revealed his true intentions yet. Qin Shuangjue said helplessly, if you continue to make trouble here, my Qin family can't help you. After the talk, everyone took their place. A total of 600 contemporary alchemists gather here. All the heroes and dark horses from 5 continents, each one of them is one of 1,000 talents. Some are not those who have made great achievements, but they are even more talented. Boom! With a roar, the pill furnaces appeared. Yi Qinggu smiled slyly, don't be fooled, Miss Ben will help you. She tapped her jade finger lightly, and the dreamy glazed starlight spirit flowed into the sky, and the heaven and earth treasures full of divinity poured into the pill furnace like fish and dragons. Seeing her flowing technique, Lin Chen frowned slightly. During this time in the God realm, she hasn't changed a little bit. When he was in the Holy Realm, this little goblin didn't even know how to concoct alchemy. During this time in the God realm, he grew to far surpass most of the God-level alchemists. The other geniuses of refining medicine also started to act, and the majestic and vast God-level medicinal materials like stars floated in the sky with colorful divine light. Looking from a distance, it is like a stunning scene descending, beautiful. Lin Chen smiled slightly, it seems that I can't fall behind. The palms were pushed horizontally, 3 divine beast cores were suspended in the void, and hundreds of divine-level medicinal materials exuded a strong divinity and streamer, shining brilliantly. What Lin Chen wants to refine is the 3 lives and 3 extinctions world pill that has been researched for a long time recently, a top-grade God-level medicinal pill. Although it has been researched for a period of time, this is the first hands-on refining. A year and a half ago, Lin Chen's spiritual realm has undergone earth-shaking changes. At that time, he was still in the realm of primordial spirit, but now he is in the realm of spirit and soul. In addition to the effect of the Tai Ifu Tianju and the external enhancement of talent, Lin Chen's spirit is far more than 10 times higher than that of the same level. At least, Lin Chen has the basic conditions for refining high-grade God-level medicinal pills. Seeing Lin Chen's battle, Qin Shuangjua's heart trembled. She murmured to herself, in a year and a half, can his alchemy skills be able to advance to this level, by leaps and bounds? Refining medicine is the area that Qin Shuangjua is most proud of. Not only has Lin Chen surpassed her cultivation in such a short period of time, does it mean that even medicine refining has to be fully surpassed? Boom. 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 One after another dazzling radiance rose into the sky, and the fragrance of medicine filled the air, and within a moment, Tianjiao began to refine the core of God-level medicinal materials. There was a burst of surprise and ups and downs from the seats on both sides of the 3 major halls. What an efficient method. I'm wet. Is this the master's alchemy skills? It's also the top orange level alchemy handprint, why can it evolve such a miraculous effect in their hands? Achieving the pinnacle, the pinnacle. Everyone is in the spirit realm, the younger generation, and the orange level. Top alchemy fingerprints. It's really a battle of skills and talent and experience. It's too fierce. You can see more than 600 alchemy masters make alchemy at the same time. It's a testimony to the history of the birth of the future alchemy giants in Wuzhou. First, there was a burst of cheers in the Shenzhou camp. The alchemy fingerprints used by everyone are both top-level or high-level orange. The higher-level red-level alchemy handprint is also a legend in the entire 4-dimensional, and it is rare to see the real work. If the rarity factor of the red-level exercise is 10, then the rare factor of the red-level alchemy madra is 200. Therefore, in this alchemy competition, the competition is about how far the alchemy skills of each genius can extend, and the alchemy fingerprints are the smallest gap. It's still the genius of our Shenzhou. The speed of refining medicinal materials has left the street of geniuses in other continents. It's not that everything is better as soon as possible. Our Tianzhou genius is obviously more stable. Be steady, you guys are just ass. What's the air of the guy who was defeated? In the past? What? When the forces on both sides of the camp were arguing, they suddenly found that the surrounding area was quiet. From the sects and forces of the other 3 continents, more and more powerhouses focused their gazes on the first venue, their expressions gradually becoming outrageous and stunned. When the powerhouses of the 2 continents looked in the direction of everyone's attention, they also quieted down in an instant. I saw that in the first venue, Dan furnaces appeared frequently, and in the venue where the vision suddenly appeared, there was a high platform that was particularly conspicuous. Wearing a silver robe, the young man stood with his hands behind his back, his figure straightened, his eyes twinkling with divine light, and the lightning flashes of thunder and shadows circulated. A pill furnace formed purely by the power of the soul. The soul that dances like a jade dragon is constantly turning into a mark, forming 2 great marks of the gods, and heavily refining the medicinal materials suspended in the sky. Just, what are you kidding? Is the old man dazzled? The corners of the 2 continents' strong mouths trembled, staring at the figure in disbelief. He uses his soul as a furnace, his eyes as a seal, one fire and one thunder. And he actually uses his eyes to make alchemy. He actually used his eyes to concoct alchemy. I'm outrageous, but also have a method? You actually replaced the seal of the alchemy handprint with eyes? How he did it? Xingzhou, Lin Chen. What a monster. Many strong men turned to the alchemist guild, and the 3 elders looked at each other and laughed. Master, go. Shenling Shuang was about to rush out of the audience seat, but she screamed shyly, so scared that the guards quickly stopped her. Looking at her appearance, I wish I could play myself. This scene of Lin Chen fell into the eyes of the god kings in the Shendao temple. It's a malleable talent. Keep him and serve my god's domain. Alchemy with eyes, the efficiency has not decreased but increased, he is a genius. When the envoys of the god domain praised, only that group was shrouded in the brilliance of Shenxi. The figure, who did not know its true face, seemed to show a gratified smile. His talent for refining medicine is not inferior to mine. He has been through the barren 3-dimensional universe all the way to this day, with such a powerful state of mind and background, he can actually become a top alchemist. This is my star. The beautiful woman hidden in the brilliance of Shenxi, when she lifted the veil, it was the Yi Hong dream of Yi family. Her phoenix eyes were full of tears. For a mother who has lost her son, what could be more gratifying than seeing her son excel in what she does best? I firmly believe that the person to whom the prophecy refers will definitely be you. Even at this moment, Lin Chen's phantom avatar is constantly refining this volume of pill recipes in the Qi Luck planting capsule. High-grade Shindan is not an ordinary thing. If it can be successfully refined, it will have a great temptation for the 9th layer of the gods. In order to ensure the highest success rate, Lin Chen has to use all his strength. Wu Chongtian, who was sitting in the seat of the martial god mansion, looked at Lin Chen with admiration. It's no wonder that this son is so admired by Ling Shuang, and even his surname is unwilling to follow my Wu family's surname. There are talented people in the country, and they have been leading the way for hundreds of years. Wu Chongtian shook his head and laughed. In the first venue, Lin Chen's eyes changed several times, and the medicinal materials that were turned into a streamer and entered into the furnace of the soul quickly entered the next refining stage. Cultivating the primordial green grass, burning the veins and refining the marrow with the divine flame. 5-blooded dragon marrow, take it with lightning, and lead it with the soul. His left eye is thunder, his right eye is fire, Xinyan is burning, and thunder is blooming. The speed of refining medicinal materials is simply astounding. As far as his eyes can see, thunder and fire are intertwined, changing each other, and the temperament when refining medicinal materials is detached, like a peerless master standing at the top with his hands behind his back, looking for defeat alone. I have seen alchemy brewing so that the visions are endless. I have seen those who have been refining medicine until their spiritual energy is exhausted and weakened. I have seen the phenomenon of refining medicine appearing to be earth-shattering. But he, Lin Chen, is the only one who can make alchemy so dashing and arrogant. It doesn't seem like something that a person can do at all. Zhao Jiuxiao, who was sitting in the back row of the seat in a low-key manner, said in amazement. There was Shang Xiang, to save the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of God. Before, and then the eyes of alchemy stunned the audience. What this son did. He didn't play cards according to the routine. Lin Chen's smooth refining speed without any stagnation is not like the grandfather that some people say. His eye alchemy is indeed unique, and he is unique to Lin Chen. When it comes to things that are not related to people, he does not fall for it. The 3 elders of the Alchemist Guild grinned widely. It seems that their guild is going to produce a shocking god-level medicine. Master. Moreover, with Lin Chen's talent, if he can get the guidance of the legend of the refining medicine from the Yi family, his future will be the pinnacle of the alchemist of the Star Continent. Time passed, and half a month passed by. Dan fog is everywhere, and the fragrance of medicine fills the air. Soon, Tianjiao of refining medicine began to enter the step of extracting the essence energy of god-level medicinal materials, and the energy began to overflow. The sky began to rise in layers of swirls of red clouds, which were extremely gorgeous. Due to the isolation of the space enchantment, Dan Yun is mighty, but unable to affect other alchemists. Looking from a distance, it is like 100 birds flying in the sky, winning glory and glory. The geniuses of the 5 continents were amazed. So beautiful. Smell good. Good water. It's so dangling. The birth of a god-level medicinal pill was not enough to surprise them. But the vision presented by the refining of hundreds of divine pills, to those who like to refine medicine, is like a group of stunning stripped robes dancing in front of the world. How can people not love it? It was the younger generation who were surprised, but the old antiques of the older generation were full of solemnity. Even some old antiques who kept their eyes closed for a long time began to open their eyes. Currently showing a vision, the refining is basically a mid-grade Shindan, because it has begun to enter the step of gathering Dan. And those very few pharmacists who did not have a vision have not yet appeared in the pill cloud, which proves that what they have refined is very likely to be a higher level existence. Top grade divine pill. The difference between the middle grade and the top grade Shindan, such as the difference between the 6th and 8th level of the divine realm. On the one hand, he only controls the laws of plural numbers, but on the other hand, the laws of plural numbers are integrated into the body of God, completely out of the same order of magnitude. That is to say, those who choose to challenge the refining of high-grade pills will be the top 10 competitors this time. Throughout the 3 major venues, only 17 people did not have any visions. Moreover, these 17 people may not be able to refine successfully in the end. Therefore, there is still a chance for those who refine the mid-grade divine pill. Suddenly, the 3 elders of the Alchemist Guild stood up abruptly. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Chen's position. Pill cloud is not completed, far from the step of gathering pills. The three old men looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Lin Chen's son, refining, is a high-grade pill. But Lin Chen's realm is the second level of the divine realm. Doesn't he know what it means for this kind of cultivation to choose to refine? A high-grade pill? In fact, he really didn't know. The third elder forcibly calmed down. Let's take a look. Maybe he is a special middle-grade Shindan refined. Another month. Boom. 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 There are many visions, and the strong and gorgeous Danyun is formed. A beam of divine light also erupted at Lin Chen's position, and three-color cloud light lingered in the sky. It's time, get together. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and the power of the divine soul was flying like a dragon, gathering all the divine pills up. Dozens of essences of energy condensed, just as they began to gather into young pills. Sigh. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's magical energy suddenly exploded. The gorgeous flame-like divine pill energy spreads out, like a beautiful firework suddenly blooming. Exploded? Everyone got up one after another, their faces suddenly shocked. At this time, when the pills are fried, the seriousness of the problem is not a star. Some other alchemists have begun to condense young pills. The time limit for the Wuzhou Shenhui has passed half. If you want to re-refining pills, you can only refine low-grade or average quality middle-grade pills at most. In the 5 continents camp, a group of strong men from Xingzhou shook their heads. It's over, Lin Chen pulled up his pants. Boom. Xin Yan protected the body, and the thunder light swept away the energy aftertaste, and Lin Chen froze in place. Exploded? Even Lin Chen didn't think of it. Why did the energy of Shindan suddenly fluctuate violently? Is there a problem with Danfeng? No, my phantom clone confirms each step many times, not to mention 100%, at least 80% of the probability will not fail. Lin Chen stood in place, meditating. What went wrong? It's your brain that's wrong. The voice transmission speaker was Qin Shuangjue. She maintains the energy of her own pill furnace, and deliberately transmits. Lin Chen, don't you know the basic conditions for refining high-grade pills? Lin Chen was stunned. Basic conditions? Qin Shuangjue's lips twitched slightly. This guy. Should I say that he is a genius, or is it a strange flower? At first, she thought that Lin Chen had a way to do it, or that he was refining other mid-grade divine pills. Unexpectedly, he really did not know. The 3 elders of the Alchemist Guild looked at each other and exclaimed in unison. Really? Qin Shuangjue immediately said through a voice transmission, to refine the high-grade Shindan, you must possess the law and divine power of the 7th level of the divine realm after the Dan gathering step. Otherwise, without the suppression of the law and divine power, the energy of the Dan gathering will explode because it is too powerful. The 6th level of the divine realm controls a variety of laws. At the 7th level of the divine realm, the law and the divine power are integrated, and the use of the law will no longer require a large amount of divine power. Although Lin Chen's law is strong, he has not yet integrated the law and divine power, that is, the state is not strong enough. This is completely a flaw in his cultivation. No matter how strong Lin Chen's medicine refining skills are, it is useless. Qin Shuangjue couldn't help but scolded. By the way, you don't know this kind of common sense? Isn't it written on the pills? What kind of pills did you Learn. Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly. Small. Demon. Refined. Yi Qinggu also seemed to have remembered something, and her charming face was stained with an embarrassing red glow for the first time ever. The little goblin whispered, "Cough, don't be angry, I seem to have forgotten to add a note when I wrote the recipe. When I started learning alchemy, I was already at the 7th level of the gods, so you can't blame me. After all, how can a girl like me have bad intentions?" Lin Chen. Qin Shuangjue, good guy, there are actually two people who don't have common sense. Yi Qinggu stuck out her tongue. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Dare next time. Time is running out, and Lin Chen is caught in a situation that cannot be overcome by an absolute injury. On an observation deck, the VIP seats, the Lin family and others were seated on a golden table with jade chairs. Even if the Lin family is in decline, they still have the qualifications to participate in the 5 Continents God Association. In the Lin family camp, Lin Xueqing, who was wearing a luxurious snow dress, pouted and said sourly, "Cut, that's all." Some of the Lin family's arrogance gave Lin Xueqing a look. Even if Lin Chen's refining failed, they still saved you. What kind of attitude do you have? Lin Wanqian couldn't help worrying, and her brows knitted tightly. What are the 2 children, Qinggu and Xingchen, doing? Did you ask him to refine the high-grade pills, without even knowing this kind of common sense? Lin Mingxiao said sternly, it's really like what a child like Qinggu can do. She is very shrewd in many aspects, but at times she is so reckless that it is unbelievable. Maybe, Xingchen's pill recipe may have been created by this kid, Qinggu. Inside the first venue, Lin Chen resisted the anger that drew his gun. The most urgent task is how to restore this situation. Without a top-grade divine pill, it would be impossible to rush into the top 3. There are less than 45 days left. The realm of cultivation is my flaw. Do you need to try other formulas? No, there's no time left. High-grade formulas are more than 10 times more difficult than middle-grade formulas. No, there's not enough time. Even if you can increase the speed with the function set, you can't cross the hard gap of the realm. Lin Chen was lost in thought. Although Yi Qinggu once said that he would strive for the top 3, Lin Chen wanted to meet his biological mother in person. In any case, since she was still under house arrest, she still went to find the people of the Lin family to find her whereabouts, and she deserved to see her in person. It seems that there is only one way to go. Lin Chen's demeanor gradually returned to calm. His eyes showed calm and absolute confidence and courage. The moment he took out the pill in his palm, Lin Chen threw it up in the air. Zhao Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes. It seems that only operations beyond the specifications can bring the dead back to life. But, it's too difficult. Zhao Jiuxiao looked at the eldest prince. The eldest prince, however, was gentle and elegant, with a graceful smile. In his eyes, there is no sign of despair. His fighting spirit has risen to an unprecedentedly high state. What is he going to do? As of now, it's useless to do anything. High-grade Shindan is not something that he can refine in this realm. The person who knows the current affairs is Junjie. As a human being, it is the most important to recognize your own boundaries. The ancient medicine refining antiques in Wuzhou all let out a similar sigh. Even the 3 elders in the Alchemist Guild, who had great confidence in Lin Chen, had solemn expressions. It's too difficult for Lin Chen to break the situation. Either way you choose is a dead end. Who said it? Unexpectedly, Shenling Shuang, who seemed to understand their voice, transmission, stood up in person. Her tall and slender figure and beautiful temperament are particularly conspicuous. She put her hands on her waist and snorted coldly. The limit of a master never exists. Boom. Boom. The space shook, there was a loud roar, and a large number of divine soul talismans densely entwined with golden light and xinxia appeared in the sky. The golden light floats in every inch, showing the names of hundreds of medicinal materials, the combination of many medicinal materials, the energy required for refining, and so on. The key points of the pill recipe recorded in tens of millions of words, flashing with golden rainbow radiance in the sky, appear above the sky, almost filling the space where Lin Chen is located. Hiss. My mom. Crazy, must be crazy. This Lin Chen, do you want to break the can? Many geniuses in refining medicine were stunned and gasped slightly. At this moment, the texts listed in the sky are the contents of the entire volume of pill recipes. The content of a whole volume of high-grade pill recipes is perfectly displayed in front of everyone. How vast is the content of the pill recipe of the top-grade Shindan? It is rude to say that just reading, at least one has to obtain the spirit realm to read the pill recipe. Some young pharmacists haven't even seen the contents of the pill recipes of the top-grade pills, because they don't have the conditions and basis for reading. Now, the content of the entire volume of pill recipes is displayed in front of everyone. How can it not be shocking? Not to mention refining, just looking at some of the contents of the pill recipe, the refined combination of some medicinal materials is enough to make ordinary pharmacists dizzy. But, why did Lin Chen unblock the entire contents of the pill recipe? Hum. 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 Ripples appeared in the space, white rainbow swept the sky, and divine light shone through the world. The 6 phantom clones came to Lin Chen's side as if they had traveled from a distant time and space, and the stars stood around him like the moon. Lin Chen lifted the phantom clone stationed in the Sea of Jia and returned to the original body. The divine soul is facing the sky, and the power of the divine soul is like a thousand-handed divine Buddha. When it is slowly unfolded, the divine light is dense, and the medicinal herbs with abundant energy are listed, and a large amount of medicinal herbs quickly emerge. Then, all of Lin Chen's clones began to enter the state of alchemy. As for Lin Chen's body, his eyes were as sharp as swords, and between the changes in his eyes, the golden light at the bottom quickly changed. Lin Chen's eyes turned one after another, changing a lot of golden light like a flash of electricity. A large number of alchemists looked at each other suspiciously, watching the situation in front of them closely. What is this? The alchemy masters, who are as strong as all the old antiques, didn't understand what Lin Chen was doing. The use of clones was originally an alchemist's own method. Lin Chen's clones could be used in alchemy, which really surprised everyone. However, the alchemy that each clone is doing is not connected together, and it seems that it is not an alchemy at all. Time goes by. Sigh. Violent black smoke rose from the high platform in the space, and all the medicinal materials refined by the phantom clone were scrapped. What's the situation? He unblocked the pill recipe? But, it can't solve the problem. It seems that you are not refining alchemy? Everyone looked at each other, and none of the Tianyi Divine Kingdom, the Alchemist Guild, the Martial God Mansion, the Lin family, the messengers of the Divine Realm, etc., understood what Lin Chen was doing. However, the sharp-eyed old antiques of Shenzhou suddenly stared at them. They found that whenever Lin Chen's clone failed to refine the medicinal Materials, the content of his pill recipes would start to change drastically. And in large numbers. Suddenly, an old man in gray stood up abruptly, staring at Lin Chen as if he had seen a ghost. It's Master Hua, from the refining world of Shenzhou. Did he notice Lin Chen's trick? When the pharmacists in Shenzhou exclaimed, several more Taishan Beidu from the alchemy world suddenly stood up. His expression was full of shock. Finally, more and more pharmacists noticed Lin Chen's intentions. Hey. I'll be darling, is this young man for real? He actually modified and reorganized the pill recipe at the scene of the 5 Continents Divine Association. The alchemy masters lost their voices in horror. Modify the content and reorganize the pill recipe. The vastness of the contents of a roll of high-grade Shenden's pill recipe has made people's scalp tingle. Reorganizing the pill recipe is no less than creating a new roll of pill recipe. A volume of high-grade pill recipes, at least the master of refining medicine has tried countless times, and it takes thousands of years of accumulation and experimentation to create it. Lin Chen, he was going to reorganize the pill recipe on the spot and create another divine pill. A medicinal master's thousands of years of accumulation and massive treasures of knowledge brewed up the results. Does he want to complete it in such a short time? How crazy. Wrong. No. The corners of several alchemy masters trembled. If his goal is to win the top 3. A group of alchemy masters suddenly felt their scalps go numb, and a terrifying shock rushed to the cerebral cortex. He not only wants to reorganize Danfeng on the spot. He also has to refine it in the last period of time. Qin Shuangjue, who was about to step into Ningdan, noticed Lin Chen's intention, and his pupils shrank. She couldn't help muttering to herself. How much does this man want to show? At this moment, no one in the Lin family was unsettled. No one was unsettled. Hey. Lin Mingxiao's expression showed a frenzy. Why is my eldest nephew so enchanting? He is as strong as a monster without divine blood. Lin Wanqian cried with joy, her eyes silently watching the direction of the temple. No matter what his ranking is today, my sister-in-law will definitely be proud of him. In the Shenzhou camp, the powerhouses of the martial god mansion, who had remained calm before, now their mouths are slightly open, and they look like they have seen a ghost. Miss, this master, it's just going to be a day. On-site reorganization of high-grade god-level pill recipes? Thanks to him for figuring it out. What others didn't even dare to think about, he started with a mess. Wu Chongtian couldn't help shaking his head in amazement. It's really unruly. There's no limit to what you can do. Looking at his daughter's radiant eyes staring at Lin Chen, the future head of a generation of martial god palace, couldn't help sighing slightly. He understood more and more why Ling Shuang admired him so much. The 3 elders of the Alchemist Guild have their eyes bright. If this son can really complete the reorganization of the pill recipe, not to mention refining, just by virtue of this achievement, he will be comparable to some old monsters present. It's so daring to cover up Yuntian. This son's actions are simply incoherent. Zhao Jiuxiao of Tianyi Divine Kingdom was amazed, and his ministers called Lin Chen the evildoer. The owner of the Divine Wind Tower of the Shenzhou camp suddenly said, he is indeed more unruly than Chu Lang. Reorganizing the pill recipe will mean deducing a refining method that suits you within tens of millions of combinations. This is sour and refreshing. Even if there is a consciousness of the soul, it will make the scalp tingle. Not to mention, in such a short period of time. Lin Chen's eyes flashed in an instant, and the ancient urn, which was disillusioned with the golden rainbow, was blooming with divine brilliance. Constantly arranging and reorganizing, or adding new combinations, to enter. Consumes 5741 points of God-level rune energy, consumes 5,992 points of God-level rune energy, and is making up for the soul power consumed by the phantom clone. Lin Chen's 6 phantom clones are responsible for trying a large number of combinations of medicinal materials, while Lin Chen is responsible for rewriting all the steps that require the law and divine power to gather pills. An urgent and depressing atmosphere enveloped the audience. It seems that everyone has been brought into the atmosphere of rewriting. Danfeng almost makes people forget the passage of time. It's like witnessing a new turning point in the history of medicine refining. Step into the unimagined territory. I don't know how long the time passed, the strong Danxiang suddenly lingered in the audience, and a bunch of purple long rainbows shot straight into the sky. Someone has become a Dan. Everyone woke up like a dream. The first person to become an elixir was Su Jiaozhao, the alchemist from Shenzhou. He slapped the pill furnace with both hands. At this moment, he, who attracted much attention, seemed to usher in the highlight of his life. His pale face was full of enthusiasm and excitement, as if he had ushered in his highest masterpiece. The purple cloud and Danxia rising above the pill furnace filled the air, and the divinity of the pill was transformed into a petite and delicate baby girl, with a delicate pink and round face, looking around full of timidity. Mid-grade Shindan, divine nature. Even in the four-dimensional universe, there can still be a certain divine spirit body, and the divine nature is so strong that it is like a new four-dimensional life. Su Jiaozhao, with a resolute face, didn't take 2 breaths of majesty, and there were several Danxia clouds that were stirring up the wind and clouds. Someone has become a Dan. Only then did everyone come to their senses. They actually stared at Lin Chen for a month and didn't notice the surrounding situation. He rewrote the process of Dan Feng. It was really hard to look away, and even forgot the passage of time. When the old antiques woke up from a dream, they were amazed. Has the relationship passed for a month? As if it was only yesterday, the speed at which he reorganized the pill recipe was too smooth. Each of his clones has the same strength as the main body. When they cooperate with each other, they are smooth and seamless, far greater than the effect of 1+1. Hundreds of schools in 5 continents, the power of the giants of all parties represents people, and the eyes looking at Lin Chen at this time can be said to be extremely hot. He, Lin Chen alone, can top a Peerless medicine refining team. TSK, 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 if my Hume Palace soaks this man, it is directly equivalent to having a medicine refining master in the future. Lin Chen, he has to be friends with everything he says. Do everything you can to win him over. This son is very likely to be recruited into the realm of the gods in the future, the son-in-law of the golden turtle. He is really the son-in-law of the golden turtle. No, he is a special dragon-in-law. Once he turned into a dragon, he became a famous man. If you want to win him over, you have to get close. It doesn't matter whether it is male or female, young or old, as long as the people in charge of the giants, staring at Lin Chen, is like a drinker who has discovered 1,000-year-old wine, and a beautiful woman who has been thirsty for thousands of years waits for the person she loves. Anyone can see the infinite potential in him. More and more alchemists are turning into pills. At this time, there is less than half a month left until the end of the 5 continents God Fair. Some succeed, some fail. Some people enjoy honors, others suffer setbacks and fail to quit. But there is no doubt that everyone was suppressed by a certain area of the first venue. Ripples appeared in the space, and Qin Xuanjue and others also began to become pills. Her divine pill quality seems to be far superior to other middle-grade divine pills. In the past, she would definitely be proud of herself, but now when she became a Dan, her brows and eyes were full of loneliness. Sure enough, I still can't catch up with you. The distance between you and me is the difference between different dimensions. Ling Yan was helpless, the beauty sighed, and quietly stared at the most dazzling figure in the first venue. Time passed, and then, headed by Yi Qingguo, those extraordinary talents in the 5 continents finally began to become elixir. Boom! The world roared, and in the second venue, the first high-grade divine elixir was born, and the elixir was so powerful that it turned into an ice snake. Disdainful of the audience. Beneath the ice snake is an enchanting woman from Shenzhou. She is charming. And charming. Tanjuimiai from Shenzhou is also a rare medicine refining genius, which has attracted the attention of many old antiques. The strong Danxia turned into a 3-colored Dan ring, and a scream of contempt erupted, like a phoenix Ming, so shocked that the divine ice snake in the sky spit out letters, full of fear. I saw that the 3-color ice phoenix in the first venue was flapping its wings, and it was from the hands of Yi Qingguo. Tang Yuemei's pretty face was dignified. The people from the Yi family, in the God realm, are you coming to participate in the Wuzhou Divine Fair? Then, as time passed, another high-grade divine pill was born one after another. The visions are endless. It is really a battle between dragons and tigers, which is breathtaking. Every high-grade divine pill contains great temptation and value for every true God powerhouse. The higher the level of Shendan, the value increases tenfold or even dozens of times. Finally, with the last 5 days left in the 5 continents God Association, all the alchemists who have successfully refined their pills have already released their pills. The loser has already retired. Suddenly, a golden beam of light bloomed behind the venue, and the candles shone brightly in the sky. The sky was covered with golden afterglow, and everyone was dumbfounded. Because this is not a sign of an elixir, but a vision of a divine achievement. The ancient urn inscribed on the steel flew up again, showing another great achievement. Xingzhou Lin Chen, a person who has made great achievements, has achieved great achievements. It took 40 days to successfully reorganize the top grade pill recipe. At this moment, the powerhouses of the 5 continents camp took a breath of air. The Taishan Beidou in the refining world and the hidden masters were horrified and moved. Finished. Lin Chen actually accomplished this unprecedented feat. All the contents of the pill recipe suddenly gathered countless golden lights. Put it back into the pill recipe scroll, and fell onto Lin Chen's palm. Call out. Call out. Call out. All of Lin Chen's phantom clones surrounded Lin Chen, and mountains of inferior divine jade quickly appeared nearby. Millions of divine jade were burning wildly, making up for the lost divine soul power for Lin Chen. The soul of the phantom avatar can be made up with rune energy, but Lin Chen's body cannot, and needs to be restored by conventional means. It is thanks to his phantom avatar that he can reorganize the pill recipe. With the perfect cooperation of his powerful soul, he can reorganize a large number of medicinal material combinations at the highest speed day and night. And the ordinary pharmacist can't support it at all. With the effects of mind and talent, the realm of the gods and souls of the clones is more than 10 times higher than that of the same level, and the efficiency of the combination of these 6 gods is particularly terrifying. And the efficiency is completely multiplied. The Tianyi Divine Kingdom, the Alchemist Guild, the Martial God Mansion, the Lin family, the messengers of the divine realm, countless powerhouses were stunned. God-level alchemy masters need thousands of years of accumulation to brew the results of the pill recipe, and he has completely reorganized it in just 40 days. With the achievements and accumulation of thousands of years, he actually completed it in 40 days and nights. The divine jade burns with the radiance of a long rainbow, and surrounds him like a flying dragon, reflecting the last figure in the first venue. The silver robe is rolled up, the youth's waist is straight like a war spear. His face is firm and handsome, his eyebrows are high, and his eyes are like the stars in the night sky, showing a throbbing absolute spirit. The phantom avatar opened the air-planting bag, and listed a large number of medicinal materials suspended in the sky, like the stars shining in the night sky. Each medicinal plant glowed with a unique, divine light, like a little star, like a candle. The moment Lin Chen put away the pill recipe, the kamikaze rolled up from his palm. I have a unique skill, and I am willing to use the 3 inches of divine wind to refine the vicissitudes of life. A ray of divine wind swept across the long clouds, and a faint blue divine light burst into the first venue. The wind is like a song, roaring the island of the gods. The god wind is shocking, and it directly stirs the coldness of Zhou Tian. The azure divine wings, as clear as jade, unfolded from behind Lin Chen, as thin as cicada wings, and the divine light was bright. The dark blue leg armor stepped out, lingering with the immortal kamikaze. The dark blue armguards extend, blessing the gift of the divine wind. At this moment, everyone lost their minds for a while. The visions of Dan Xia of all his peers in refining medicine Tianjiao became his foil. The stalwart divine light of all kinds of feats is only worthy of being his embellishment. Walking lightly, Yi Qinggu was charming and enchanting, stepped back slightly, and smiled sweetly when leaning on the Tianzhu outside the venue. Next is the feast of the King of Speed. Let all beings indulge in your stunt, Lin Chen. The kamikaze circulated, Lin Chen's hands formed a seal, and he stepped out. Abruptly, tens of thousands of god-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures, dancing for the kamikaze. Sigh. Boom. At that moment, countless people witnessed an almost miraculous scene. In the swirling time and space, Lin Chen's figure disappeared. Only a wisp of the god wind whistled in the sky in the first venue. The host uses the ultimate function 6-piece set, and the speed of all attributes is increased 300 times, 400 times, 500 times, 700 times, 900 times. The kamikaze became more and more frantic, and in the end, only by perception. Can I vaguely feel that there is a divine light traveling through space, distorting time and space? The tens of thousands of god-level medicinal materials burst open at a terrifying speed. The essence of medicinal material energy flows out quickly, is condensed into a group, or is stored in batches, or is retained in a single piece, and will eventually gather together in different combinations. All the old antiques in the refining world were completely shocked. Too fast. It's so fast that it's not like refining medicine at all, it's like looking at the memories of refining medicine left by some spirits. It seems frantic and extremely fast, but in fact, each step is progressing steadily, and multiple steps overlap. The phantom clone is responsible for refining the divine jade and transferring it to the main body, while Lin Chen is full of firepower, refining the brand new triple extinction world pill. No, it should be said that it is a brand new medicine pill. After Lin Chen's reorganization and modification, the new pill recipe, the success probability of taking refining has increased to 50%, and it can even be higher if it is assisted by the law of fire. It was as if a seamless miracle scroll was presented in front of everyone, and when the miracle scroll slowly unfolded, everyone was silent in it. Even if it is the messenger of God's domain. They have never seen such a scene before. This is not the technique of refining medicine. This is the art of refining medicine. It was Lin Chen who sublimated it to this realm. Boom. Danxia rose to the sky, the three-colored Xinxia candles shone into the sky. And multiple groups of energies began to merge and gather down. When everyone came back to their senses this time, a few hours had passed, and they had already begun to step into the steps of gathering pills. Many pharmacists subconsciously tightened their heartstrings. The people of the guild raised their hearts to their throats. Here, it's Juden again. If Lin Chen does not completely overcome this problem, no matter how fast he is, it will be difficult to overcome this difficulty. Blue, orange, and green, the three clouds of radiance lingering around, suddenly soared into the sky. All the energies condensed into a group and gathered into a young pill. Become a dandy. After Lin Chen modified the pill recipe, he reorganized the pill recipe into the most suitable combination for him, without even needing the divine power of the law, completely overcoming the difficulty of this cultivation limit. As time passed, Lin Chen's figure was suspended in the air, his hands formed a seal, his left hand was thunder light, and his right hand was divine. Lin Chen even burned more divine jade, sending the energy of divine jade into it. Wuzhou Shenhui, when the last day comes. Sigh. Boom. 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 The sky is chaotic, the three-color Xinxia is completely natural, turned into a spiritual body, and a three-color magic pill is born. At this moment, everyone in the 5 continents camp stood up. Reorganize high-grade god-level pill recipes within the time limit of Shenhui. Refine the top-grade Shindan within 5 days. Then, when it was even more jaw-dropping, the three-color gorgeous divine elixir that Lin Chen refined, the divinity gradually transformed into a human form. Shindan's divinity has turned into a charming and cute girl, delicate and pink, and her appearance is exactly the same as Shenling Shuang before she grew up. Ah. Shenling Shuang whispered, her eyes twinkling with small stars, it's what I used to look like. Master still loves me, Master is the most handsome. At the moment when the divinity took shape, that petite Shenling Shuang strolled through the void and looked at the spiritual bodies of other medicinal herbs, and when they went up, they slapped them. Snapped. The ice snake that slaps the divine spirit body with a slap, and the sword tiger that slaps the divine spirit body with a slap in the back. The top-grade Shindan, born in the 3 major venues, was crushed to the ground, and he was terrified. Then, the young Shenling Shuang and Yiqingwu's 3-color ice phoenix hit it off. Everyone was stunned. Obviously, the divinity of this divine pill is obviously stronger than that of other top-grade pills. As soon as he was born, he mixed up with other gods. The chief elder of the alchemist guild said frantically. The refining world of Wuzhou is about to shake. Everyone knows very well what this moment means. The refining world of the 5 continents of the god realm has ushered in an unprecedented new star. The brilliance of his light will be sung for eternity, and no one in the world will not know it. Xingzhou, Lin Chen. Inside the temple, Yi Hongmeng watched the young man bathed in applause and glory in the first venue, his eyes moist. This is her Yi Hongmeng's son, his talent in refining medicine is not inferior to her own back then. Looking at Lin Chen and Yi Qinggu in the first venue, Yi Hongmeng's eyes filled with tears of hope. How similar this scene is. Yi Hongmeng was here back then, when he met the person he liked, he won the first place in the Shenhui, and he also stole his heart. Times have changed, and he and his son have stepped onto the stage again. The once brilliant Lin family and Yi family did not bring him any help. By himself, he still came to the realm of the gods, and came to the big stage of the 5 continents of the realm of the gods. Inside the 3 conference halls, those who were once enchanting and rampant for a lifetime are now bleak in front of that 3-colored divine pill. Representative judges from all major refining medicines from God's domain and 5 continents began to enter the arena. Wuzhou Shenhui has entered the final evaluation stage. In terms of quality and divinity, everyone is on a par, but only Lin Chen's elixir has a particularly strong divinity, and it's not at the same level as everyone else's. After a round of judging, the judges looked at each other. Although the result was obvious, they were the first to ask Lin Chen questions during the rigorous period. Little friend Lin Chen, what is the effect of your top-grade pill? Although your elixir is obviously divine and takes the shortest refining time, the effect of the elixir is also very important in the selection of the 5 continents divine association. When Lin Chen removed the ultimate Fengshen suit, he almost lost his footing. Dizzy, and his divine power was almost out of power. Fortunately, his body is strong, his qi and blood are strong, and he can still stand. Lin Chen smiled indifferently and said, the effect is very simple. After the improvement, all people below the 8th level of the gods can take it. If the user can refine the pills perfectly, they can improve 2 to 3 levels. Even if the refining fails, the side effects will only be lost falling into 2 realms, and the success rate is 50%. Hiss. The referees couldn't help, but all the powerhouses on the scene took a deep breath. What a goddamn monster. You can take it below the 8th level of the divine realm. What is the concept? It means that a person who is in the late stage of the 7th level of the gods is consummated, and takes this pill directly. As long as the refining of the gods is successful, he can rush to the 8th level of the gods and the realm of the gods and the Tao. It's just insane. And it's still a 50% probability, with 2 fights and 3. Don't say 50%, even if it's 10% probability, there will be countless people taking risks. A 50% probability is basically enough to make people excited to the point of madness. The little goblin couldn't help clapping and clapping. He is so excellent. The original version of the 333 destruction pill can only be taken below the 6th level realm, and it can be raised by 2 or 3 realms, and the success rate is only 30%. If it fails, it will drop 3 realms. Taking it under the 6th level of the gods and taking it under the 8th level of the gods are 2 completely different concepts. There is no doubt that after Lin Chen's reorganization, its value has skyrocketed several times. Just looking at the value brought by the effect, this is definitely a divine pill that is comparable to the best divine pill. A referee trembled. So, what is the name of this pill? Lin Chen was calm and calmly smiled. After my divine pill was reorganized, based on the original pill recipe, the effect has changed greatly, and there is no name yet. As soon as he waved his hand, the divine elixir, which was transformed into a young Shenling Shuang, looked a little hesitant, but it still turned into a stream of light, turned back into a divine elixir, and fell into Lin Chen's palm like a spirituality. With the gorgeous divine pill wrapped around the three-color divine pattern in hand, Lin Chen smiled and said, since it is used to reverse the universe, today, I will call it, the triple reversal pill. The referees glanced at each other and looked in the direction of the temple, as if asking for the final referee's opinion. At this moment, an ethereal voice echoed. This triple reversal pill contains the universe, and the actual probability is more than 50%. If the law of fire is used to assist refining, the probability can be increased. Hearing this voice, Lin Chen seemed to have a slight throbbing in his blood. The referees were amazed. This pill actually hides such secrets. This son is indeed a monster. Lin Chen folded his fists and smiled, it's true. Then, the voice of the final referee began to rule on the results of the referee screening. For each pharmacist's refining results, she gave a sharp decision. For each different pharmacist, with a little guidance, the arrogance of the alchemists in the audience was stunned. Some even took out jade slips immediately and recorded what she said and pointed, and they were utterly enlightened. And, because of her corrections, there are 2 more thirds in this divine meeting. A hidden genius of Shenzhou and Xingzhou, the magic pills and effects they refined, and the time they took, are on a par, but due to the subtle judgments of the referees, they did not fully explain the efficacy of the 2. Almost unfair. After all, for such a large-scale divine meeting, the people who come here are not ordinary people, and only the existence of the extremely high realm can do it. The alchemists outside the 3 conference venues were simply amazed. As expected of a medicine refining giant from the Yi family, from the god realm, he is as strong as the old antique present, and he is far from being able to achieve this level. In the end, the results of the 5 continents divine association were, Lin Chen was first, Yi Qinggu was second, and the 2 geniuses tied for third. The Wushan Mansion and the Alchemist Guild erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. The Alchemist Guild and Tianyi Divine Kingdom shouted Lin Chen's name. Not only that, but many strong people in the Xingzhou camp broke out into deafening applause. Shenling Shuang raised her chest and said proudly, see, my master is the most powerful. Yes, yes. Wu Chongtian smiled helplessly, you, father was not so happy when he taught your family secret skills. Shenling Shuang smiled and clenched her pink fist, I want to become a master. Like a master? The 8 gods guards said in unison, not only, I'm afraid that he is going to become a master. Wu Chongtian, huh? On the other side, when Lin Wanxian and Lin Mingxiao were overjoyed, the faces of the elders of the Lin family turned pale. The representatives sent by the Lin family did not even enter the top 10. And Lin Chen, winning the first place, is more than turning the tide, it is simply breaking all the common sense in the refining world. 40 days to reorganize the top-grade pill recipe. In 5 days, refining a high-grade divine pill that is comparable to the best divine pill. Coupled with his terrifying combat power and bottomless background. With their own hands, they pushed these ancient and peerless characters out of the family's door. Not only is the road narrowed, but the road has been demolished. OM. The thunder light appeared, and a figure stepped on the thunder light and descended to the 3 major venues, overlooking the audience. In the Wuzhou camp, someone suddenly exclaimed. It's Emperor Lei. It is said that he was promoted to God's domain a few years ago. His divine king's coercion is even more severe than the old man in our family. When everyone was silent, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This person. Attributes are very bright. The white-haired, eagle-eyed Wang glanced at the audience and said. Indifferently, 3 days later, according to the rankers, they will meet. With the final referee in turn. For the top 10, report their own sex and noble families, don't delay. The time of the king. Lei Huang's arrogant demeanor was full of contempt. Remember, I have absolutely no interest in the psychological growth of waste, you inferior people. This king will not take a second look, and will not be sympathetic to the bottom of you, if it is not the great gift of the God realm gives you the passage to work hard to move up, and you are only worthy of living in the sewers of the God realm. Remember the top 10, don't delay this king's time, otherwise the ranking will be abolished, and within 3 days, report the sect and force you belong to, and you will not wait for it. The faces of the 5 continents' powerhouses present were very ugly. Lin Chen said to the little goblin, he's so attractive. Yi Qingguo took it seriously. After all, he is a person from the divine realm. Not of the same class as us, but a little bit of a drag. Lin Chen was stunned. It turned out to be the upper class, or the one that joined later. Looking at Lei Huang again, Lin Chen's eyes were very friendly. There are so many attribute light balls, it's a pity to live. Chapter 2040, the Lin family got the Tao, the prophecy of the number 1 in 10,000 years. In the lounge, Lin Chen is recovering with his knees crossed. There are a large number of law sound transmissions quietly entering from the outside world. Little friend Lin Chen, my sect is short of a general consultant for refining medicine. I wonder if you are interested? Brother Lin, the little girl even watched the miracle of Xiongtai, and she admired it very much. Can you talk about it at night? Brother Chen, I will need my Chen family in the future. Say hello and go. Through fire and water, even if it is a volcano. Shenzhou, the Yun family, the dowry is 100,000 jade, the beauties can be chosen by you, Brother Lin, are you interested? Crooked bye bye bye? Bye bye bab? Even if the secret room of the Island of God is extremely quiet, it is still inevitable that the big man above the 8th level of the gods will send out voice transmissions. Even though everyone knew that Lin Chen should not be disturbed at this time, they were afraid that they would miss a good opportunity to win over, so they had to disturb him if they didn't. Lin Chen refused invitations and meetings from all forces and let them do whatever they want. Following that, all parties had their meanings, and Yi Qingguo accepted everyone's meanings instead of Lin Chen. So things became very interesting, but Lin Chen didn't know how interesting it was. Lin Chen only focused on cultivating the spirit and soul realm, and he didn't hear anything outside the window. The third mind was only willing to cultivate for progress, the 4th consciousness was only for the great cause, and the 5th one was just like water. This time, I have obtained a lot of spiritual attribute light balls. In addition, the alchemy is approaching its limit, which has made my law of thunder improve a lot. Maybe soon, I will be able to hit the realm of attainments. Dozens of hours passed, and when the retreat ended, Lin Chen adjusted to the best state. He opened his eyes, and there was black electricity in his eyes, deep and vast. If there was a monstrous fighting intent, it's not far from the middle stage of the divine soul realm. If I can break through, with my Tai Fu Tian art, I will have few opponents in the divine soul realm. Looking at the 3-color gorgeous divine pill in the palm of his hand, Lin Chen finally did not take it, but carefully put it away. Now is not the time to take it. 1 is the cultivation base. It is 2. Wasteful to use this pill before reaching the 3rd level of the divine realm. The second is that this pill can only be taken once, so you must seize the opportunity. The third is what will happen next, no one can predict. To convey his position and will of Lin Chen to the whole four-dimensional universe, whether it is life or death. Whether to continue to kneel on the iron law of the rise and fall of history, or to the end of a new road. Only those who have set foot on that road can see whether there is an end. Lin Chen retreated from the door of the secret room and walked to the temple of the island of the gods. Today is the time to meet the final judge. The temple, the chamber of the gods. The 10 god kings from God's domain are high above, overlooking Lin Chen. The new baby tiger, you are here. A white-robed god king smiled gracefully. Lin Chen nodded slightly, but did not speak. The white-clothed god king didn't blame Lin Chen, but smiled, although there is a lot to tell you, you must have been looking forward to your championship reward for a long time, so let you accept the reward first and get the most powerful alchemist in the realm of God. Point. The white-robed god king opened a passage to the temple for Lin Chen, and Lin Chen stepped in slowly. The sky was spinning, time and space were spinning, and Lin Chen came to a water pavilion. In the pavilion, on the pavilion, stood a lonely shadow, and the splendid divine brilliance of 9 lights and colors flowed around her, like a star and a moon, with a splendid demeanor, like a mysterious girl in 9 days. Lin Chen stepped into the pavilion, his heart throbbing inexplicably. From the blood-connected family, tell him the identity of the woman in front of him. When she looked back suddenly, she lifted the veil, her phoenix eyes were soft and unbelievable. Is that you? Xingchen. Lin Chen's palm trembled, and after taking a deep breath, it's me. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen still said that sentence. Mother, I'm back. Yi Hongming's eyes were full of hot tears, and when she held her son's hands in the past, she burst into tears unknowingly. Mother and son met, Yi Hongming and Lin Chen talked for a long time in the pavilion. This space was specially used to guide the alchemist to win the Shenhui. For a short time, there was no strong person from the Yi family watching. The mother and son talked for a long time. From Kyushu to the Holy Realm, from the Holy Realm to the God Realm, Lin Chen almost explained his experience. Yi Hongming was amazed by her son's experience, heart palpitated by his courage, and heartbroken by his tempering. Although based on her experience, it can be seen that her son is hiding some secrets, but as a mother, she will never go into depth. Being able to return to himself is the greatest gift to himself. Yi Hongming said in surprise, you have practiced the method of that Futian Emperor? Lin Chen nodded and said, yes, from the lower realm to this point, I was influenced by a lot of thoughts when I was young. Until I understand his old man's thoughts, I would like to embark on the same path as him. Yi Hongming's heart shook. As a person from the divine realm, even though she could not help herself, since she was a child, she fully understands the weight of these words. Yi Hongming rubbed his hair and said with relief, okay, good, good. My son is good, no matter what path you embark on, my mother will support you. No matter if you are named after Lin Chen or Lin Xingchen, mother has no opinion. There was a warm feeling in his heart. Lin Chen grinned and said, let's call Lin Chen, I'm used to it. Mother. The emotion in his heart was hidden in his heart, and Lin Chen asked the doubts in his heart. If I am the real Lin Xingchen, what is going on with the other Lin Xingchen? And the calculation result of that calculator back then. Aunt Lin Wanqian. said that only a very few people in the Lin family knew about it. What happened? Talking about this matter, Yang Mingfeng's eyes narrowed, and her expression was extremely solemn. Holding his son's palm tightly, Yi Hongmeng took a deep breath and brought up the past. Xingchen, listen carefully. When you were born back then, you recruited endless visions of heaven and earth, monopolized the secrets of heaven, and caused the realm of the gods to shake. That mathematician came to the door in person to do the math for our Lin family. The result of its deduction and calculation predicts that in the near future, my Lin family will take full advantage of the heavens, and there will be a new star that will shine on the human race. This star will cover everyone's light. Yi Hongming's demeanor was extremely solemn. At that time, the Lin family will be enlightened and monopolize the secret, and there will be one, the ancestor of the gods. His heart suddenly trembled, and Lin Chen's eyes showed shock. God? Ancestor? Yi Hongmeng continued to solve the doubts for Lin Chen. According to the existing historical records of the gods of the gods are arranged in the order of true gods, god kings, god masters, and the highest god emperor. But in fact, above the god emperor, there is still a higher realm, that is, the realm of the ancestors. When the four-dimensional universe first opened, all the clans were born, and when they flourished to their peak, the Azura clan had an Azura ancestor who ruled all directions. The dragon family has the first ancestral dragon born in heaven and earth, the origin of Wang. And the first demon, the ancestor of the demon clan. At that time, the three clans stood on top of each other, and the human clan could only survive in the cracks. Later, the human race rose up and gave birth to the first god ancestor, Emperor Qin. He is a human race, a pioneer. The Emperor Qin unified the human race of the gods, making the race the fourth largest force. At the end of the four-dimensional universe, the strongest of the four races discovered something, and a battle broke out for it. According to historical records, that battle ordered all things in heaven and earth will perish, and the ancestors of the four clans will disappear. After the four ancestors disappeared, the various clans returned to the situation of division and hegemony, while the human race added a god clan, and no god ancestor came to heaven and earth again. In the future history, the human race reappeared a shocking person. His origin was ordinary. He came from the people of the human race, but he possessed a mighty power that is rare in the world. Even the achievements of the Qin Emperor were compared with him. A little less. He is the later Emperor Futian. When he became a god emperor, he suppressed all the enemies in the world, and the people who followed him swept all the enemies in the world, reaching the level of four-dimensional invincibility. They once destroyed the three gods in the human race. They were the closest to the secret of the four ancestors' war. And at that time, the closest to the ancestral realm was Emperor Futian. But according to my mother's understanding, he seems to have never set foot in that field for some reason, and eventually disappeared. Lin Chen was shocked. These historical secrets that are older than the ancient times, I am afraid that only God's domain can access them. Yi Hongmeng said earnestly, and my Lin family is the moment of enlightenment in the history of the human race. The mathematician calculated that a god ancestor will be born in the Lin family. Once the god ancestor comes, in this age of gods without ancestors, an ancestor must decide everything. Later, because of the leak of the prophecy, the name of Lin Jialan Xingchen was given the title of number one in the god realm. The Lin family prophesied its rise and then fell because of it. Back then, the three god races decided to obliterate your existence. The Lin family tried their best to resist, out of the realm of the gods, and the people who were chasing us were too powerful. Scattered. At that time, in order to protect your safety, Xiaoyao removed the aura of being a four-dimensional human race for you, and used his own divine blood to stimulate the divine blood in your body, stripping the blood from your body. Otherwise, you would be extremely vulnerable in the lower realm. Found. Yi Hongmeng stretched out her palm and drew a circle with her fingertips. The Lin family's bloodline is particularly strong, and it takes relatives who are directly related to the gods to produce a bloodline reaction and strip it off. In hindsight, this is the news that the god-level mathematician deliberately leaked, and her goal is your god blood. Xiaoyao, your father, he is very likely to be harmed by him, and the blood of the gods fell into his hands. And the Lin Xingchen you encountered may be the container she used to create your divine blood. Talking about this, clear tears fell on her cheeks. Yi Hongmeng sobbed silently. Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression was terribly calm. He has basically guessed the other party's intentions. The number one mathematician in the realm of the gods, the goal is to create a god ancestor. No wonder the Lin family only expelled God's domain after this catastrophe. Not destroyed it. That mathematician wants to monopolize the secret and create a human ancestor with his own hands. Yi Hongmeng wiped away the tears, and a mother Zagong's perseverance appeared between her brows. She said solemnly, "Chener, your bloodline has been brewing in him for many years, and it has already been very compatible. As long as he is still alive, it is almost impossible to regain the bloodline. The only way is to cut the grass and eradicate the roots. Chener, remember, between you and him only one can live. Between you, there must be one person who takes advantage of the heavens and becomes the ancestor of the gods. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that it is him. Before that, you must destroy him in advance. Once he really steps into the realm of the ancestors, Chener, you can escape as far as you can. Get away from the realm of the gods and escape to a more distant three-dimensional universe. Faced with a god ancestor, whether it is a god master or a god emperor, there is absolutely no possibility of a comeback." Yi Hongmeng's advice alerted Lin Chen to a thought. He is now in a race against time with Lin Xingchen. Judging from the reaction of the Lin family, it is very likely that the future Lin Xingchen will return to the Lin family, take over the Lin family, and then return to the god realm. At that time, he will stand on the side of the three major gods, and it can be said that he has all the advantages. Just being a powerhouse in the God-King realm, Lin Chen has never really fought a battle, let alone a higher-level God Lord, or even a God Emperor. The ancestor of the gods can surpass the Emperor of gods, and maybe he can really decide everything by himself. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Now, clear the clouds and see the sky. The first mathematician sets up the bureau, the first in the realm of the gods, and the future ancestor of the gods. The cause and effect of the Lin family are completely solved. What Lin Chen is going to do will still not change. But the goal of the road has an invisible behemoth. Yi Hongmeng took out an exquisite sapphire jade ring and solemnly gave it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was puzzled. "Mother, what is this thing?" "This thing is not a ring, nor is it a chi transport capsule, but a unique space artifact." Yi Hongmeng smiled. "This thing is your father's reassurance ring when he was engaged to me. All the things I carry with me are under the supervision of the Yi family, only this thing is one of my personal things, which is closely related to my bloodline. Connected, the Yi family has no way to supervise. There are some things I have prepared for you in it, you will definitely be able to use it in the future. Yi Hongming hugged Lin Chen, forgive my mother for not being by your side yet, but one day, we will be reunited. Lin Chen patted her on the shoulder and said with a smile, I will definitely. My son promises. Mother and son met and talked for a long time. Before she knew it, Yi Hongming was looking forward to seeing her daughter-in-law. Time has passed the boundaries that God will require. When parting, Yi Hongming was so unbearable that she only left a sentence of, be careful with everything. Next, Yi Qingguo, who was ranked second, entered the secret realm. Auntie, have you talked to Lin Chen? Yi Qingguo sat beside her very familiarly. Yi Hongming wiped away the tears and smiled slightly. Of course, he is my proudest son. Qingguo, I have something for you. Yi Hongming gave a pair of jade boxes to Yi Qingguo. Unleashing a ray of divine soul to explore, Yi Qingguo Shui was condensed. Extremely moving. Isn't this your proud work? What Yi Qingguo handed over was a divine elixir the size of a dragon's eye. This divine pill, the divine nature, is even stronger than Lin Chen's triple reversal, by more than 1 grade. Yi Hongming showed a smile. Take it, Chen's realm is far from the time to take it, but you are different. If you can go further, you can refine it. Go over half a step to the God King, and reach the God's King's realm. Even though this child Chener met me for the first time, the arrogance in his bones cannot be hidden in my mother's eyes. Presumably soon, there will be more difficulties waiting for him. I hope you can help him through this difficult time together. Yi Qingguo's rare and solemn expression, Auntie, I will live and die with him. Auntie, please guide me, I still want to learn medicine refining. Hearing her request, Yi Hongming was startled. How could this lawless little goblin still take the initiative to study? When she was in Ye's house, it was entirely because of Ye's rules that she half-heartedly set foot on the journey of becoming a pharmacist. Even so, she still cultivated to the rank of a high-rank god-level alchemist, which shows her own high talent. Yi Hongming smiled and said, why? Yi Qingguo burst into a smile. To help him more. Strolling down the forest path, Lin Chen turned on the system. Tian Dao picking genus system version 9.0, host, Lin Chen. Cultivation. Divine realm double perfection, divine essence, 159.8 billion points. Ultimate strength, 4850 desolate strength, meat shell awakening, plus 600%, God. Level chi and blood, 81.2 billion points. God level spiritual power, 2.1 billion, the peak of the initial stage of the spirit realm. God level martial arts essence, 2.3 billion, God level rune energy, 1.7 billion, God level Tian Dao value, 98.02 million points. God level talent points, 78.9 million points, advanced set essence, 400,000 points. Saint level reinforcement points, 68 billion points. God level attributes, fire 1.7 billion, earth 16.66 million, wood 19.8 million, gold 18.42 million, water 29.25 million, thunder 1.5 billion, wind 17.61 million, light 18.25 million, dark 19.52 million. Outfit column, ultimate gold god of war outfit 40% charge. Ultimate Peerless. Suit armor, leg armor, armor, Peerless wings, full charge, 100% god of war. Suit armor charge 100%. Talent column available in 4D extreme god possession, instant light and shadow, god killer, god rebellion, ultimate heaven rebellion. Treasures with special attributes, shards of red level exercises, 3/4. Godhead column, idol godhead, undead godhead, divine lead godhead fragment. May 6th, Shura natural enemy godhead fragment, February 6th. System, the 7th stage of awakening the flesh shell. Consumes 20 million god-level Heavenly Dao points, and the host's flesh shell. Awakening stage reaches the 7th level. Ultimate power, 5,542 barren power. A beam shot down from the top of Lin Chen's head, and the deep purple brilliance was filled with divine power. Lin Chen felt a little pain in the flesh, tooted his mouth and said, in the awakening stage of the flesh shell, the further back you go, the consumption of attribute values is as outrageous as flying up. After Lin Chen's ancient dragon was promoted to the divine dragon, his body refining power could be perfectly superimposed with the state of dragon possessed. If you use the golden god of war set on this basis, you will gain a power boost far beyond normal use. In the face of the next situation, Lin Chen can improve by 1 point. While strolling, Lin Chen stared at the system and calculated if it is used for combat and refining medicine, the charging speed of the function suit is still too fast. In order to race against time to refine the triple reversal pill at the God conference, Lin Chen's suit essence was consumed a lot. Under normal circumstances, refining medicine with the function set is a luxury. Any of Lin Chen's divine suits will only consume 100% of the charge when it reaches the complete suit. For example, if Lin Chen keeps using the complete golden god of war suit, and the recharge can't reach 100%, he will always be hovering between consumption and replenishment. Then, a strand of Lin Chen's divine soul infiltrated the space divine ring left by Yang Meng. I don't know if I don't see it, it's really shocking to see it. Thousands of divine pills are sealed in the vast space divine ring. No, just in terms of numbers, maybe more than 10,000. Lin Chen was stunned. The medicinal pills in the spiritual ring had many functions, such as healing wounds, body refining, healing spirits, breaking bones to generate blood, prolonging life and detoxifying, and so on. Too much. From low-grade to high-grade magic pills, everything. Moreover, even if it is a low-grade shindan, it is of the highest quality. It is rude to say that the value of this divine ring exceeds all of Lin Chen's net worth. It was all about the medicinal pill resources Yi Hongmeng had prepared for Lin Chen during the house arrest period of the Yi family. In order to consider whether Lin Chen's cultivation was insufficient, she specially prepared different grades and types of medicinal pills. Although he was under house arrest in Ye's house, with Yi Hongming's ability as a god-level medicine refining giant, someone could ask for it at any time. If he wanted to refine medicine, and resources such as medicinal herbs and pills could be saved a little from the time of refining medicine. These medicinal pill reserves are really timely. Lin Chen put away the divine ring. When the goblin's guidance was over, the two met from outside the temple. She threw a few rings to Lin Chen at will, which made Lin Chen stunned. There are dozens of artifacts alone. After investigating, Lin Chen was even more surprised. Where did you get so many good things? Yi Qinggu smiled slyly. Of course it's someone else's meaning, you don't want to mean it, but I mean it for you. Lin Chen was stunned, and gave Yi Qinggu a very interesting look. 7 days later, in the temple square of the Island of the Gods, there are many gods around it, showing the great achievements of the arrogant people. A large number of powerhouses and forces from 5 continents have gathered here, and today is a glorious moment to witness the entry of each family into the realm of the gods. The 9 gods of the gods appeared, the white-clothed god, and Xing Qianyue took the lead, while Yi Hongming seemed to be taken away early and did not appear. Xing Qianyue was elegant and graceful, and smiled brightly, before announcing the power and list of entering the realm of the gods. There is a news announcement on the top today. Qiani Divine Kingdom, the Alchemist Guild and the others were shocked. Top? The origin of this Xing Qianyue is not only as simple as the king of the gods, but also has an inextricable relationship with the gods. What he said above, is it? Xing Qianyue raised his hand slowly and faced Lin Chen. Xingzhou Lin Chen, in view of your outstanding achievements, I made an exception and gave you a place to join the Protoss. As soon as this announcement came out, the audience was in an uproar. The powerhouses of countless forces cast envious glances. Stunned, shocked, and even gnashing of teeth, with jealousy. In particular, the Lin family and others were dumbfounded. Lin Chen actually obtained the qualification to join the Protoss just by virtue of his great achievements. If it is said that the god of the gods is above the 5 continents, then the gods are the masters of the gods, and the true gods who join the gods have to bow their heads and honor themselves. Xing Qianyue smiled politely. Lin Chen, come up and receive the reward. From the moment you step into the realm of the gods, you will be a member of my god clan, achieve immortal achievements, and create great glory. Everyone focused their attention on Lin Chen. Xing Qianyue smiled even more. No one in this world could refuse such an opportunity. Becoming a Protoss will mean gaining access to the highest level of the divine realm. The silver robe was rolled up, and Lin Chen stepped forward. Suddenly, the wind picked up, and the situation changed suddenly. When everyone was suffocated, a golden armored figure suddenly appeared in front of them. A ray of golden light from the god of war ripped apart the sky, and when it slowly shone down, the god of war, shining with golden light, appeared in an instant. He holds a sharp spear in his hand, the tip of the spear plows the ground. He strides forward, his cloak is rolled up, and his fighting spirit is soaring into the sky. In the next moment, Lin Chen turned around abruptly and swept the gun with one hand. The tip of the spear erupted with dazzling divine light, and a bunch of golden spears swept up. With Lin Chen as the center, it roared like a tornado, sweeping the entire island of the gods. The sky-shattering gun wind burst out with unparalleled might, crushing the barrier protecting the steel, and smashing thousands of steels. Boom! The swirling golden gun wind swept across the island of the gods, the gravel flew around, and the enchantment collapsed. Everyone was stunned, their mouths slightly opened. Boom! 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 A large number of gravestones inscribed with magical achievements fell from the sky and piled up like a mountain of debris. The divine light is dazzling, and it comes into view, and everyone can see an unforgettable scene in this life. Under the slanting light of the golden divine light, the cloak is rolled up. Wearing a golden armor, stepping on the monuments of the gods, and facing the kings of the gods. He held the god of war spear, pointed to the realm of the gods from a distance, made a great deal, and shook the sky with his fighting spirit, and drank it coldly, with absolute aura. I, Lin Chen, today, in the name of Futian, hereby declare, I take the spear as my intention and the king of gods as sacrifices. With the will of the oppressed of all beings, here I declare war on the 3 gods of the gods. Until they die. Xing Qianyue's smile stopped abruptly. This moment is the moment when Lin Chen expresses his position to the full 4-dimensional universe. The pupils of the powerhouses of the 5 continents shrank. The 3 gods have been standing in the realm of the gods since the Qin Emperor's time until today. They symbolize the reincarnation of history, no matter how many times they will make a comeback, go deep into the human race again, climb to the top of the people of the human race, and trample all beings under their feet. The 3 gods will never fall. For thousands of epochs, no one has ever dared to challenge the 3 god races. No, there was one. Emperor Futian, Hao Futian. 100 years of reincarnation, regaining Ling Yunji. Oh dear Lord, who domains the fate of this world? This time, it's Lin Chen's turn. This will transcend dimensions, transcend space, and at this moment, later, people embark on a journey again. He came this time to declare war on the Protoss. Qin Shuangjia's pupils shrank, and she thought that Lin Chen had intentions. But she didn't expect to be so bold. Declaring war on the 3 gods is almost equivalent to declaring death. In the god realm, no one can resist the 3 god races. Zhao Jiuxiao of Tianyi Divine Kingdom was stunned. Even the eldest prince, who was as expected, was full of surprise, not expecting it. He only thought that Lin Chen would not wear the shackles of God's domain. But he didn't expect that he would smash everyone's shackles with his backhand. Wuchang Tian of Wushan Mansion looked extremely solemn. Every stone and every tree in the island of the gods was established by the gods. Lin Chen smashed all the monuments of magical achievements with one shot. And the realm of the gods could also instantly perceive it. Once this is done, there is no turning back. Completely stand on the opposite side of God's domain. The eyelids of the 3 elders of the Alchemist Guild jumped wildly. Should it be said that the Holy King can stun the young people of all gods? It's really daring and unparalleled in the world. This little guy is really challenging the 3 gods? The hearts of the seniors could not stand the shock of this terrifying world. Wu Changtian thought to himself, "You new baby tiger, now is not the time for you to roar in the mountains." Seeing his daughter's tensed face, Wu Changtian let out a long sigh, and sent a sound transmission to the 8 gods. Send a message with divine blood and mobilize all the shadow teams in my Wushan Palace. Prepare to rescue this child. Yagami Guard was horrified. The Shadow Team is the most secretive force of the Martial God Palace. Except for the very core few people in the God Palace, no one can command it except the current God Palace Master. Moreover, the Shadow Team is often dealing with the core secrets of the Wushan Palace and solving the most critical characters. Now, in order to protect a young man, do you want to use a Shadow Team? As expected of the future uncle, the 8 gods guard quietly retreated. When the hundreds of schools of all parties were so shocked that they did not return to their senses, the 9 great gods slowly got up. The god of war spear pointed at the 9 god kings, and Lin Chen's pure power was soaring all the way. Xing Qianyue, who was headed by him, had an icy expression on his face, and his previous gentle and elegant appearance had completely disappeared, and some were filled with endless contempt and contempt. Xing Qianyue said indifferently, "Mayfly ants are also worthy of resisting divine power?" Lei Huang sneered, "I said earlier, this kind of low-level waste is not worthy of becoming a member of God's domain." Just when Xing Qianyue was about to deal with Lin Chen himself, Lei Huang raised his hand. "It's not our turn to surrender ourselves, to deal with him." Boom. 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 Shinshi burned, a beam of brilliant divine light descended from the sky, and a large number of figures stepped into the plaza of the island of the gods. The powerhouses of the 5 continents were shocked, and they retreated one after another, and even used their movements to retreat to the edge of the Island of God. These are all the powerhouses from the God realm, the masters who guarded the islands of the gods in the past, and the lowest ones are also the powerhouses. At the 9th level of the God realm, the number alone exceeds the number of hundreds, and there are 10 half-step God Kings leading the team. The further the realm goes, the more terrifying it is. The 9th level of the gods is a top powerhouse anywhere in the 5 continents. Everyone hurriedly backed away, for fear of harming Chiyu. Those forces who wanted to befriend Lin Chen before, hurriedly distanced themselves from their relationship. No matter how great Lin Chen's potential is, as long as he declares war on the Protoss, he is a dead man. To have a relationship with him is to court death. Among the 9 great god kings of the god realm, a beautiful woman with blue eyes said indifferently, although the sun's gun just now has the power of more than half a step god king, but it's nothing more than that. The voice just fell. Boom. The golden brilliance filled the sky, and a golden ray of divine light bloomed on the top of Lin Chen's head, which was burning with divine brilliance. Consumes 350,000 God-level talent points. The host activates the orange level Advanced God Killer talent, and those who are hostile to the host, 1502, and begin to enter the God Killer talent state. Lin Chen's 2nd level perfect state temporarily broke through the 3rd level initial stage, and the cultivation of the divine body suddenly skyrocketed. The power of the 2 laws is even more powerful, and the power of body refining has skyrocketed by tens of thousands of barren power, making the increase of the golden god of war set a further level. In the past, Lin Chen, who used God Killer, could at least raise several realms on the spot, but this time he could only raise 1 realm. One is that Lin Chen's foundation is too strong, and the other is the high level talent of the orange rank. Facing such a series of battles, he can no longer become a killer. However, Lin Chen's trump card on this trip is far more than that. At the moment when the golden light god blessed him into the body, Lin Chen, who was wearing golden armor, was surging with red glow all over his body, and he burst into a terrifying momentum. Boom. 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 The entire island of the gods is crumbling. What? The gods were horrified, and the contemptuous colors of the 9 god kings finally appeared moving. Consumes 22 million god-level talent points. The host opens the orange level top-level god-defying talent, and the true gods who are hostile to the host. 1502, God King, 12. The higher the enemy's divinity, the stronger the talent. Enhancement power, the attack and defense can be broken, and the real damage of the enemy's remaining attack power can be given, and the state begins to enter the state of divine rebellious talent. Lin Chen's realm soared again, and pure power surged through hundreds of thousands of barren powers, making the golden god of war set bloom with unprecedented power. At the moment when the divine power soared, the law of thunder and the law of fire in Lin Chen's body more than doubled. Lin Chen's cultivation level broke through the middle stage of the 3rd stage, the late stage of the 3rd stage, and the perfection of the 3rd stage in a blink of an eye. The early stage of the 4th stage, the middle stage of the 4th stage, the late stage of the 4th stage, and the completion of the 4th stage. In the end, it temporarily broke through the barrier of the 5th level of the gods and soared to the early stage of the 5th level of the gods. At this moment, the corners of the mouths of countless powerhouses in the 5 continents of the god realm trembled. Especially the old antiques with powerful souls almost felt an absolute sense of oppression. Several old antiques trembled. At this moment, his soul is stronger than our old guys. Not only that, the sense of oppression brought by his pure power, the old man has never seen it before. His cultivation has soared to 9 realms at once. It's too enchanting, this kind of method. The old man has only seen similar to those monsters in the Protoss. The black-armored man in the Qin family gasped, "My God, how much is this little guy hiding?" Now his breath is stronger than the 2 old monsters in the family. As soon as the 2 talents were displayed, Lin Chen's pure power temporarily reached an unprecedented height, making the power of the Golden God of War's power increased by more than 100 million yuan. Boom! Almost in an instant, Lin Chen stepped abruptly, smashing the crust, and the ley lines of the Island of God were shaken to open a spider web-like crack. Wrong! The 9 God Kings exclaimed in unison, and instinctively stepped back. All the 9th level and half-step God Kings of the God realm suddenly felt their scalps tingle, and their tricks came down to the world to protect their gods. Even before hundreds of powerful gods could make moves in the future, Lin Chen's war god armor surged with divine brilliance, and he swung his gun with one hand. The power of the God of War spear pierced through the space, and the golden spear wind that destroyed the world and the sky swept across, and spread around in the 4-dimensional universe with the power hundreds of times faster than the speed of sound. The ley lines were crushed and opened by the wind of the spear, and the giant palaces and temples in the Island of God, the mountains and rivers of Senyu, were torn apart in an instant, and the fragments were thrown into the sky. Click! Boom! 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 The entire Island of the Gods exploded, cracked. The spear wind formed by Lin Chen's wielding the God of War spear turned into a giant tornado storm that pierced the sky, shattering everything, causing the laws of the powerhouses of God's domain to collapse at the touch of a touch. And they were swept all over the sky. The people who were far away were stunned by the aftermath. This shot, how terrifying, is simply a shot of the God King. Suddenly, a few sharp-eyed God Kings could not help shrinking their pupils. Especially Wu Changtian, who was protecting the martial God mansion. He almost witnessed this incredible scene for the first time. Those who were blown away at the 9th level of the God realm, with a few clicks, cracks appeared on their faces and gods, and their expressions were unbelievable. Cracks filled their whole bodies. Those who were placed in the martial God palace were also first class in the 9th level of the God realm. They were swept up by the gust of wind in the sky, and they disappeared in the air like fragments flying. At this moment, the golden-armored figure, with his feet on the steel, stood in front of the gods, his pupils reflecting the blue light. Consuming 40 million God-level talent points, the host opens the strongest orange-level talent, the ultimate rebel, extreme attack, extreme destruction. Entering the state of the ultimate rebel, breaking defense, killing instantly. Chapter. The gust of wind raged, and the fragments of the god's body were turned into dust and withered. The attribute rays of light from the sky are suspended in the sky. This is almost the first time that Lin Chen has killed the enemy of the 9th level cultivation base of the gods, and there are still more than 100. Those half-step God Kings who were shattered but not yet injured were in shock. And their scalps were numb. So monstrous. Even the God King does not have such terrifying lethality. Instantly kill 100 gods at the 9th level, this is all a first-class powerhouse. The Island of the Gods was torn apart, but not completely collapsed due to the support of the great power of the gods for a long time. Until the Island of the Gods, which symbolized the recognition of the gods, collapsed, many people had not recovered. Dead? Until the sky, except for the half-step God King, there is no one left in the ninth level of the gods. Only then did everyone realize the seriousness of the matter. The powerhouses of the 5 continents suddenly felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet to the sky. When Lin Chen declared war on God's domain, they still thought it was a young and vigorous, petty fight. But this handwriting is definitely not the level of petty trouble. The 9th level of the gods, which is enough to gallop in Wuzhou and Jiahai, may not have a god-level 9th level even in the ancient giants, but it shattered like a porcelain in front of this child's shot? A real instant kill. It makes no sense. There is no common sense. The strong men whose hearts were trembling, the expressions on their faces were no longer horror, but naked fright. Anyone who sees the scene can't keep calm. Kill 100 gods at the 9th level with one shot. His strength is still unfathomable. This is the man who challenges theocracy. Unprecedented riots. A wave of blood rushed into Lin Mingxia's heart after a long absence. Good guy, as Qingwu said, how can my eldest nephew really come here? His palm clenched the handle of the knife instantly. The melee is coming. The blue-eyed beauty transformed into a giant green snake, stepping on the green snake, overlooking the signs of the island's fiasco, and said sternly, I have sent a message to the god's domain, this is no trivial matter. A black-shirted god king has sharp eyebrows, there is a dragon between the fish and shrimp, we underestimate him. The green-haired king with scales on his face glanced at Lei Huang and sneered, high-level boss, why don't you speak? Before Lei Huang said a word, a golden divine fist throbbing with pitch black thunder was reflected in his sight. The king of gods was instantly shocked. So fast? Boom. The golden divine light was entwined with the black thunder that was like a thundering snake. Lin Chen smashed the Thunder Emperor with one punch, and the law of thunder was soaring. The magic spear swung suddenly, Lin Chen smashed the void and swept away with a spear. The 8 god kings retreated by 3 points, the divine brilliance erupted from the spear tip, and the god kings were repelled by him with one shot. This king is the king of thunder and lightning, and controls thunder and lightning in front of this king. Kid, you are courting death. The Thunder Emperor's figure was fixed, he was suspended in the air, thunder snakes danced around his body, and the vortex of electro-optical thunderclouds enveloped the surrounding sky, shattering Lin Chen's beginningless thunder. The thunder vortex above his head was rolling, and the law of thunder of the god realm flashed, and the thunder roared. Lin Chen moved extremely fast with pure power, raised the god of war spear and smashed it down. The sky pierced through a golden spear of thunder and fire and fell down. Sigh. Tear. The law of thunder that covered the sky and thunder cloud suddenly shattered. And the Thunder Emperor was shocked, how can this law of fire be so strong? The divine sword appeared, and the 2 supreme artifacts, blood Lei Huang, that looked like a blood moon, were held in their hands. As soon as Lei Huang met face to face, he had to do his best to fight against Lin Chen with 2 swords. The spear shot out like a dragon, Lin Chen's war spear turned a pick into a thorn, and the stab turned into a sweep. The power of each shot was particularly terrifying, and it was all pure power of over 100 million baron power, making the Thunder Emperor's arm numb. The 2 fought for dozens of rounds in an instant, and the battle was turbulent, and the space was split inch by inch. Damn, why is this kid chasing after me? Lei Huang shouted angrily, don't fucking watch the show, help. The black-robed god king suddenly grabbed the knife, slicing the thunder light overflowing from the tip of Lin Chen's spear with one blade, and his eyes flickered. 100 million baron power? 10 million desolate power can be compared to the 9th level of the gods, and 50 million desolate power is comparable to the half-step god king, so 100 million desolate power is the real watershed. Ordinary creatures, if there is no chance to change their name against the sky, they will stop in front of the billions of barren power. The pure power of billions of desolate forces is comparable to that of a god. King. Go. Don't give this son a chance to suppress him. Everyone in the god's domain will arrive in a short time. If you want to kill him, it's easy. Be careful, his trick to instantly kill 100 gods at the 9th level will appear at some point. The god kings of the gods united into a battle line, the 7 god kings. Attacked in an instant, the laws roared, the sky fell, and Lin Chen was trapped in a heavy circle. Lin Chen mainly used his spearmanship to fight against the enemy Wang. And he fought fiercely against the 8 god kings, without giving in. Previously, the god kings from the major forces in the 5 continents still wanted to help the god realm, but seeing Lin Chen's battle strengthen this battle, he immediately retreated in his heart. Especially the Lin family and the others, Lin Xueqing was so shocked that her red lips were trembling. The combat power displayed by Lin Chen is simply different from when he was in the Lin family. Totally, not a conceptual level. One pick 8, or the God King, from the 8 gods. If it is the brother Xingchen that she is after, can it really achieve this level? Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanqian looked at each other, almost without hesitation. Rushed into the battle circle of the sky. What do you want to do? The 3 elders of the Lin family stopped them instantly. As you all know, participating in this battle is equivalent to putting the Lin family on the opposite side of God's domain. The Lin family can't bear such a heavy blow at this stage. The 3 elders shouted angrily. Lin Mingxiao raised the knife forward, with a knife in his hand, his tyrannical intent was soaring. It's your business that you want to recognize the thief as your father. In my eyes, he is my nephew. There is no reason for my eldest nephew to start a group. My uncle is watching the play next to him. If the Lin family doesn't even recognize this, it's fine if the Lin family doesn't wait. I'll only give you 3 old men 10 breaths. Either I come with me, or you can learn my sword tricks. Lin Mingxiao's arrogance shocked the 3 elders. Lin Chen's potential is definitely against the sky, but how dare they bet the Lin family too? Almost without 2 breaths, Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanqian rushed past the obstruction of the 3 elders and rushed into the battle circle. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. When the 10 half-step god kings came to their senses, they stopped Lin Wanqian and Lin Mingxiao out of thin air. If they fight against Lin Chen, they are afraid that they will only make promises, and they will strike hard when they block other god kings. Lin Wanqian snorted coldly, "Leave them to me." Lin Mingxiao nodded, with a sword in hand, the sword gas transformed into a dragon, breaking through the interception line of the 10 half-step god kings. When the battle situation became more and more chaotic, only the white-robed god king, Xing Qianyue, did not participate in the battle. Xing Qianyue's eyes were solemn, and he stared at Lin Chen firmly. The law of transformation is so powerful. Is it the Tai Futian art? Is he the student of Emperor Futian? When Lin Chen used the law, Xing Qianyue caught the clue. He looked around, and the forces of all parties in the 5 continents were gathering more and more, paying attention to this battle situation. And the battle between the gods and kings has inspired the birth of some old monsters in Shenzhou, and they are vaguely cast here with the perception of the soul. This sun's potential is astounding, and he is definitely not such a reckless person. What is the purpose of declaring war on my god's domain in front of everyone's eyes? Xing Qianyue is the leader of the envoys of the god's domain. How old is he? He has a momentary insight into Lin Chen's motives for his actions. I see. Xing Qianyue pondered with fear, and his pupils shrank. No wonder, this son has to take such a huge risk to declare war on the three gods. He wants to take a stand. Since he is a student of Emperor Futian, once the realm of the gods has recovered, and he knows that Lin Chen is an existence that cannot be recruited, Shibi will eradicate it. Before that, he wants to declare war on God's domain. What is God's domain most afraid of? It is people who inherit how Futian's thought unite. Lin Chen wants to use this to declare war and make his position completely clear. Once this news spreads, those who are displaced outside the realm of the gods and inherit his thoughts will use Lin Chen as a beacon and gather towards him. Once that force is united, it is no weaker than any continent, and even has a strong growth potential. There is no evidence that can better represent that Lin Chen is the means of their compatriots than declaring war God's domain. Even, he wants to sacrifice to the king of gods. Its target is the gods' domain messenger present. This son must not be allowed to leave here alive. Shintong was surging with monstrous killing intent, and Xing Qianyue finally realized the threat of Lin Chen. His threat to God's domain is no longer what Lin Chen can represent personally, but all the fire seeds. If he is allowed to leave alive, the declaration of this battle will surely form a spark and a prairie fire. When Xing Qianyue realized Lin Chen's huge potential threat, he gritted his teeth and immediately decided to make an extremely important decision. Xing Qianyue opened his hands, and the power of the two laws was like a dance of two dragons. Just asking the god kings to help the gods is not enough. To avoid this son's success, and notify the adults of the upper levels of the gods, ask the gods to be born, and completely destroy this son.